Chapter 12:30 Nirvana again.
In an instant, all the afterimages disappeared, leaving only Lin Shen in the center. Lin Shen was just standing there, but Catherine looked at Lin Shen and felt like she was shaking. This was not her illusion.
Although Lin Shen stood there without moving, the frequency of his body's oscillation was unimaginable.
His whole body looked blurry, as if countless figures overlapped. Lin Shen seemed to be standing there motionless, but the energy bursting out on his body was already at the level of terror. Terror was just the vibration force on his body, which could destroy the galaxy. This kind of power has far surpassed the upper level. Even the ultimate creature in the upper level is probably difficult to compare with.
It seems that he is going to be directly promoted to the Emperor level? Catherine was surprised and happy. If Lin Shen can be promoted to the level of Emperor, as long as she follows Lin Shen, what can the gods do to her?
The current patriarch of the creation clan is known to be comparable to the Emperor level, but it is only a claim. No one knows whether he can be comparable to the real Emperor. Just as Catherine was imagining the future, she suddenly saw a little bit of starlight rising from Lin Shen's body. No, that is not starlight, but power particles.
Those particles are extremely tiny and cannot be seen by the eyes.
But now they emit a dazzling light, like stars floating out of Lin Shen's body, turning into meteors, rotating around Lin Shen's body. The things Lin Shen carried were scattered, and his body disintegrated little by little, turning into countless stars circling around him. For a moment, Catherine could not see Lin Shen's figure, she could only see one universe. The particles floating out of Lin Shen's body entangled and rotated each other, like countless galaxies, and those galaxies were entangled with each other, like galaxy clusters and galaxy clusters. Whether it is galaxy clusters, galaxy clouds, or galaxy clusters, they eventually linger and rotate with the location where Lin Shen is located. Catherine's body trembled a little, and she sensed the terrifying energy contained in the cosmic light, as unfathomable as the real cosmic. The entanglement and changes between those particles are endless, and it looks very similar to the real movement of astral bodies.
This is simply a condensed version of a small universe.
As more and more particles become more and more tightly arranged, the gaps are finally not visible, like a piece of chaos, like a huge astral sphere. It is also a bit wrong to say that it is a sphere, because the chaotic body formed by this particle is not in a perfect circle and is slightly flat.
Why does it look like a cocoon? Catherine suddenly realized something, widened her eyes, and she couldn't believe it. No, impossible. Catherine herself rejected her thoughts. Because in her opinion, this thing now looks like a cocoon of nirvana no matter how you look at it. When a god is promoted to the rank, he will not create such things. Only when he is nirvana can he condense the cocoon of nirvana. But how could Lin Shen still be at the nirvana level with his strength? So Catherine directly denied her judgment. She would rather believe that she was wrong than believe that Lin Shen was still at the nirvana level. But the more she looked at it, the more it looked like the cocoon of nirvana. It must be just a look. This should be something that will appear only after being promoted to the Emperor level, so I have never seen it before. It just looks a bit like the cocoon of nirvana. Catherine found a reason to convince herself. Lin Shen in the cocoon of nirvana is undergoing a wonderful transformation at this time. Under normal circumstances, even if the energy in the Realm King locking life stump cannot push him to the Emperor level, he can still become a half-step Emperor. But for some reason, such a terrifying power did not push Lin Shen's level to immortality. His body was evolving, but his level was still moving, as if there was a natural barrier that blocked Lin Shen's path to promotion. Lin Shen had always thought that he could not be promoted to immortality because his talent was too poor, and his health and understanding were not good. Later, Lin Shen suspected that it was a problem of the martial arts he practiced, and it was difficult to improve the level, and it required more efforts and more resources than ordinary people. But now Lin Shen suddenly realized that it was not his own problem that he could not be promoted to immortality, but that his path to promotion was blocked by some force. Because Lin Shen saw the gate to heaven in his mind again, as well as the chains and destiny locks that locked the gate. Under the blessing of terrifying energy, Lin Shen felt that his body was about to move, but it was still difficult to go further, which made him even more confused. In this state, he felt that after the door, it seemed that something belonged to him was about to move,
wanting to break through the restrictions and return to himself. Although I don't know what it is, Lin Shen felt that the thing was extremely intimate with him, unlike the intimacy of blood and family affection, and it was a sense of intimacy connected to the same fate. Lin Shen had a faint feeling that it was because of lacking it that he could not be promoted to immortality and stayed at the nirvana level.
What's inside?
Lin Shen wanted to know what's inside, but he couldn't hit the door and open the destiny lock.
He wanted to try to use his power to hit the door again and again, but even with such a powerful force, he could not reach the door.
The gate seemed to exist only in his imagination and was untouchable, but Lin Shen could clearly sense it, and even sense something inside it. This feeling made Lin Shen so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood, but he was helpless.
The terrifying power was in Lin Shen's body because he could not be promoted.
These were energy prepared for promotion, and all routes were prepared to attack the Emperor level. Because of some kind of power, Lin Shen could not even be promoted to immortality, let alone to be promoted to the level of the Emperor. The terrifying force's impact was almost destroyed by Lin Shen's body.
Since this road is not clear, I will change another road. I cannot be immortal or the Emperor.
Then I will be infinite nirvana, infinitely evolve in nirvana, and achieve a new path. Lin Shen's mind turned, and reoperated the 3-star system and the 3 martial arts, plus some functions of the magical powers of the 3 realms, and then began nirvana. The huge energy has evolved into countless possibilities, and the Samsung system has gradually turned into various galaxies, and various galaxies have turned into galaxy clusters, and then evolved into a small universe. Lin Shen felt that his body seemed to be integrated with the universe, like flowers, grass, trees, stones, rivers, seas, hairs, skins, stars, seas, radiation of the universe, like the sky of the world, like wind, flowers, snow and moon.
At this moment, Lin Shen felt as if he was an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Chapter 12:31 You and I will sweep the 6th together.
The energy in the locking life stump of the Realm King quickly passed away and poured into the cocoon of nirvana, and its own light began to dim. When all the life-locking stakes are black and no longer shine, no more energy comes out. The corpse of the king of the realm locked on the stake has also turned into ashes, and only the cocoon of nirvana is still emitting brilliant glory in the tower. Catherine couldn't even open her eyes when she was stabbed, so she could only turn her back to the cocoon of nirvana, close her eyes, waiting for Lin Shen to succeed in advancing. As the light gradually faded away, Catherine felt something. When she turned around, she saw that the cocoon had disappeared. Only the fluorescent forest on her body was suspended in the air. Her body was wrapped in a shell that was as gorgeous as the stars in the universe.
The entire shell seems to be a microcosm of the universe, and there seem to be countless galaxies doing complex movements.
Mysterious, stunning, dreamy, terrifying, unknown.
Just take a look and it seems that you will sink into it. Click. Click. When Catherine was still intoxicated by the psychedelic shell, she heard the sound of something breaking in her ears. When she turned around, she saw that the king's life-locking stakes broke themselves, one after another, and all the life-locking stakes broke in an instant. The ceiling also opened. There are 7 floors in the World King Prison Tower. They are only on the 1st floor. At this time, the ceiling will automatically open and you can see the space on the 2nd floor. Before they could see what was inside the 2nd floor tower, the ceiling of the 2nd floor slowly opened. The 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, and the 7th floor. Soon, an access opening was opened between all floors of the entire King of Realms tower. This access opening was in the center of the space inside the tower, like a patio, leading to the top floor of the tower. Lin Shen saw the beam of light from the top of the tower illuminating down, reaching the 1st floor, and the projection of the king of the ancient realm also appeared again. Congratulations, the power of all worlds has been absorbed by you. I think you, or you, at that time, have already achieved the body of the emperor. It is time for this universe to know that we are back. The projection of the king of the ancient realm said with a smile. Lin Shen felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The entire king prison tower of the realm was shining brightly. The light seemed to be contagious, igniting the entire underwater city. All the buildings in the underwater city lit up one by one. Then, in addition to the king prison tower, there are 10 extremely obvious buildings in this city.
After the light of those buildings rose, the light and shadow of gods actually transformed into 10 light and shadows. That's the top 10 war generals around the king of the ancient realm. Through the window opened by the prison tower, Catherine recognized the origin of the light and shadow. Although it is not the real body, it is just the light and shadow transformed by the light. It restores the temperament and power of the 10 generals vividly. The light and shadow of the warriors even moved like living people, and each warrior was using a special technique. Among them is a manly and handsome man, wearing a white robe, with fingers passing by, like a dream, and the demonstration is clearly pointed by thousands of people. It seems that it is the White Tiger God General Zhong Wuhan. There is also an extremely cold-hearted person who is wearing light armor, holding a black bow in his hand, and carrying arrow feathers on his back. He should be the sun-shooting general among the 10 ancient generals. Apart from being familiar with these two, Lin Shen did not know the other 10 generals. The shooting technique that demonstrated by the sun shooting light and shadow is the Shen family's shooting technique. Although it is a bit different, it obviously has the same effect.
Did the sun-shooting general among the 10 generals of ancient come from the Shen family?
While Lin Shen was pondering, he saw a beam of light shot out from the top of the King of Realm prison tower, directly breaking through the sky. The Mediterranean Sea, the Earth's crust, and the wild stars were directly penetrated by the beam and extended to nothingness.
What does the King of Ancient Realm mean? Set off fireworks to celebrate his success in rebirth? Let the whole universe know that he has returned from rebirth?
Lin Shen's mind was full of questions. But Lin Shen's guess was not completely correct, because he found that after the beam of light penetrated into nothingness, the entire underwater city actually followed the light of light, and followed it into nothingness.
What's going on? Where are we going to be taken? Catherine looked at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen did not answer her question, but just stared at the void. It's not that he doesn't want to answer, but that he can't answer at all. He had no memory of his past life, nor had he become the king of the ancient world. He didn't know what this was, nor did he know where the underwater city would be taken. Lin Shen was considering whether to leave the underwater city before it was pulled into the void, but he heard the voice of the contemplator.
Entirely, you are finally back. According to your agreement, I have helped you protect the King of Realm Prison City. Now it's your turn to keep the agreement. The contemplator's eyes flashed red, staring at Lin Shen and said.
Lin Shen didn't know what kind of agreement the King of the Ancient Realm had had with him, and he couldn't help but wonder. He made an appointment with Gu Ji to protect the prison city. If he knew that I was not the reincarnation of the King of the Ancient Realm, he didn't know what agreement he had with Gu Ji. Would he kill me out of control? Lin Shen didn't dare to speak easily, thinking in his heart how to deal with the contemplative.
Are you going to break the contract?
Seeing Lin Shen not answering, the red light in the contemplative eyes suddenly became sharp.
I'm just recalling the agreed content,
Lin Shen said lightly. When the contemplator heard this, the red light in his eyes was not so bright. Restarting the memory may indeed cause some troubles with data confusion. As long as you admit it, I will defend the city for you, and you will help me become the great emperor's brain and find the ultimate answer to life.
I know, but I just couldn't remember for a while. How can I help you become the great emperor's intellectual brain?
Lin Shen said tentatively. The red light shrank suddenly in the contemplator's eyes, and then suddenly the red light shone on Lin Shen's body, like infrared rays scanning Lin Shen's body.
That's right, you're him, there won't be any mistake. Then why don't you know? The contemplator stared at Lin Shen and asked. I had some problems when I was reincarnated. There were many things I couldn't remember, and I couldn't remember them now.
Lin Shen was calm and looked at the contemplative and said, since I have promised, I will do it naturally.
You just need to tell me how I can help you.
As long as you keep your promises, just as you and I agreed before, let's fight to the immortal court together, wipe out the 6 Zone Star God Palace, seize the 6 Seas of Stars, and combine them to help me advance to the Emperor's intelligence brain. Lin Shen and Catherine were stunned.
Let's talk about it first. The World King Prison City is about to be pulled into the void.
Lin Shen wanted to slow down first and delay the time.
Don't leave, you will arrive at the fairy court soon.
The contemplator looked at the void, and the red light in his eyes was as red as blood.
Chapter 1232 Public Enemy of the Universe.
Lin Shen wanted to rush out of the ancient city, but found that the space around the ancient city had been distorted. Now that he wanted to rush out, he needed to stabilize the void first. It was too late for time, and half of the ancient city had been pulled into the void. Lin Shen thought about it but did not force it. Anyway, he had to go to the Immortal Court. After the ancient city arrived at the Immortal Court, he would leave first. What a joke to attack the Immortal Court! Although his strength is indeed very strong now, even if he is not promoted to the Emperor, his brain power cannot keep up, but his ability and combat power should not be much inferior to that of the Emperor level. However, when fighting with the entire Immortal Court, we not only have to face so many Star Priests and Great Priests in the Star God Palace, but also the Immortals in the Immortal War Camp. Lin Shen has seen the strength of the Great Priest. Sure, Zhongqing's ability is definitely not comparable to an ordinary god. I am afraid that he has already stepped into the Emperor level with half his foot, and other Great Priests are definitely not weak. In addition to those immortals, Lin Shen did not think that he and the Contemplatives had a chance of winning. The one who made an agreement with the Contemplator was the king of the ancient realm.
What's the matter with him? He didn't want to fight those monsters. What's more, the Emperor has not yet appeared, and his own brothers may be the reincarnation of the Emperor. If it is true, he will attack the Immortal Court. Wouldn't his family plan to his own family? So Lin Shen planned to take Catherine with him after he arrived at the Immortal Court. The king of the world prison city advances along the beam of light in the void, and the entire prison city is emitting a strange light. In the torrent of space, it is like a big ship moving upstream. Catherine came to Lin Shen and sent a message saying, "You don't really want to attack the Immortal Court, do you? What are the Immortal Courts? After the prison city leaves the void, we will run away immediately." Lin Shen returned. Catherine then breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the king of the ancient realm was reborn, it would be impossible to make things difficult for the Immortal Court with his own strength. With a clear understanding in his heart, Catherine came to rest assured and waited for the moment when Prison City rushed out of the void. The Contemplator was not concerned about the movements of the two. His eyes were empty and there was a strange red light. Suddenly, Lin Shen and Catherine saw the Contemplator jump up and come to the top of the prison tower, standing on the top of the tower looking up at the void like a torrent. After his eyes ejaculated, the dazzling red light shot into the void, dyeing the torrent like void red. All the lines of nothingness that Lin Shen saw were dyed blood, and there was some unknown twisting change. What is he doing? Catherine stared at the Contemplator with an ugly face. This was still in the space shuttle. If something went wrong now, they might be trapped in the cracks in the space, blurred in the empty space, and could never escape. Although Lin Shen didn't understand what the Contemplator was going to do, since he wanted to go to the Immortal Court to seize the Sea of Stars, merge the 6 stars to live intelligent brains, and truly become the Emperor level, it would be impossible for him to fall into danger before that. While the two of them were thinking, they saw the Contemplator facing the torrent of void dyed red and said expressionlessly, "I and the king of the ancient realm have descended to the Immortal Court just to rebuild the order of the universe and establish a free new world. Those who are willing to become a member of the new world can come to the Duojing star domain to sign an agreement. You have 10 cosmic heavens. 10 days later, those who have not signed the agreement will destroy it with this old world." Fuck, what kind of mental illness is this? The Contemplator is talking to whom? This passage cannot be seen by everyone in the Star God Palace. Lin Shen's face turned dark, and he was still fantasizing about what if he wanted. He coughed and asked the Contemplator, "Who are you talking to?" The Contemplator said lightly, "Everyone in the entire universe." "I'm mentally ill." Lin Shen cursed in his heart, and thought, fortunately, he said this himself. I'll leave immediately afterwards. What he does. I have spread the scene of the King of Realms throughout the universe. Now everyone knows that you and I are back. The next step is to wait for them to come to see us. After they surrender, I merged with 6 seas of stars. After being promoted to the level of the Emperor, you and I can build a new world together. The meditator shocked Lin Shen with one sentence. The Contemplator just now didn't just call on the whole world, but broadcast the scenes of the King of Realm Prison City live. In other words, everyone now knows that he is the king of the ancient realm.
Lin Shen had the heart to curse.
He is not the king of the ancient realm.
He knows this himself, but others don't know it.
What if he really treats him as the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm? How should he explain it? Can others believe his explanation?
The contemplator seemed to have no idea Lin Shen was depressed and continued, "As long as there is no emperor's move, you don't need to pay attention, I'll deal with it."
If the emperor's move, it's up to you.
This sentence made Lin Shen, who wanted to knock the contemplator out of his mind and then escape, suddenly quelled the idea. Except for the emperor, the contemplator seems to not take anyone seriously.
Thinking that his strength must be against the will of heaven. Lin Shen doesn't know if his strength can defeat him, or should he not act rashly.
After leaving the void, hurry up and leave this ghost place.
He can do whatever he wants,
Lin Shen thought to himself. But when the prison city really left the space, Lin Shen was surprised to find that a large number of star priests had gathered outside the prison city. In the starry sky, countless star priests had already surrounded the 3 outer and 3 layers of prison city. 6 great priests lived in the starry sky, looking down at the prison city below, and even the owners of the star hall such as Pan Jinqing and Yao Ji came.
It was too late for Lin Shen to go now.
If he didn't explain the matter clearly, it would be useless even if he could teleport space. Now Lin Shen finally understood why the king of the ancient realm repeatedly reminded him that taking over his mantle was in a dilemma with the whole world. Judging from the current situation, the Star God Palace and District May 6th have come out in full swing, and it must be determined to destroy them all. Lin Shen looked at Shi Zhongqing, and Shi Zhongqing's eyes also looked at him. A strange look appeared on Shi Zhongqing's face, and she said lightly, "I have missed many things in my life and missed many people, but the only thing that makes me regret is that I misread you. I didn't expect you to be the reincarnation of the bastard Gu Ji."
The conversation between Lin Shen and the contemplator just now was clearly seen by everyone in the universe. The contemplator said that if the emperor takes action, Lin Shen needs to take action, that is to say, Lin Shen is the root of this time.
Lin Shen opened his mouth to explain, but the contemplator was the first to speak. "No need to say much. To become a member of the new world, or to destroy the old world, you can choose for yourself."
Fuck. Are all smart brains so tough? You asked me to say something first.
Lin Shen wanted to explain, but he had no chance to speak. Ji Shisan, who has become a great priest, said coldly, "The first immortal, the immortal court can kill you once, and you can kill you the second time.
You are seeking death.
There are some things in the morning, so I only have 1 chapter to code, and the remaining 2 chapters can only be updated in the afternoon."
Chapter 1233 Star God Array.
Lin Shen's face changed when he heard this. Ji Shisan said that the contemplative person is the number 1 immortal, and the other great priests and the contemplative person himself did not refute it.
If the contemplator is really the number 1 immortal, then doesn't it mean that Ouyang is not the number 1 immortal?
Their previous worries were redundant. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt a little happy in his heart. He put his own affairs aside first and looked at the contemplator to see what he said. The contemplator's red eyes were still the same, and there was no emotion on his face. He still said calmly, "You are not among the ones who killed me.
If you say something else, you are not worthy. I didn't have me among the people who killed you last time, this time there will be one."
Ji Shisan snorted coldly, turned around and said to Shi Zhongqing and others, "Dear masters, the 2 evil thieves, the first immortal and the king of the ancient realm have returned.
There is no doubt about it at this time, let's do it."
Several great priests looked at each other and nodded. With a command, they saw countless star priests surrounding the king prison city in the starry sky, and at the same time activated their own ghosts and gods' power. They saw souls rising up, and ghosts and gods all over the sky covered the sky and the sun, as if ghosts and gods were coming to destroy the world, and as if billions of heavenly soldiers surrounded a city. When Lin Shen saw the movements of the star priests, he immediately knew what they were doing. The Star God Array in the Star God Palace. This array is one of the important abilities of the Star God officials to shock the universe. Almost every Star God Array will learn the Star God Array after entering the Star God Palace. However, the primary star priest can only learn the primary Star God Array. As the level increases, the level of the Star God Array that can be learned becomes higher and higher. It is not until the 9-star priest that the highest level of the star god array in the sky can be learned.
This formation has an extremely magical feature. No matter what level of cultivation you have or what level of star god formation you are learning, as long as there are more than 2 people, the more powerful the star god formation in the heavens will be. Of course, the more advanced the star god formation you learn, the more efficient and powerful the conversion will be. Now that all the elites from the 6-star god palaces have emerged, they are basically all superior star priests, with a number of billions. The star god formation they use together is enough to shake the galaxy and block the void. Not to mention a city, even a planet, a galaxy, or even a starfield, it will be destroyed by the power of the star god array of the heavens. Such power is no longer something that a person's power can resist. No matter how strong a person's power is, it cannot compete with billions of star priests in a large formation. The starry sky around has been locked, and there is no more thing to see except for the light and shadow of ghosts and gods in the sky, and this starfield is isolated.
Catherine's soul trembled. She could not have imagined that such a situation would be. Her mind was already in chaos at this time. She didn't know how to deal with such a situation, so she couldn't help but look at Lin Shen. Lin Shen wanted to explain, but the Star Lord seemed to have no chance or time to explain. His eyes looked at Shi Zhongqing, who was unmoved at all. It seemed that he no longer believed him.
Is it just broken?
Lin Shen sighed in his heart. Although he did not have a sense of belonging to the Star Priest, Shi Zhongqing was indeed good to him and also gave him a lot of help. He was unwilling to fight with him. But now, nothing is useless to say in vernacular terms, so I can only wait for it later. Lin Shen looked at the number 1 immortal to see how he wanted to break the star god formation in the heavens. He said that as long as the Emperor does not come out, Lin Shen will not need help, and Lin Shen naturally does not need to take action now. The Contemplator is the number 1 immortal, which is undoubtedly good news for Lin Shen. The first immortal stood on the top of the tower, looking at the star god array in the sky like ghosts and gods, and his expression did not change at all. In Lin Shen's opinion, the first immortal should be infinitely close to the intelligent brain and has almost nothing to do with humans. Now all his behaviors are no different from those of the intelligent brain, and there is no human emotion at all. It is probably impossible to see expressions such as fear and surprise from him. The first immortal, die. With Ji Shirsan's order, all the ghosts and gods' lights and shadows burst out like meteors. Billions of meteors came towards the prison city, filling the entire void in an instant. The terrifying power fluctuations made Lin Shen feel chilled. The entire space was destroyed by that force, and wherever the starlight passed, the space collapsed directly, just like the end of the world and the universe collapsed. This terrifying power condensed into one place and bombarded the prison city. The first immortal standing at the prison tower was the first to be hit. In horror, Catherine unconsciously hid behind Lin Shen, revealing her little daughter's fear. As powerful as her, under such power, she also feels that she is so small that she can be ignored. The first immortal stood on the top of the tower like nothing happened, fearing nothing about the world-destroying power formed by billions of meteors, and had no plans to take action. The moment the terrifying force hit down, Catherine even hugged Lin Shen behind her in fear. Such power made her unable to even resist, just like an ordinary human being in a state of powerlessness when facing a nuclear explosion. But the next second, Catherine did not realize that the terrifying power she had imagined exploded, and there was no trace of force afterwards sweeping it down. She quickly looked up and saw that the terrifying force falling from the sky hit the chest of the number 1 immortal, who opened her arms like that, letting the power of destruction of the world bombard his chest. Such a terrifying power not only failed to hurt him, but instead poured directly into his body like a galaxy. The power of the galaxy formation in the sky quickly flowed into the body of the number 1 immortal, making his aura stronger and stronger. On the silver-white body like a metal statue, the brilliance of fairy glow gradually shone. The priests of the stars in the sky were shocked. Not only did they fail to hurt the first immortal, but they were absorbed by him. This was a demonic ability. The faces of the masters were also a little bad. Ji Shirsan looked at Shi Zhongqing and said, "Didn't the Master Shi Tian Star God Array block the immortal ability of the first immortal? Why did he absorb the power of the Star God Array of Heaven by him?" The palace secret records show that the star god array of the heavens can block the ability of the immortal, and it can also prevent the first immortal from absorbing the energy of the great array. But that is the record of the past, and the one trapped the first immortal. The things in the past are not suitable for the present. It is not impossible for the first immortal to crack the star god array of the heavens. Shi Zhongqing said lightly. If I had known this, I would not have used the star god array of the heavens.
Wouldn't this enhance his strength? Ji Shisan frowned. That may not be possible.
Sometimes, getting too much may not be a good thing.
Shi Zhongqing looked at the great priest Suoxiu in the North District.
Chapter 1234 The Emperor's Artifacts Gathered. Suoxiu nodded slightly, and waved his hand and took out something and held it in his hand. It was a bead that looked like an ice crystal, as big as a pigeon egg, but it seemed to have countless sections, and it was like a kaleidoscope, shining with all kinds of strange light.
Is this the Emperor artifact of the North District Purple Micro Wanxiang Pearl?
Ji Shisan looked at the crystal in Suoxiu's hand. Although he had never seen it, he could guess what it was. The great Emperor artifacts in the West and South districts were lost a long time ago.
Not many people knew about this.
Ji Shisan was a great priest in the South District, so he naturally knew it very well. The great priests who do not have the artifact of the great emperor are much worse, so over the years, the star priests in the South and West regions have been relatively weak. Shi Zhongqing dared to come directly to the Xingshan Palace in the South District to grab people. Part of the reason is that there is no emperor's artifact in the South District, otherwise how could he succeed so easily and put all the face of Xingshan Palace in the South District on the ground?
Yes, this is the great emperor's magic weapon Purple Micro Wanxiang Pearl. Suoxiu held the Wanxiang Pearl and said lightly, the first immortal has been reincarnated and reborn.
Even though he has made up for the previous defects, without defects does not mean that he will not do anything wrong. His ability to immortal immortals in his body that can evolve infinitely are indeed almost invincible, but he should not be greedy.
If he eats too much good things, it will also turn into poison.
As he said that, the Wanxiang beads on Suoxiu's hand burst into billions of rays. Where the rays of rays were shining, the power of the star array in the sky was 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. The starlight seemed to have been cloned, and in an instant, they were copied many times, and even the starlight that was sucked into the body of the first immortal continued to surge. Ji Shisan was overjoyed when he saw this. The purple micro-elephant pearl actually had such magical power, turning the starlight into endless, and it was enhanced many times. No matter how much energy the first immortal's ability could suck, his body would not disappear in an instant, and he would probably explode and die immediately.
The fact is indeed as Ji Shisan expected.
Under the power of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, countless cracks appeared in the silver body of the number one immortal in an instant, and even metal blocks were peeling off from his body. The strange light came out from the cracks and peelings, looking like an energy block that was about to explode after overload. Seeing this, Shi Zhongqing smiled and said, the first immortal is reincarnated to make up for his weakness. Our star god palace has not been idle for so many years. The great priests of all dynasties have been studying ways to deal with the first immortal and the immortal.
This is one of the results of the research.
It is difficult to destroy the first immortal's body with external forces, but the star power of the star god array is connected to the star god array. Even if the starlight is sucked into his body by him, it will not be completely refined in a short time. Using the power of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, the star power of the star god array will be transformed into infinite, and the star power inhaled into the first immortal's body will surge, making it difficult for him to digest it in a short time. The infinite star power will burst his body. As Shi Zhongqing said, the body of the first immortal burst into pieces, and silver fragments splashed everywhere. It is worthy of being an emperor's magic weapon.
This ability is simply invincible. Lin Shen understood the power of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl. That is infinitely doubled power. Even if the weakest power is constantly doubled by the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, it will become an invincible force in the world. What's more, the power of the star god array is already extremely terrifying. After being influenced by the power of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, even if the emperor personally arrives, he may not be able to withstand the infinite doubled energy.
With this beat in hand, Suashou's attack is invincible and he has no way to fight him.
It's over.
Catherine's heart trembled when she saw the first immortal's body cracking like this.
But the next second, she widened her eyes again, and an incredible joy appeared on her face.
After the body of the first immortal burst, a flesh and blood body was exposed. The skin is as white and smooth as a freshly peeled egg, without any scars or spots. Every part of the body seems to be as impeccable as the golden ratio. Long black hair, perfect facial features, and eyes as deep as the night. There are no flaws or shortcomings seen from him, which makes people unimaginable that there will be such a perfect person in the world. The man stood on the top of the tower, bathed in endless starlight, as if bathed in the warm sunshine. Not only did he not have a trace of pain, but he showed an expression of enjoyment, and he closed his eyes comfortably. The starlight emitted from his body actually condensed into a substantial ray of light spread on him, forming a Danshao light coat, covering his perfect figure.
The first immortal, is back.
The man bathed in the endless starlight opened his eyes again and looked at the position established by the great priest in the starry sky. The light of the fairy clouds shone on his body shone across the world. In just a moment, the endless starlight under the blessing of the purple Wei Wanxiang pearl was illuminated by the light of the fairy clouds. Screams and explosions were heard endlessly, and the star god array of the heavens was directly broken, turning into the number one immortal with flesh and blood.
He didn't even move his fingers.
The light emitted from his body broke the star god array of the heavens, which had almost infinite power. At least 1/3 of the star priests were instantly penetrated by the rays of light and died suddenly. Shi Zhongqing and others all changed their faces, and Su Xiu couldn't believe that this would be the result. It seems that ordinary tricks are not good, so I can only fight to the death. As Shi Zhongqing spoke, she had already taken out a transparent crystal astral disc and let it float in front of her. The starlight flashes in the star plate, as if a small universe is derived inside, and it is the great emperor's magic weapon, the great Jotian star plate. The great priests in the East District and the great priests in the Huta District also took out their great emperor artifacts, namely a book and a piece of yellow mud embryo. The book contains the words 10 Directions of Suffering Simplified Sutra. It is simple and unpretentious, and the pages of the paper have even turned yellow. There are still several incomplete ones, as if they have experienced countless years and have been eaten by wind and insects. The yellow mud embryo is earthy yellow, like a brick embryo made of mud. Although it is not brilliant, it gives people a feeling of heavy and vitality. All 4 emperor artifacts were released, and the fluctuations in space became extremely weak for a while, as if even the laws of the universe were trembling and unsustainable. There are only 4 pieces of purple Wei Wanxiang pearl, the great Jotian star disk, the 10 Directions Suffering Scholar, and the Huta mud embroidery.
It's a bit regretful. The first immortal looked at the 4 great emperor artifacts that suppressed the endless years of the universe. There was no fear on his face, but instead seemed a little disappointed. After such a long time, is there still only these things in the Star God Palace? The things are not new and old, just use them together. The great priest of Huta said lightly, and sacrificed the Huta mud embryo in his hand. The other 3 great priests also sacrificed the great emperor's artifacts, and the energy of the 4 great emperor's artifacts burst out, forming an incredible and strange scene. Chapter 1235 Invincible Computing Power.
The great Jotian star plate transforms into a cosmic star field, bringing the king of the realm and everyone in it. No matter how strong the power fluctuates, it cannot escape from the universe starry sky transformed by the great Jotian star plate. When the 10 Directions scholars were opened, the light and shadows of gods rose from the book, guarding the 10 Directions with supreme power. Lin Shen could feel that the power of the 10 gods was even more terrifying than the power of ghosts and gods. Compared with him, his realm god can only be compared with one of them. The mud embryo emitted a thick turbid air, which turned into an endless land, sank the prison city on the earth. Lin Shen and Catherine both felt the unimaginable gravity. They felt as if they were bound by endless power. They even felt difficult to stand and were about to be suppressed by the terrifying gravity. The giant tortoise pulling the prison city fell heavily on the ground, and his whole body was also trapped in the yellow mud.
The buildings in Prison City are shaking and will be crushed by the terrifying gravity at any time.
The starlight shone in the sky, and the omnipresent light shone down, and the already shaking prison city shook even more violently. The algae and various dust on the building have been torn apart by force, revealing the original appearance of the prison city with a silver-white metallic appearance. Lin Shen saw that the gravity of the yellow mud was soaring rapidly, and the value was already high enough to the sky. He could only see a series of numbers, and for a moment he could not count how many digits were. The purple Wei Wanshan bead hangs in the starry sky like a bright sun, appearing with its light.
In the universe transformed by the great Jotian star disk, the number of stars is growing in geometric shape. The originally only 10 gods of the suffering salvation god, actually increased by 1, 2, 2, 4, and 8, and endlessly. The gravity of the yellow mud was soaring infinitely, and the ground it transformed became thicker and thicker. It pulled the giant tortoise in the prison city and let out a scream, and its body was actually exploding by gravity. Prison city is also falling down, as if it is about to be pulled into the ground by gravity. The silver light flashed on the prison city, and the light and shadow of the 10 ancient generals could no longer withstand the starlight and endless gravity in the sky, and it was shaking, and the light and shadow seemed to collapse at any time. Once the light and shadow of the 10 ancient generals shattered, gravity and starlight directly acted on Lin Shen and Catherine. Lin Shen might be able to withstand it, but Catherine would inevitably turn into nothingness in an instant. The power of the great emperor's artifact is too terrifying, especially with the blessing of the Ziwei Wanshan pearl. The power of the other 3 great emperor's artifacts has been magnified to an unimaginable level. The longer the time passes, the stronger the blessing effect of the Ziwei Wanshan pearl. In fact, the power of the 4 great emperor artifacts is far beyond the limit of power in the ordinary sense. Under this power, the superior gods cannot even be considered ants and will be crushed in an instant. If it weren't for the universe transformed by the celestial disks of the Great Circle and restricting this power, countless galaxies would have been destroyed at this time, and this star field would have long been beaten to nothingness. Lin Shen finally saw the true power of the Emperor's magic weapon. This power that destroys the world is not something that human power can resist. No matter how strong Lin Shen's attributes are, they are limited, but the power of the great Emperor's artifact is almost unlimited. Even without the blessing of the Ziwei Wanshan pearl, the power of the other 3 great Emperor artifacts is constantly increasing. The Ziwei Wanshan pearl actually shortened this time, making their power faster and can explode in a short period of time. The god of deity who had transformed into thousands of directions of the sufferings, looked at the first immortal on the top of the tower at the same time. The eyes turned into substance, like 1,000 eye swords, and instantly landed on the first immortal, trying to pierce his body. The first immortal was still indifferent and allowed the eyes of the god of Savior to save the suffering from the 10 directions to fall on him. The sound of dinging sounds was endless, and Lin Shen saw the gaze that turned into mass broke on the body of the number 1 immortal. Lin Shen was a little surprised. The power of every gaze of the god of Savior in the 10 directions was not weaker than the full-strength attack of the god of realm. At this time, thousands of the gods of the 10 directions of the suffering god launched an attack at the same time, but they could not even let the first immortal take action. Lin Shen saw clearly that the immortal clothes on the number 1 immortal blocked all the gazes. Those gazes that were thousands of times more terrifying than Christine's breaking sky sword were pierced on the immortal clothes, as fragile as noodles, shattered directly. The first immortal looked at all this calmly, and in the clear and deep eyes, there seemed to be countless data flows flashing. The greatest sorrow of human beings is repetition, just like the intelligent brain always does the question of 1 + 1 = 2. It has been repeated and repeated, and it has lost the meaning of life. People should see different scenery, rather than always doing questions that already know the answer. As the first immortal spoke, he waved his hand. In an instant, the stars shattered, the earth shattered, and the light and shadow of the God-saving God in the 10 directions in the sky shattered into the shattered light in an instant. A crack actually appeared on the purple Wei Wanshan bead, and the light suddenly became scattered, and the refracted divine light collided with each other, no longer as it had before. Just with a wave of his hand, all 4 emperor artifacts were damaged. Everyone changed their color, and even Lin Shen's face changed drastically. Isn't this the second brother's lawlessness? How can the first immortal do it? Or is it just a similar technique? The emperor's artifact was damaged and returned to the hands of the great priest.
Everyone changed their colors, and no one could speak for a while. The entire universe saw this scene through the prison city, and all the gods and people in the immortal court looked pale. The Emperor's artifact is already the top killing weapon in the universe, an unmatched deterrent force, but it was actually broken by others. Although Lao Tai, who was cooking for Xiaojiu, did not look up to see the images in the void, his body trembled for no reason when the first immortal took action.
Second brother, is he using lawlessness?
Tianxuan, holding Xiaojiu, was always paying attention to Lin Shen's situation. Lin Shenzhong was in such a battle, and she was worried that something might happen, so she kept staring at it. Seeing this scene, she quickly turned around and asked Lao Tai.
Yes, not. Lao Tai continued to cook and said with his head down.
Tianxuan was so smart that he immediately understood what Lao Tai meant. He has achieved the lawless function, but it is different from your lawless, not the same skill.
He calculated it by computing power. Lao Tai brought the prepared breakfast on a drag plate. Lawlessness depends on the state of mind. Which one is stronger? Tianxuan asked with a lowered whine.
I don't know, the state of mind is sunny, and the computing power has its limits. Each has its advantages and disadvantages.
If his computing power can really reach the point of calculating everything, then the mood is probably not enough.
Because if the lawlessness in the state of mind is used for 100 million times, maybe even a perfect lawlessness can't be done once.
Lao Tai explained, but is there really a brain that can calculate everything? Even theoretically, it may not be possible. Chapter 1236 Eliminate accomplices first.
One by one, a series of figures broke through the air, and more than a dozen figures appeared on the battlefield. Most people don't recognize what kind of existence these figures are, but some people who have seen the clones of the Emperor were surprised to say, the clones of the Emperor have come here, and so many clones have come at one time.
That's the Antarctic Emperor.
The Demon Master Demon Bone immediately widened his eyes and recognized him when he saw one of them. Lin Shen saw Vice President in from those people and knew that these people should be the Immortals in the Immortal War Camp.
Class Leader, the Immortal War Camp has been dispatched. Should we dispatch it to help him?
Among the gods, the man in blue looked at the clan who was still fishing and asked.
No hurry, let's take a look first.
The leader of the cultivation clan said without raising his head.
Clan leader, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
The first immortal damaged the Emperor's magic weapon, and the strength of the Star God Palace was greatly damaged. Now as long as we join forces with the first immortal to kill the Immortal War Camp, the Immortal Court will no longer be able to compete with us.
The man in red couldn't help but say. Look at it again.
The leader of the God-Kading clan still said so lightly.
The first immortal, what do you want to do?
The immortal with white hair and hair, like a hunchbacked old man, looked at the first immortal and asked. This world is not good, and this world is not good, I want to rebuild this world. The first immortal said calmly. There has never been absolutely perfect in the world, including you, said the old immortal. So, I chose to make myself perfect first, and then rebuild a perfect world worthy of mine. The first immortal said.
You are poisoned.
The old immortal said helplessly. More than a dozen other immortals came up and stood side by side with the old immortals, as if they were about to take action. Your computing power is far less than mine, so you already know the result without taking action. Let's bring those emperors over by themselves and don't waste time here.
The first immortal said lightly.
Lin Shen suddenly realized that the first immortal did not know that the emperor had been reincarnated and was not in the immortal court at all.
Lin Shen was surprised just now.
The first immortal said that as long as it was not the emperor who took action, he would not need to take action. Lin Shen thought that the first immortal was afraid of the reincarnation of the emperor, but now he realized that the first immortal had no idea about the reincarnation of the emperor. He must have been in the prison city for a long time and had never had contact with the outside world. It was normal not to know that. In other words, if I had not returned to the emperor's level without the reincarnation of the emperor, I would not have needed to take action at all.
The first immortal could have managed the entire universe by himself.
Lin Shen realized that he seemed to only need to watch the show. One-on-one, our brain power is indeed not as good as you, but what if we add it together, the old man said lightly.
It's still not as good as that, said the first immortal. What about them? The old man said, and behind him, there were stars.
No, those are not stars, but intelligent brains like galaxy clouds. 6 galaxy clouds appear in the void behind more than a dozen immortals. Lin Shen recognized what it was at a glance.
It was Xingsuhai.
Xingsuhai of the 6 major star halls was moved here. The first immortal, you have time to retreat now. As an immortal, we can understand you, but the universe has its own laws of survival and does not require our intervention, said the old immortal.
That's your thoughts, it has nothing to do with me.
The first immortal looked at Xingsuhai behind them, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, I don't have to look for them one by one, that's fine.
Since that's the case, don't blame us for not being missed with old love.
The old immortal's face turned cold and his eyes were staring at the first immortal.
It is better to say it is desire than love. Desire is the original sin of mankind, and it should be eliminated the most. If you can let it go, that is excellent. The first immortal said calmly. Since that's the case, then use calculation power to decide the outcome.
The old immortal's eyes flashed, as if countless streams of light were flowing through his eyes. The same is true for other immortals, their eyes filled with light flow, and they stared at the first immortal. The 6 seas of stars behind them also burst out with strong starlight, and countless stars flow at the speed of light, as if they were performing some incredible operation. A red light appeared in the eyes of the first immortal, looking at the dozen immortals across the air, standing motionlessly, no one took action. Most people can't understand such a battle, but soon a strange change occurred in the void around them. The stars shifted, and even came out of thin air. The scenes around them were changing strangely, and there were cosmic storms sweeping across the galaxies everywhere. Shi Zhongqing raised the Great Jotian star plate in her hand, transforming it into the universe with the Great Jotian star plate, trapping everyone in the celestial disk universe. Give me the purple microvision pearl to help me, otherwise their battle will destroy the entire universe. Shi Zhongqing shouted coldly. Suoxiu immediately used the damaged Ziwei Wanshang bead to bless the Great Jotian star disk just to lock this space, rather than fighting head-on with the first immortal. The power of the Great Jotian star disk is enough. With the blessing of the Ziwei Wanshang pearl, the Great Jotian star plate transforms into an endless starry sky. In this starry sky, various strange phenomena change frequently, and the immortals in 6 starry seas in the immortal camp are all radiating light, which seems to be very intense. The first immortal has been dragged down. I'll take down the accomplice first. Ji Shisan looked at Lin Shen, and as he spoke, he was heading towards the prison city. He almost instantly crossed the void and came to Lin Shen. I didn't expect you to be the thief in ancient times. I will ruin my fairy court. Today I will kill you. The divine light burst out on Ji Shisan's body. The stars in the sky seemed to be responding to Ji Shisan. The endless starlight blessed his body, causing his power to soar at an extremely terrifying speed. Ji Shisan dared to attack Lin Shen here because after he got the position of the great priest, although he did not get the great emperor's artifact, he also gained a lot of benefits. His strength has soared, and it is no longer the same as before. More importantly, with the blessing of the Great Jotian star plate and the Ziwei Wanshang pearl, his 9-5 supreme body can rely on the power of the heaven, earth, and stars far exceeds usual. In just a moment, his combat power had skyrocketed many times. My name is Lin Shen, not Gu Ji. You are afraid you have recognized the wrong person. Lin Shen looked at Ji Shisan and said. At this point, is it interesting to argue again? You could take away my power of stars in the sky and take my blow. Now you can try another one. Ji Shisan's power is getting stronger and stronger, and it is so strong that it makes people feel unreal. The 9 dragons and 5 spirits of his body rise up. With the blessing of the terrifying power of stars, it is even more powerful than the power of ghosts and gods, and is already above ghosts and gods. The 9 true dragons were like ferocious beasts that devoured the heaven and earth, and the gods in the 5 directions were like gods, covering Ji Shisan's body. But the pressure and fluctuations emitted from them have already shocked both body and mind, and they have the urge to surrender. Chapter 1237 Fighting Not on the Same Dimension. Lin Shen stared at Ji Shisan in a daze, wondering if this guy had been kicked by a donkey.
The power attribute is just a basis.
When the attribute reaches a certain level and the body can withstand rules, the competition is no longer a simple attribute, but a rule and mechanism. After Lin Shen resurrected Nirvana, even if he did not use skills and destiny, his speed, hardness and toughness had reached the maximum of 80,000, and his strength had even exceeded his limit, almost reaching 100,000.
But even if it exceeds 100,000, so what? The top-level gods and men have the power of 80,000. If any skill is doubled, they can reach 160,000. And this is just a simple skill double. The Great Emperor artifact like the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl with super doubled ability can increase its power to hundreds of thousands or millions in a moment. Theoretically, having the purple micro Wanxiang Pearl should be invincible in attributes.
However, when the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl was combined with the other three Great Emperor artifacts, it was still defeated by the number 1 immortal, and even vulnerable. That is because of the laws and mechanisms. The mechanism of the Great Emperor's artifact was cracked by the first immortal. It's like your computer program is very powerful and has powerful functions, but hackers can hack your program, destroy and invalidate your program, and even control your program in turn. No matter how strong your attributes are, it is difficult to play a role in the face of rules and mechanisms.
You must have rules and mechanisms of the same level to restrain the other party.
Ji Shirsan's 9-5 Supreme Body is also a mechanism, but this mechanism is obviously not invincible and can be restrained. Lin Shen used the Dragon Vein Fire last time and used its mechanism to easily take away the power of the stars in the sky condensed by Ji Shirsan. Ji Shirsan did not understand the nature of his failure at all. He thought that as long as his strength was strong enough, Lin Shen could not take away the power of the stars he condensed in the sky, and wanted to seize the power of the stars like Lin Shen, which was undoubtedly very naive.
No matter how much money you deposit in the bank, can you stop the person who manipulates the banking procedures and erase your deposit data? Of course it is impossible. The same as the superior god. Why do great masters kill ordinary superior gods in seconds? It is because the great masters understand the rules and mechanisms better than them. Ji Shirsan is obviously still a little worse. He has not yet understood the crucial role of rules and mechanisms in combat. Attributes are just a threshold. Once the threshold is reached, we have to compete with whose rules are stronger and whose mechanism is stronger. Ji Shirsan simply borrowed the blessing of the great Jotian star chart, thinking that he had condensed an unparalleled terrifying power, thinking that Lin Shen would not be able to shake his power in this way, but he didn't know that no matter how much he had, in Lin Shen's eyes, it was all mirror flowers and water moons. I'll say it again, I'm Lin Shen, not Guji. Lin Shen looked at Ji Shirsan and said, "No matter who you are, you will die today." Ji Shirsan didn't listen to Lin Shen's nonsense. The glory on his body was as dazzling as the Big Bang. When Lin Shen heard that he said this, he stopped saying anything and looked at Shi Zhongqing. He is unwilling to be enemies of Star God Palace. If Shi Zhongqing is willing to care about his old love and give him a chance to explain, then he can explain the matter clearly with Shi Zhongqing. But Shi Zhongqing clearly saw Lin Shen's gaze, but ignored it, which made Lin Shen feel a little cold. Since that's the case, let's fight. Lin Shen no longer cared about it and looked at Ji Shirsan, who was like a god and a demon. What are your last words? Ji Shirsan felt that his power was so powerful that it was unbelievable, as if he could destroy the entire universe just by moving his fingers. He didn't even dare to exhale loudly, for fear that his breath would blow up the space. The Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, the Great Emperor artifact, is too strong for him, which makes Ji Shirsan's attributes reach an uncountable level. If you simply compete for power, it is difficult to find someone in the universe who can compare with Ji Shirsan. Lin Shen ignored him and just silently activated the Dragon Vein Fire. The glory of the stars in the sky suddenly changed some wonderful changes. In just a moment, the power of the starlight that descended on Ji Shirsan suddenly left his body, gathering rapidly towards Lin Shen like a wanderer returning home. The stars in the sky were like dragons and phoenixes, flying towards Lin Shen. Ji Shirsan tried desperately to stop the power of the stars on his body and wanted to pull Lin Shen. He believed that with his current strength, Lin Shen would definitely not be able to shake it. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The method he and Lin Shen used were not on the same dimension at all. Almost in an instant,
the terrifying power of the stars in the sky hit Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen's entire body look like a light of a god, like a god descending. The 9 dragons and 5 spirits on Ji Shirsan's body lost all their light in an instant, and the 9 dragons turned into 9 insects, and the 5 spirits turned into 5 declines, with no brilliance.
No, impossible. Ji Shirsan could not believe that how could such a powerful force be easily snatched away by Lin Shen.
Lin Shen clearly does not have strong power, and no matter how strong he is, he cannot compete with him under the strengthening of Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl.
The realm is still a little worse.
Wu Qing died too early.
Shi Zhongqing sighed.
A strange look flashed in the eyes of several other great priests, all thinking in their hearts, why did Wu Qing die so early and fail to cultivate Ji Shirsan understand?
Don't you know what's wrong with me? Do you still need a last word?
Lin Shen felt that the energy on his body was about to explode, but his body could still bear it.
His current physical value seems to have reached a certain critical point and will not be easily destroyed.
Ji Shirsan turned around and ran away without saying a word. No matter how strong his power was, he could not compete with the power of the stars in the sky blessed by the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl. Even if he was hit, he would immediately be crushed to pieces. Lin Shen directly punched him, and the light on his fist was astonishingly bright, like an aurora that ran through the universe. The power was too strong, and Ji Shirsan didn't even have a chance to dodge.
The spirit and soul he summoned were directly blown out by the aurora in an instant.
Just as the aurora was about to penetrate Ji Shirsan's body, a god appeared in front of Ji Shirsan, pressing his palm on the aurora, and actually blocking the aurora. The aurora disappeared directly invisible in the god's palm, and there was no fluctuation of the collision of power.
The heavenly lord of the suffering in 10 directions.
Lin Shen saw what it was, and it was one of the 10 gods summoned from the emperor's magic weapon, 10 Directions Suffering Sutra. To be precise, it should be the good life among the 10 directions heavenly venerables, who can save all life in the world. The great priest from the East District came in custody of the scriptures and stood opposite Lin Shen, blocking the embarrassed Ji Shirsan.
You want to kill me too? Lin Shen asked at the East District Grand Priest.
He is the great priest. If you still regard yourself as a member of the Star God Palace, you shouldn't have murdered him.
The great priest in the East District said lightly. What's the reason? When he was about to kill me, why didn't you say that I was also from the Star God Palace?
He shouldn't have the intention to kill me, so why didn't you stop him when I saw you? Lin Shen said coldly. Because you are Guji, he is not, said the great priest from the East District.
What if I'm not? Lin Shen asked back. It must be. The great priest from the East District cut the railway. Since you have already determined that I am the reincarnation of ancient times, what else can I say?
Lin Shen used the power of the dragon vein to condense the fist power that was brighter than the sun. I want to take a look.
What's so great about the great emperor's artifact?
It gives you such a arrogant courage.
Chapter 1238 Save the Suffering.
The great priest from the East District read the book, and a light and shadow flew out from the book, which was another god, the Heavenly Lord. Lin Shen exerted a fist like a star explosion, but in front of the god Tianzuan, it seemed to be frozen by extreme cold, condensed into the starry sky, like a blooming ice rose. Lin Shen used shocking fists to hit, and all of them were frozen in front of the light and shadow of the Heavenly Lord, like huge ice flowers in the universe.
Xuanshan Yuchen Heavenly Lord, the cold hell of the darkness, weighing the city of ice and snow.
No matter your strength, it will be frozen in front of Xuanshan Yuchen Heavenly Lord.
The great priest from the East District said lightly. Lin Shen had never underestimated the great emperor's artifact. He knew that what the great priest in the East District said was not false.
There were 10 heavenly priests and the 10 directions scholars. Now he has only used 2, but he seems to be invincible in the universe. You no longer have a chance, and you can surrender now, or you may have a glimmer of hope, said the East District Grand Priest.
Take my punch first and then speak.
Lin Shen swung his punch again and shot out the bright light of the fist as bright as the sun.
Not to mention one punch, even the Wuliang fist, the result is the same. The great priest from the East District said calmly.
Facing the fist light from Lin Shen, Xian Shang Yuchen Tianzuan stared at the fist light, but the divine light shot out from his eyes did not hit this time. The fist light actually passed through the gaze of the Emperor Yuchen Tianzuan, and came from an incredible trajectory to the Emperor Yuchen Tianzuan.
Everyone watching the game was shocked.
The eyes of the Heavenly Lord were full of divine power. Lin Shen's punch could actually escape the eyes of the Heavenly Lord Xian Shang Yuchen, which was really unbelievable.
Seeing Lin Shen's endless power under the blessing of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl was about to hit Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan.
If this punch was slammed, even the Heavenly Venerable transformed by the Great Emperor's magical artifact would probably be unbearable. After all, Lin Shen's punch was blessed by another Emperor artifact, the Purple Micro Wanxiang Pearl.
In terms of destructive power, it is almost an invincible existence.
Sua Xiu also saw that Lin Shen could use the power of stars, but he did not dare to take back the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl. Otherwise, it would be difficult to seal such a terrifying battle in the Starry Sky transformed by the Starry Plate. When the fist power was about to hit Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan, a light and shadow were blocking in front of Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan, which was the previous Good Life Heavenly Venerable. The Heavenly Lord of Good Life with his body blocked a punch that could blow the starry sky. The explosion produced swept across the starry sky. The fist power that had been frozen in the starry sky was directly shattered by the explosion, and the nearby stars were swept across. Everyone thought that even if Lin Shen's punch could not blow up the Good Life and Life, it would probably cause great trauma to the Good Life and Life. But after the explosion, he saw that the Heavenly Lord of Good Life was standing there intact, blocking the front of the Heavenly Lord of Xuanshan Yuchen, without any damage on his body. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. He had already used the 100% sure win formula with one punch. With the blessing of the power of the stars in the sky, the strength was no less than the power that the Emperor's artifact could burst out. It was really surprising that he could not hurt the Good Life and Life. You are very strong, but unfortunately, no matter how strong you are in front of the Great Emperor's artifact, it is useless.
The Great Priest from the East District said expressionlessly. This is the rule of the Heavenly Lord who saves life? Is it a way to save suffering?
Lin Shen had already figured out what was going on.
Not bad. The Great Priest from the East District was a little surprised.
Unexpectedly, Lin Shen only saw the clues of his power after only seeing the Good Life, and the Heavenly Lord of Destiny took action twice.
The rule of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life is to save suffering.
When he goes to save others, he will have infinite power. In other words, when he saves others, he is invincible, and no force can hurt him, and he will inevitably be able to save people.
Billions of light years away, it will also arrive in an instant.
Of course, the rules for saving suffering are not invincible. He is just invincible when saving others, but he cannot save himself. Therefore, the best way to defeat the Heavenly Lord of Life is to blow him up first, otherwise, no matter how strong Lin Shen is, he will not be able to hurt anyone. The Emperor's magic weapon is well deserved.
Lin Shen exclaimed. Before, he saw the first immortal breaking the Emperor's artifact so easily, and he felt that the power of the Emperor's artifact was nothing but so. Now that he is fighting in person, he knows that the Emperor's artifact is indeed the strongest divine weapon in the universe. The reason why the number one immortal was able to break the power of the Emperor's magical artifact so easily was that he was strong enough to be lawless and could not control everything. In addition, there is another important reason, that is, the first immortal has already fought with the Emperor's magical artifact once before, and has known their background and even has a way to crack it. This is the first time Lin Shen has seen these great Emperor artifacts, and he has basically no understanding of them, so it is naturally impossible to crack them as easily as the first immortal. Among the God Creation clan, the man in red looked at the two heavenly masters and said, "The ability of the great Emperor's artifact is almost unsolvable. If it weren't for the great Emperor's artifact, we would have conquered the immortal court long ago. I don't know how Lin Shen would deal with it. Although he could use the power of the Ziwei Wanxiang Pearl, his pure power could not defeat the great Emperor's artifact." The man in blue smiled and said, "He has discovered the mechanism of the God of Life and Destiny. I am afraid that he will solve the problem of the God of Life and Destiny first. It is not that easy to solve the problem of life and life. He is probably about to forget that there are 8 heavenly priests in the Suffering Sutra," said the man in red. The leader of the cultivation tribe was still fishing there, and seemed to have no interest in such a battle.
Almost everyone thought that Lin Shen would attack the Heavenly Lord of Good Life, and even the great priest in the East District thought so, and was ready to summon other Heavenly Lords.
But seeing Lin Shen's actions, the East District Master couldn't help but pause.
Lin Shen raised his hand and pointed it at Xianshan Yuchen Tianzuan in a pistol. People in the Immortal Court and the Ancient Realm District all thought Lin Shen's move was very strange. He clearly knew the mechanism of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life and knew that no matter what, it would be impossible to hurt others first.
What is the point of continuing to attack the Heavenly Lord of Xuanshan Yuchen? Does he want to break the rescue of the Heavenly Lord of Life? The great priest from the East District frowned and looked at Lin Shen. It seems that this is the case. He has demonstrated the invincible technique before.
I think he intends to use this technique to break the rescue of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life.
Shi Zhongqing said. Then he is so naive. The rescue of the God of Life is invincible. There is no power to break the God of Life in the rescue state. The great priest of the East District said calmly. The first immortal who defeated the Good Life and died of life before also directly attacked the Good Life and died of life and was not attacked in the rescue state. Now Lin Shen actually wanted to fight head-on. It seemed that he had made the same mistake as Ji San, as if he had a thorough understanding of the rules and mechanisms. Chapter 12:39 Hells. Ouyang, Lao Wei and Dais were also watching the battle.
Dais was very engrossed and said to himself, in this case, it would be a duel between the strongest spear and the strongest shield.
Who is stronger? That depends on who has a stronger mechanism. Ouyang Yudu said.
Lin Shen pointed to the Xianshan Yuchen Tianzuan and let out the sand between his fingers without hesitation. Under the gaze of everyone, the silent sand between the fingers rushed towards the Xuanshan Yuchen Heavenly Lord along a strange track. Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan activated the power of the rules, but looked around and could not find the traces of sand between his fingers, so naturally he could not freeze it. Everyone suddenly realized that Lin Shen was not trying to survive the life of the Heavenly Lord, but wanted to use this almost undetectable attack to bypass the help of the Heavenly Lord of the Heavenly Lord of the Heavenly Lord.
It's too naive.
The great priest from the East District thought he saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and snorted coldly. Lin Shen's technique is indeed strange. Even he can't even detect the force of the finger, and he can only judge it by experience. However, the Heavenly Lord of Good Life does not need to see the power of his fingers.
The rule of saving suffering is to save suffering, not to block disasters.
As long as the other party is in danger, the Heavenly Lord of Good Life can provide assistance, and naturally he can detect where the danger comes from. The next moment, the Heavenly Lord of Good Life had already appeared in front of the Heavenly Lord of Xuanshan Yuchen, with golden light flashing on his body, as if he was a god who blessed the domineering divine light. Seeing his appearance, some people who didn't know the power of the sand between Lin Shen's fingers thought that the outcome was decided.
Bang!
The sand between his fingers hit the heart of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life, and suddenly aroused a golden light that burst. For a moment, everyone was as if they were blind. After the golden light was slightly light, everyone saw clearly the appearance of the Heavenly Lord of Life. Everyone's eyes widened, and the great priest in the East District was filled with horror and disbelief. A hole was actually pierced through the heart of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life. Golden particles were scattered out of the hole, like golden blood flying in the starry sky.
Impossible. The Heavenly Lord of saving life in a state of rescue is theoretically invincible. How is this possible? The great priest from the East District still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. But when he looked behind the divine Heavenly Lord, his pupils contracted again. Not only was the body of the Destiny Heavenly Lord pierced through, but even the body of the Xianshan Yuchen Heavenly Lord behind him was also pierced through a hole. He penetrated the bodies of the two heavenly priests with one finger. What a terrifying ability! What kind of rules and mechanism is that? He actually has such ability.
The senior executives of the God-making clan also showed a look of horror on their faces.
That is the Heavenly Lord summoned by the Great Emperor's artifact. The rule mechanism should have been a ceiling-level existence in the universe.
Lin Shen's rule mechanism can actually break the rules of the Heavenly Lord, which makes them feel a little unbelievable. Lin Shen wanted to continue to shoot out the sand between his fingers and completely destroy the two heavenly priests, but saw figures flashing, and lights and shadows like gods appeared around him, completely surrounded by him in the sky and the earth. All the heavenly lords of the 10 directions to save the death were summoned out, trapping Lin Shen in it. One of the heavenly lords turned his eyes and looked at the two injured heavenly lords. The injuries on the two men disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been injured. The 10 great masters trapped Lin Shen, and the divine power emitted from their bodies was like a prison and a sea. It could even be seen that the magnificent palace light and shadow appeared on them, as if they were the hall of the king of Yama in the ghost city of Fengdu. 10 temples overlapped and suppressed the 10 directions, making Lin Shen feel as if he was in the hell of the ghost world and the underworld.
Save suffering and punish evil. Lin Shen. You are trapped in the 10-level hell. If you don't surrender again, you will have no chance to survive. Don't mislead yourself. The great priest from the East District spoke again. He is the reincarnation of Guji, a natural traitor. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense with him? Ji Shirsan said. If such a person can sincerely repent and return to the right path, it will be considered a matter of immeasurable merit. The great priest from the East District said lightly. This is absolutely impossible. Ji Shirsan made a decisive move. Lin Shen naturally would not repent sincerely. It sounds nice now. If it really falls into their hands and lives are in their palms, wouldn't it be slaughtered by them? Not to mention that Lin Shen is not the reincarnation of Gu, even if so, it is impossible to surrender. Lin Shen shot continuously at the 10 palace heavenly lords in a pistol-shaped hands. Wherever the sand between his fingers passed, he penetrated the underworld and broke through the temple. However, the bodies of the 10 heavenly lords seemed like a dream. The sand between his fingers passed through their bodies, as if shooting through the phantom. The 10 directions to save the patriarch and transform into the 10 halls of the Hades, and set up the 10 levels of hell. Even if he was the number 1 immortal back then, he had to pay a huge price to break out of the 10 levels of hell. I don't know if Lin Shen can kill him, said Honi. I'm afraid it's difficult. There are 10 levels of pure land hidden above the 10 levels of hell. In fact, there are 20 levels of divine power to suppress it. Unless the invincible computing power like the first immortal can calculate the flaws of the 20 levels of the front and back, it is impossible to rush out and will only fall into endless reincarnation, said the man in blue. The man in red nodded and agreed, although there is a flaw in every hell, the flaw itself is constantly changing. The flaws in every moment, every second, and every moment are different. The difficulty of calculating a flaw is almost about to calculate the pi to the end. He needs to directly calculate the flaws at the 20 levels, and the opportunity is fleeting. If he cannot complete it in one go and makes an error in the middle, he can only fall back into the hell cycle and go back to the deepest part. This probability is really too low. Except for the first immortal, no one can calculate the flaws in the 20 levels of hell and pure land at the same time. After Lin Shen took several strikes, he knew that he could not break through the joint force of the 10 directions to save the heavenly Lord Ku. The realm god was suspended outside Lin Shen's body, and the divine light emitted from his body was in a confrontation with the hell power transformed by the heavenly Lord of the suffering the suffering heavenly Lord in the 10 directions. Lin Shen himself is fine for the time being, but outside his body is already in the 9th level of ice and fire. All kinds of strange powers make the realm gods unable to resist, and their bodies are light and dark, as if they will disappear at any time. Because of the blockade of the 10 levels of hell and the 10 levels of pure land, Lin Shen could no longer use the power of the stars outside the sky, and his power had been reduced to normal levels. He could only rely on the resistance of the realm gods to obtain some time. Lin Shen's eyes glanced at the space that was stacked with hell, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. The next second he flew up and rushed straight towards the sky. If others want to find the flaws of the 10th hell and the 10th pure land, they need to calculate it, but Lin Shen can directly see the flaws. There is no need to calculate it at all, and they flew over directly at the flaws. Chapter 1240, Fight Against the 10 Directions Heavenly Lord. The 100% sure formula is to allow Lin Shen to see the various factors in this universe. As long as there is a possibility, even if the possibility is so low that it is almost negligible, it will definitely succeed.
The 10-level hell set by the 10-term Heavenly Lord, others may not be able to find a way to solve it or see the flaws, but for Lin Shen, this is simpler. Lin Shen's body soared into the sky, like a light arrow shot out, heading straight to the second level of hell. Seeing Lin Shen so resolutely, Suo Xiu, who was holding the bitter scriptures, just hummed coldly. Even the first immortal whose computing power was second only to the emperor, he could not successfully calculate the flaws of the 10th hell and the 10th Pure Land for the first time. He repeatedly pulled it several times before he could conflict with the 10th hell. Lin Shen's stance of becoming a leader if he fails to succeed. If he fails to rush out, his fate will be very miserable, and he may even be smashed to pieces. In just a moment of pause, Lin Shen had already broken through the first level of hell, and the flaw was too obvious in his eyes. Suo Xiu didn't think there was anything unexpected. It was as expected that he could conflict with the first level. Because the first level can be seen intuitively and felt personally. As long as there is enough time, it is normal for a strong man of the level like the first immortal to be able to break it. Starting from the second level is the real test. Because when you are on the first floor, you cannot see the situation of the 9 hells and 10 pure lands behind you, so you must calculate all the flaws at the first floor. If you reach the second floor and calculate it, it will be too late. Once you stay in the second floor for too long, you will be knocked back to the first floor. When the first immortal went through the first layer, he still couldn't get through and was still beaten back to the first layer. It was not until he spent a lot of time on the first level that he directly calculated the flaws of the 20 layer at one time that he could rush out in one fell swoop. Like Lin Shen, he didn't spend much time calculating. He rushed up the first time, for fear that he couldn't even rush through the second floor and was about to be knocked back to the first floor. After Lin Shen reached the second level, he did not stop at all. His body was like a dreamy lightning flash in an instant, drawing strange arcs in the void, constantly rushing upwards. Almost in an instant, Lin Shen rushed to the 10-level hell and the 10-level Pure Land, and escaped from the joint suppression of the 10-direction Heavenly Venerables. The people watching the game did not come to their senses, and Lin Shen rushed out. The faces of several great priests also changed drastically, and Suo Xiu looked even more disbelief. It must have been the first time Lin Shen came into contact with the 10th hell, and it was only in such a short time, so why did he rush out all of a sudden? Can he be promoted to the emperor? Several great priests all felt worried. If Guji's reincarnation has really been promoted to the emperor, it would be difficult for them to suppress him in this generation when the emperor had not yet appeared. Tianfang Tianzuan, kill. Suo Xiu ordered all the Tenfang Tianzans to kill Lin Shen without hesitation. Although the joint formation of the 10th hells was broken, the strength of the 10 directions Heavenly Venerables was still top-notch, and they still had an absolute advantage in the case of 10-on-1. The various rules and mechanisms of the 10 directions Heavenly Venerable are extremely magical. Lin Shen fights 10 with 1 against 10. Although he has the blessing of 100% sure win formulas and super shooting, the battle is still very difficult. No matter who his attack hits, there are good life and life Heavenly Venerables who can help block it. The injuries suffered by the good life Heavenly Venerables, and other Heavenly Venerables can heal them. There are even the Heavenly Venerables who transfer their strength, who can directly transfer Lin Shen's power to other places. The power of the attack is even more strange and unpredictable. As strong as Lin Shen, it is very difficult. With the world god, he only has 8 hands, so how can he fight over 20 hands? This is Lin Shen. If it were someone else, he would have been defeated by the 10-platform Heavenly Lord long ago. Lin Shen is already preparing to summon Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. Although the Emperor artifact in their hands has not yet returned to its peak state, 2 items should have some effect. Just as they were about to summon them out, they saw streams of light rushing into the starry sky transformed by the great Zhoutian star plate. Many people showed shock, wondering who would rush into the starry sky at this time. Even the 9-star priest was watching outside and did not dare to enter it at all. Those flowing lights flashed away, and when they appeared again, they had already entered the battlefield. Boom! One of the figures punched out, and the force of the purple phoenix broke the void. The fight against the good life Heavenly Saving Heavenly Venerable actually blocked the power of good life Heavenly Saving Heavenly Venerable. This action paused the attack of the 10-platform Heavenly Venerable and did not continue to attack wildly. Suoshio wanted to see who the person was, and could actually block the power of the heavenly venerable. Suoshio looked carefully and saw that it was a majestic man with a white robe flying on his body and a purple letter on his chest emitting a mysterious halo. Although he didn't recognize who it was for a moment, the power of justice recognized it.
There is actually someone in the universe who can practice the law of justice.
Suoshio was a little unbelievable.
Why are you here?
Lin Shen looked at the figures, and the ones who came were Lao Wei, Ouyang, Dais and Tianjoyo.
There are more people and fewer people, so we naturally cannot watch outside.
Dais said with a smile. Don't look at me, they insisted that I bring them here.
I don't care about my business, I'll leave immediately.
Tianjoyo said that, and directly flashed into the void and disappeared. In just such a long time, Tianjoyo was able to come and go freely in the immortal court.
The Space Dharma King is indeed extraordinary. These are all people from the ancient realm area.
Those two are those who entered the immortal court from the ancient realm area and were taken care of by the southern part of the world.
A Tian said that they had killed them before, but they were here. The fact is undoubtedly that Lin Shen is the reincarnation of Gu Ji, the spy of the ancient realm area. Ji Shirsan directly nailed Lin Shen's charge to death. War. Lao Wei didn't say so much nonsense and directly blocked the good-lived duo Tianzuan. Leave this to me.
Ouyang Yu was holding an umbrella and walking in the void, and came to the front of Emperor Yubao, the heavenly venerable of Emperor Yubao. Emperor Yubao was in charge of Fenglai and Thunder, and his destructive power was the strongest among the 10 heavenly venerables, and it was also the most threatening to Lin Shen. Because Lin Shen's body could not withstand the supreme divine power of Fenglai, Pilai, and he could only attack with attacks and use super divine shots to resolve his attacks. He could no longer tell the difference and then deal with other heavenly venerables. Dai silently met the immortal Taihua heavenly lord, and gradually starlight rose outside his body.
Are these people here to make fun of it? They wouldn't think that if they entered the immortal court, they could cultivate some means and improve their level, they could compete with the Emperor's magical artifact, right?
The star priests looked at the eyes of Lao Wei and the others, as if they were looking at clowns. Lin Shen can compete with the great Emperor's artifacts, they can understand that he is the reincarnation of the king of the ancient realm, but what are these things that are actually worthy of fighting with the great Emperor's artifacts?
Chapter 1241 Death Fight. What the hell are you doing?
Lin Shen was a little worried. Although Lao Wei and the others are indeed very strong, Lao Wei's power of justice is considered to be strong when facing strong, he is only at the middle level after all. Even if your level is high enough, the level is there, and it is okay to fight against ordinary upper-level ranks. When facing the Emperor's artifact, even if his realm has reached its level and his attributes have not reached the threshold, he will not be able to break the opponent's rules and mechanisms like Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no doubt that Lao Wei and the power of justice could fight against a heavenly venerable, provided that he was promoted to the upper level first.
Ouyang is Lin Shen's most worried about, not because he cannot beat Tianzuan, nor because he is worried that his level will not be promoted, but because he is worried that his level will be promoted too quickly. It was too easy for Ouyang to be promoted to the level, but the origin of him and the Jade Bone Demon Girl is still a mystery. Fortunately, the Contemplator has already shown that he is the number 1 immortal, so Ouyang will not be the number 1 immortal, and there is no problem with the reincarnation of the first immortal, but it does not mean that there is no problem with Ouyang. Lin Shen is still afraid that there will be unexpected things after his level is promoted. Dai's level is lower than Lao Wei and Ouyang.
Lao Wei and Ouyang are at least at the middle level, while Dai's level is still at the lower level. He has not been in a hurry to advance to the level during this period, but is constantly looking at the various magic techniques of the Immortal Court to enrich his understanding of the magic of the Immortal Court and the magic of ghosts and gods. But the level is there, and your own foundation cannot keep up, and no matter how high the realm is, it is difficult to compete with it head-on.
No one answered Lin Shen, and the purple aura on Lao Wei's body rose and he had already punched the Heavenly Lord of Good Life. The frontal combat ability of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life is relatively weak among the 10 Heavenly Lords, but no matter how weak it is still the level of the Emperor level. Although it is only 1/10 of the Emperor level, it is not something that a middle-level rank can compete with. The Heavenly Lord of Good Life did not give in and punched him.
The fist lights interweaving, Lao Wei's fist power was blown up without any suspense, and his body flew backwards like a meteor, smashing one planet after another, causing a series of big explosions of planets. On the other side, Ouyang Yudu also walked towards the Emperor Yubao, Tianzuan step by step with an umbrella. Emperor Yubao Heavenly Lord just glanced at him, and suddenly endless thunder and lightning came out of nowhere, turning into a sea of thunder and lightning like a galaxy, submerging Ouyang Yu in the sea of thunder and lightning. A little starlight appeared on Dai's fingertips. When the little dust lit up, endless starlight appeared in the starry sky, and the dust of the entire universe flashed at this time, as if the entire universe was responding to Dai's. With the blessing of the Ziwei Wenshang Pearl, time has passed so long, and the starry sky transformed by the great Jotian star plate has expanded infinitely, with too many stars to count, and the power of these stars seems to be blessing Dai's. Unlike the blessing of the dragon veins of Lin Shen, the energy emitted by the stars actually penetrated directly into Dai's body. While passing through his body, it also took away part of the matter in Dai's body, and also left some of its own matter. Under the light of the sky, Dai's body became as transparent as a spiritual body, and at the same time the light on his body turned into a soul, which was his own appearance. In just a moment, Dai's had already been promoted to the middle level. Lin Shen was not surprised. Dai's just didn't think about being promoted, but he had already had the strength to be promoted. After all, he was a ghost in God condensed with his own will. Ghost in God are him, and he is a ghost in God. Before he practiced the magical skills of the three realms, he could have been promoted to the middle level, not to mention that he later practiced the magical skills of the three realms. However, after being promoted to the median level, the changes in Dai's did not stop. He opened his hands, as if embracing the starry sky. At that moment, thousands of stars gathered in him alone, and countless dust condensed towards his body, forming a dust armor outside him. The stars flashed on the armor, as if they were condensed by countless stars, becoming more and more solid, and turned into a spirit. In just a moment, Dai's crossed 2 levels and reached the upper level. Dai's pointed out, and the stars all over the sky were rushing towards Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan, as if the power of the entire universe was enemies of Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan. Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan had no joy or sorrow, but just looked at the starlight that was like the end of the world, and the starlight in the sky actually reversed. Countless starlights bombarded Dai's, and a big bang was immediately produced. Lin Shen wanted to rescue the 3 people, but the other 7 heavenly priests blocked his way. Lin Shen's eyes were deep. He didn't want to fight the star priest in the immortal court. After all, he was not the reincarnation of ancient times. But at this point, there is no other choice, so I can only fight to the death. With a hand, the inheritance fan appeared in Lin Shen's hand. At the same time, the desperate person also turned into particles to wrap Lin Shen's body, integrating with the carapace on his body, making the shape of the carapace extremely exaggerated and even more gorgeous. Those who block me will die. Lin Shen rushed towards the direction of the old guard falling, and suddenly 2 heavenly priests blocked each other at the same time, looking at Lin Shen.
The 2 heavenly priests, one is Tailing Zouwang Emperor Tianzuan, and the other is Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan.
Wherever Tailing Shuwang Tianzuan's eyes came, endless sword lights were born, as if a knife was cutting hell, and he wanted to scrape Lin Shen thousands of swords. Wherever the eyes of the Emperor Yuchen Tianzuan were, the cold air turned into an ice sword, and everything was everywhere in the sky and under the earth. The sword is extremely powerful, and it is suddenly revealed at the sight. Even if there are thousands of gods here, it is hard to block the power of one glance. Lin Shen just shook off the folding fan in his hand and incited it in the air. The sword-light ice sword that had already descended on him fell towards the void as if it was pulled by the power from hell. The fall style among the 10 inheritance styles, the current inheritance fan, because countless people in the immortal court and the ancient world have practiced inheritance skills, their power is far beyond the past, and their attributes have already exceeded 100,000, and they are still constantly improving. The ultimate artifact at the top cannot meet the standard of the inheritance fan. Although it is just strong attribution but not considered an emperor's artifact, it can also be regarded as a half-step emperor's artifact. The rules and mechanism of the inheritance fan are as effective as the power of the heavenly lord. However, the power of the fall style fell on the bodies of the 2 heavenly lords, but it failed to work, and did not let them fall into the void with the sword light and ice sword. Lin Shen did not stop, and his other hand had continuously shot out silent sand between his fingers. Without the help of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life, the sand between his fingers instantly penetrated the heads of the two Heavenly Lords. However, the wound on their heads had recovered in an instant, and Xuanjun Wanfu Heavenly Lord had already arrived beside them. Lin Shen thought about it, and the inherited fan in his hand flew out, and the folding fan suddenly turned into a series of fan bone feather swords, flying towards the 7 Heavenly Masters. The trajectory of each fan bone feather sword is unpredictable and is blessed with a 100% sure win formula. In just a moment, a series of fan bone feather swords pierced through the bodies of the 7 heavenly priests.
Chapter 1242 Where is my justice?
Lin Shen didn't go to see the injuries of the 7 heavenly masters, because he knew that with Xuanjun Wanfu Heavenly Master, no matter how serious the injuries were, they could recover instantly. His purpose was not to kill these heavenly venerables, but to rush over to rescue Lao Wei and the others. Taking advantage of the moment when the Tianzuan's body was penetrated by the feather sword, Lin Shen rushed out of their encirclement and rushed towards the old guard. But suddenly it turned black in front of me, and a piece of yellow mud embryo smashed down on my head. In just a moment, the yellow mud embryo turned into a land covering the sky, exuding endless suction, which made Lin Shen not only unable to escape, but also was sucked faster and crashed into the yellow mud land.
Boom!
Lin Shen's body was suppressed by the yellow mud land, and the yellow mud embryo became larger and larger, becoming an endless continent across the starry sky, keeping Lin Shen in the starry sky forever. It is obvious that it is a dead end to be enemies with the Star God Palace and the Emperor's artifact.
These people are probably sucking their brains. Seeing this situation, many people from the Xianting family couldn't help but shake their heads.
Deng Quang stood up silently with his knife in his hand, pushed open the gate of the yard. Just as he was about to walk out, he saw someone standing outside the yard.
"Old man, are you going to stop me?"
Deng Quang asked as he looked at the man standing outside the door with his hands behind his back. Deng Xian turned around, looked at Deng Quang's eyes and said, "Your son Judafa has not reached its extreme yet, you can't save him."
"I know I can't save him, but I have the idea of knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain and going to the Tiger Mountain. No one can stop me, including you," Deng Quang said to Deng Xian. Deng Xian nodded slightly. "It's the true nature of my Deng family. Zurijuani is to do it even though he knows it is impossible. He boasts about his husband and dies, and even if he dies, he will have no regrets. If you have this heart, Zurijuani will be able to reach the extreme state. Aren't you here to stop me from saving people?"
Deng Quang looked at Deng Xian in a daze, as if he had known him for the first time.
"When did I say that I was here to stop you from saving people?"
Deng Xian smiled and looked up at the starry sky and said, "I'm just here to tell you that it's better to kill people than to save people. Killing one person can save people, but saving one person may not necessarily save his life."
Deng Quang shrank, his face full of shock. "You want me to kill the great priest?"
"If you don't kill the great priest, it's useless to save him,"
Deng Xian said.
"Not to mention whether I can kill the great priest, even if I can kill him, how will our Deng family deal with himself in the immortal court in the future?"
Deng Quang said.
"I know that there are tigers in the mountains, but I tend to go to Tiger Mountain."
"Since you want to go against the will of heaven, there will be no way back. Today, either the Star God Palace is destroyed or the Deng family is lost. If you don't have such enlightenment, why are you going to do?" Deng Xian's every word is like a knife. Deng Quang was stunned there.
He wanted to save Lin Shen, and he thought in his heart that his life would be exchanged for another. At worst, the Star God Palace would take his life, but he never thought that the entire Deng family might fall into a desperate situation because of him. Deng Quang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Deng Xing.
"Son, if you hesitate, hesitation will be defeated. Your practice is not enough.
Let your father demonstrate the true meaning of the Dafa of Juri.
Remember, you must not have any doubts when you know you cannot do it. Don't doubt yourself, and don't doubt the Dafa of Juri.
Our clan was born to pursue failure.
Since you are doomed to fail, what's the terrible thing?"
Deng said first and took a step forward. This step was to step into the void, like a flying immortal coming to the void, step by step towards the starry sky transformed by the great circle star disk.
Time seemed to retreat rapidly beside him. Dad!
Deng Quang looked at Deng Xian's leaving figure in a daze, and his mind was a little blank for a moment.
Is this still his unintentional father? Is this the Deng Xian who ignores him and only seeks his own happiness? Lao Wei didn't know how many planets he had knocked out.
When he stopped, his white robe had turned into rags, and his bones seemed to have been broken. His whole body floated in a strange shape in the starry sky, surrounded by the fragments of the planets. The eyes of the god of good life and saving life have crossed the void and landed on him, trying to completely defeat his body into nothingness.
This is the end of a person without self-knowledge.
Many people who saw the scene couldn't help but shake their heads.
Isn't this a fool if I can't even catch the attack of the Heavenly Lord? Boom! The light exploded, like a huge hydrogen bomb exploded.
Rings of purple light exploded around under the push of white light, shattering all nearby planets. But after the light burst, everyone stared at it in shock.
They saw that Wei Wufu, who had lost his combat power just now and seemed to be about to die, was not killed by this blow. His body, whose bones were broken, stood up in a twisted posture, facing the god of good life, on the tattered white robe, the word justice in front and behind, the purple aura emitted by the purple aura wrapped around his body, becoming more and more intense, like a bonfire that burned the sky. Finally, the purple flame turned into a purple phoenix. When the eyes of the heavenly Lord of Destiny looked at each other again, it fell on the purple phoenix. Not only did it not kill the purple phoenix, but it also made the purple phoenix's aura surge, like a flame encountered natural gas. Boom! The purple air squirted, and the purple air phoenix, which was already like the essence, made a phoenix sound to the sky, lowered its head and rushed towards Wei Wufu's body. The moment the two came into contact, infiniting purple light burst out from the intersection of one person and one phoenix, like a purple flame flower blooming in the universe. When the purple flames dissipated, the white robe on Wei Wufu's body had returned to its original state, but justice had undergone some strange changes. Its shape was like a phoenix's deformation, flashing with a strange ink purple light. Wei Wufu looked at the heavenly Lord of good life and walked towards him step by step. Boom! The heavenly Lord of good life immediately pierced Wei Wufu's chest when he saw him, but purple flames burned in the big hole, instantly filling the big hole and reconstructing it into a body. The eyes of the god of life continued to fall on Wei Wufu, his hands and feet shattered, his body burst, and even his head exploded like a watermelon. But no matter how the heavenly Lord destroys his body, he cannot kill him. The purple-black light burning wildly in his body constantly repairs his injured body, as if he is immortal. You are Wei Wufu, right? You can cultivate the power of justice, which shows that your heart is not bad. If you are willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light now, I can make the decision to let you join the Star God Palace. If you do not blame the past, otherwise even if you have the ability to be reborn as a phoenix, the power of the Heavenly Lord can completely erase you without leaving any room, and you will never have the chance to be reborn as a result. Suoxiu felt a love for talent in his heart. Rebirth of the fire in the fire is a very painful process. It sounds great, but it is actually very powerful. But that kind of pain is definitely not something that normal humans can tolerate. Wei Wufu endured rebirth from the fire again and again, but his spirit was not affected at all, which shows how tenacity his mind was. Moreover, he practiced the way of justice and could never be an evil person. Even Suoxiu wanted to give him a chance. My justice is there. Wei Wufu walked towards the good life and the heavenly Lord of life step by step, and did not look back, but pointed a hand at the yellow mudland that suppressed Lin Shen. Chapter 1243, Righteousness is Evil. The selfish justice is no longer justice, but evil. Your power of justice can no longer continue. Welcome death. The great priest from the East District looked at Suoxiu and said, "You should not have mercy on him." After saying that, the great priest from the East District opened the bitter scriptures in his hand, and the light flashed in the book. The divine light behind the heavenly Lord of good life was shining like the sun. He slowly raised his hand and pushed it towards Wei Wufu with one palm. The space shattered in front of his palm, like devouring all the destructive power, and instantly arrived in front of Wei Wufu. As the great priest of the East District said, the power of justice on Wei Wufu's body could not explode infinitely. His body was directly turned into ashes by the power of the palm,
and the purple flames were completely extinguished with the ashes. What a pity, the only owner of the law of justice that has appeared in the evolution of the universe for so many years. Suashio sighed lightly.
There are too many temptations in the world and people's desires are too strong.
Even if they have the laws of justice, they will eventually be as unstoppable as him, said the great priest from the North District.
Old Wei.
Lin Shen's mind suddenly became blank when he sensed that his breath disappeared. He never thought that Lao Wei would die. Even though he felt that Lao Wei and Tianzuan were too different from the strength of the first person, he never thought that Lao Wei would die.
Because, since Lao Wei appeared beside Lin Shen, he has always been synonymous with strength and reliability, and he has always been protecting Lin Shen. As long as he is by my side, Lin Shen will feel inexplicably safe under any circumstances. This long-term impression made Lin Shen subconsciously feel that Lao Wei is extremely reliable and powerful, and he will have a way to solve it no matter what happens. Even after Lin Shen's strength surpassed Wei Wufu, he subconsciously felt that Wei Wufu was very strong. But now Lin Shen suddenly realized that Wei Wufu is also a human being, he is not a god, and it is impossible for him to solve all problems forever.
Old Wei. Lin Shen felt his chest was so stuffy that his throat was a little blocked. When he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. A mouthful of blood was spurted out. Lin Shen felt better, and the person gradually returned to his clear mind, and his brain was extremely calm. There was no anger as imagined, or even a trace of sadness. Lin Shen just felt that he wanted to kill someone very much, and there seemed to be a cold evil fire burning in his blood. The 7 heavenly priests have come to the bottom of the yellow mud land. In fact, they cannot be said to be the bottom of the yellow mud land. Just by taking other people as references, they came to the bottom of the yellow mud land. In fact, if the yellow mud land is used as a reference, the suction force of the yellow mud land sucks Lin Shen firmly on the yellow mud land. 7 heavenly venerables descended, and the divine light on their bodies burst out at the same time. 7 forces attacked Lin Shen, who was firmly bound by gravity and could not move on the yellow mud land. Lin Shen looked at the divine light that ruined the world and drew out a knife, a monster knife with a blade at the front but no blade at the back, and he pulled the blade and jumped up. It's too naive to be limited by the yellow mud embryo, and want to escape and fly up. The great master Hutus snorted coldly. How could the person trapped by the emperor's magical artifact escape so easily? Lin Shen could only jump a little distance, as if his toes were about to be pulled down just as they had just left the ground. But the next moment, Lin Shen stepped on his left foot on his right instep, and his whole body rose up like a rocket under the incredibly powerful gravity of the yellow mud. The left and right feet stepped on each other to leverage the force. Lin Shen's body rushed into the void, the man and the sword merged into one, and turned into a shocking rainbow and rushed towards the Xuanshan Yuchen heavenly venerable among the 7 heavenly venerables. The 100% sure win formula allowed Lin Shen to find an incredible trajectory under the combined attack of the 7 forces, and rushed through the cracks of the 7 terrifying forces, and came to the front of the Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan. The ice light on the body of the Xuanshan Yuchen Tianzuan bloomed, and the space was directly frozen. All movements were still, and the world seemed to have solidified. Lin Shen looked directly at the eyes of Yuchen Heavenly Lord on Xian Shan, which shone with divine light, and the scum knife slashed out at the spreading absolute 0 degrees. In his eyes, he saw the extremely small part of the universe, which was the most basic structure that formed the world. The connection formed between them seemed to be connected by invisible lines, which was the line of nothingness that Lin Shen saw. And the locked picture of the destiny gate suddenly appeared in his mind. At this time, the gate of destiny seemed to be hitting inside. The gate was shaking continuously, and the chains on it trembled violently, as if a demon was about to rush out of the gate. Lin Shen seemed to be able to hear a voice echoing, "Open the door, let me out. I will give you the supreme power. Kill everything you want to kill?" The sound did not exist, as if it was Lin Shen's own imagination. Lin Shen ignored it at all, and just slashed at the extreme point of the universe with one sword. All matter in the world can be infinitely divided, just like Lin Shen realized the true and evil killing light. It looks like something that cannot be smaller, but it can contain the universe. The power of the Heavenly Lord is no exception. It seems to be impeccable, but in fact there is a huge gap like a chasm in the middle, but others can't see the extremely small part. Lin Shen thought that the formula was 100% sure to match his ultimate vision, and slashed at the extreme point with one sword, and even slashed the cold hellpower that the Xin Shan Yuchen Heavenly Lord burst out with one sword. The sword light was like a wash, and its momentum was like a bamboo. While splitting the power of the cold hell, it also split the body of Xin Shan Yuchen Tianzuan with a knife. Lin Shen did not stop, slashing the scum knife in his hand, and slashing the swords together, and no one could stop him wherever he passed. In an instant, he killed 7 heavenly masters, and no one could stop the sharpness of the sword. The yellow mud embryo suppressed it down. Lin Shen did not dodge, held the knife in both hands, and slashed the yellow mud embryo that was like the endless earth. Wherever the sword light passed, a gulf was immediately split on the yellow mud land. The sword light continued, and the gulf that was split out on the earth extended infinitely to the end, as if it was about to split the yellow mud land in half. The explosion in this moment made people dizzy, shocked and feared. However, Lin Shen's sword light could not really split the yellow mud land. The yellow mud land seemed to have infinite thickness and infinite hugeness. When the sword light was cut off, the shocking knife mark on the yellow mud land had recovered quickly. I don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the power of the Emperor's magical artifact. Dust returns to dust, soil returns to earth, rest in peace. The great priest Huda sounded like a god in the 9 heavens, and his body was rising. The power of the yellow mud embryo was stimulated with all his strength. Lin Shen only felt his body sinking violently. The height of the rise of the left foot is not as far as the force pulls down. Boom! Lin Shen fell heavily on the yellow mud ground. The powerful suction force made him unable to stand up. He knelt on the yellow mud ground on one knee, holding the scabbard in one hand and the other, as if it were a support and pierced on the yellow mud ground. He was not directly pressed on the ground by the terrifying gravity. However, his body that was in contact with the yellow mud was as if it was stained with the soil and was turning into mud embryos. Seeing the carapace on his feet and calves gradually becoming muddy, Lin Shen's mind was still extremely cold. He only looked at the Heavenly Lord who had recovered after being killed and came from the void. He even had the idea of ignoring it. He held the knife with one hand, threw away the scabbard, and pointed the gun at the East District Grand Priest with one hand. Now he had only one thought in his mind: he wanted to kill someone, and wanted to kill the East District Grand Priest, at all costs. Lin Shen. A voice sounded from the void, awakening Lin Shen, who was burning murderous intent. Old way. Lin Shen seemed to have returned to his soul, and was surprised and gave up the idea of attacking the great priest in the East District. He pulled out the scabbard and scabbard danced at the same time, splitting the forces suppressed by the 7 heavenly venerables. I'm not dead yet. The faces of several great priests were full of surprise. I saw a purple color igniting in the starry sky, like wildfires, igniting the starry sky in an instant. The purple flames burning in the starry sky are like phoenixes covering the sky, spreading their wings for 9 nights. A majestic figure walked out of the purple flame, wearing purple armor, white robe like snow, with a robe rising in front of it, and a shadow of evil words flashing behind it, like a faint darkness. The word righteousness is gone, the man in red said in surprise. Justice is evil, but it also retains righteousness. Who is this person who can integrate evil and justice? This is impossible. The owner of the law of justice is absolutely impossible to possess the law of evil at the same time. The man in blue also looked at Wei Wufu, who was reborn in the fire in surprise. Absolute justice, that is, absolute evil, this person has entered the Tao. The leader of the creation god raised his head for the first time and looked at Wei Wufu, who walked out of the purple flame. Chapter 1244 The Gods Painting Destroyed. The great priest of the East District frowned and watched Wei Wufu walk from the purple flames. The eyes of the Heavenly Lord of Saving Life had also fallen on him. The purple light on Wei Wufu's body rose, and the Tianzuan's eyes fell on it, and were immediately shattered by the purple flames soaring into the sky. The purple flame became more and more solid, as if it had turned into substance. No matter how the Tianzuan's eyes kept rushing, it was difficult to break through the purple flame outside Wei Wufu's body. It could only make the purple flame shake slightly. The people who watched were all shocked. That was the product of the embossed artifact of the Emperor,
and the most powerful existence in the universe.
Now the attack of the Heavenly Lord could not break through the purple flames emitted by Wei Wufu's body, which was simply unbelievable.
That person is too strong.
In the Shen family, Shen Xingxue looked at Wei Wufu, who was like an invincible god of war, with a complex expression on her face. She originally thought that she married Deng Anhua because she was wronged, but the person she should have married was now fighting with the emperor and becoming enemies with the entire Star God Palace.
Such a person is rare.
Even those who can walk with him have such incredible abilities. Shen Xingxue suddenly realized that the Deng family had been delaying the marriage with the Shen family, which already showed the problem. It was not that Deng Anhua was not worthy of her, but that she was not qualified to go along with her for the second half of her life. Shen Xingxue is proud of the vision of being in the same sky on 10 days, but in this level of battle, what is the point of being in the same sky on 10 days? In a trance, Shen Xingxue saw Wei Wufu raise his fist, see purple air penetrate the starry sky, see the good life and the heavenly priests blooming and waving their fists to greet each other, see two rays of light, one purple and one gold, meet in the starry sky, and see the light explosion sweep across the 8 wildernesses, like a big bang in the universe. The entire starry sky was illuminated, and in the end, there was only a bright spot in front of Shen Xingxue's eyes, and nothing could be seen except light. After the light dimmed, Shen Xingxue saw a large vacuum area appearing in the starry sky. All the celestial bodies were cleared, only one figure was hanging in the air, with blazing purple flames burning on her body. The evil words behind her seemed to be able to swallow everything like darkness, and even her eyes could not escape. The light and shadow of the Heavenly Lord of Good Life had dispersed, scattered like golden petals in the sky. 1 part was 10, 10 part was hundreds, and 1% was 10 part was 10 part was 10 part, and 1 part was 10 part was 10 part was 10 part, and it turned into a drift all over the sky in an instant, and eventually disappeared. The bitter sutra in the hand of the great priest in the East District automatically opened, and the statue of the God of God who was good at saving lives drawn on one of the pages gradually disappeared. The more ancient the scriptures became, and eventually it seemed to have been weathered into ashes. The wind blew, and the ashes flew away, and the ashes flew into the underworld like a butterfly, and there was no trace again.
How is this possible?
The great priest from the East District stared at the bitter sutra in his hand in a daze. Until now, he couldn't believe that the Heavenly Lord of saving life would be erased.
Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. That person has entered the Tao.
He only talks about good and evil, regardless of ghosts and gods. As long as he thinks it is right, even ghosts and gods cannot stop it.
It is the supreme rule mechanism and is invincible in the world.
Although he is not the great emperor, his method must even retreat.
Shi Zhongqing looked at Wei Wufu with a complicated expression and said,
"Invincible, but not necessarily. His strength has limited conditions. Only when he confirms that he is correct, 100% correct, that power is unstoppable. If you want to break him, just shake his heart," said the great priest from the West District.
It is not so easy to shake the mind of such a person.
It is impossible to practice such a law if it is not a stubborn stone.
Suoxiu said. That may not be possible.
The laws of the world are mutually generated and restrained, and there is no absolute invincibility.
As far as I know, there is a kind of magic weapon in the world.
Although it is not a great emperor, it can defeat him, said the great priest in the West District.
What artifact? Suoxiu asked curiously.
The ultimate artifact, small shoes, is a traitorous artifact. It has a strong ability to restrain Wei Wufu's power.
Unfortunately, I don't know where it is now, said the great priest in the West District. I don't know whereabouts, it's useless to say it.
Suoxiu said speechlessly. Although Xiaoxiang is missing, but by analogy, we can know that there is a law that can cure him. The great priest in the West District said and summoned a pet with a deformed pet. It was a god with 1,000 hands and eyes sitting upright on the lotus platform, with a kind-eyed and kind mother born with a merciful light radiating the body of a merciful person to save the suffering. This is the Tathagata of the unknowledge.
Suoxiu recognized the origin of the pet at a glance. Yes, evil people are evil, righteous people are righteous. This 1,000-handed Tathagata is the nemesis of Wei Wufu.
The great priest in the West District said, and let Emoji Tathagata face Wei Wufu. I finally know that Tathagata has thousands of hands and thousands of eyes, and there is a glance in each palm, which shows the sufferings of the world and is carrying the power of great compassion. When Wei Wufu faced the Tathagata, the originally invincible evil force, could not exert the power of destroying the world just now. Instead, it seemed that the more you fought, the weaker it was, and it was difficult to solve for a moment. As soon as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a sudden change on the other side. Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan reversed the power of the universe's stars. The infinite starlight penetrated Dai's body, and was about to knock his body into nothingness. No matter how Dais uses the power of dust, the energy that ultimately triggers will retaliate on himself. The Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan can reverse the universe, hold the power of operation, and control the energy in the universe. No matter how strong the energy triggered by Dais is, it is useless when it comes to Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan. It can only become his pawn and attack Dais in turn. If you cannot break the rules and mechanism of Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan, no matter how strong the power is, it is not his opponent. Dai's body was faintly exposed by the starlight and was about to turn into nothingness. Everyone thought he was dead, but Dai smiled at the corner of his mouth. The body, which was as transparent as a spirit, was actually like a glass bottle, strangely bound the starlight in the sky. The starlight condensed in his body, circulating like thousands of star bodies. As more and more starlights poured in, his body looked like a glass bottle containing the universe, and countless star bodies were flowing and changing. Dais closed his eyes, letting his body bathe in the stars, and the universe inside his body became more and more grand and incredible. Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan discovered this problem and wanted to activate energy from Dai's body. But he found that his power of operation could not deprive energy from Dai's body. Instead, his own energy rushed into Dai's body frantically, completely uncontrollable.
What's going on?
The face of the great priest in the East District who discovered this strange situation changed drastically.
Wuliang Taihua Tianzuan held the power of operation.
In theory, no one could control energy better than him. But now Dais actually took away all his energy, which was really incredible.
Chapter 1245 The Emperor Will Not Come Out?
The sea of thunder and lightning in the sky suddenly turned into a huge vortex, as if there was a bottomless pit under the sea of thunder and lightning, crazily swallowing the sea of thunder and lightning. The lightning released by Emperor Yubao Emperor Tianzuan rushed towards the vortex without extrication, and it was too late to get out of it. Several great priests were all over the place, and similar strange changes occurred in the battles on both sides. The energy of the two heavenly priests was actually sucked away, and they didn't see for a moment what was going on. However, the sea of lightning on the side of Emperor Yubao Heavenly Venerable was swallowed faster, and in a blink of an eye, the sea of lightning was almost sucked away. In the extremely thin sea of thunder and lightning, they all saw Ouyang Yudu wearing black clothes holding a snow-white jade bone demon umbrella. On the surface of the umbrella, there was a charming magic spirit like a witch sitting. Countless lightning fell on the witch, but it seemed to be charging her, making her clothes wrapped around her, and a trace of lightning penetrated into the umbrella and eventually turned into Ouyang Yudu's body.
Immortal.
When several great priests saw that they seemed to be a witch, they had the charm of inconceivable. Those who competed with the immortals and Xingsuhai were obviously the number one immortals, but why did the immortals appear on Ouyang Yudu's body? This made it difficult for them to understand for a moment what happened. Seeing the sea of lightning being sucked into the umbrella by crazily and then being transmitted into Ouyang Yudu's body, causing his body to continue to strengthen, Suashio couldn't help but say in horror, He should be the first immortal. What's going on? How could there be two first immortals? No one could answer because no one knew what was going on, and even the people who created the gods were stunned. That person, how could he have the ability of the first immortal and the immortal?
What's going on? Didn't that person admit that he was the first immortal just now? Why is there another one?
The man in red looked at Ouyang Yudu and the jade bone demon Serena sitting on the umbrella in horror, and even said something unscrupulously.
There is a first immortal in the world, which is almost uncontrollable. If there are two first immortals, this universe is probably not really going to be destroyed and recreated by them. No. That guy named Dais is also absorbing energy. He is not the number one immortal, right? The man in blue trembled. If there were 3 first immortals in this universe, he would not know what would happen. Maybe the world would be destroyed. The great priest in the East District tried desperately to regain the infinite Taiwa Tianzuan. In front of the first immortal and the immortal, no amount of energy is enough for them to absorb, and it will only become their help. But it was too late. Wuliang Taiwa Tianzuan could not get rid of the terrifying suction force at all. The lightning on his body were sucked dry. The light and shadow transformed into the umbrella were sucked into energy to improve Ouyang Yudu's body. The first immortal, he is the real first immortal. The great priest from the East District was shocked and angry as the portrait of another heavenly priest on the bitter scripture dissipated. Since the Star God Palace has given all the money, the 2 first immortals, he doesn't know if he can suppress them. What is even more terrifying is that Dai's on the other side, who looks crazily devouring energy, seems to be a bit like the number 1 immortal. The great priest from the East District looked around and looked at him, and his eyes became a little confused for a moment. Ji Shirsan looked around in shock, and couldn't understand what was going on now. The people in the ancient world and the gods in the immortal court were stunned at this time. They thought they were the 3 people who came to die, but at this time they look more fierce than the other. Wei Wufu hit Tianzuan with 1 punch, which was enough shocking. Unexpectedly, Ouyang actually sucked Tianzuan's energy directly. Dai's, who was fighting against Emperor Yubao, seemed to be about to suck that Emperor Yubao, and he had just sucked the starlight of the stars in the sky, and it seemed even more fierce. Oh my god, are they really humans from the ancient world? They are so powerful. Who said that people in the ancient world are not as good as gods? People in the ancient world are stronger, and what are the things that gods and people? If the emperor doesn't come out, I'm afraid no one can suppress them. At this time, the emperor won't come out yet. I really can't hold back. It's true that the legend is true. The emperor has been reincarnated and reborn. The ancient realm district and the immortal court were discussing something, and several great priests were also discussing something together. At this point, relying solely on the immortal war camp and 4 great emperor artifacts, it seemed that the situation could no longer be controlled. Then I have to do this. Shi Zhongqing nodded slightly, as if she agreed to something. He took out a piece of yellow paper from his chest, bit his teeth, and wrote a talisman on the yellow paper with his own blood and energy. The Supreme Emperor of Haotian Golden Palace is naturally wonderful. The most true Jade Emperor, hurry up and as the law order. Shi Zhongqing threw out the yellow paper and muttered something. The moment the yellow paper was thrown into the void, it ignited spontaneously and turned into ashes in a blink of an eye. At the place where the ashes drifted, a hole was cracked in the void. A huge finger with endless divine light seemed to be a terrifying existence from another dimension, suppressing Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu, who was about to rescue Lin Shen, suddenly became solemn. He looked at the jade bone demon Seiji sitting on the umbrella with his fingers falling from the sky. He also felt a hint of fear between his eyebrows and couldn't help but stand up. Ouyang Yudu turned the jade umbrella, and the jade bone demon girl floated down. With one hand, Ouyang Yudu grabbed Yu umbrella and greeted the brilliant fingers falling from the sky. Boom! Pressing his fingers on the umbrella surface, Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji's bodies sank and fell towards the endless starry sky. The 2 of them still couldn't stop the force of their fingers, and they were pressed by their fingers to break the stars, as if they were about to suppress the end of the universe. How could this happen? Haven't the 6 emperors all been reincarnated and reborn? The aura was clearly the emperor. Everyone in the God-creating clan was shocked. If the emperor had returned to his throne, who else could defeat this world? Ouyang and the Jade Bone Demon Ji joined forces, but they could not stop the power of the finger. The energy and laws of the finger were no longer understood. Ouyang and the Jade Bone Demon Ji were already desperately absorbing the energy on their fingers, but the energy seemed endless. The energy they absorbed was like a sea, but it seemed like it was just a drop in the bowl and was insignificant. Lin Shen danced wildly with his hands, blocking the siege of the 7 heavenly priests, but he could not get rid of the yellow mud embryo that was under him. The places where the yellow mud embryos come into contact with them have become muddy. If you continue,
you are afraid that your body will become a clay sculpture. But he was blocking the yellow mud embryo on the other side of the yellow mud embryo, and he couldn't see what was happening on the other side. But he sensed the familiar energy fluctuation and was shocked. That is the energy fluctuation of the Jade Emperor.
Who asked him to? Boom!
The yellow mud embryo suddenly vibrated violently, as if there was no force of gravity hitting the yellow mud embryo. Lin Shen suddenly felt something was wrong, and someone must have suffered.
Those who watched through Prison City clearly saw that the huge finger that fell from the sky pressed Ouyang Yudu and Yugu Yaoji into the yellow mud embryo. The yellow mud embryo was pressed out of a big pit larger than the tomb of the universe's black hole. Although I don't know whether they live or not, I think they won't be able to survive. Several great priests were very satisfied with this, and the billions of star priests outside the starry sky cheered at this time. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? The Emperor is the invincible existence in the universe.
The fingers retracted and escaped into the void, leaving only an extremely huge black hole on the yellow mud embryo. All matter and even light could not escape from it. Shi Zhongqing looked at Dies and took out another piece of yellow paper.
Chapter 1246 10 Lords transform into prison and trap Su Tian.
The Supreme of Haotian Golden Palace is naturally wonderful and wonderful. The Jade Emperor of Mira, as urgent as the law. With the same routine, after Shi Zhongqing threw out the yellow talisman paper again, the void was once again burned by the burning yellow talisman paper, and the finger that crushed Ouyang Yu appeared again. At this moment, the fear of the great priest in the heavens and all realms has reached its peak.
The great priest who can summon the Emperor is undoubtedly the most powerful existence in the universe. And there are 5 great priests like this.
The gods who had just had some thoughts because Lin Shen and his men fought with Star God Palace and had some thoughts in their hearts, all the thoughts they had just arisen were forcibly destroyed.
The Tianji pressed towards Dies, as if he wanted to kill Ouyang Yudu, and pressed Dies to death with one finger.
Dies looked at the giant fingers falling from the sky, but there was no special expression on his face. He just moved his body, which absorbed the power of the starlight in the sky, and reached out and grabbed the weak heavenly venerable, who had been sucked, could not help but arrive in front of Dies. The light and shadow became smaller and smaller, turning into a reduced version of the heavenly venerable and falling into Dies's palm. Dies tightened his palms, and the energy of the entire universe gathered towards his grasping palms like starlight. The 7 heavenly priests who fought against Lin Shen gradually turned into streams of light and disappeared in an instant, all gathered towards Dies's palm. What is even more incredible is that as the light condensed in the palm of Dies's holding, the 10 Directions Suffer Sutra in the hand of the great priest in the East District actually dimmed, and pages of Suffer Sutra turned into ashes. In the end, the whole book was scattered and flew like dark ashes, and could not be grasped no matter how hard it was.
What's going on?
The great priest in the East District tried hard to hold on, but in the end he didn't catch anything. His face was full of despair.
Without the great Emperor's artifact, what qualifications could he be above all sentient beings? In his hand.
Ji Shirsan looked at Dies's glorious palm in horror. I saw that the light in his palm had condensed into a book that bloomed with glory, like the scriptures of all gods. The name in the book is The True Sutra of Saving Suffering, the 10 Directions.
The next second, people saw the book unfolding in front of Dies.
The pages were opened one by one. Every time a page was opened, a god came up in the night, and the sound of the gods bloomed in the starry sky. I am the heavenly venerable of the Jade Treasure Emperor, and I am in the Jin Palace.
I am in the position of Mao.
I am in charge of wind and thunder, weighing thunder, and controlling the world of benevolence and the eastern Pure Land, and guarding the first hall of the underworld. Thunder and lightning broke through the heaven and earth, turned into a god, staring at the fingers in the void. I am the heaven of Xuanjin, and I am ranked in the Li Palace.
I am honored to be in the Wu position.
I am in charge of fire and flames. I am in charge of the Western Pure Land etiquette world, and I am guarding the second hall of the underworld. The flame representing life broke through the void and turned into a god standing tall, located in one side, a giant finger that glared at the void.
I am the most wonderful heavenly lord.
One by one, the divine lights broke through the void and turned into the supreme god with true body, as if they could support the sky, stepping on the stars and glaring at the void.
Even the 2 killed celestial priests actually transformed into form and broke through the void.
The 10 heavenly lords live in the 5 directions, and the divine light on their bodies merges into one, turning into an endless pure land, and 10 hells met, facing the divine finger.
Boom!
The divine finger collided head-on with the pure land hell.
For a moment, the starry sky was twisted, the stars were shifting, the sky and the earth changed color, and the vast starry sky transformed by the Great Circle star chart and the Purple Wei Wanxiang Pearl were almost defeated by this blow. Cracks appeared faintly on the Great Zhou star disk and the Ziwei Wanxiang bead, as if they were about to be unable to withstand the internal power surge. He took the Emperor's blow. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Dais actually seized the Emperor's artifact of the East District Grand Priest, and instead blocked the Emperor's attack. But it seems that the Emperor's magic weapon, the 10 directions of suffering the suffering skills, was even more powerful than the one in the hands of the Great Master of the East District. The God's finger kept pressing down. Under the oppression of the God's finger, countless lights and shadows were changing. The divine light on the body of the heavenly venerable in the 10 directions burst out, looking at the sky with anger, fighting against the finger with all its strength. The divine finger and the 10 directions heavenly venerable were in a stalemate, but no one could do anything to anyone. Dais held the Suffering Sutra in his hand, and the light on his body was continuously input into the Suffering Sutra to stimulate the strength of the 10 directions heavenly venerable to compete with it. The stalemate of these 2 great powers has caused the surrounding void to collapse in a terrifying manner, the space is shattered, and visions are everywhere, and no one can get close to the starry sky. The expressions on the faces of many star priests and several great priests are even more complicated. Ouyang Yu has the ability to be the first immortal, and this emperoreth can actually seize the magical artifact to fight against the power of the emperor's true body. What a terrifying existence! Even the great priest probably does not have such supernatural powers. After all, the power of the 10 directions Suffering Sutra in the hands of the great priest in the East District is not as powerful as that of the great priest in the hands of Dais. What kind of existence are these guys? People have all kinds of speculations in their minds. Everyone who can fight to this extent with the immortal court today is enough to be remembered. Lin Shen was trapped in the yellow mud embryo and could not extricate himself. Even without the attacks of the 7 heavenly priests, his body could not escape from the yellow mud embryo, and he could not even stand up. The yellow mud embryo had already mutified his body, connecting one of the feet and calves of the yellow mud ground, and at this time they had turned into clay sculptures. It's not that Lin Shen didn't want to summon Xiao Yi and Xiao Na to help him get out of trouble with the great emperor's artifact, and he didn't even summon the chaos Xiao Zhong, because it was useless to summon it. He looked at the yellow mud embryo with extremely small vision and found that the yellow mud embryo had no flaws. This does not mean that the thread of nothingness has nothing to do with the yellow mud embryo, but it is too related. All the lines of nothingness in the universe end up being integrated with the yellow mud embryo, as if the yellow mud embryo is the foundation of the entire universe. Although Lin Shen has a 100% sure win formula, facing the foundation of this universe, unless he can destroy the universe with one blow, no matter how powerful the power is, it is impossible to break the yellow mud embryo. What's even more terrifying is that Lin Shen's strength is stronger, the yellow mud embryo is stronger, and the gravity is stronger. The stronger Lin Shen's power burst, the thicker the yellow mud embryo, the stronger the gravity, so strong Lin Shen could not escape. At this time, any helper or artifact will be summoned by this terrifying gravity on the yellow mud embryo, and will gradually erode and turn into mud embryo like Lin Shen. The Emperor's artifact. It's true that it is well known. Lin Shen hit the sand between his fingers at the yellow nick ground. The power of sand between the fingers that was omnipresent and broken into the earth, but could not penetrate the yellow mud land. The sand between the fingers was moving forward, but the earth was getting thicker, as if it would never be penetrated, which instead made the gravity of the yellow mud land even more terrifying. In Lin Shen's eyes, the gravity of the yellow mud land had become endless numbers, and he could not count how many digits there were. Lin Shen, who was holding a scum knife, was already bent like a crescent moon under the pressure of gravity and his power, as if it would break at any time. I will kill the culprit first. The great priest of Huda said the secret words of the Emperor's artifact again. The sky is high and the earth is thick, and the ghosts and gods are buried for thousands of years, and they all turn into lus.
Before he could finish reading the secret words of the Great Master Hutu, he actually saw a figure crossing the void, traveling through the space, and coming in like a ghost.
Deng Xian, what are you going to do? Ji Shersan condescendingly and questioned the figure traveling through the void. Kill people.
Deng Xian came into the air, his clothes fluttering, as if an immortal was coming to the world. In an instant, he passed through the blockade of billions of star priests on the periphery, rushed into the starry sky transformed by the great Jotian star plate like a phantom, and rushed straight towards the several great priests.
Chapter 1247 Massacre of the Great Master.
All 4 Emperor artifacts have been released, and the Great Priest has no extraordinary artifacts in his hands. Seeing Deng Xian coming out of the air, he had to come to fight in person. But Deng Xian came too quickly, and his figure came to Ji Shersan in an instant with phantoms. The light of rice grains, and dared to compete with the bright moon. Ji Shersan snorted coldly, and the 9 dragons and 5 spirits on his body burst into divine light, attacking Deng Xian. He was born in the Ji family, and the Ji family was not inferior to the Deng family. After he became the owner of the stadium and the great priest, he got many benefits and did not take Deng first seriously at all. Although the 10 great magical skills are powerful, they are nothing compared to the benefits that the great priest of the Star God Palace can get. But when Ji Shersan was about to take action, he found that Deng Xian, who was clearly in front of him, suddenly disappeared. Ji Shersan suddenly felt something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and saw that Deng Xian, who was wearing green clothes, had already left him behind and rushed towards the Huda Grand Priest. The great priest Huda clearly showed a look of horror in his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. Without any hesitation, he burst out all his strength and attacked Deng Xian, who had not yet rushed to him. But before he could take action, he found that Deng Xian had arrived behind him. Deng Xian, who was clearly in front of him, disappeared strangely, as if time had been cut, and it seemed that there were a few frames missing in the middle when the movie was being played. When others looked at him, they saw Deng Xian rushing towards the void, flashing like a ghost a few times, as if passing through the bodies of Ji Shersan and Huda Grand Priest, and then continued to run towards the void in the distance without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed beyond the starry sky and never saw any trace again.
Everything happened too quickly. When everyone reacted, they could no longer see Deng Xian's shadow. What is he doing? Passing by the battlefield? Everyone was full of doubts. But the next moment, I saw Ji Shersan and Huta's great priest shrinking their pupils, and their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. When they wanted to move their bodies, blood marks appeared on their bodies. After just moving, their bodies shattered into pieces of flesh and blood like a puzzle, floating directly in the void. For a moment, everyone felt creepy and their hearts were filled with bone-blooded chills. What a murderer who chased the souls and killed people without blood. Deng Xian's speed was already faster than the long river of time. I think he shouldn't call him Deng Xian, he should call him Chong Xian. The Pan family said with a laugh. The Deng family actually participated in the war at this time and killed 2 great priests.
Are you not afraid of revenge in the future?
Pan Xiaoning said with a strange expression.
Fear? If he was afraid, he wouldn't take action.
He was just gambling.
The gambling Star God Palace could not pass this level today, and the gambling Immortal Court would change the sky. The head of the Pan family was shining.
How is that possible?
Although they have magical wonders that are difficult to find in the world, but the Emperor has not come out.
If the Emperor comes, they will only have a way out.
Pan Xiaoning said in surprise.
The Emperor cannot come, said the head of the Pan family.
Why?
Pan Xiaoning couldn't understand.
Because all the true bodies of the great emperors have long been no longer in the Star God Palace and have been reincarnated as humans. I don't know where to overcome the tribulation. The head of the Pan family said something that shocked Pan Xiaoning so much that it was beyond words.
The Emperor is no longer here, how did that finger come from? If it weren't for the Emperor's hand, how could it be so powerful?
Pan Xiaoning still felt unable to believe it. That should be a trick, or the power of the Emperor that is retained by using some special method is definitely not the hands of the real Emperor. The head of the Pan family stared at the Emperor who confronted the 10 Directions Heavenly Lord and said with a finger, if the real Emperor takes action, do you think a great Emperor artifact can be blocked?
And when is it now?
The two great priests were directly slaughtered, but none of the great priests summoned the emperor to take action.
If the emperor was still there, how could they sit idly?
Deng Xian tried his best to kill the great priest.
He wanted to tell everyone that the emperor was really gone. This is the best time to knock down the Star God Palace.
The head of the Pan family said and walked outward.
Grandfather, what are you going to do?
Pan Xiaoning said in shock. The fate of our gods and humans should not be determined by the intelligent brain. It is time to take back our own destiny. After saying that, the head of the Pan family jumped up, splitting the void like a giant axe, and stepped in one step.
Deng Xian. What a Deng Xian! Ha ha! An old man from the Shen family, whose hunched body was gradually standing up.
Although he was so thin that he was about to lose face, his body exuded a sharp aura like an arrow, and he looked like a half-aging. The person was clearly half in the ears, and his old eyes were dim, but at this moment it exuded a wild aura that even young people could not compare with.
I'm old. I'll let you wait.
The old man jumped up, piercing through the void like a sharp arrow, fighting towards the battlefield.
A fate of billions of years should be settled.
A man walked like the wind, flying out of the starry sky. Among many ancient families, people broke the void and rushed to the battlefield, wanting to completely erase the Star God Palace, destroy the intelligent brain system of the immortal court, and no longer be bound by the intelligent brain.
It's messy, it's messy, it's messy.
Seeing the terrifying figures breaking into the starry sky battlefield, the gods and star priests in the immortal court were panicked.
The star array of all heavens? No one is allowed to enter.
Shi Zhongqing issued an order to the star priest outside the star plate.
Some star priests immediately formed the star formation in the sky after hearing the order, but some star priests hesitated.
Those who broke through the void were all ancestors of various major families, and many of these star priests came from various major families. If they asked them to take action against their elders, they would still struggle in their hearts.
This is an opportunity forever. If you don't break the barriers, you will regain the fate of my gods and man. When will you wait?
The patriarch of Pan tribe shouted loudly, and turned into an axe that opened the sky, slashing towards the star formation in the sky as if it was opening the sky. The supreme divine power that emerged from the magical power of the creation of heaven and earth was invincible and invincible. The star god formation of the heavens transformed by billions of star priests was actually split by him into a crack like a heavenly chasm. The patriarch of the Pan tribe rushed directly into the starry sky transformed by the star plate, and figures also broke into the starry sky from the cracks. There were also differences within the Star Lord. Some wanted to continue to maintain the formation, trapping those who rushed in, while some gave up their persistence and pulled away their own strength, and even attacking other Star Lords who were maintaining the formation. For a moment, the Star God formation in the sky was chaotic, and the Star Gods fought among them.
Chapter 1248 All in Chaos. Pan Lai.
You really want to commit such a serious crime?
Suoxiu looked at the Pokong and the head of the Pan family and others coldly and said, Our destiny does not need a machine to judge. Pan Li said lightly. The intelligent brain can achieve absolute fairness. For humans, this is the best way to survive. Do you want to see that there are no rules in the universe and that humans are killing each other everywhere?
Suoxiu said.
No matter what, that is our own choice.
Pan Li looked at Pan Zhenqing who was standing next to the great priest and said, Zhenqing, how do you choose?
Pan Zhenqing, Yao Ji and Dongfang Bulyan's expressions were a bit complicated. On the one hand, they were their own family and on the other hand, they were their mentors who treated them like their fathers. This was undoubtedly a difficult choice. Grandfather, the universe needs order, otherwise the only people who suffer will be ordinary people. Pan Zhenqing looked at Pan Lai and said sincerely. Since that's the case, then let me see, how much progress have you made in the Star God Palace in the years? Pan Li took a step forward, and the unparalleled power suddenly split the space, invincible, and no power could stop him, unless it was another invincible axe. When?
Pan Zhenqing also took one step forward, and the method of creating the world and opening up the world was dual and Pan Lai fought, causing the space to tear, causing a series of virtual marks to appear in the void.
Su Xiao, you and I think there is a battle.
The old man of the Shen family pointed directly at Su Xiao.
You guys go together.
Su Xiao said disdainfully.
Don't talk nonsense.
Today is a time for another world to change, and personal grudges are not allowed. Someone has broken through the air and rushed towards Su Xiao, Shi Zhongqing, and others. The starry sky was suddenly in chaos, and there were terrifying battles that shattered the starry sky everywhere. The strongest combat power among the gods and men was probably involved in this battle. The opportunity that has not been seen in billions of generations, the immortal court was so in such a state of internal strife.
God helped me create the gods.
In the creation of the gods, the man in red was almost crying excitedly.
What kind of destiny is this? They are deliberately plotting against the immortal court, but they are unable to take down the immortal court. Now the immortal court is going to destroy itself.
The gods only need to reap the benefits of the fishermen, and they can destroy the star god palace and enter the immortal court. It's time for this, but there is still no emperor.
Now it's certain that the emperor is still reincarnated, and the star god palace is no longer saved. This is my God-given opportunity.
The man in blue also looked at the leader of the God-given clan excitedly. The creation clan said lightly, "Don't worry, take a look."
Lin Shen was trapped by Huang Nye.
Although the Hutu master who was in charge of Huang Nye was killed by Deng Xian, Huang Nye did not stop mutifying Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew in his heart that Deng Xian came here mainly to kill the great priest of Hutu, and killing Ji Shirsan was just by the way.
The reason for killing Hutu's great priest should be to help Lin Shen get rid of the dilemma of the great emperor's artifact.
However, the great priest Hutu died, but Lin Shen's dilemma was not solved. The great emperor artifact itself has an independent consciousness, and it obviously does not intend to let Lin Shen go, and it is even more crazy. Lin Shen's strength is even more powerful than the earth is thousands of times thicker.
Even Lin Shen's body can no longer hold on to the terrifying gravity. Although evolution can strengthen Lin Shen's body and allow him to adapt to gravity, it also has a process.
In such a situation where gravity is soaring like this, there is no time for evolution to play its role.
Moreover, the yellow mud embryo has a mutification effect.
In just a moment, I am afraid that Lin Shen's body will turn into clay sculptures, and finally turn into dust and return to the yellow mud land.
Yellow embryo mud should be the source of all life and the land of our ancestors.
Not to mention Lin Shen, this place is the place. As long as he is alone, he may not be able to get rid of it.
As long as the emperor's magic weapon, none of them are wasteful.
Fortunately, Deng killed the Master Hutu first and did not let him activate the secret words again. Otherwise, I would not know what more terrifying abilities the yellow Nya embroidery has. Lin Shen glanced at him, but he could not find the flaws of the yellow Nya embroidery at all. Even the line of nothingness on Lin Shen's own body was connected to the yellow Nya embroidery. Lin Shen watched his legs gradually turn muddy, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, thinking about how to get rid of the yellow mud embryo. It really doesn't work. I can only summon Xiaoye and Xiaona and let them use the Yujing bottle and the red gourd to try it. Although it has not been fully recovered, it is still an emperor's artifact, and it will always be of some use.
I don't want them to defeat the yellow mud embryo.
As long as it can help me get out of trouble, Lin Shen thought in his mind that he would summon Xiaoye and Xiaona.
The yellow mud embryo is the source of all life. All biological gene sequences are within the yellow mud embryo. You have fallen on the yellow mud embryo. It is useless to summon anything. If you want to break the yellow mud embryo, there is only one way.
The voice of the purple butterfly girl came into Lin Shen's mind.
What method? Why didn't you say when I asked you just now? Lin Shen asked, gritted his teeth.
The heavier and heavier gravity had almost collapsed. The shells outside his body were creaking due to the pressure of gravity and would collapse at any time. Because this method is almost impossible to achieve, it is useless to say it.
Now I will tell you that I just let you die with this heart. Don't summon us, otherwise everyone can only die together and no one can escape.
Instead of all dead, it's better to die with you. Let us live, and there is still a chance to avenge you. The butterfly girl of Ziming obviously guessed that Lin Shen would summon them all and treat dead horses as living horses, so she spoke. What the hell do you do? If you want to say it, don't talk nonsense.
I can no longer hold on.
Lin Shen's voice trembled, he was really about to be unable to hold on. Among the 10 great magical skills, the magical skill of repairing the sky and recreating the magical skill practiced by Nuwa's lineage complements the yellow mud embryo.
If you are proficient in this method, you can restrain the yellow mud embryo.
Not only can you escape, but you may also be able to use this ownerless yellow mud embryo for your own use, said the purple butterfly girl.
You said this and didn't say anything.
Where can I do the repairing heaven and recreating magical skills?
Even if I can get it, I can't practice it.
Lin Shen himself knew his own affairs. Even if he had such a serious martial art, he would not practice it. In fact, when I was in the Star Hall before, Lin Shen also saw the magical art of repairing the sky and recreating in the collection of Zhongtian Star Temple, but the technique was incomplete and it was just an empty shell, and there was no way to practice it. Apart from this, there is no other way to crack it.
Who made you so accidentally trapped by this yellow mud embryo?
If you were not touched by it, there would be a glimmer of chance, but now it is impossible, said the purple butterfly girl.
What chance is there?
Lin Shen asked in his heart.
The sky is high and the earth is thick, and it is inclusive and unattainable. But if you have the power to open up the world, you can try it.
Lin Shen was even more speechless.
What the Ziming butterfly girl said was all nonsense. How could he have the magical power of creating the world?
However, the words of the purple nether butterfly girl reminded him that although he could not break the yellow mud embryo, this yellow mud embryo is the source of all life, and both are the source of all life, and there is another power that may have some effect. Lin Shen thought about it and spontaneously activated the fire that had evolved into a god, the god of Luo.
Chapter 1249 The God of Luo comes.
The battlefield was already in extreme chaos. The star priests outside the star plate were fighting each other, and there were endless battles within the star plate. Although the 2 great priests in Hutu in the South District were lost, only Shi Zhongqing, Suo, the great priests in the West District and the great priests in the East District were left, plus Xiaoji, Panjinqing, Jiang Xishan and Dongfang Buliang. The number was not as strong as that of the major families. However, the strength of several great priests is really amazing. Even without the support of the Emperor's artifact and the Emperor, they still have the advantage while fighting with less and more. Shi Zhongqing is not inferior to the enemy with 1 or 8. The power of the Zhongtian master is unimaginable. Even without the magical artifact of the great emperor, he is still an almost invincible existence in the immortal court. Lao Wei was fighting with Maji Tathagata. Because of the problem of attribute restraint, it was difficult to get rid of Maji Tathagata, and he was very depressed. The last thing I know is that Tathagata shows mercy, only trapping but not killing.
The more this happens, the harder the Lao Wei's combat power will explode.
Ouyang Yu was crushed into a black hole and did not know how to live or die. Dais used the true sutra of saving the suffering in the 10 directions, and his situation was not good. If no new forces join, all battles will enter a deadlock, and it will be very unfavorable for Lin Shen.
Giant Ring Star, Tianxuan held Xiaojiu and looked at the battle in the starry sky with a worried look on his face.
She has not really entered the ghost realm and has no ability to enter the battlefield to help. Even if she has entered the ghost realm and has not reached the upper level, it is very difficult for such a battlefield to get close. Second brother, Lin Shen seems to be in trouble, please help him.
Tian Sun was not polite to Lao Tai and asked him to help Lin Shen.
The battle has just begun, so don't worry. Lao Tai just said lightly, and continued to watch the battle, without any intention of helping Lin Shen. Tianxuan felt a little relieved when he heard Lao Tai say this, knowing that Lao Tai will not harm Lin Shen. Since he said that, Lin Shen should not be in danger of death for the time being. The waiters of other races still have no intention of taking action. The situation is unclear now. Lin Shen and the others are still at a disadvantage, and they do not want to take the risk of taking action. Especially Lin Shen was trapped by the Emperor's magic weapon Yellow Clay Embryo. Once he was completely killed, someone in the Star God Palace could recover the Yellow Clay Embryo, and the situation would immediately reverse. Even if the Emperor does not come out, the Star God Palace is still invincible. That person still has the ability, but it's still a little worse than the Emperor's artifact. Wen Bujuan watched the battle and said with a smile. The Wen family remained neutral, did not join the battle, and no one rushed into the void.
It was very relaxed at this time.
Wen Bujuan finished speaking and immediately saw a space cracking in the void, and a mysterious ancient temple emerged like a mirage.
Since the ancient temple, an unparalleled ghost and god have flew out.
It is as graceful as a stunning geese, as graceful as a swimming dragon.
The chrysanthemums are flourishing and the spring pine trees are flourishing.
The hair is like the light clouds covering the moon, and the snow is like the flowing wind returning to the snow. Looking from afar, it is as bright as the sun rises in the morning glow. Words seem to be unable to describe their beauty, and it is difficult for people to describe their charm.
How could ghosts and gods come in person? What kind of ghosts and gods are these? Why have they never seen them?
Everyone was shocked when they saw the arrival of the Eastern Emperor Luotian. After all, ghosts and gods rarely come in person. Unless a strong man with the body of the Dharma King is willing to sacrifice his body and use himself as a sacrifice, he can summon ghosts and gods who are in line with their own laws and may not be able to come in person. The success rate has been getting lower and lower recently. At this time, ghosts and gods came out of the temple and were ghosts and gods of unknown origin, which was extremely stressful for both sides. Lin Shen was also shocked.
He summoned the Eastern Emperor Luotian. How could such a beautiful female ghost god come from? He remembered that the Eastern Emperor Luotian should look exactly the same as him, and he was a little suspicious. Could it be that something was wrong with the Eastern Emperor Luotian and that he was occupied by the magpie's nest? But after a closer look, I found that although this beautiful goddess was extremely beautiful, if I looked carefully, I would find that her 5 eyebrows and eyes were actually somewhat similar to Lin Shen, and she could be called the female version of Lin Shen.
Of course, it's just like a god.
The Donghuan Luotian is naturally much better than him.
Everyone was peeking at the Eastern Emperor Luotian to see what she was going to do here and who attracted her. Even the great priests were no exception, all watching the god of Luo. The humans and gods watching the battle outside stared at Luotian without blinking, wondering who summoned her, and wondering what kind of ghost and god she was. How could she be so beautiful? Under the gaze of everyone, the god of Luo descended on the yellow mud and bowed to Lin Shen. The god of Luo has seen his master, but I don't know what instructions to summon the slaves. A word shocked the universe, and at this moment, the world seemed to suddenly become quiet. The ghosts and gods in the sky actually called Lin Shen the master and also called themselves slaves.
What absurd and magical thing!
That is a ghost and god, representing the existence of the rules of the universe. Although ghosts and gods are strong and weak, no matter how weak ghosts and gods are, they are also ghosts and gods, and they are also gods of laws.
How could they recognize a mortal as the main person? This has never happened in the endless years of the universe. Even the supreme priest, holding the great emperor's artifact, would not make ghosts and gods surrender to their masters. But such a ridiculous thing actually happened. It was still such a beautiful ghost and god who recognized a human being as the main person. Even the great priest was shocked at this time and was beyond their perception. How could they know that this is not a true natural ghost and god, but the ghost and god transformed by Lin Shen's fire that usurped the god's throne, which is somewhat different from the natural ghost and god? If he was born with ghosts and gods, no matter how strong Lin Shen was, he would never be able to regard him as the main one. Shen Luo, help me get out of trouble. Lin Shen ordered the Luotian. As for the order, Luotian responded and walked towards Lin Shen.
Her naked jade feet stepped on the yellow mud land. On the earth that was originally like mud, there were ripples rippling. The clear water was like a fountain, and the earth was flooded with her toes. Everyone was paying close attention to her every move, wondering if the Luotian could really break the yellow mud embryo. In terms of reason, the great emperor's magical artifact can suppress ghosts and gods, but it is not absolute.
It also depends on the way of life and restraint. The clear water flooded the earth and soaked Lin Shen's legs.
After the mud-formed legs were soaked in clear water, the mud on the legs gradually melted into the water and peeled off from the deep-formed legs. The originally mud-formed legs gradually recovered their flesh and blood. The clear water became turbid, from the beginning to the mud yellow, and then to the mud confused.
Not good, the power of the goddess of Luo can actually restrain the yellow mud embryo. The great priest from the West District was shocked.
It's not restraint, it just has a part of the solution to the mud transformation. If the Hooter priest is still there, he can activate more of the yellow mud embryo in his secret language. He will definitely be able to break her power.
Unfortunately, Suo Xiu said while fighting. Hateful Deng Xian. The great priest in the West District wished he could kill Deng Xian, but he couldn't get along with him, so he could only continue to fight desperately. No hurry. Being able to get rid of mud does not mean being able to escape from the gravity of the yellow mud embryo. As long as he cannot escape, we will still have an advantage. Suo Xiu said. Lin Shen avoided the pain of mud transformation, but the gravity on his body did not disappear, and the power of Luoshan could not resolve this terrifying gravity, and he was trapped on the yellow mud embryo together. Lin Shen is not disappointed. Being able to stop being muddy has given Lin Shen a great help. After all, I am the door to the law of gravity. If I were trapped to death by the law of gravity, wouldn't that be a big joke? Without the threat of mud transformation, Lin Shen had enough time, staring at the yellow mud embryo, and the theory of evolution in his body was running wildly. Chapter 1250 Cycle Growth. Although Lin Shen is an introduction to the law of gravity, his law of gravity is limited to being able to see the quantitative data of gravity, and cannot control gravity itself, let alone eliminate such a terrifying gravity. The power of Luoshan's water can only dissolve part of the yellow mud embryo, but the yellow mud embryo is almost infinitely large. The power of Luoshan's water cannot completely dissolve it, so it is impossible to relieve this terrifying gravity. The yellow mud embryo dissolved by the power of water will swallow people like a swamp. Although Lin Shen is not afraid of being flooded by mud, there is no need for such useless work. Lin Shen was crazy about evolution, hoping to use evolution's theory to strengthen the body and his own understanding of the law of gravity to truly have controllable law of gravity, thereby getting rid of the terrifying gravity of the yellow mud embryo. Unfortunately, Lin Shen soon discovered that his thoughts were a bit too beautiful. No matter how he felt such serious power, it would be difficult for him to enter the house. Even in such a strong gravity environment, he was extremely slow to sense gravity, and he could not master the law of gravity with the help of a strong gravity environment and evolution as he thought. No. This doesn't work, what should I do? Lin Shen's brain was running rapidly and he gave up his previous thoughts. If a tree moves to death, a person moves to death. A living person cannot be suffocated by urine. There is no need to go all the way to the darkness of everything, and do not hit the wall or look back. Lin Shen thought about all his abilities, and suddenly a flash of inspiration. My brain, why did I forget the dead fans? Although the current level of the dead fans is not as top-notch, it is not important. What is important is that there is an infinite contract between Lin Shen and the dead fans. The heavier the weight of the dead pink, the stronger Lin Shen's strength will be, and the gravity here will make the weight of the dead pink continuously increase as the gravity increases. If the dead fans become heavier, Lin Shen's own power will become larger as the dead fans become heavier, and he will be able to fight against the terrifying gravity of the yellow mud embryo. Although Lin Shen can't figure out the final result yet, this is undoubtedly the most effective method at present and the only method he can think of. Lin Shen didn't hesitate and summoned the dead fans out directly. As soon as the dead pink came out, it was immediately pressed directly on the yellow mud by the powerful gravity. No matter how hard it struggled, the body that was close to the ground could not move, and its body was quickly flattened. Lin Shen held the dead powder in one hand and dragged it to himself little by little. The dead powder cooperated to wrap around Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen feel that the weight of his body suddenly increased, and his waist bent a little, almost lying completely on the ground. The scum knife in his hand was almost turning into a circle. But at this moment, Lin Shen felt that the power in his body was increasing at a crazy speed, and a sense of power that had never been seen before was filled with Lin Shen's body. Even if he doesn't look at the attributes on the watch, Lin Shen can be sure that his power attribute is growing explosively. The dead pink body was wrapped around little by little, and its weight was constantly transformed into strength. Through the contract of great power, Lin Shen's strength was enhanced. The dead pink became very heavy, but as its body wrapped around, Lin Shen gradually felt a little relaxed, as if the gravity of the yellow mud land had weakened. Not good.
Lin Shen found that the dead fan's body could not hold on with this terrifying gravity.
After all, its level had not reached yet.
It was really too difficult for it to compete with the Emperor's artifact at such a level.
Most of the dead fans have not yet climbed onto Lin Shen's body. They are pressed into thinner than paper and are just stuck on the ground. Now they can't pull them anymore.
If Lin Shen forcefully pulls them, they will probably tear their body off. Lin Shen passed his own power into the body of the dead fans through the small universe without thinking.
He wanted to help the dead fans be promoted.
Only in this way can the dead fans bear this terrifying weight. The small universe evolved from the Samsung system has already contained a very terrifying power, otherwise Lin Shen would not be able to compete with the great Emperor's artifact with his own strength. In other words, this yellow mud embryo was too restrained by him. If it were other great Emperor artifacts, it might not be able to do anything to Lin Shen. The small universe injects dead powder's body, which is equivalent to Lin Shen passing his energy to dead powder. Dead powder itself is a foodie, and digesting energy is too simple for it. With the blessing of a large amount of energy, the dead powder was flattened to the ground, and the body, which was thinner than the nanomembrane, gradually expanded again. At the same time, the body emits a crystal red light, as dazzling as infrared rays. Lin Shen himself gradually turned to using his power attributes to fight gravity, and the energy saved was poured into dead powder. The person watching the game saw Lin Shen summoning a red cow tendon rope, then wrapping it on himself, and then he saw the dazzling red light flashing.
He didn't know what he was doing.
Whether the red rope is a magical weapon or a pet, you can tell that it cannot escape the gravity of the yellow mud embryo. The power of ghosts and gods cannot help him get rid of the gravity of the yellow mud embryo. Instead, he is trapped on the yellow mud embryo.
The Emperor's magic weapon is really powerful and unimaginable. When Bujuan sighed.
The great Emperor's artifact is refined with the power of the great Emperor.
It is essentially part of the power of the great Emperor and the strongest power in the universe.
Although ghosts and gods are powerful, they are just a master of a series, and the power of the great Emperor is not as simple as a series of power. When Shinkue said lightly, "It's a pity that 2 of the 6 great Emperor's artifacts have been lost. Otherwise, if the 6 great Emperor's artifacts are complete, just their power can suppress everything." It's a bit too much to say that the 6 Emperor artifacts suppress everything. That Emperor, wouldn't he break the constraints of the Emperor artifacts with his own strength, and in turn use the Emperor artifacts for his own use? If there are more powerful people like that, the 6 Emperor artifacts cannot be said to suppress everything.
When Bujuan has different opinions. I don't know how that dice did it. I think there shouldn't be many people in the universe who can do it at his level. However, even if they can gather more than 6 such powerful people, they are definitely not the opponent of the 6 imperial weapons. When Shinkue said with great certainty. Why? When Bujuan said inexplicably.
That's because if all 6 great Emperor artifacts are present, they can trigger the power of the Emperor. It is a power comparable to the power of the Emperor himself. However, only when all 6 great Emperor artifacts are complete can they trigger the power of the Emperor.
None of them are missing.
When Shinkue looked at the first immortal who was still competing with the immortal camp and said, "If all 6 great Emperor artifacts are present, then the first immortal is probably not so arrogant."
The great Emperor artifact has this function? When Bujuan was surprised. The great Emperor's artifact is originally determined by the position of Lioha.
It is the treasure that guards the 6 major star regions.
They themselves have the power of Lioha. Once they gather together, the power of the great Emperor is unimaginable.
When Shinkue said, "But it seems that it is difficult to gather again. The other 2 great Emperor's artifacts have been lost for many years, and I don't know how many billions of years have not appeared."
Chapter 1251, Digging the Earth.
Lin Shen held the dead powder in his hand, and the red light on the dead powder's body was so strong that it dyed the boundless yellow mud earth blood red. It is like a blood yang rising above the yellow mudland, illuminating all things on the earth. Lin Shen seemed to have entered a vicious cycle at this time. The more energy he injected into the body of the dead powder, the stronger the body of the dead powder evolved, the greater the gravity that could withstand, and the heavier it would become. The heavier the dead powder, the stronger Lin Shen's power attribute will be, and the stronger the power against the yellow mud embryo will be. The greater the yellow mud embryo will become, and the stronger the gravity will become. The dead powder will be blessed by stronger gravity and the body will become heavier, which will continue to strengthen Lin Shen's power. Lin Shen, dead powder, and yellow mill formed a closed loop, and the power of the three parties was constantly strengthening. The stronger Lin Shen is, the more energy he gives to the dead fans.
This cycle seems to never end.
Lin Shen feels that his power attribute has increased by many times.
I am afraid that his power attribute has been the strongest person in history.
Apart from using the Ziwei Wanshan bead, which can push the power attribute to such a strong level, there is no other magical weapon in the world that can pile the power attribute to this level. It is just because the power of the three parties is competing through gravity and is not as outward as ordinary battles, so others have not discovered the abnormality here. Lin Shen was in a very complicated mood. The gravity of the yellow mud embryo seemed to be able to increase infinitely, and he could never reach the end. After so long his own strength was strengthened, Lin Shen was afraid that if he continued, his body would not be able to withstand such terrifying power.
Force is emitted from the body.
If a person's strength exceeds the limit of the body's tolerance, then it may be that just a light force will break through the bones. Because the power is too strong, so strong that even one cannot control himself.
No. I can't continue like this.
Lin Shen knew that uncontrollable power was the most terrifying. He must get rid of the current situation before his power exceeded his controllability.
But how can we get rid of this situation? Now the three have become a stable structure. Any party will be tempted by unimaginable terrifying forces.
Lin Shen cannot quit voluntarily, nor can he let dead fans quit, and Huang Yebe cannot quit by himself. The best way is to stop together, but the yellow mud embryo is gone, and it is uncontrollable.
What should I do?
Several solutions flashed through Lin Shen's mind, but none of them seemed to be feasible. Just when Lin Shen was helpless, he suddenly felt the gravity growth rate of the yellow mud embryo, which seemed to have decreased a little.
Can't it be? The yellow mud embryo is almost at its limit.
Lin Shen was ecstatic.
Just now, he wondered whether the gravity of the yellow mud embryo would increase infinitely, but he didn't expect that there would be signs of reaching the top so soon. The gravity of the yellow mud embryo naturally cannot be infinite. After all, it is just a magical artifact of the Great Emperor, not the universe itself. Whether the universe itself is infinite is still uncertain, let alone the magic weapon of the Great Emperor. The reason why the Great Emperor's artifact seems to have infinite power is that the creatures in the universe can hardly touch the bottom line of the Great Emperor's artifact. But now Lin Shen and the dead fans are joining forces, and they are almost reaching the bottom line of the yellow mud embryo. Persist in a while, persist in a while.
Lin Shen could only persist desperately, wanting to wait until the gravity of the yellow mud embryo reached the upper limit. He now had a strange feeling, that feeling that could not be described in words, and the power in his body was so strong that it seemed to be separated from his body. I can't tell what it feels like, but Lin Shen could clearly feel it, which should be a very dangerous signal. The red light on the body of the dead pink gradually turned from strong to weak, not as dazzling as before. This does not mean that the energy in the dead powder's body has decreased, but that the dead powder has begun to transform. Outside its body, a layer of black and red crystal appeared as if it was molting. The crystals accumulated deeper and deeper, and cracks similar to snake skin appeared on it. The thicker the black and red crystal skin is, the dimmer the red light on the dead pink body, and in the end, it is almost impossible to see the red light on its body. Only then did everyone see that Lin Shen was holding a black thing like a fire stick in his hand and standing on the yellow mudland. At some point, he actually stood up from the yellow mud, holding the dead powder in one hand, and just stood there. The Luotian standing beside him stood on the mud and water, waiting quietly.
People were a little surprised. Lin Shen actually stood up. When he didn't know what he had done, he saw Lin Shen holding the black fire stick in one hand and lifting it up. What do he want to do? Yao Ji and others who had been peeking over the situation there, and when they saw Lin Shen raise his dead fans, they felt a bad premonition. The next second, Lin Shen twisted his waist and waved his arms, held the Death Pink's palm and exerted force, slamming Death Pink hard on the yellow mudland.
Compared with the current size of Huang Ni Dati, the body shape of the dead powder is not even a drop in the bucket. It is said that it is a needle in a haystack, but it has greatly exaggerated the body shape of the dead powder. But the moment when the dead powder pierced on the yellow mudland, the yellow mudland seemed to tremble. Everyone stared at the yellow mudland in a daze, as if waiting for something to happen.
But nothing happened.
The dead powder just pierced on the yellow mud ground, and there was no terrifying energy fluctuations or explosions. Lin Shen still held dead powder in his hand and did not raise his head, as if he was a fisherman using a harpoon to prick fish.
As it really doesn't work? Xin Xingxue felt a little disappointed.
But the next second, Xin Xingxue suddenly widened her eyes and saw that with the dead pink as the center, red light appeared on the yellow mudland. Where the red light came out was where the deep valleys of the earth were cracked. On the boundless and huge yellow mudland, there were countless bottomless gullies blooming with red light in an instant, like spider webs. The body of a dead powder like a fire stick, the black crystal skin peeled off, revealing the crystal clear and straight body like a top pigeon blood ruby inside. The moment the black crystal skin outside completely peeled off, a roar that resounded through the universe was heard. The huge and boundless yellow mudland was actually split into pieces and turned into countless large or small mud embryos, scattering towards the void. Except for the sound of the bursting of the yellow Ni continent, the entire universe was as quiet as death. An emperor artifact like Huang Nye Embry was actually blown up by a blow, which is simply unimaginable. As the yellow mud embryo exploded, the black hole embedded in the yellow mud embryo also lost its support. At this time, someone discovered that the black hole seemed much smaller than before, not as big as they imagined.
Chapter 1252 only discuss life and death.
Lin Shen exploded the yellow mud embryo of the Emperor's divine artifact, and the situation suddenly reversed. The Star God's palace has changed from its original huge advantage to its current crisis. If you don't know, the Star God Palace in the Immortal Court will become history from now on. At this time, if the Great Priest does not summon the Emperor, I am afraid the ending of the Star God Palace today will be destined.
Many people were whispering to themselves.
In the past, only a very small number of people knew that the Emperor was no longer in the Star God Palace, and most of them were just speculations, and no one dared to verify it. But today, almost everyone has guessed that there must be something wrong with the Emperor, otherwise it has reached this point, so why haven't the Emperor summoned him out yet? Even the divine finger summoned by Shi Zhongqing has been suspected.
If it were really the hand of the Emperor, how could it be blocked by the 10 directions heavenly venerable?
It is almost the same that Emperor Dongji Qinghua, the owner of the 10 directions true suspension of suffering. The other great priests didn't even summon a finger, which was even more suspicious. Lin Shen glanced at the divine finger confronting Dais. If it were normal, Lin Shen should now help Dais break the divine finger and expose the fact that the Emperor was no longer there. At that time, the heroes of the universe will arise together, and the Star God Palace will never exist. But Lin Shen still had concerns.
Theoretically, the 6 emperors should be no longer in the Star God Palace, and there is no need to worry about anything.
However, Lin Shen had really seen the Jade Emperor. Although he had not summoned several times and only summoned a finger for the last time, Lin Shen had been to the Immortal Court and saw the Jade Emperor, and still felt something was wrong in his heart. With a turn of his eyes, Lin Shen held the dead powder and carried the scum knife on his back. Under the dual protection of the Realm God and the Luo God, he turned to Shi Zhongyan, the great priest of the Zhongtian Star God Palace. Seeing Lin Shen coming, the powerful men from all over the family who besieged Shi Zhongqing retreated one after another. They just saw Lin Shen blowing the yellow mud embryo with one blow, and they were already very convinced of his strength. If he falls in love with Shi Zhong, he will be foolproof. The most important thing is that so many of them besieged Shi Zhongqing. Not only did they not take advantage, but also a few of them were suppressed by Shi Zhongqing and turned into beasts. If they hadn't had any way out today, they would have retreated long ago and were already a little scared. Both of them are great priests. Shi Zhongqing and other great priests are obviously not on the same level. We will help you kill him together. An old man from a large clan said to Lin Shen after setting a distance.
You go and help others first, leave it to me.
Lin Shen said to Shi Zhongqing.
Everyone was not embarrassed when they heard this and went straight to the other besieged priests.
Master Shi, I didn't expect you and I will be here today. Lin Shen did not rush to take action and said to Shi Zhongqing.
It's useless to say anything. Today, there can only be one winner. Let's see who can laugh to the end.
Shi Zhongqing said lightly. Seeing that Shi Zhongqing was so heartless, Lin Shen swallowed the words to his mouth and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Shi Zhongqing said nothing wrong.
When things reached this point, even if they were not what they wanted, they would not be able to turn back. They could only continue to fight from their respective positions. If Lin Shen and the others were defeated, all the families participating in the war this time would be affected, which is likely to be a disaster for destroying the family. If Shi Zhongqing's side is defeated, the Star God Palace will no longer exist. Those Star God Palace that are determined to track the Star God Palace will definitely be retaliated by various forces, and it is difficult to have a way out. Now, nothing is nonsense. Only in one battle will the winner win everything, and the loser will never be able to do anything. Lin Shen held the dead fans tightly, stared at Shi Zhongqing, and slowly raised the dead fans. The red light blooming on the dead fans was like a torch of the god of death.
Almost without thinking, Lin Shen stabbed out with a shot.
This shot merged with Lin Shen's own cultivation, and he was 100% sure to win the formula, the skills of the dead fans, and Lin Shen's terrifying and boundless power attributes. With such a shot, the Emperor's magic weapon could not escape the fate of being stabbed, let alone the flesh and blood of the gods.
The key is that there is a 100% sure formula. Shi Zhongqing doesn't even have the chance to dodge and can only endure it head-on.
Looking at the shot that pierced the void, Shi Zhongqing's expression remained the same. With a wave of her sleeves, her cloud-like sleeves turned into a curtain covering the sky, as if she had covered the entire world, forming an independent small space. If Lin Shen had been in the past, he might have been trapped in the space inside his sleeve, but now his power and techniques have almost reached the peak of the universe, so how could he be trapped so easily? The dead fans moved forward, and the powerful force directly pierced the big sleeve like a curtain covering the sky, and the space inside was shattered. The tip of the gun penetrated Shi Zhongqing's big sleeve and stabbed straight towards his throat. Everyone only saw a flash of red light, and the tip of the gun had already hit the throat of the great master Shi Zhongqing. The red light on the tip of the gun was swallowed and spit, but it never touched Shi Zhongqing's skin. It was not because Shi Zhongqing used some secret method, but because Lin Shen himself did not stab him. Master Shi, considering your past care for me, if you leave now, I will never stop you.
Lin Shen said.
Shi Zhongqing laughed loudly, laughing a little crazy, and it took a long time to stop.
Why are you laughing at?
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
I laugh at you for being too naive. My care for you is because you are useful to me.
It is an exchange of interests, but you are serious.
Shi Zhongqing said.
The provocation method is useless to me, you can't affect my emotions. Lin Shen said lightly.
Do you really think that if the Emperor doesn't come out, you will be invincible?
Shi Zhongqing slowly stretched out his hand from his sleeve, holding the tortoise shell and copper coins he usually used to make fortunes. Shi Zhongqing put the copper coin into the turtle shell, holding the turtle shell in both hands and shaking it gently. Every time he shook it, Lin Shen felt his heart beating suddenly, and his brain suddenly shrank, as if the whole space was shaken. Lin Shen knew that things had changed, but he did not regret that the shot just now did not stab. The favor was returned. Now he was ruthless, only about life and death. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen stabbed the turtle shell that Shi Zhongqing held in both hands with a shot. Faced with this attack that could prick the Emperor's magic weapon, Shi Zhongqing ignored it and continued to shake the turtle shell. The moment when the death acne was in the turtle shell, the copper coins in the turtle shell had also fallen out. The 3 copper coins with round outside and square inside flashed with strange light, facing the dead fans with violent power. The tip of the spear pierced directly into the square hole of the first copper coin, and Lin Shen suddenly felt that something was wrong with the dead powder in his hand. The dead powder trembled obviously and pierced the 3 square holes of the copper coins in succession.
The 3 copper coins were actually worn by the dead powder by coincidence.
The dead fan who had been moving forward actually stopped, as if the sports car in a rush suddenly stepped off the brakes.
The dead fans finally stopped in front of the turtle shell.
This was not Lin Shen's wish, but the dead fans stopped. Although human power is invincible, the human brain is not as good as the intelligent brain, but humans have one advantage, that is metaphysics, and even the intelligent brain cannot explain the mysterious feeling that cannot be calculated. Shi Zhongqing smiled and looked at the dead woman who was trembling in front of her eyes, but was difficult to make progress, and said, "My gold hexagram is such a knowledge.
The copper coins are both yang and yin. This copper coins stand between yin and yang, neither yin nor yang, nor good nor evil.
They are the hexagrams for survival in the extreme places.
Since God doesn't let me die, it seems that you can't kill me today. No matter what kind of tricks you use, no matter how powerful you have, it's useless, because God doesn't let me die."
Chapter 1253 The leader of the God-creating clan. Lin Shen naturally didn't believe Shi Zhongqing's words. He shook his hand holding the gun, shattering the 3 copper coins placed on the dead powder directly, and then stabbed Shi Zhongqing at high speed. For some reason, this shot was clearly stabbed at Shi Zhongqing's throat, but after stabbing it out, it deviated from the track and rushed towards Shi Zhongqing's neck. Lin Shen stabbed several times, and Shi Zhongqing stood there and didn't even move, but the gun was stabbed every time and could not touch his body. It seems to be Lin Shen who was letting water out or testing Shi Zhongqing, and he has no intention of killing him. "I said, you can't kill me today, so you don't have to waste your energy," Shi Zhongqing said lightly holding the turtle shell in her hand. Lin Shen stared at Shi Zhongqing and saw that although Shi Zhongqing was standing there, there was no line of nothingness on him connected to the world.
This is almost impossible. In life, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating will be connected to the world. Even if you don't eat or drink, just breathing will be connected to the world. If you take another 10,000 steps, you will not even breathe, and you will become a dead person. As long as the body occupies the space of this universe, burns it into ashes and turns into smoke, molecules will also be connected to the world. If there is connection, there will be a line of nothingness. If a person wants to have no connection with this world, he can only not exist in this world. Shi Zhongqing is obviously a living person, how could it not exist in this world? Lin Shen glanced at him and saw the clues. Shi Zhongqing was indeed disconnected from the world and there was no line of nothingness on his body. But the turtle shell in his hand had a thread of nothingness connected to the world, and Shi Zhongqing kept holding the turtle shell in his hand and never left his hand. "If you say you can't kill me, then you can't? Today I will kill you." Lin Shen directly shot out, and the target was not Shi Zhongqing, but in the hollow of the turtle shell in his hand. The only line of nothingness connected to the world is the whole of the turtle shell. Shi Zhongqing's face suddenly changed drastically, and she hid the turtle shell behind her. He was not afraid of Lin Shen's attack, because his body had been cut off from the world, and it was impossible for any attack to touch his body. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the magic of the formula was 100%. Since Lin Shen had seen the line of nothingness, this attack would not be lost. He stabbed straight at Shi Zhongqing's dead fans, like a steel gun, but the moment he stabbed, the gun body curled strangely, bypassing Shi Zhongqing's body and stabbed the turtle shell hidden behind him. The dead pink sharp tail pierced directly into the hole in the turtle shell. The turtle shell looks like it has 2 openings at the ends, and it should be connected. After the dead acne enters, it seems to have pierced something. There is obviously a crisp sound, and then the dead pink tail thorn drills out from the hole on the other side. Puff! Shi Zhongqing opened her mouth and squirted out a mouthful of blood, her face full of disbelief. Lin Shen's eyes were like a torch, and when he saw many lines of nothingness appeared on Shi Zhongqing's body, his body reconnected with the world. Lin Shen stabbed Shi Zhongqing with a shot, and Shi Zhongqing's body flashed and avoided Lin Shen's shot. "Didn't you say God won't let you die? What are you hiding?" Lin Shen said as he stabbed the gun in his hand again, but this stab was done with all his strength, and the formula of 100% sure to win was already used, and the battle was ended with this blow. Shi Zhongqing's body movements changed, but no matter how changeable he was, it was difficult to avoid Lin Shen's shot. Seeing that this shot was about to hit Shi Zhongqing's vital point, Shi Zhongqing had no choice but to stop this terrifying shot. But the moment when the dead fan was about to stab Shi Zhongqing, the dead fan's body stopped. A thin and crystal-like fishing line entangled the dead pink body and pulled it away. The reason why it is called a fishing line is because there is a fish hook tied to the top of the line. Lin Shen's shock was extraordinary. His power attribute was so strong that he was out of heaven. I'm afraid he wouldn't have millions of them.
In addition, the ability of dead fans, and the blessing of the 100% sure win formula. Who has this ability to outdated the sky can hold the dead fans with just one fishing line? Lin Shen turned his head along the fishing line and saw that the fishing line extended infinitely towards the void, extending beyond the distant star sky. Most people could not see anything at the end of the fishing line, as if the fishing line was protruding from nothingness. Lin Shen, who had an infinite range of sight, saw a man holding a fishing rod outside the starry sky, and the other end of the fishing line was tied to the fishing rod. Lin Shen's eyes fell on him, and the man actually looked up and showed a meaningful smile to Lin Shen. Why could that person? Lin Shen's pupils contracted slightly, as if he was very surprised. After just this time, the man came from outside the sky and walked into the battlefield. There was also a man in red and a man in blue. The two looked strange and had colors on their faces, which looked very mysterious. When most of them saw these three people appear, they didn't know them, and they thought that another strong man from a clan had entered the battlefield. But some people recognized the man in blue and the man in red, and were shocked. The creation of gods, that is the big and small king of the creation of gods, and they also got involved.
What's so surprising about this?
If there is no movement in the Creator's clan in this opportunity, then they will not be the Creator's clan. The king and the little king are here, and they are still following the man, looking like servants.
Could that man be the leader of the creation clan today?
Someone guessed the identity of the man. While everyone was guessing, they saw the fishing rod in the leader of the cultivation tribe twitching, and the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand was pulled a little bit, and the fishing line wrapped around it was also retracted. Shi Zhongqing has met the clan leader. What is shocking is that Shi Zhongqing actually came to the cultivation of God and bowed to the cultivation of God.
This gift immediately made the entire universe silent.
The great priest of the Zhongtian star priest and the head of the sixth zone star priest actually saluted the leader of the creation god clan. Everyone felt that the world was becoming more and more absurd and magical.
Xiao Wang, you did a good job and you can return to your position now.
The words of the leader of the God clan triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Although there have been some speculation just now, the leader of the cultivation gods has confirmed it personally, which still shocked everyone. Shi Zhongqing turned out to be the little king of the gods.
Didn't that say that the man in blue was the little king?
Why did Shi Zhongqing become Xiao Wang?
Yes.
Shi Zhongqing stood behind the leader of the God cultivation clan. The leader of the cultivation god then looked at Lin Shen and said with a smile, "We're meeting again." After Lin Shen heard what he said, he was sure that the leader of the God-cating clan was actually the person he knew. This discovery shocked him extremely. Even Shi Zhongqing was actually the little king of the gods, and he didn't think it was strange. There is something wrong, so I can only update this chapter at noon and 2 chapters at night. The story of this book is almost finished and it should be over soon. Recently, there are always physical problems, so you can also take a rest after writing it. Chapter 1254. Who are you? This person turned out to be the fisherman he met by the river that he could not leap over the river when his mother star entered the first realm of Wangxing. At that time, the fisherman also taught him a mysterious set of rod techniques. After Lin Shen transformed the rod technique, he had the technique to match unconventional weapons such as dead powder. So Lin Shen still had a deep impression of him, and it didn't take long. He was still holding a fishing rod in his hand. Lin Shen recognized him at a glance, but he was a little afraid to recognize him just now.
There is no doubt anymore.
The leader of the creation god is the fisherman.
But how did the fisherman become the leader of the god-making clan?
Lin Shen had also studied the identity of an angler before, but after studying it, he had not found any results.
Because Lin Shen really can't find a celebrity who uses fishing rods as his weapon. Are you the leader of the cultivation clan? Lin Shen asked at the fisherman.
It's just a side job. The leader of the god cultivation said lightly.
Side business? Then what is your main business?
Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. I am afraid that there is only one in the universe who can regard the position of the leader of the god clan as a side business.
Fishing.
The leader of the cultivation tribe raised the fishing rod in his hand and said.
Then if you don't go fishing, what are you doing here? Lin Shen wanted to know what this person wanted to do. If he wants to take this opportunity to completely erase the Star God Palace, then it is not the time for him to take action now. He should wait a little longer, wait for the Star God Palace to be completely destroyed and then come out to clean up the mess. If it is said to save Shi Zhongqing, then it is a thing of the past. Lin Shen realized at this time that Shi Zhongqing was actually the little king of the gods. Then the king of the gods should not be the man in red as most people recognize, and should have another belonging. Catherine had some grudges with the king and was always targeted, so she was sent to that kind of place. She should know. But now Lin Shen has no chance and no time to go to the prison city to ask Catherine. There is no eternal dynasty in the world, nor is there an eternal king. I think this rule should also be applied in the immortal court. The leader of the god-making clan looked at Lin Shen and asked back, "Are you willing to establish a new dynasty with me or to martyr the old dynasty?" "It's no, I also want to establish a new dynasty. It's better to follow me," Lin Shen said with a smile. "You deserve it too." The man in red and the man in blue were furious and wanted to teach Lin Shen a lesson. The leader of the creation god smiled, "A real man should have such ambition, and will the king, prince, general, and minister, and the emperor takes turns to do it. I will do it this year. I will do it, so I will do it too. Why not do it? I have a granddaughter. If you marry her as my grandson-in-law, when I get tired of this position, I will pass it on to you, so that you and I can sit in this position. What do you think?" Lin Shen was so stunned by the founder of the gods. He had seen all kinds of people, but it was the first time he had seen someone like the founder of the gods. "I already have a wife and a daughter," Lin Shen said lightly. "If you want to control this universe, you should beat me first." The chief of the cultivation tribe heard this and said regretfully, "That's a pity. Since that's the case, it seems that there is only one battle, but I don't want to kill you. Why not do this? You and I will stop there. If you lose, how about joining my god clan?" said the leader of the god clan again. "I still like to be alone." Lin Shen didn't understand why this leader of the god-creating clan had to join the god-creating clan. Is it really just because of appreciation? Because of the emergence of the creation clan, the battle between the Star God Palace and the people of all tribes has basically stopped. The battle between the Star God Palace and various tribes can only be considered internal struggles, but the creator of the gods is an outsider. The people who fought to the death just now actually had a little bit of a sense of unity against the enemy. In addition to the first immortal barracks, dies in God's finger, even the battle between Wei Wufu and Namo Tathagata has been suspended, and most people have chosen to confront the creation clan. Lin Shen was a little surprised by this situation. He also thought that the creation of the gods was established to overthrow the rule of the Star God Palace. In theory, the gods in the immortal court would prefer to overthrow the Star God Palace, but now it doesn't seem that way. In fact, Lin Shen's understanding is wrong. The members of the creation of gods mainly come from various ancient realms. The gods have lived in the immortal court for so many years. Speaking of which, they are already considered natives of the immortal court. When Star God Palace was there, they just were not free and got less benefits. If the creator clan is made ruler, will the creator clan share the benefits to them? Obviously it is unlikely. Those who followed the God Cultivation clan from the ancient realm are the team of the God Cultivation clan. At that time, the benefits will only be distributed to those people, rather than the original God clan in the immortal court. What did you say? We are still here. If you want to become the king of the immortal court, you have to ask whether we agree or not. Suishio said coldly. Although Shi Zhongyi is actually a spy, it has a great blow to the Star God Palace. Fortunately they are there. Now many powerful people from the God family are on their side, and they may not be able to fight. Moreover, Lin Shen clearly pointed out that he had to stand opposite to the cultivating God clan. No matter whether Lin Shen was an enemy or not, now that Lin Shen is there, the cultivating God clan leader may not be able to defeat him, and maybe both will suffer losses. The leader of the cultivation tribe laughed, "You? I don't know how many people are in you in this heaven and earth.
This sentence made Suo Xiu, the East and West District officials change their faces and subconsciously look around. The leader of the God-creating clan said expressionlessly, "Anyone I created the God-creating clan will be able to return today. After today, the immortal court will be the immortal court of my God-creating clan. You can stand in the universe with justification and receive praise from generation to generation." With his words, many powerful people from various families came to the leader of the cultivation gods, and even Yao Ji and Dongfang Bullion came to the leader of the cultivation gods. Among the star priests outside the starry sky, many 9-star priests were standing out, and for a moment, the figures were shaking, and the sky was filled with flying lights and shadows. Lin Shen glanced and found that although there were a large number of unmoved star priests, most of them were low-level star priests, and high-level star priests, most of them were people from the creation of gods, especially the Zhongtian Star Palace. 9 of the 10 9-star priests were people from the creation of gods. It is not difficult to understand if even Shi Zhongqing is a person who created the gods. Heirs like Yao Ji and Dongfang Buliang are also created the gods. It can be seen how the star priest was penetrated. The situation that was originally thought to be dominant was reversed instantly. It seemed that only 3 people came to the cultivation tribe leader, but at this time he looked like a side with a large number of people. Many rebellious star priests were a little difficult for them to believe that the star priests they knew were actually people from the gods like him. "That's all you said, right?" The leader of the Godkai tribe glanced at the remaining people, and finally fell on Suo Xiu's face, and continued, "The people who are willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light and join my Godkai tribe can stand up now. Our tribe is now without rejecting everyone. After more than a dozen, they will be either friends or enemies. 10, 9, 8, 7. With the voice of the leader of the God-Kading clan, many star priests and powerful people from all races actually chose to join the God-Kading clan camp, and the remaining strength of the Star God Palace became even thinner. Lin Shen now understood why the leader of the God-Creating clan came out so early. It turned out that a large part of these star priests who fought to the death were from their God-Creating clan. Chapter 12:55 Red Clothes. It turned out that the Star God Palace, which seemed to be unparalleled, looked like a weak person who was bullied. Suo Xiu and several other great priests had their faces gloomy and clear. "Lin Shen, you and I have some fate as masters and disciples. I really don't want to hurt you. Join the cultivation clan. In the future, you will be under the clan." The cultivation clan leader looked at Lin Shen and said. Suo Xiu and others stared at Lin Shen, and they were extremely nervous at this moment. Just now, Lin Shen was still the life and death enemy they fought to death, but now they hope that this enemy can stand on the united front with them, otherwise with their current strength, it would be impossible for them to resist the creation of gods. It can be said that Lin Shen's choice determines the life and death of the Star God Palace. Lin Shen, Shi Zhongqing is a traitor, and has been removed from the list now. If you are willing, you can enter the Zhongtian Star God Palace and become the great priest of the Zhongtian Star God Palace. From now on, you will be the main one in the 6th district of the Star God Palace. Suo Xiu suddenly spoke to Lin Shen. Boom! Lin Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a terrifying explosion from the depths of the starry sky. The power fluctuations passed through the countless star domains. When they arrived here, they were still as strong as a hurricane, blowing everyone's clothes were rumbling. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the divine finger stretched out from the void had broken and disappeared. The world was in chaos, and it was ravaged by the explosion and seemed to have returned to the original state. Lin Shen's mind moved and immediately flew towards the other side. Before he could rush into the area that was blown into chaos, a figure flew out of it. It was the Dais. Dais held the true sutra of the 10 directions to save suffering, and his whole body was filled with the breath of a god like a prison and a sea, as if he was reborn as a god. Dais, are you okay? Lin Shen was still a little worried when he saw that Dith was unscathed. After all, he had seen the Jade Emperor with his own eyes. Although Dais was powerful, he could not guarantee that he would suffer any hidden losses. It's okay, not only is it okay, it's also made me remember some things from my previous life. Dais said, holding the Sparacos scriptures, turning to the leader of the creation god, looking at him and asked, "Do you want to be the master of this universe?" Not bad. The leader of the cultivation god nodded slightly.
Do you know who I am? Dais asked again.
When you pick up the true scriptures of saving suffering in the 10 directions, I believe no one doesn't know that you are the reincarnation of Emperor Qinghua of Dongji. The leader of the founding gods said calmly. As soon as this said, everyone looked at Dais with horror. The leader of the god cultivation said that everyone knows it, but there are not many people who can truly judge that Dais is the Emperor Qinghua of Dongji. Even the great priest in the East District did not realize that Dais was the reincarnation of Emperor Qinghua of the East. However, when Dais took away the Suffering Sutra, he did doubt it in his heart. If it were the Emperor of Dongji Qinghua, how could he be an enemy of Star God Palace? That's why he didn't continue to think about this. At this time, they were extremely happy. They thought they had no chance, but now suddenly the reincarnation of Emperor Qinghua of Dongji suddenly returned. Wouldn't there be hope again? Since you know, you should also be clear that I have the responsibility to maintain the order of the universe. Dais said. That's your order. What does it have to do with me? Asked the leader of the Godkai tribe. Anyone needs to be in order, and you are no exception, said Dais. What if I want an exception? The leader of the Creation God clan still looked so careless. Unless the person who customizes the rules dies. Dais said it very easily, as if he was talking about something trivial. Then try it, red clothes. The leader of the God crown said to the man in red next to him. The man's name was actually Red Clothes. Don't worry, let me leave it. The man in red showed a strange smile and stepped out to meet Dais. Everyone was stunned. They knew that Dais was the reincarnation of Emperor Dongji Qinghua, and even led a subordinate fight against him. This leader of the God-creating clan seemed to be crazy. What's more, Dais had just defeated the Jade Emperor's finger, and his strength was unimaginable. But the Red Cloth seemed to have no idea how powerful Dais was, so she flew directly to Dais. She stopped when she was almost close to facing Dais, tilted her head and looked at Dais for a while before smiling. I thought the reincarnation of the great emperor was so great. She was not a 3-headed and 6-armed person, but that's it. As he said that, Hong Yi directly swung his fist and swung it towards Dai's chin, just like an ordinary boxer using a hook punch. No one thinks that Red Yi's punch will be of use. Even the momentum and power of the divine finger are useless. What's the use of such an ordinary punch? Not to mention that this punch is impossible to hit Dais. Even if it hits, I am afraid that it will not even hurt my hair. Everyone thought so. But the punch of red actually hit Dais, and the fist hit Dais' chin heavily, knocking Dais's body upwards, like a cannonball soaring into the sky. For a moment, the universe was silent. No one believed that everything the eyes saw. It was clearly the reincarnation of the great emperor who was incomparable. How could he be beaten like this by such an ordinary punch? Some people have even begun to suspect that Dais is not the reincarnation of Emperor Dongji Qinghua. After all, this statement was proposed by the leader of the creation gods. Maybe it is just a fool. It is even possible that Dais himself is a member of the creation gods and is acting here. The people in the Star God Palace were even more unable to believe that the emperor who dominated the universe would be beaten like this. Even if the emperor's reincarnation has not fully restored his previous strength, he should not be beaten like this. Lin Shen frowned and looked at all this. He felt that there was nothing strange about Dais being beaten. In his eyes, the red dress was so strange. Shi Zhongqing used the golden hexagram technique to cut off his own connection with the universe, making Lin Shen's 100% sure win formula unable to work. But that was actually just an illusion. Shi Zhongqing just tied his own relationship to the turtle shell and hid it. However, Lin Shen could not see a line of nothingness on the red-clothed body, and nothing on his body had a line of nothingness. This means that Red Yi has no connection with this universe and is a person who does not exist at all. Since it is a person that does not exist, how could he be here? This is simply impossible. A person who does not exist will naturally not be bound by the order and laws of this world. His punch seemed simple, but Lin Shen could see clearly that Dais used his dust technique to block the punch, but found that the dust actually did not work for the red clothes at all. The red-clothed man looked like a boxer who was fighting, and his fists turned into a storm and poured out towards Dais. Dais quickly dodged, and at the same time he used various abilities to try to control the red clothes, but found it useless. Even the 10 heavenly venerables in the Great Emperor's magic weapon, the Suffering Sutra, had no effect on the man in red. All the rules and mechanisms had lost their effect on him.
Don't be idle either. I'll collect your life.
The man in blue walked towards Lin Shen with a wicked smile on his face. Lin Shen saw that the man in blue was completely opposite to the man in red. The man in red was not involved in any relationship in the universe, but the man in blue had countless lines of nothingness connected, as if everything in the whole universe was related to him.
Chapter 1256 Just kill it.
Lin Shen didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but the situation forced him to go to the opposite of the Star God Palace, and now he went to the opposite of the creation of gods again.
It's not that Lin Shen is unwilling to give in.
Even if he shows that he will not participate in the war, the creation of gods will definitely not let him go. Lin Shen has no intention of rebelling with his strength here, and it will also be someone else's heart disease. Lin Shen was even more reluctant to let him join the creation of gods.
The creation of gods was created by the number one immortal.
At that time, the creation of gods should have no selfish intentions, but it wanted to destroy humans. The current God-creating clan has no goal of destroying humans, but what they do is actually not much different from the Star God Palace, and its methods are obviously more ruthless than the Star God Palace. Even the Star God Palace cannot tolerate the Lin Shen.
Can the creation of the gods tolerate it? Lin Shen didn't want to bet.
Lin Shen held the dead pink in his hand and was about to meet the man in blue who was walking towards him, but he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation coming from the side. Turning around, the black hole in the starry sky suddenly expanded and then instantly contracted into a circle. The circle gradually turned into substance and was rotating rapidly. After the round shape was lifted up, it turned out to be an umbrella surface, and under the umbrella were Ouyang Yudu and Yu Biu Yaoji. Lin Shen was delighted. Although he knew that Ouyang Yu should not die so easily, he finally felt relieved to see that he could return safely.
Everyone was shocked to see it. They were shot into the black hole by such a terrifying force from the god's finger. They were able to come back alive and wiped out the black hole. Such methods were also against the will of heaven. Leave this to me. Ouyang Yudu walked to Lin Shen and said to the man in blue. Interesting, are you the number one immortal? The man in blue asked, looking at Ouyang Yudu. I don't know. Ouyang Yu answered truthfully. He really didn't know if he was the number one immortal. It doesn't matter. If you are the number one immortal, no matter whether you are the number one immortal or not, you will die today.
The man in blue said, turning his palm into a knife with one hand and slashing towards Ouyang Yudu. In Lin Shen's eyes, his slash actually touched all the lines of nothingness where he saw it, making all the lines of nothingness move. Lin Shen was slightly surprised. The man in blue had the same effect as his 100% sure win formula. The 100% sure win formula is to use the influence of the line of nothingness to accurately find the line of nothingness connected to the opponent's weakness, and through the nodes intertwined by the lines of nothingness, and through the relationship connected by seemingly unrelated lines of nothingness, the result of being able to hit the opponent's weakness. This attack by the man in blue can trigger all the lines of nothingness, which means that his attack contains all the connections, which naturally includes the lines of nothingness connecting the opponent's weaknesses. This attack is also an inevitable effective attack and cannot dodge. Although Ouyang Yu couldn't see the line of nothingness, he also realized that this slash was difficult to dodge and block. He had no intention of standing there and he had no intention of blocking this slash, so he let the slash fall on him. After Ouyang Yudu's body absorbed the black hole, it has been strengthened to an extremely terrifying level. In addition, it has the ability to absorb energy. It is enough to directly absorb energy by taking this blow and use it for yourself, without having to block it. The man in blue slashed Ouyang Yudu's body with a deep mark, and the blood and blood were torn apart, and blood suddenly flowed out. Ouyang Yudu's pupils contracted, as if they were a little beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, the attack of the man in blue could actually hurt him. When he faced the Emperor's God's finger just now, he did not suffer such a heavy blow. The ability of the immortal may be useful to others, but it is useless to me at all. The man in blue smiled evilly.
I want to kill you. Seeing that Ouyang Yu was injured, the Jade Bone Demon Ji suddenly ran away and instantly bounced out, his 5 fingers like hooks, grabbing the head of the man in blue. The powerful suction force generated in her palm, even the planet behind the blue man was sucked by force, and the blue man's body could not control himself and moved towards the Jade Bone Demon. The man in blue waved his palm again, and all the lines of nothingness were triggered, and the Jade Bone Demon Ji's face changed a little abnormal. The energy that was originally sucked into the body could be immediately turned into a rubber band by the Jade Bone Demon Ji, but the energy now seemed to have turned into a rubber band. Jade Bone Magic Girl just sucked the rubber band in, but was unable to cut off the rubber band, so the more she sucked, the more the energy was, the tighter the more it was pulled. Once the Jade Bone Demon Ji could not pull the power, the energy would immediately bounce back. Not only would it not be used for her, but it would become a burden. However, Jade Bone Demon Ji was also a person with extreme wisdom. After discovering this abnormality, she directly used this characteristic to directly suck the energy in her body, and bounced the man in blue like a bow in archery. The figure of the man in blue was immediately shocked by the rebound energy, and the attack of the hand knife was also turned into invisible. The wound on Ouyang Yudu's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He came to the side of the Yugu Yaoji with an umbrella, took her hand, handed the jade umbrella to her hands, wrapped her hands with her big hands, and said with a smile, "Fighting is a man's business, just watch it." After saying that, Ouyang Yu turned around and walked towards the man in blue, saying as he walked, "You can control the energy between heaven and earth, which is very awesome. It's good if you know. With me here, you can never suck a trace of energy away." The man in blue said coldly, "It's okay, just kill you." As Ouyang Yuda spoke, he slapped the man in blue. His palm seemed ordinary, without the terrifying suction, and it seemed ordinary. When the man in blue saw this palm, his face changed slightly, and his body suddenly moved rapidly, and he didn't dare to take the attack head-on. The two of them moved quickly in the void, and Ouyang Yuda was only attacking but not defending. Although the attack of the man in blue would definitely be able to hit Ouyang Yudu would definitely hit him one step faster at the same time. The man in blue would not want to burn his jade and stones, and the offensive could not continue. Instead, he was beaten by Ouyang Yudu and dodged repeatedly, and he had no power to fight back for a while. When the two fought, the leader of the cultivating gods just waved his hand, and the cosmic war was triggered. The people of the cultivating gods rushed to the Star God Palace and various families, and the scene became even more chaotic for a moment. "It seems that this battle between you and me is inevitable." Lin Shen tightened his fans and said, staring at the leader of the God-making clan. "Okay, you can take a test." "How did you practice the rod method I teach you?" said the leader of the cultivation god clan with a smile. He obviously regarded himself as an elder, but Lin Shen did not want to fight for this quarrel, so he stabbed the leader of the creation god clan with one shot. Under the 100% sure win formula, this shot should have been a must, but as soon as the gun was taken, the fishing rod in the hand of the leader of the creation god swung the fishing rod, and the hook in the fishing line drew a strange arc in the void, and it was actually wrapped around the dead powder. Remember? This move is the first move I taught you about Taigong fishing. The leader of the god cultivation tribe said as he pulled the rod with one hand. Lin Shen couldn't control the dead powder in his hand and was pulled away from his hand. Chapter 1257 Powerless. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Not to mention the number one in the universe, it is probably difficult to find another person with the highest power attribute as high as his. What's more, there is a 100% sure win formula for blessing. The leader of the creation god can actually pull the dead fans out of his hands. What a power and ability. But Lin Shen couldn't see anything unusual in him. The leader of the god clan seemed to be just an ordinary person. The line of nothingness on his body was normal, and the line of nothingness that he affected when he took action was also normal. What is abnormal is that when the power of the 100% sure win formula encounters the line of nothingness connected to him, it cannot allow those lines of nothingness to fluctuate. If the line of nothingness cannot move, the formula will not work if it is 100% sure. The dead pink twisted his body in the air like a fished snake, trying to attack him and create the leader of the gods without hesitation. The leader of the creation gods seemed to have expected it. He swung the fishing rod in his hand in the air and immediately threw the dead powder up,
like a fish, swaying in the air, making the dead powder seem dizzy. After throwing it twice, the leader of the creation god directly threw the dead fans towards Lin Shen, allowing the dead fans to return to Lin Shen's hands. No matter how strong the power is, it is just death.
When you meet someone stronger than you, death is useless. You have to be able to use your vitality. The leader of the creator of the gods continued with a smile. The so-called vitality does not refer to the change of power, nor does it mean that you can use your strength to make any tricks, but that you must understand the principle of unstoppable power. Lin Shen did not say a word, grabbed the dead fans and attacked the leader of the god cultivation again. But this time, halfway through, Lin Shen threw the dead fans out, and at the same time pulled out the scum knife, slashed the leader of the god cultivation. The leader of the cultivation god was calm and still waved the rod with one hand. The fishing rod nodded like a phoenix, with a curved front end. It was a little above the slag knife, which made Lin Shen unable to hold the knife, and the slag knife was directly removed from his hand. The dead pink who was about to rush to the leader of the cultivation god seemed to open his mouth and bit his neck, but found that he could no longer make any progress. As the fishing hook swung the fishing rod, it hooked the dead pink from an unexpected angle, and directly swung the dead pink and threw it out. This action of throwing the rod actually controlled the attack of the scum knife and dead fans at the same time. This is the second trick I have taught you to fish for smoke waves. At that time, you can't understand no matter how you learn it. After so long, you still have no progress at all. That's because you don't understand the principle of being unable to stop your power. The leader of the cultivation god continued. He didn't pursue, and let Lin Shen take back the scum knife and dead fans. He just stood there and said as if he was teaching Lin Shen, the key to being unable to stop is to feel that the rules of the world, even if you are already proficient in all of them, no matter how fast you react, it always takes some time to go and see it. No matter how little time is, there will always be some delay. This little time delay is fatal enough for masters to fight. When he was speaking, Wei Wufu had already come to Lin Shen, stood side by side with Lin Shen, staring at the leader of the god-making clan and said, you, get, he. Lin Shen was sweating profusely when he heard it. He understood everything, but he said it a bit awkward. Without further ado, Lin Shen threw the scum knife to Lao Wei, and the two attacked the leader of the god clan at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The leader of the cultivation tribe fought against two, holding the fishing rod in one hand, and still playing around with the two. He is stronger than you, but he has not yet realized the principle of being unable to stop. This move is the third move I teach you. You have to look carefully. Why I use it is different from yours. That is because in my moves, power is alive. The leader of the creation god clan still has the strength to teach. Lin Shen said nothing, and no matter what the leader of the creation god said, he was always indifferent. He could feel that the leader of the creation god was not on the same level as them, and that was the Dais who had restored his memories of his previous life, probably was not as good as the leader of the creation god. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility. The leader of the creator of the god has become the real emperor. But who is he? How could he become a real emperor? If you want to become a real emperor, you have a hard indicator, that is, your brain's computing power must reach the level of the emperor. Only the 6 emperors can achieve this kind of computing power in the world, and the first immortal can be considered half. The computing power of the number 1 immortal can evolve infinitely. He has the opportunity to have an emperor-level intelligent brain, but it has not reached that level yet. These are not normal humans. Among normal humans, if you have the opportunity to have the great emperor's brain, the king of the ancient realm is one. But there is a legend that the king of the ancient realm is the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. If this is the case, it is normal for him to have an emperor-level intelligent brain. However, Lin Shen felt that the king of the ancient realm should not be the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, otherwise he would not have to make so many preparations and designs. As long as he awakens the memories of his previous life, he can directly obtain the computing power of the emperor, just like the emperor. The ancients had the opportunity to become the emperor because he made countless preparations. No one knows whether he succeeded or not. Now a leader of the god-creating clan suddenly appeared, and suddenly he was at the level of the emperor.
The possibility that Lin Shen could think of was that the leader of the God-creating clan was the reincarnation of the emperor. But he is the reincarnation of the great emperor, so how could he be the leader of the creator?
Isn't this his own rebellion? From this perspective, this kind of guess is unreasonable.
Lin Shen couldn't think of what the leader of the God-creating clan was. He was neither the first immortal nor the king of the ancient world.
So why did he become the emperor?
Wei Wufu's righteous and evil power exploded wildly. His skills and martial arts abilities were above Lin Shen, but in front of the leader of the creation of gods, there was still a gap between children and adults. The two joined forces to fight against the founder of the gods, but they were still beaten without the power to fight back. This is because the founder of the deads had no intention of killing them, otherwise they might have been injured for a long time now.
People are always there, the power is always there, the life is endless, the power is not stopping, you have to learn to let the power flow, instead of waiting passively for you to mobilize. The leader of the creator of the gods never gave a killer from beginning to end, but was more like teaching them. Lin Shen even had an illusion that the leader of the creation god really regarded himself as their elders. On one of the planets of the Emperor Barbarians, Yi Yuzhen nervously grabbed Mrs. Ye's sleeves, not daring to look at them, but she couldn't help but want to look at them. She didn't understand why Lin Shen had to fight with his grandfather, and his grandfather had clearly shown mercy. Even so, she was still very worried about Lin Shen and did not want to see Lin Shen injured. Don't be nervous.
Your grandfather knows that you like him and will not kill him. Mrs. Yi smiled and comforted Yi Yuzhen, but said in her heart, injustice, that boy clearly does not care about my precious daughter, but she is still deeply trapped in it and can't extricate herself.
Chapter 1258 Children cannot be taught. You are not taught.
The leader of the cultivation god shook his head slightly, sighed and cursed. He had already used the rod technique he had passed to Lin Shen before to integrate the key points of unstoppable power into it, hoping that Lin Shen would understand the key points. But Lin Shen is still the same as last time, and Lin Shen can't learn it no matter how hard he is and has no progress at all. On the contrary, Wei Wufu, who had never learned the rod method, had already shown signs of unstoppable comprehension by relying on his display. When Wei Wufu faced the leader of the cultivating god at this time, he was no longer as difficult as before, and he was able to compete with the leader of the cultivating god at this time. Although it is not considered a comeback or return, it is no longer as easy to be beaten as before. Lin Shen has not made any progress, and he has no power to stop. He has no understanding, and it is no different from a deaf and a blind man. However, during the unilateral beating by the founder of the gods, Lin Shen also discovered some strange things. The line of nothingness he saw in his eyes was related to everything, and it can be said to be the line of cause and effect of all things. Whenever there is a connection between things, there will inevitably be a line of nothingness, even if it is an extremely weak existence, which can cause a line of nothingness. However, no matter how hard Lin Shen used, even if he used the power that could break the starry sky, he could not shake the line of nothingness on the head of the creation god. If we look at it from the perspective of cause and effect, this is unscientific. If there is a cause, there will be a result. How can there be a line of nothingness that is completely unaffected? Thinking about observation from this perspective, Lin Shen realized something. The Luo god and the realm god have lines of nothingness, and the lines of nothingness on their bodies will also be affected by external forces. However, the control of the lines of nothingness has little impact on their body, so no matter how much the lines of nothingness are pulled, it is difficult to pose a threat to them. The line of nothingness on the body of the creator of the god clan is different, and the line of nothingness on his body will not move at all. Under what conditions does the thread of nothingness not move? Could it be that the leader of the creator of the god has reached the level of not being contaminated with the cause and effect of the world? This situation is absolutely impossible unless he is not a person from this world. Lin Shen denied his guess. Then there is only one possibility left. The line of cause and effect connected to him has always had power at work. The line of nothingness is always tight. So no matter how much force is applied to the line of nothingness, as long as this force does not exceed the power originally applied on the line of nothingness, it is impossible to cause fluctuations in the line of nothingness, just like a tug of war. Lin Shen's brain was running rapidly. But the leader of the creator of God has never moved and cannot see him exert power on the line of nothingness. So where did the power on the line of nothingness come from?
Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Fuck. Why did I forget this?
The immortal law and the light chain of order are the laws of the universe itself, and no one can control it.
It is a link of the movement of the universe itself.
But the line of nothingness is not the law of the universe, but the product of the law of ghosts and gods.
The leader of the creator 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 of.
Yes, it is ghosts and gods. It is the power of ghosts and gods that controls the line of nothingness.
Just like the art of gods and man that day, when you reach the state of unity between man and man, the power of ghosts and gods can control the human body through the line of nothingness. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. It's just that the leader of the creator can obviously control the line of nothingness, rather than being simply controlled by the line of nothingness. This is somewhat different from the realm of unity between man and nature, and it is somewhat like the realm of ghosts and gods mentioned in the art of heaven and gods. Can you say, this man knows the skills of heaven and gods, and has reached the realm of ghosts and gods, or he has pretended to be Lin Wan? Lin Shen carefully observed the leader of the gods, and he didn't look like a woman pretending to be. No matter whether he is Lin Wan or what does it have to do with Lin Wan, Lin Shen finally figured out why he could not defeat the leader of the creation god.
All the lines of nothingness connected to the head of the creator are connected to different ghosts and gods. When people move in the universe, they will trigger various laws, which will be connected to the lines of nothingness that belong to different ghosts and gods. At the same time, there are at least thousands of different kinds of lines of nothingness connected to the body, which means there are hundreds of ghosts and gods connected. The lines of nothingness connected to the head of the creation god will not move, which means that hundreds of ghosts and gods are exerting force to help him at the same time, and even more. Lin Shen's battle with the cultivated gods is equivalent to fighting thousands of ghosts and gods.
No matter how strong his power is, how can he shake the entire ghost and god system? So no matter how strong Lin Shen is, he can't fight against the leader of the god clan. If the leader of the god clan is the spokesperson of ghosts and gods, unless Lin Shen can wipe out the entire ghost and god system with his own strength, he will never be able to fight against the leader of the god clan in a head-on manner. A realm god and a Luo god are already so powerful. With thousands of such ghosts and gods helping him, how can I win? No matter how strong my power is, I can't break the entire ghost and god system. This is no different from being enemies with the entire universe. But why should I fight against ghosts and gods? Since they are connected by the line of nothingness, then I cut off this line of nothingness and disconnect them. It's not easy to defeat the leader of the gods. What kind of power cannot be stopped? I just cut off everything. I don't stop. Lin Shen's eyes flashed, and he stared at the dense lines of nothingness that crisscrossed in the void. After he mastered the 100% sure win formula, he was able to use the line of nothingness, so the line of nothingness is beneficial to him, and he never had the idea of cutting it off. Now that the line of nothingness is not good for him, Lin Shen thought of Lao Tai's lawlessness, which is the method of cutting off the line of nothingness. However, Lin Shen has tried it many times before. He cannot practice it, and he cannot practice it before, but now he cannot practice it. It is impossible for him to practice it suddenly because of his needs. This is obviously not realistic. No need to be lawless, how can we cut off these lines of nothingness? Lin Shen thought about this question while fighting.
In the eyes of the leader of the creator of the gods, Lin Shen was very stupid and unwilling to be enterprising. But Lin Shen was thinking about how to destroy him, rather than learning how to stop the power. If it weren't for his precious granddaughter who liked this kid so much and had promised not to kill him, the leader of the gods would now have the urge to slap this idiot to death.
I really don't know what this kid is good about.
I think this man is thousands of times stronger than him.
This is a real man.
The more the leader of the god-making clan looks at Wei Wufu, the more he likes him. In his opinion, Lao Wei is much stronger than Lin Shen. The only pity is that his precious granddaughter doesn't like it.
Time is up. I won't play with you anymore.
The leader of the god cultivation clan suddenly looked in one direction, and swung the fishing rod in his hand, and the fishing line was tangled, binding Lin Shen and Wei Wufu together like bundling rice dumplings, hanging in the void.
Boom!
In the ever-changing void, the starry sky exploded, and 6 seas of stars burst out. The immortals in the immortal camp also burst into pieces and were scattered into the starry sky by shock waves. The red light in the eyes of the number 1 immortal rushed into the void like a volcano erupting, dyeing the entire immortal court and countless ancient realms into blood red.
Chapter 1259 The Emperor's Waste.
In Lin Shen's eyes, all the lines of nothingness have also turned red.
The first immortal has become the emperor.
Lin Shen suddenly realized what was going on. The line of nothingness has turned into the color of the first immortal, which shows that the first immortal has been able to control all the laws of ghosts and gods, and this should be the emperor level. You finally broke through to the emperor level. Others were extremely frightened and afraid of avoiding it. However, the leader of the god-creating clan walked towards the first immortal and said to the first immortal who seemed to be connected to the universe. He did not hold a fishing rod in his hand. The fishing rod was suspended in the depths of the starry sky, and the fishing line tied Lin Shen and Wei Wufu.
No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get out.
The first immortal looked at the leader of the creation god clan, as if there were thousands of star clusters running inside, as if there was also a red small universe inside. The first person, you are so silly. The first immortal recognized the leader of the god-making clan.
The small universe in his eyes kept changing, as if he was calculating something.
Lin Shen could clearly see that the first immortal's eyes fell on the head of the creation god clan, and the lines of nothingness seemed to have flowed back time, constantly flowing out some data like fluorescence towards the first immortal. Before the leader of the creation god clan answered, the first immortal said to himself, "So that's it. You actually died and fled away for a false alarm, and took over the creation god clan I founded." The leader of the cultivation god said with a smile, "Since you are back, it will be a good story to join forces to overthrow the rule of the immortal court." The first immortal is like a robot, with no expression on his face and no emotional color in his voice. What I want to overthrow is not the immortal court, but to erase creatures that are threatening to the order of the universe.
Now you are the most harmful to the universe. The first thing I want to erase is you. How can I endanger the universe? Don't forget that without me, your creation clan has long been destroyed.
The creation clan leader said with a smile.
The creation of gods should have been destroyed. If you keep it, it will only cause more harm to the universe.
The first immortal seemed to be reading the theoretical knowledge in the textbook, and her tone was straightforward. I am already perfect and have no flaws. A creature like a human with huge flaws has no need to exist.
In order to prevent the universe from being destroyed by humans, humans must also be completely erased. Don't forget, you are also a human being, said the leader of the cultivation god.
No, I am a person without defects and immortal.
Human beings themselves represent greed and destruction.
Even if you are the best test piece among new humans and the human with the least defects, you are just a person after all. If you are a human, you have defects and are inevitable, so there will be immortals. Now that the immortal has succeeded, as a person with a failed product, it is time to withdraw from the stage of history. The first immortal said. Lin Shen immediately knew what the identity of the leader of the creation god clan was. He was the first batch of new humans resurrected by the Emperor's intelligence brain. He should be the most perfect new human being able to create at that time. But no matter how perfect a new human is, it always has flaws, so the Emperor Intelligent Brain has created immortals with the solution of human body intelligent brain.
Although the new humans have flaws and have not reached the ideal level of perfection, the great Emperor's intellectual brain has not erased the new humans, but still allowed them to reproduce in the universe.
It was this first immortal who originally wanted to overthrow the rule of the Emperor's intellectual brain, but when his brain evolved to the Emperor's level, it was even more extreme than the Emperor's intellectual brain and actually wanted to directly erase all humans.
Lin Shen can only say that this is the dragon-slaying boy who eventually turns into a more cruel dragon.
Of course, the first immortal itself has his logic, and in his logic, he is right. In fact, except for humans, this logic is correct for most creatures. Human beings are far more greedy for cosmic resources than any other known creature. It is actually wrong to use the evil dragon to describe human greed. It should be more appropriate to see the dragon greedy like a human.
What you said makes sense.
Unfortunately, even if you become the Emperor, you can't kill me, said the leader of the Godkai tribe.
I have all-knowing and omnipotent. Everything in the universe is under my control. There is no one in this universe that I cannot kill.
The first immortal said, staring at the star priest who was still fighting in the starry sky.
In just a moment, the bodies of those star priests who were still fighting were directly destroyed and turned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind.
Everyone was shocked, including Lin Shen, because no one could see how those people died, as if the first immortal just glanced at that time and those people died. Lin Shen saw clearly that those people were directly drained by the threat of nothingness, and their bodies lost all their energy, so they naturally became nothingness. This is a higher level of power of ghosts and gods. The first immortal can make all power of ghosts and gods use it for him.
It is indeed no exaggeration to say that it is invincible in the universe. As long as he had a thought, all humans in the universe would be drained from energy and died in an instant. No one could escape.
As long as he was in the universe, under the laws of ghosts and gods, and as long as there was a line of nothingness connected to his body, no one could escape. Maybe the man in red who has no connection with the line of nothingness can escape.
Lin Shen thought to himself, he probably couldn't escape anyway. Come and try to kill me.
The leader of the God clan didn't care and said with a smile at the first immortal.
Then let's start with you.
The first immortal looked at the leader of the God clan expressionlessly.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Time passed by second, but the leader of the creation god stood there without any change.
How could this happen? The first immortal actually showed a humanized, incomprehensible look on his face.
The red light in his eyes flowed wildly, calculating what was going on.
You don't need to calculate. The Emperor's intelligent brain can control the universe. The basis is that those ghosts and gods are gone. What's the use of your brain power?
The leader of the creator waved his hand, and the line of nothingness in the sky directly pulled the body of the first immortal, hanging him in the void.
The first immortal had no ability to resist at all. Everyone wants to be an emperor, but becoming an emperor is just an intelligent brain.
No matter how powerful the intelligent brain is, it requires connecting hardware to play a role. Now the hardware is in my hands.
No matter how powerful your computing power is, it is just a waste.
The leader of the God-making clan reached out to grab the first immortal. The body of the first immortal actually flew towards the founder of the creation gods, and the head was grabbed by the founder of 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 the head. Countless strange energy flowed on the body of the first immortal, as if the power between heaven and earth was hammering the body of the first immortal. Mental control, then physical control. It's fine if you don't have a complete connection with ghosts and gods. Since you have chosen to have a full connection with ghosts and gods and give up on yourself, you can only let me slaughter.
The so-called emperor is just a machine. Not to mention you, even the real emperor's intelligent brain is made by humans, so how can you beat people?
With the words of the leader of the creator's god, the body of the number one immortal was constantly twisting and changing under his palm.
Chapter 1260, 1259, Give the creditor a step first.
Everyone in the Immortal Court and the Ancient Realm District were watching this strange and bizarre scene. The first immortal who was so powerful and invincible that he could kill countless people with a change of thought was so vulnerable to the leader of the creation god.
This was something no one expected.
Lin Shen knew something amazing from what the leader of the god cultivation tribe said. The ghosts and gods of the mysterious god star and the statues hanging in the temple should be the work of this god-creating leader. Lin Shen didn't know what method he used to lift up all the ghosts and gods and control the power of the ghosts and gods in his hands, but now it seems that this is the case. The leader of the creator who controls most of the ghosts and gods is nothing but a powerful existence, and it is useless to become the emperor. The emperor also needs to use the power of ghosts and gods to exert powerful power. Now all the ghosts and gods have been kidnapped, and they have no chance to use their power anymore. As the leader of the creation god said, the emperor is just a waste when he comes.
Without networking, the intelligent brain that cannot control peripherals is just a program.
The flesh and blood body of the first immortal was constantly twisted and deformed in the hands of the leader of the creation god.
In the public's eyes,
it turned into a red skin and bone sword. The sword was like a spinal keel with red light flowing on it. There was a ruby-like crystal on both sides of the guards, which were the two eyes of the first immortal. You are transformed by the first immortal, so I will call you the first immortal sword from now on. The leader of the Godkai tribe waved twice. Others couldn't see anything, but they just thought he was waving it casually, but Lin Shen could see clearly that the first immortal sword could actually absorb the energy of the line of nothingness and then pass it into the body of the leader of the creation god. The leader of the creation gods had only controlled ghosts and gods before, but could not turn the power of ghosts and gods into his own use.
Now that you have the first immortal sword, you will be able to have the ability of the first immortal.
The leader of the creation god not only controls the ghosts and gods in the heavens, but also can absorb their power for himself, and if he has the ability of the first immortal.
In the future, I will respect me. Will anyone oppose it?
The leader of the god-creating clan held the first immortal sword and swept across the 8 desolates and 6 worlds. For a moment, the gods bowed their heads and dared not look at them.
No one dared to object.
The current leader of the Godkai tribe said that the universe is invincible, but the first immortal sword in his hand is already invincible.
I object.
A voice suddenly sounded, and everyone looked at him.
A half-human and half-iron monster came from the void.
With a wave, he cut off the fishing line that tied Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, allowing the two to recover their freedom.
Second brother.
Lin Shen was both surprised and happy. He was happy that he was rescued. He was shocked that his second brother jumped out to do it this time. Now the leader of the creation god is invincible, and now he is facing the enemy. Life and death are really unpredictable. Lao Tai didn't say anything to Lin Shen, but just walked towards the leader of the creation god.
Ancient, your memory has been restored.
The leader of the Godkai tribe looked up and down in surprise.
Not count, but I have already remembered what happened to you. Lao Tai said lightly. It's too late to think about it now. I have completed all your plans for you, but now all of this belongs to me.
The chief of the cultivation clan sighed.
Since the day you started teaching me, aren't you just waiting for this day?
Lao Tai said lightly, dragons of the magpie's nest and took the gods clan, used my hand to disrupt the immortal court, guided me to set up a ghost and gods bureau, control the ghosts and gods of the mysterious gods, and took the opportunity to move me out of the Nirvana egg in advance when I was Nirvana in my mother star.
It's really easy to make up. I didn't kill you, it's already been considered to be the end of kindness and righteousness.
The leader of the cultivation gods said lightly. You don't kill me, not because you don't want to kill me, but because you can't kill me.
Lao Tai said. When you are a fairy in Nirvana, isn't it easy for me to kill you?
But I didn't kill you, I just moved you out of your Nirvana egg and let all your previous efforts be wasted.
The leader of the Godkai tribe smiled. Yes, you can kill me, but you can't kill the Jade Emperor.
Lao Tai said calmly.
So you already know.
The leader of the cultivation god curled his smile and sighed.
If I were not the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor, how could I plot against those ghosts and gods? Only those masters of ghosts and gods can plot against them? You choose me to implement the ghost and god plan, isn't it because of this?
Lao Tai said coldly. Yes, you emperors can only plot against those ghosts and gods. Unfortunately, I didn't have the power I have now, otherwise I would have killed you. Killing you at that time will only reincarnate the Jade Emperor, without much effect. It's better to make some moves and let you go like this, so as not to have any trouble. The leader of the God Kai clan admitted readily. After changing the subject, the leader of the creation god sighed again, since you have survived, you should live well.
Why bother to stop me again? Do you have to let me kill you? It's different now. Don't say that you can no longer return to the Emperor. Even if you can return to the Emperor, you can't be my opponent anymore.
What's more, ghosts and gods are all under my control, and no one can become the Emperor again.
You owe me, you have to pay it back.
Lao Tai slowly raised his hand and raised it high above his head. I can't pay this debt, I can only give the creditor a step first. The leader of the God-Kading clan also raised the first immortal sword. Almost at the same time, the leader of the God-Kading clan waved the first immortal sword, and Lao Tai's iron hand also slashed. Lin Shen saw billions of lines of nothingness wrapped around Lao Tai, just like the pump pipe of a water pump, and he wanted to drain the energy on Lao Tai's body. But as Lao Tai waved his hand, the countless lines of nothingness were cut off in an instant, and no force could bind Lao Tai.
When
Lao Tai's iron hand collided with the first fairy sword, and the two terrifying waves blended together, forming a purple pole between the hands and the sword, and the energy surged wildly into the pole.
You have really become lawless.
The leader of the God Kai clan was slightly surprised, as if he didn't know that Lao Tai had become lawless. Yijingru, I have told you a long time ago that external force is always external force, and only what belongs to you is eternal. Lao Tai's power broke out, and the iron hand gradually overwhelmed the first immortal sword and pressed the first immortal sword towards the leader of the God Kai clan.
When I taught you, you were still a little brat. Now you have taught me, you are still far from being.
Ishakli snorted coldly, and a red light burst out above the first fairy sword in his hand, and his power actually increased again, which suppressed Lao Tai's iron hand again. Your lawlessness can cut off the power of ghosts and gods, but it cannot stop the power of ghosts and gods from acting on me.
I have billions of ghosts and gods to help me. What if you have lawlessness? You are still no match for me.
Yijingren's power of ghosts and gods is getting stronger and stronger. With the blessing of billions of ghosts and gods, the light on his body seemed to be connected to the entire universe, and with the power of the entire universe, it pressed on Lao Tai alone.
Chapter 1261 The Emperor of Hutu.
Lao Tai waved his left hand and cut off the part of the line of nothingness connected to Lao Tai's body.
Lawlessness is indeed without any progress and profit.
The terrifying power is like a bamboo shoot, cutting off the line of nothingness that cannot be shaken even in the deep forest. The power attached to the above is also difficult to resist the lawless power. Lin Shen exclaimed in his heart, lawlessness is indeed more useful than my 100% sure win formula. In this case, it is still lawless. However, the cut-off lines of nothingness were like water flowing, and immediately connected, giving the feeling of cutting off the water flowing even more.
It's useless.
Even if you become lawless, you can only keep yourself safe. Unless this universe is destroyed, no matter how many times you cut it off, the power of ghosts and gods will still come to me. Yi Jing said. The power in his hand became stronger and stronger, and the first immortal sword kept oppressing Lao Tai. Lao Tai had no expression on his face and swung his lawlessness again and again, but as Yi Jingren said, no matter how many times Lao Tai cuts off, the power of ghosts and gods will come to Yi Jingren again. The power of ghosts and gods is difficult to directly act on Lao Tai, but Yi Jingren continues to absorb the power of ghosts and gods in the heavens, and his power is getting stronger and stronger, which is very unfavorable to Lao Tai. Lao Tai's eyes were cold and he stretched out his flesh and blooded palm, and grabbed the first fairy sword. Blood splattered, and the lawless power was also transmitted to the first fairy sword. All the lines of nothingness connected to the first fairy sword collapsed in an instant. The first immortal sword, which had already crazily absorbed the power of ghosts and gods, could no longer absorb any power. Without the first immortal sword absorbing the power of ghosts and gods to provide energy to Yi Jing, it is difficult for Yi Jing to control the power of ghosts and gods in the heavens for a long time without limit. The reason why he had to wait until the first immortal successfully connected with ghosts and gods was to take the ability of the first immortal as himself so that he could control the ghosts and gods of the heavens to an infinite extent. Lao Tai saw through this and forcibly attached his power that could not be used every day to the first immortal sword, cutting off the channel for the first immortal sword to absorb the power of ghosts and gods, and split the perfect combination of Yi Jingren and the first immortal sword for a slit.
It's worthy of being you. Even if you are reincarnated. Jade Emperor or Jade Emperor. It's really difficult to kill you. But if I kill others, it's not that difficult. He looked at Lin Shen with amazing eyes. If you dare to touch him, I will kill you. Lao Tai's face suddenly changed. He could not be affected by the power of ghosts and gods, but Lin Shen did not have that ability. He might be drained from his body's power in an instant by ghosts and gods. Lin Shen was also shocked and subconsciously wanted to retreat, but even if he hid at the end of the universe, as long as the human being is still in the universe and under the laws of ghosts and gods, it would be useless for him to hide anywhere. I can't kill him, but you must leave the immortal court and make a great vow. You will never step into the immortal court again forever. Yi Jing said. If you can kill him, then try killing one. Lao Tai was about to answer, but saw a man flying from the sky, floating above the starry sky, and it was a human woman. Who are you? Yi Jing frowned at the human woman, but for a moment he couldn't recognize who she was. Lin Shen recognized him at a glance. The human woman suddenly sent him into the immortal courtyard and left him there without caring about it. My name is Lin Wan. You shouldn't recognize me, but when it comes to my previous life's name, I think you should have heard of it. Lin Wanqing was as cold as ice, and reached out to grab the void, and a little dust condensed into her hands. The dust condensed together and turned into a yellow mud embryo, but a colorful halo was actually blooming on the yellow mud embryo. You are the reincarnation of Emperor Hutu. I have been searching for so many years. I haven't found you. I didn't expect you to come to your door by yourself. Yi Jing immediately guessed Lin Wan's identity. What are you asking me for? Lin Wan said indifferently. If I can't find you, how can I control the universe with peace of mind? But it's no longer important now. Thousands of ghosts and gods are under my control, and the first fairy sword is also in my hands. No one of you can return to the Emperor, and no one can stop me. Yi Jing said. You can try it. With me, you can kill people. Lin Wan's yellow mud embryo was sacrificed, and it immediately turned into endless earth, shattering not Yi on the earth. Yi Jingren used the power of ghosts and gods to look at Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw that the line of nothingness he triggered did not spread towards him. All the lines of nothingness were connected to the yellow mud embryo. The yellow mud embryo is like a blocker between the power of ghosts and gods and the outside world, so that the power of ghosts and gods triggered by him must first pass through the yellow mud embryo before it can be transmitted to the outside world. The colorful divine light on the yellow mud embryo goes up against the line of nothingness and wants to control the ghosts and gods in the sky. Unfortunately, Lin Wan's power alone is still a little weak. If only a part of the ghosts and gods were to control those ghosts and gods, but now the power of the ghosts and gods in the heavens is connected to Yi Jingren's body, and she cannot rebel all of them. The earth transformed by the yellow mud embryo was expanding wildly, but it was still difficult to resist the power of ghosts and gods in the heavens. The earth was shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. What are you still watching? Why don't you come and help? Lin Wan shouted to Suoshio, Dais and others. Suoshio reacted and sacrificed the purple micro-Wanxiang bead to strengthen the power of the yellow mud embryo, allowing it to withstand the erosion of the power of ghosts and gods. Dais also condensed the heavenly venerables of the 10 directions to save the suffering heaven. One by one, the heavenly venerables fell on the yellow mud embryo, and brought the 10 hells and the 10 pure land together to suppress Yi Jingren. He suffocated his breath and shouted coldly, kill them all. Lani and Hongyi flew up and Ouyang Yu both wanted to stop him, but they saw that they were like phantoms, flying over Ouyang Yudu, one left and one right. Ouyang Yudu and Yubon Demon Ji could not even stop him. He was shocked and quickly turned around to chase him. With his speed, he still couldn't catch up with Bluey and Reddy, but was thrown away. Red clove towards Suoshio, and Suoshio quickly mobilized his soul and pet to meet him, but saw the man in red transform into tens of millions, and all the attacks hit by Suoshio disappeared. The real red clothes actually came to the purple Wei Wanshan pearl and picked off the purple Wei Wanshan pearl that emitted the dazzling divine light. Okay, Hongi, you did it so well. Use the Ziwei Wanshan bead to bless me. Yi Jing didn't expect that Hongi was so beautiful and instantly took over the emperor's magic weapon. Okay. Hongi responded, and the purple light Wanshan bead in her hand burst into thousands of divine lights, shining everywhere. Everyone was desperate. Yi Jingren was already so powerful. With the blessing of the Ziwei Wanshan pearl, it would be difficult for the yellow mill embryo and the Emperor Hutu to stop it. Oh Yangyu was desperately chasing him, but he was already one step too late. 10,000 rays of glow fell, but everyone widened their eyes in surprise. The glow did not give Yi Jing's blessing, but instead gave the yellow mud embryo a greater help, making the yellow mud earth rise out of thin air, and the gravity and ability to control the line of nothingness became stronger. For a moment, everyone was stunned and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 1262 The Six Emperors Artifact. No one knows what happened. The man in red is clearly one of Yi Jingren's right-hand arms around him. Why doesn't he help Yi Jingren at this time? Instead, he uses the Ziwei Wanshan bead to assist the yellow mud embryo. You are not a red dress. You can exert the power of the Ziwei Wanshan pearl to this extent. You are the reincarnation of the Northern Purple Emperor. Yi Jingren immediately noticed the problem. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. The man in red reached out to caress the redness on his face faded away, and his face distorted with a formation, and another face changed, even his figure was obviously different. Third brother. Lin Shen was surprised and happy when he saw the man's true appearance. The man was his third brother Lin Zongjung. I only remember my third brother, but I don't remember my fourth brother, right? On the other side, a dissatisfied voice came. Lin Shen was ecstatic when he heard this. He turned to look and saw that the man in blue had changed his face and figure, which was exactly like Lin Xiangdong. Fourth brother. Lin Shen never thought that the man in red and the man in blue beside Yi Jingren would be Lin Zongjing and Lin Xiangdong. What's the use of calling me brother? You won't give me my stuff back. Lin Xiangdong said with a lip silence. What? Lin Shen was a little surprised, unable to remember what he had taken Lin Xiangdong. The golden bottle of transformation. Lin Xiangdong didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Xiangdong said that the transformation of the golden bottle belonged to him, which means that he was the reincarnation of the Emperor Go-Chun Shanggong among the six emperors. It was because Vice President An was right that among the four brothers, 3 of them were reincarnated as the Emperor. Vice President An said that all the 4 brothers may be reincarnated, so that's what it means. The second brother is the Jade Emperor, the third brother is the Ziwei Emperor, the fourth brother is the Gochen Emperor, Lin Wan is the Hutu Emperor, and Dai Ersi is the Qinghua Emperor, so there is only one Emperor of Immortality left. Can I be the reincarnation of Emperor Changsheng? Lin Shen thought to himself and summoned Xiao Yi and Xiao Na. Before Lin Shen could get the gold transforming bottle from Xiaoye, the gold transforming bottle ran away from Xiaoye's palm and flew towards Lin Xiangdong. Lin Xiangdong held the gold-making bottle, and the snow light suddenly shone like a wash of water on the gold-making bottle. Its power quickly rose, and infinite brilliance burst out from the mouth of the bottle, illuminating Na Yi's body. Under the illumination of the golden bottle, the line of nothingness connected to Yi Jingren's body actually showed signs of corrosion. Okay, I didn't expect that beat the geese all day long, was pecked by the eyes. Yi's amazing eyes swept across Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing's faces, and said coldly, when did you replace the red and blue clothes? Where are the red and blue people now? It's just a coincidence. It's not your fault, it's just that destiny is not on you. Lin Zongjing said lightly. If you want to know the answer, you can ask them on the Huangquan Road. Lin Xiangdong was unscrupulous. After saying that, he looked at Shi Zhongqing and said, Master Shi, Master Xiao Wang, what are you going to choose? Which side do you plan to stand on? The frown on old Shi Zhongqing's face unfolded and said righteously, it is a rare event for the gathering of 6 great emperor artifacts. How can I destroy such eternal beautiful stories? Of course, I must work with you to suppress the evil deeds and fulfill my responsibilities as a great priest. While speaking, Shi Zhongqing activated the Great Jotian Star Disk, and the twinkling starlight together suppressed Yi's astonishingly. Xiao Wu, why are you still standing there? Why don't you raise the purple gold and red gourd? Lin Shangdong shouted loudly, awakening Lin Shen, who was eating melons and watching the show. Lin Shenjiang felt that Shi Zhongqing was really a cunning fence-bearer, and he was so easy to betray. Hearing Lin Shangdong asked him to raise the purple gold red gourd, Lin Shen quickly took the purple gold red gourd from Xiaona and injected his own strength into the purple gold red gourd, wanting to activate the purple gold red gourd. The fourth brother said this, I think I should be the reincarnation of Emperor Changsheng. Lin Shen thought so, but found that his own energy did not allow the purple gold red gourd to return to the peak like a golden bottle. Strange, why can those great emperor artifacts return to the peak after reaching the reincarnation, but I failed to return to the peak? Lin Shen couldn't help but mutter. What are you thinking? You are not the reincarnation of the great emperor, why should you let it return to the top? Lin Shangdong complained directly. Only then did Lin Shen realize that he had a wrong intention. Lin Shangdong asked him to use the red gourd purely because the reincarnation of Emperor Changsheng was not born, so he could only let him take it. 6 emperor artifacts were released together to suppress Yue, who was shockingly alone. Before, Lin Shen felt that the power of the emperor artifact was already terrifying enough. But now the 6 great emperor artifacts are activated at the same time, and it seems that there is a strange force field formed in the dark, or the 6 great emperor artifacts achieve each other, and the power of the great emperor artifacts has suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. There was no need for Lin Shen to hold it, the purple gold red gourd flew out, getting bigger and bigger. The suction force emitted from the open gourd actually sucked the starry sky and the earth. Don't worry, the gourd internalizes the universe, the yellow mud is the earth, the star plate is the sky, all directions are complete, the light turns into life and death, everything leads to its own universe, even if the emperor is trapped in it, it is difficult to escape the end of the death of the emperor. What's more, Na Yi Jingren just kidnapped ghosts and gods, and he himself failed to become the emperor. In the 6 emperor's artifacts, he can no longer contact ghosts and gods, and he will definitely die. Lin Xiangdong said lightly. I'm not talking about him, my second brother is inside, too. Lin Shen said with a bitter face. The second brother fought with Yi in a stunning battle, and held the first immortal sword in his hand, and was suppressed by the 6 emperor's artifact. The second brother has to control the first immortal sword, otherwise the energy of the 6 emperor's artifacts will be terrible. It would be impossible without him. As Yi Jingren said, ghosts and gods are controlled by him. Although we are reincarnated, it is difficult to return to the true emperor level. We can only rely on the power of the 6 emperor's artifacts to control him. But you don't have to worry, the second brother is reincarnated by the Jade Emperor and is the leader of the 6 emperor's artifacts. The 6 emperor's artifacts will not pose a threat to him. Lin Shangdong paused, looked at Xiaona and said, You are the daughter of your second brother. You are a twin with the red gourd. You should know how to use the secret words of the red gourd. Let's take a look at the scene inside the red gourd. Xiaona looked at Lin Shen, saw Lin Shen nodding, and then she said the secret, red gourd, let me see the secret inside the gourd. As Xiaona spoke the secret words, the red gourd in the void gradually became transparent, revealing the scene inside. The yellow mud is the earth, the stars are the sky, and the light is everywhere, saving the world. In the universe inside the gourd, Yi Jingren and Lao Tai are just insignificant parts, smaller than the dust, almost negligible. Lin Shen kept adjusting his vision range and finally saw clearly the 2 people trapped on the yellow mud embryo. At this time, Yi Jingren was already shining with starlight in the sky, and his body was under unimaginable gravity. The 10 directions of heavenly lords suppressed him ruthlessly, and the 10 levels of hell and 10 levels of pure land were all pressed on him. He fought against this infinite divine power with his own strength and was still marching with Lao Tai. His body functions seemed to have been squeezed to the limit. His armor was broken, his hair was dispersed, and he held the sword in both hands, as if he was crazy. Chapter 1263 Fighting all over the sky.
Yi Jingren, put down the first immortal sword and relieve the constraints of ghosts and gods in the heavens.
You can spare your life.
Lin Xiangdong said to Yi Jingren in the gourd.
Yi Jing heard Lin Xiangdong's voice, but a crazy smile appeared on his hideous face. Do you really think that this will beat me?
If you can truly return to the Emperor level before I got the first immortal sword, maybe I will still be afraid of you waiting for 3 points today. But now you can't return to the Emperor level, and you want to suppress me with only 6 dead objects.
I would underestimate me too much. Today I will let you know that machines are always machines and must be controlled by people.
Yi Jing said as the energy burst out on his body, and was grabbed by Lao Tai with flesh and blood. The first fairy sword that was sealed with lawlessness also emitted a strange light like Yi Jing's body.
What is that?
Lin Xiangdong tilted his head and looked at it, but he could not see where the energy bursting out of Yi Jingren's body came from. Lin Zongjing glanced at it and said, Yi Jingren is really a cruel person. He actually dug out all the foundation of ghosts and gods.
What? Did he dig that thing?
Lin Xiangdong was shocked when he heard this.
What is the basis of ghosts and gods? Lin Shen asked in confusion.
The system of ghosts and gods itself is not naturally formed by the universe, but the Emperor's intelligent brain has established a systematic energy control system in the process of continuous evolution and exploration of the universe.
Lin Xiangdong explained.
Lin Shen felt a bit ridiculous when he heard the words, the Emperor's intelligence brain.
Wasn't he talking about himself? As if seeing through Lin Shen's inner thoughts, Lin Xiangdong said with a smile, we are not considered the great Emperor's intelligence brain anymore. Even if Yi Jingren does not control the ghosts and gods to stop us, we will not be any great emperors anymore. The most primitive state of the great emperor's intelligence brain is created by humans, and the people who created the great emperor's intelligence brain wanted to create human-like intelligence at the beginning. Therefore, among the most primitive instructions of the great emperor's intelligence brain, this is basically the highest level of instructions. In the process of constantly exploring the universe, this supreme command has been playing a role, allowing them to pursue the evolution towards carbon-based organisms. In the end, they succeeded and reincarnated as us. So now, we are actually no different from real humans. The difference is that your previous life may be humans, animals, or other living things, while our previous life is a computer, that's all. Lin Xiangdong said with a smile, although I remembered the past life, I'm almost the same as watching a movie, and I don't have any special feeling. I am still Lin Xiangdong, and your fourth brother. Lin Zongjing frowned and said, Fourth, you are off topic again. Lin Xiangdong called out, Third brother, don't worry. I'm going to explain it clearly to Shouwu first. You know, his mind is not very good. If he doesn't explain it clearly from the beginning, he won't understand it. Lin Zongjing glanced at Lin Shen and said nothing. Lin Shen suddenly felt speechless and thought to himself, what does it mean to keep silent when you look at me? If the current situation does not allow it, Lin Shen would have to settle the score with them. Fourth brother, third brother, when did you know that you were the reincarnation of the great emperor? Lin Shen asked. You will know after entering the Chaos Gourd. Oh. It's Hulu Mountain. It's transformed by the Chaos Gourd among the 7 treasures gourds. My second brother left a lot of things there in his previous life. Lin Xiangdong said. The key point. Lin Zongjing reminded again. Okay, to put it bluntly, the Emperor's intellectual brain is just a high-level computer, not a real god. Naturally, it is impossible to control the material world by relying solely on brain power, so they established a system of ghosts and gods. This system is divided into 3 parts, temple, god base, and ghosts and gods. Lin Xiangdong explained, the temple is actually an energy collector used to collect energy in the universe. Different temples can absorb different energy, so their functions will be different. The God Foundation, which is the foundation of ghosts and gods, is used to store the collected energy. You can think of it as a large battery to store the energy collected by the temple. Ghosts and gods are controllers that control the use of these energy. These controllers can be controlled by the Emperor through the Ghost Network and are controlled by the Emperor's intelligence and brain. Yi Jing cut off the controller signal. If the smart brain cannot connect to the controller, it will be impossible to control the power of ghosts and gods. It is equivalent to a computer with disconnected network.
No matter how powerful the function is, it can only play standalone locally, cannot play online games, and cannot enable resources and energy in the temple.
Pay attention to the time.
Lin Zhongzheng frowned slightly. The key point is that the Six Emperors artifact also cut off the connection between Yi Jingren and the controller, but he actually dug up the base belt of ghosts and gods on his body, which is equivalent to bringing an energy library or ammunition library himself.
There is no need to contact ghosts and gods, so there is energy to use.
Moreover, he bypassed the controller and used the first immortal sword as a converter to directly absorb the energy in the base of ghosts and gods, which will make him extremely powerful and no longer need to rely on the ghosts and gods system. Lin Xiangdong did not go off topic this time, and explained the current situation clearly in one breath.
Then what? How to solve it? Lin Shen understood, but he didn't expect any solution. How to solve it?
Of course, I can only destroy him before the situation becomes uncontrollable. As he said that, Lin Xiangdong flew up and rushed into the gourd.
Let's go! Lin Zhongzheng shouted lightly and went into the gourd.
Lin Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at Dais, Lao Wei and Ouyang, who were also looking at Lin Shen. Several people looked at each other and set out toward the gourd.
Master, let's go with us.
Lin Shen pulled Shi Zhongqing. If he kept this old boy outside, he would know if he would play tricks.
I'm so old, I'm afraid I can't help much, right?
Shi Zhongqing coughed lightly.
Go or cut you down now. Lin Shen didn't give him any choice.
Shi Zhongqing sighed and could only follow Lin Shen and the others into the gourd.
In the gourd, Lao Tai's power alone could no longer suppress Yi Jingren.
Yi Jingren drew his sword violently, and the first fairy sword cut off Lao Tai's flesh and blood fingers holding the sword. After the first fairy sword was restored, it immediately swallowed the energy around it crazily and slashed at Lao Tai in an extremely violent manner. Lao Tai stretched out his iron hand to block it, and the iron hand was cut out a deep mark. His body couldn't help but retreat on the ground, and his legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground.
Yi Jingren waved his sword again, but saw petals falling like snowflakes in the sky. The forest walked eastward and the snowflakes in the sky rolled towards Yi Jingren and the first fairy sword. He was shocked to cut open the pear blossoms in the sky, and was about to slash towards Lin Xiangdong, but suddenly felt a sense of emotion. He turned his head and immediately saw that Lin Zone was like a ghost. He was standing behind him at some point, pressing one palm towards his back. The body moved away forcibly, and at the same time, he jumped up and slashed out the first fairy sword with his backhand. In the sky, he stabbed Yi Jingren out with one sword and one gun. The first fairy sword had to be retracted and slashed out. The sword and gun fought with the sword, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were immediately shocked to fly away. Dais transformed into a sky of stardust and rolled towards Yi. Ouyang took away the jade umbrella in his hand and swept it across. Yi Jing grabbed the jade umbrella and gave it back with her back, and actually used the jade umbrella to lure away the dust in the sky. Almost at the same time, Yi Jing's fairy sword in his other hand blocked the rapid offensive between Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng. Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng were both hard and soft, bright and dark, quick and dark, and cooperated seamlessly. The move was so fast that the light was too fast, but they could not get close to them at all. Halfway through the tricks, the first immortal sword swept over and had to retreat. Yi Jingren, with his own strength, carried the divine power of the 6 Emperors' artifacts, fought with everyone, but still did not lose the upper hand. Chapter 1264 The Last Card. Above the endless yellow clay emperor, various terrifying attacks crisscross and cross the stars. Each attack can penetrate the starry sky, the waves generated make the starry sky sway, the earth roar, and the starlight tremble. Several emperors reincarnated as Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Ouyang Yudu, and tried their best to have a shocking battle with Yi, but they were only able to barely have a shocking battle with Yi. Yi was shockingly fighting against the heroes, with a strange light blooming in his chest. His chest was as transparent as the light shining. From a distance, it looked like a lantern, and the wick of the lantern was his heart. Yi Jingshi. If you can do this, you are already an unprecedented person. So let's stop here. Although you cast the foundation of ghosts and gods into your heart, your energy is almost endless. But your heart is not the real foundation of ghosts and gods,
and there is no temple that can absorb endless energy for you.
There will be a time to consume it. Lin Zongjing said to Na Yi as he commanded everyone to fight.
The siege was commanded by Lin Zongjing.
No matter how fierce Yi Jing was, he could never really hurt Lin Shen and the others.
It seemed that he had the upper hand, but with one enemy, without external supplies, he could not escape the defeat. As the beginning of the new human being, I, Yi Jing, will surely break the bullshit world ruled by the intelligent brain, and no one can stop me. Yi Jing waved a sword and slashed the scum knife in Wei Wufu's hand backwards. The blade that had almost never appeared damaged before.
After many collisions, it was like a sawtooth.
Lin Shen raised his dead fans with both hands, blocking the fairy sword that Yi Jingren chopped down. The dead fans' bodies were directly bent by the fairy sword, and they bounced down together with Lin Shen. Heaven has its own laws and magic has its own principles. The world should have rules.
If there are really no rules in this world, it will only make most people live more painful.
At the same time, a few people occupy most of the world's resources, ordinary people will live more difficult, and even miserable.
Is this really what you want?
Lin Zongjing continued.
You are changing the concept. The law of heaven is the law of heaven and earth. When will the rule customized by an intelligent brain become the law of heaven and earth?
He said shockingly. Whether it is the law of heaven or humanity, it is a good rule to be fair to most people. What's more, how do you know that the laws of heaven and earth are not occasionally done by higher lives? In our opinion, it is the sunrise and sunset of the law, and the movement of the universe, and perhaps it is not the gyros thrown by higher lives. Before the gyros stop, the laws of heaven and earth we believe are valid. If the gyros stop one day, the laws built on the rotating gyros may no longer be established.
If you can abide by the laws of heaven and earth, why can't you abide by the laws of heaven and earth?
This has nothing to do with who sets the rules, as long as it is fair. Lin Zongjing continued. What you call fairness is just that you think, in my opinion, those laws are not fair.
If it is fair, why can the intelligent brain determine everything? Why can the intelligent brain judge life and death, just a machine, who gives you the right?
Yi Jing's swordsmanship was magnificent, and it was difficult for everyone to fight in close combat, as if it were a god. It is the intelligent brain that resurrected humans.
Lin Zongjing said. According to your words, do you have the right to kill the child you gave birth to?
Yi Jing was even more disdainful. If he violated the Dharma, and I am the executor of the Dharma. Lin Zongjing did not continue.
He was so shocked that he was unscrupulous. You can't do it either, right?
Your good brother, the little fifth master of the Lin family, once killed a race and turned the planet where that race was located into purgatory.
Since you advocate fairness, why don't you kill him? Don't tell me that he is not guilty.
Lin Zongjing suddenly smiled. You are right, I can't do it either, so I am no longer a law enforcement officer or an emperor anymore. I am just me, the third Lin Zongjing of the Lin family, and now I only represent myself.
Since you are not the law enforcement officer in this world, why should you stop me?
Yi Jing's momentum became even stronger, and everyone was defeated step by step. No one could stop his sharp sword from coming.
Just you said, you don't want to be ruled by a machine, and I don't want to be ruled by you. In my opinion, you are not as good as a machine. Why should I obey the rules you set?
Lin Zongjing is going to defeat magic with magic.
That's right.
Since that's the case, we can only distinguish between strength and see who can become the rule makers of this world.
Most of Yi's amazing crazy offensive was blocked by Lao Tai.
The absorption ability of the immortal sword is also locked by Lao Tai's lawlessness, which makes the immortal sword unable to absorb the energy outside.
One-on-one, no one here is your opponent, but now you can't win.
Once you consume the heart that you cast with the foundation of ghosts and gods, you will no longer have the power to fight.
Why fight to that extent?
You only need to leave the first immortal sword, the universe is the greatest, and you can come and go. Lin Zongjing continued.
Who said I only have one person? He laughed in shock.
We have arranged all the gods in the creation clan clearly.
Who else do you have? Lin Shandong said.
You forgot that I have one card, the last card.
he said coldly with a shocking smile. Master? Although we don't know who the master is, no matter how strong he is, what can he do at this time? Lin Shen said. You don't need to provoke me, he should be coming soon. Yi Jing sneered, if the 6 emperors really gather together, even if they are just reincarnations in holding the 6 emperors' artifacts, it will be difficult to be useful when the king comes. What a pity, it's a pity that there is one of the 6 emperors' artifacts that does not reach the level of the emperor at all, that is your flaw. Even without the emperor of eternal life, the red gourd is weaker and no one can break it. Lin Shen said. Can it be broken? You can tell at a try. Yi Jing's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound, as if a big hole had been pierced through the universe. The beam of light shot in from the big hole, and it turned out that the red gourd was broken into a big hole. A monk wearing a moonwhite monk's rosary and holding a rosary, looked clean and not like a man in the world, stood outside the big hole. Master of Sacrifice. Lin Shen recognized who the monk was at a glance. Amit Ba. Master Chowdu shouted the Buddha's name and punched the Buddha's body, and the Buddha's light was shining with golden light on his fist. He punched the red gourd one by one, and even punched holes on the red gourd. I should have thought that how could people who can live in the place of mysterious Godstar really have no identity? Lin Shen sighed in his heart. As the red gourd was opened, Lin Shen and others saw that behind the Master of Salvation, there was an extremely huge planet, rushing towards the red gourd. Because the distance was too close, you could already see that there were magnificent temples on the planet, emitting shocking divine light. Chapter 1265 New World. Among the many temples on that planet, there is a Buddhist temple emitting a brilliant golden light, which is the Golden Buddha Temple that Lin Shen has been there many times. This planet should have the mysterious divine star of the Golden Buddha Temple, but the originally dilapidated temples on the planet are now magnificent. You can see divine light rising from the temple, and the aura of ghosts and gods is very strong. Huh, what is that? It looks like a mysterious god star, but it's a little different. Lin Shen said in surprise. Lin Zongjing frowned and said, that was a temple built in imitation of the mysterious god star. These temples were replaced by the original ghost and god system. Yi Jingren had already planned to replace it, and he wanted to use it to seize control of the universe. You only realized that it was too late. The original ghost and god system was created by the emperor's intellectual brain after all, and it was inevitable that the back door would be left. If I continue to use it, I might be calculated by the emperor's intellectual brain one day. I used the energy of the original mysterious godstar to create my own ghost and god system and recreate a new mysterious godstar. Even if the emperor is resurrected, I can no longer compete with me. I am the real master of the universe. He said in amazement. As he spoke, the mysterious godstar had already hit the red gourd. Originally, the master of the Shudu just opened the gap. The mysterious god star hit the red gourd with the power of thousands of ghosts and gods, and suddenly broke half of the red gourd's body. The mysterious divine star is stuck in a gourd that is as good as the heaven and earth. A sacred tree rose and grew out in the Golden Buddha Temple, standing for thousands of miles. The lines of ghosts and gods on the tree are connected with E, which makes E shockingly restore the connection with ghosts and gods again. Boom! Yi Jingren burst into infinite energy, shocking everyone back, and his power was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Do you really think I can't see that you have replaced the red and blue clothes? The intelligent brain is the intelligent brain. It can only calculate, but I don't know that although the human brain is not as good as the calculation ability of the intelligent brain, the imagination and calculation of imagination are not something that the intelligent brain can achieve. If I don't let you succeed, how can I draw you all out? If the 6 emperors' artifacts can be turned into their own use. Yi Jing raised the fairy sword in his hand, looked around with cold eyes, the fairy sword merged with his body, turned into an energy vortex to swallow everything, and the energy between heaven and earth was instilled into the fairy sword. The 6 emperors' artifact could not withstand the crazy devouring power, and the energy was sucked into the vortex. Everyone wanted to take back their respective emperor artifacts, but found that the emperor artifacts were firmly sucked and could not be pulled back. Not only the 6 emperors' artifacts,
But the ghost powers of the many temples on the mysterious divine star also surged wildly towards the immortal sword in Yi Jingren's hand through the golden Buddha temple and the divine tree. The magnificent temples can be seen with naked eyes, and after being pulled away from the power of the ghost power, they quickly became dilapidated and declined.
Yi Jingyan. What do you want to do?
You devour the power of ghosts and gods, and suck the energy of the 6 emperors' artifacts.
The universe is afraid that even the universe can't bear your power. The real chain of cosmic order will break.
Lin Zongjing's face changed drastically. Yi Jing's body had endless divine light, as if a billion-foot god stood on the yellow mudland, looking down at the entire universe, and said with a smile, "If you want to break the old world established by the emperor and form a new world, you will naturally break it before you can establish it. I want to destroy the ghosts and gods, break the emperor, and become the only king in this universe. From then on, there will be no emperors, ghosts, and gods in the world, only people." Lao Tai slapped out with his palm, and the unintentional power broke countless lines of ghosts and gods, but after those lines of ghosts and gods were interrupted, they would immediately reconnect.
The Jade Emperor. Lawless. Don't you understand? What you call lawless is actually still within the ghost and god system. It's just that the lawlessness given to you by the rules does not jump out of the rules at all. But soon you will be able to see the true lawlessness. Without any rules constraints. You can truly ignore all rules. Heaven and earth are in my palm and lawlessness that I can control. Yi Jingren said with a smile. Everyone tried all kinds of techniques and power to stop Yi Jingren, but it was too late. Most of the power of the 6 emperors' artifacts has been sucked away, almost collapsed, and the power of ghosts and gods is about to be drained by Yi Jingren. Relying on the ability of the first immortal sword and Yi Jingren's own ability, he wanted to become a god in his human body and turn it into the only god in the universe. His power is beyond the rules. Even if the emperor is resurrected, it can no longer stop him. Lin Zongjing stopped his useless efforts and turned his own power into a barrier, hoping to eliminate the fluctuations caused by Yi Jingren's becoming a god, and hoped to minimize his impact on the universe. Others also realized that no one could stop Yi Xingshi. They all retreated around like Lin Zongjing, turning their own power into a barrier, trying to stop the damage caused by Yi Xingshi and let the star priests and powerful people of all races retreat. Lin Shen saw that all the lines of nothingness in the universe rushed towards the first fairy sword in Yi Jingren's hand, and transformed into Yi Jingren's body through the fairy sword. The energy of the 6 emperors' artifact was also sucked into the immortal sword together with those lines of nothingness, and entered Yi's amazing body the most. The temple collapsed, the stars fell, the earth shattered, the light twisted, and all the energy gathered towards Yi's amazing body. The divine light emitted from Yi's amazing body has been as grand as billions of light years, as if there is a new universe expanding inside. Yi's amazing, you have to stop. Otherwise the universe can no longer accommodate your energy. The original universe will be directly destroyed. Lin Zongjing shouted sternly. Man follows the way of heaven. I transform into the universe with myself. Let the old world die. Let the new world be born. In Yi's amazing voice, there was no human emotion. Oh no. Yi has amazingly absorbed the 6 emperors' artifacts and ghosts and gods. His own will has been assimilated. This is to embark on the old path of the number 1 immortal. He can no longer control his will. Lin Zongjing wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. Yi Jing's own flaming like a torch, the divine light emitted radiating into the universe, destroying everything in the old universe. The mysterious god star shattered, the temples turned into ashes, the golden Buddha temple and the divine tree also disappeared, the 6 emperors' artifacts collapsed, and the amazing universe expanded rapidly. The power of Lin Shen and others, even the lawless ability, was as vulnerable as glass when they encountered the forming universe. The universe that Yi's amazing transformation has its energy level above them and is no longer on the same level as them. I am the universe. The universe is me. Yi's amazing voice resounded throughout the universe, like the declaration of the Creator God. Chapter 1266 The Battle Song begins. The universe seen in Lin Shen's eyes was no longer a line of nothingness. Those empty lines were originally dedicated networks set up by the Emperor,
but now they have no foundation, so naturally there is no network anymore. Seeing the rapid expansion of the small universe that he has transformed, their power not only failed to stop the expansion of the small universe, but instead became the nutrient for the small universe, making the small universe expand even more powerfully. The old universe was ruthlessly crushed, everything was destroyed, and it became the nutrients of the new universe. Lin Shen knew that if this continues, all living beings in the old universe would die, including Yi Jingren's own relatives and friends.
I'm afraid this is not what Yi Jingren originally wanted. It's a pity that he can't even control himself now.
Rather than saying that Yi has amazingly controlled the new universe, he is also covered in danger. He was too confident and thought he could control everything, but he didn't expect that he would lose control. The energy he absorbed controlled him instead. Lin Shen believed that what Yi Jingru said about the new world is definitely not about destroying all living beings now, including humans.
But now it's useless to say anything. Yi Jingren is really going to become a god, and he is still the only creation god. But once you lose your human nature, even if you become a god, then you will not be him. Lin Shen tried his best to explode his power, and the realm god and Luoshan were also by his side to fight against the rapidly expanding new universe. With their abilities, they can only barely resist it and will not be crushed into nutrients immediately, but they can't last for too long. Even if Lin Zongjing and the others gave up their current bodies and returned to the throne, they would not be able to prevent the birth of a new universe. Boom!
A beam of light rose up at the edge of the new and old universes.
It was a purple flame that kept burning like a phoenix.
Lin Shen saw that light was emitted from Lao Wei. Under the expansion and pressure of the new universe, even the reincarnation of the emperors such as Lin Zongjing had to fight to the best of their strength to barely be crushed. Lao Wei actually came with the power of the new universe and came to Lin Shen, pressing the expanded new universe with one hand. Although his power cannot expand the power of the new universe, it also prevents the power of the new universe from impacting Lin Shen, like a mountain, covering all the wind and rain for Lin Shen.
Old Wei. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. The evil power on Lao Wei could be so powerful.
It should be Yi's amazing creation move, and he is already the ultimate villain.
He has inspired Lao Wei's righteous and evil power. Justice will win, before, now, error. I can't stop. Lao Wei said to Lin Shen.
Lin Shen smiled bitterly after hearing this. The positive and evil forces in the state of exceeding the limit still could not compete with Yi Jingren.
It seems normal.
After all, the force of evil is the power within the old universe system. No matter how strong it is still the power under the universe.
Now Yi's power is equivalent to the power of a universe.
No matter how excited the force of evil is, it is impossible to compete with a universe.
The old universe is about to be destroyed. How can the power within the old universe withstand the power of the new world?
I have all my strength, the new world, the gap, you, go in, a glimmer of vitality. Lao Wei turned around and looked at the new universe, and the evil power on his body continued to explode, like a purple phoenix protecting the world.
Lin Shen understood what he meant.
Lao Wei said that he could make every effort to open the new world and let Lin Shen take the opportunity to enter the new world. As long as he enters the new world, he can escape the threat of death and continue to live in the new world.
How many people can you bring in? Lin Shen asked happily. 1. Wei Wufu answered without hesitation.
Hearing this, Lin Shen suddenly felt like he was poured with a basin of cold water, but his heart was full of emotion.
At this moment, Wei Wufu is still willing to give him the last chance to live. If I am the only one who can survive, then what is the point of living? Surviving alone in the infinite universe is what is the difference between life imprisonment? It is better to die together. Second, a try. Wei Wufu said firmly. There is a second way? How to fight? Can you stop Yi Jingren?
Lin Shen said in confusion.
I can't, you can.
Wei Wufu pressed his hands on the new universe, and the divine light on his body became more and more fierce. His eyes were like fire, and he shouted word by word, the sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I'm the most rampant in my life. Lin Shen's pupils contracted, and a stream of energy like fire burned in his body.
No matter whether you are a god or a native of the ancient world. If you still want to survive. If you don't want this universe to be destroyed, then come together. Yang Yu understood what Lao Wei meant, and while sucking the energy of the new world, he sent a voice to the entire universe. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life. Yang Yu is actually able to absorb the energy of the new universe, but the amount he can absorb is not even a drop in the new universe. But because of this, he was the more relaxed one among the people. He was even able to rush into the new world by himself, but he didn't choose to do that. You do. While the new universe has not yet been fully formed, we still have a chance to rush in. Yu Biao Demon Ji said beside Ouyang. Only Ouyang Yudu's firm voice responded to her. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life. Lin Shangdong's powerful voice also sounded. There were more sounds soon, but the sound was in a place where Lin Shen might not be able to hear it. In the ancient realm area of the home star, many people who knew what this meant have started shouting. Tianquan held Xiaojiu and shouted war songs over and over again. Xiaojiu was infected and started shouting in a silence. Almost all the people from Giant Ring Star were shouting. Others who didn't know what was going on were still confused at this moment, and they were a little strange that it was time to say something. What's the point of still making jokes? Can just sing a song stop the destruction of the universe? This is obviously unlikely to happen. All the star priests, sing for me, unless you want the destruction of the universe, or sing for me loudly, sing for me as much force as I can. Shi Zhongqing shouted at the top of her voice. His body, squeezed by the new world and the old world, was about to explode. Among these people, he and the master of Shudu were the most difficult. The master of Shudu did not expect that Yi Jingren would lose control. As the king of the creation clan, he has guarded Yi Jingren's mysterious god star for so many years. He originally thought that he would change the world and usher in a new world. Who knew that the new world was coming, but they were all going to be destroyed. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I'm the most rampant in my life. Shi Zhongqing's words worked, and many star priests reacted and began to shout together. The new universe shatters the old world, and they will now be the first to be affected. As more and more star priests shouted war songs, Lin Shen only felt that the energy bursting out from his body was irrepressible, and it burst out like the prehistoric universe. Chapter 1267 Unite. The gathering of energy was too terrifying and was about to overflow from Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen walked to Lao Wei and pressed his hands on the new universe. The expanded power of the new world immediately pressed Lin Shen's body, retreating his body, and also constantly rubbed against the old world. Lin Shen madly revolved around the theory of evolution, while using his own small universe to control the energy brought by the war song and confronting the power of the new world. Although it was not able to stop the expansion of the new universe, Lin Shen's power still slowed down the expansion speed of the new universe. The star priests who were about to be affected were shouting war songs even harder while escaping. The louder the battle song, the stronger the power in Lin Shen's body will be, further slowing down the expansion speed of the new universe. But no matter how slow it is, the expansion speed of the new universe is extremely terrifying. In a blink of an eye, I don't know how many light years it has expanded. Seeing this, the gods and people from the ancient realm finally understood why they shouted that strange slogan. Most people didn't care whether they were embarrassed or not, and they were all yelling at the top of their throats. The entire universe, whether it is the immortal court or the ancient realm, is filled with those strange war songs. For a moment, all the human powers in the entire universe were gathering towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen's small universe became stronger and stronger, and the power burst out became more and more powerful. It gradually seemed that it could compete with the power of the new world. The expanded new universe gradually stopped expanding, and Lin Shen's body also stopped sliding backwards, pressing his hands on the new universe, stalemate with it. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this, but Lin Zongjing said, "It's not enough. Now it's just stopping the expansion of the new universe, but its energy is still accumulated in it. Once the energy exceeds a certain limit, let alone you can't stop it, even if it can be blocked, the energy will explode inside. At that time, it may be the result of the destruction of the new and old universes together. We must use the opportunity to explode it and completely dissipate. Then lend me a little more power. Let the war song come more fierce.
The small universe in Lin Shen's body was running wildly, and the energy outside his body moved with the small universe, like a huge light shield, wrapping the new universe inside. Without Lin Zongjing saying anything, almost all the universe is not divided into races or enemies. Even the members of the creation of gods began to shout war songs desperately.
No one wants to die.
The members of the creation clan want to follow the patriarch to build a new world and become the elders of the new world, rather than destroying them themselves.
Even Catherine in the prison city sang war songs together. Humans in the entire universe are blessing Lin Shen.
Even Lin Shen himself did not expect that the war song would have such a terrifying effect. He felt that his power was getting stronger and stronger.
The energy controlled by the small universe was already unimaginable. The energy mask he transformed completely wrapped around the new universe. Moreover, as Lin Shen's power was pressing forward, the energy mask continued to shrink, compressing the new universe inside much smaller. But no matter how Lin Shen compressed, the new universe was never destroyed.
This situation becomes more and more dangerous. The new universe never explodes, and the energy inside is still increasing. Wait for a while. When the internal energy is strong to a certain extent, after the new universe explodes, the entire world will be destroyed.
Can't wait any longer, we must immediately explode the new universe. Ouyang, transfer my power to Xiaowu. Lin Zongjing said and pressed his palm on Ouyang Yudu.
This is not an attack, but a drain on Ouyang Yudu.
I understand.
Ouyang Yu directly swallowed Lin Zongjing's power, then pressed one hand on Lin Shen, and directly transferred Lin Zongjing's power in.
Xiao Wu. I can only rely on you now.
Lin Shangdong's palm also pressed on Ouyang Yudu's body, letting his energy go away, allowing Ouyang Yudu to swallow it.
He pressed his palms on Ouyang Yudu's body.
In addition to Shi Zhongqing, even the master of the Shuda passed on his energy to Ouyang. Ouyang Yu was only a water pump, and transferred the energy extracted from their bodies into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen's energy surged again in a short period of time, and the small universe in his body burned, and the terrifying energy pushed to an unpredictable height.
Let me open it.
Lin Shen felt that his body was about to be burst by energy, and his own small universe could no longer bear it and was about to explode. If they can no longer blow up the new universe that he has transformed, they are afraid they will be finished first.
Lin Shen's hands pressed on the new universe burst out with infinite light.
This time the light was no longer simply wrapped in it, but more like a huge chaotic body blasting towards the new universe. The new universe and the chaotic body collided in the void, and then a strange scene happened. The two forces did not explode, but instead blended together, rotating like Tai Chi. The two energy that had already broken through the sky underwent incredible changes, becoming smaller and smaller as it rotated continuously. The new universe, which had already expanded to billions of light years, has shrunk to the size of only the diameter of a football field in just a moment, and is still shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the energy body, which was like Tai Chi, had become as big as a basketball, and Lin Shen could hold it with both hands. But the energy inside it was too strong. Lin Shen's hands were bounced away, leaving only the Tai Chi ball spinning and shrinking in the void, and the light on it became dimmer and darker.
Not good, the two energy forms the pole of the universe.
When he shrinks to the pole, it will evolve into a Big Bang.
Lin Zongjing saw the clue. Drive him now. Leave his life to fate.
Lin Shen forced his fingers to use sand and hit the Tai Chi ball. However, the sand between the fingers, which was invincible, was still hit on the Tai Chi ball with the blessing of so many people's war songs, but it still failed to play any role. Instead, it disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the Tai Chi ball. The Tai Chi ball, which was originally the size of a football, shrank suddenly, leaving only the size of an egg.
It's over. Everyone thought it was over.
The Tai Chi ball contracted a few more times, and I'm afraid it would really become the extreme of the universe, causing a Big Bang. Everyone's faces were as clear as earth. Various thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind, but he couldn't think of how to break the current situation. Only the door of destiny locked in my mind was clattering, and there seemed to be a sound inside that tempting like a devil. Open the door.
Let me come out. Let us merge into one. Nothing is a problem anymore.
Lin Shen could hardly bear it. When he was about to fly to the gate of destiny, he saw a hole in the void, and a palm stretched out from it, pinching the taiji ball that was about to shrink to its extreme between his fingers, turning it between his fingers like playing with glass beads. Lin Shen looked at the palm in shock, but saw that the palm was clearly the hand of the Jade Emperor he had summoned before.
But the Jade Emperor no longer exists. The second brother is the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. How come the palm of the Jade Emperor appears again? Is this a fake product summoned by Shi Zhongqing? If it is a fake, how could such a divine power be able to suppress the power of all mankind condensed by Yi Jingxiong's new universe and Lin Shen? Everyone was surprised, and even Lin Zhongzhang and Lin Shandong looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. The crack in the void opened like a curtain of sky, revealing all kinds of strange scenes behind the void like the fairy world. The jade palaces of Xiong towers, strange flowers and plants, immortal towers and gods, spiritual clouds and holy smoke, and the numerous temples shine together, just like the fairy palace of heaven. At the highest point of the immortal palace, a god with divine light blooming all over his body sat upright on the throne, as if standing in the supreme position of the clouds in the universe, like a supreme god. The Tai Chi ball was pinched between his fingers. The Jade Emperor actually exists. This is the immortal court I have been to. Lin Shen was shocked. If this is a real immortal court, this is the real Jade Emperor, then who is Lao Tai? Thank you for your hard work. The Jade Emperor, who was tall and looked down at the universe from the immortal palace, his voice was like thunder and thunder, making everyone's brain roar, as if he was about to be exploded. Is he talking to me? Why does this voice seem a little familiar? Lin Shen stared at the Jade Emperor in the immortal palace, his face gradually became extremely complicated, and his pupils were magnified to the limit due to shock. Chapter 1268 Return to the Position. The Jade Emperor, who radiated thousands of divine lights, should be the same as the Jade Emperor Lin Shen saw when he first went to the immortal court. However, Lin Shen had no eyesight at that time, and could only see the light and shadow of the Jade Emperor emitting brilliant divine light. Moreover, the Jade Emperor at that time spoke seriously to Lin Shen, with a bit of an official voice. Even if he didn't look at his face, he would feel that he was a great official or a god, holy Buddha, just listening to the voice. At this time, when the Jade Emperor said that he had worked hard, he obviously had a strong emotional color, which immediately made Lin Shen feel very familiar. He looked up to look at the Jade Emperor. With Lin Shen's current supervision ability, his eyes passed through the brilliant divine light and saw a familiar face. This is the face of a middle-aged man, the appearance of a man's charm at his peak. Without the youthfulness of a young man and the decay of an old man, it is the best era for a man. But Lin Shen was familiar with this face no matter how Lin Shen looked at it, and he couldn't help but scream in his heart, Tianshu. Isn't this what that guy Tianshu Emperor looked like when he was middle-aged? There is also the first voice that sounds like the voice of Tianshu Emperor. He was just talking about me, right? Apart from Tianshu, no one would call me that way, right? Could the Jade Emperor be Tianshu? Impossible. Then how could it be? Didn't Tianshu be taken away to mine after ascending? Lin Shen felt that his guess was a bit ridiculous. How could Tianshu be the Jade Emperor? But then he thought, there was no news since Tianshu ascended. Even though he sat at the position of the owner of the Star Hall, he could not hear any news about him, as if it had been out of thin air. This was indeed a bit strange. Lao Wei and Dice could both find out why Emperor Tianshu had no news. This was obviously unreasonable. After all, he was the owner of the Star Hall under one person in the Star God Palace. He could not even find out about a miner from the lower realm. This was obviously unreasonable. I'm going to see your majesty. Shi Zhongqing rose up like a stepping on auspicious clouds. He arrived in the immortal palace, stood at the feet of the Jade Emperor, and saluted to the Jade Emperor like a tiny ant. Thank you for your hard work, and you have many things to do. You have returned to your position. The Jade Emperor's voice was faint, but there was an unquestionable majesty, as if he had said the laws of heaven and earth.
With this decree, a fairy light like a clear spring gushed out of Shi Zhongqing's body. Under the bathing of the fairy light, Shi Zhongqing's injuries disappeared instantly. The changes in her body and mental state could be seen as if she had returned to a child. In addition to her appearance, she still looked like an old man, but her skin was as tender as a baby, with a red face. She looked like an old god with a crane-haired and childlike face, completely different from his usual aging appearance. The fairy light made the robe of the great priest on his body turn into a brilliant light, as if the fairy clouds condensed.
"Thank you, Your Majesty."
Shi Zhongqing bowed again and retreated to the side. Only then did everyone understand that Shi Zhongqing had always known that the Jade Emperor was in the immortal court. The finger he summoned was not fake, but was the divine power displayed by the Jade Emperor. This old guy was the great priest of the Jade Emperor on his face, and secretly the little king of the gods, but in the end he was really the great priest of the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen exclaimed in his heart, Shi Zhongqing is really good at playing, and even Yi Jing is fooled by him. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Jade Emperor's beloved minister just now should have said to Shi Zhongqing. But when he thought about it, he felt something was wrong. He had clearly seen the Jade Emperor looking at him, but he did not look at Shi Zhongqing. Moreover, since he arrived at the immortal court and met Shi Zhongqing has been so kind to him for no reason. Without any understanding, he helped him in various ways, and even went to the Zhangxiantai for his sake and gave him the position of the owner of the Star Hall. Lin Shen had thought before, how could Shi Zhongqing be so good to him?
Is there really such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky in the world?
If the Jade Emperor is the heavenly skill, Shi Zhongqing is also the Jade Emperor, then all this can be explained. The reason why Shi Zhongqing treats Lin Shen like this is not because Lin Shen is so charming, but because the heavenly technique is covering him behind him. Also, when he first went to the immortal court to choose a guardian immortal, why did the Jade Emperor use such a bit of a trick to be his guardian immortal?
It's not because he is Lin Shen's excellent, but because it is a magic trick. See Your Majesty.
All the star priests bowed to the Jade Emperor, and even the gods from various families could not help but kneel down to the Jade Emperor. You have made enough trouble, so everyone will return to their own positions. The Jade Emperor's voice was like a heavenly voice, and it was like the order of his father. He had a certain kind of majesty, but also an indescribable compassion. Lin Shen originally thought that this was just a pleasing statement. But the next second, he found that he was wrong. The real power of the Emperor can change the world with just one word. After the Jade Emperor's decree, the starry sky shone and the heaven and earth shifted, as if time had flowed back.
Infinite particles crisscrossed in the void and gathered towards different locations.
The destroyed planets in the war recondensed and returned to their positions, and the dead creatures were reborn in the condensation of particles, the galaxies returned to their positions, and the heaven and earth returned to their old colors. The people and pets who died in this battle, regardless of their enemies or positions, were all resurrected in the changes of heaven and earth. Even the broken artifacts and various weapons returned from the lost particles, making up for the damage. The immortals in the immortal camp's broken bodies recondensed and returned to their original appearance.
See Your Majesty.
The immortal war camp and the people who returned from death all bowed to the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen looked at the universe where the old face was restored due to the words of the Jade Emperor, and his expression was slightly strange. Since the Jade Emperor has such a powerful power, why didn't he come out directly to stop Yi Jingren and insist on coming out to clean up the mess later? Lin Shen clearly saw that even Yi Jingren, who was swallowed by the Tai Chi ball, was resurrected and looked at the Jade Emperor with a complicated expression. Lin Shen glanced at Yi with a shocking look, as if he had some clarity in his heart. Although Yi Jingren was resurrected, the first fairy sword in his hand was not resurrected, and there was no terrifying power of ghosts and gods in Yi Jingren. Everything has recovered its old appearance, but only two things have not been restored. The first is the immortal sword and the mysterious god star. The laws of heaven, humans and laws have their own duties, and all the ghosts and gods of heaven have their own responsibilities. The ancient fairy court was originally one, and from then on, everything can transcend to immortals. With the voice of the Jade Emperor, the barrier between the ancient realm area and the fairy court was broken at the same time, and ghosts and gods appeared in the sky, and the laws of the universe returned to the right, and lines of nothingness were reconnected and spread throughout the universe.
Chapter 1269 One Person. Everyone dispersed, but Lin Shen, Ouyang, Lao Wei, Lin Zongjing and others were invited to the Immortal Palace by the Jade Emperor waved his hand, and disappeared into the void with the Immortal Palace. Why don't you even say hello when you see me? The light and shadow of the Jade Emperor's body restrained, revealing his true face, and looking at Lin Shen with a smile and asked. A Tian has seen the Emperor of Heaven. Lin Shen shook his body and saluted to the Emperor of Jade. He could already be sure that the Emperor of Jade Emperor was indeed a heavenly technique. You did a good job. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Tianshu said with a smile as he played with the Tai Chi ball like a glass bead in his hand. Emperor Heaven, what's going on? No one dared to ask, Lin Shen could only ask by himself. Tianshu smiled and said, human nature is complex and self-destructed, leaving behind 6 intelligent brains named after immortals. They evolved into the great Emperor's intelligent brain. I am one of them and the one with the strongest computing power. Tianshu's eyes swept across the faces of Lin Zongjun, Lin Shangdong, and others. The 6 emperors have evolved to the extreme and worked together to calculate, and they have calculated all the various universes. So they feel that we are the masters of this universe, and there is nothing in the world that they know, and they are omniscient and omnipotent like the Creator God. So they turn to pursue human nature, use the genetic seeds that have existed before humans self-destructed themselves to resurrect humans? Lin Shen probably already knew all the things that followed. First, they create humans, then immortals, and finally the reincarnation of the Emperor. It's just a little different from what Lin Shen knew. Although the 6 emperors were indeed reincarnated, the Jade Emperor was not fully reincarnated. He was reincarnated only by a real wisp of divine detachment, or data from the extension. Why haven't you reincarnated together as agreed? Lin Xiangdong asked directly at the Jade Emperor. It's not that I don't keep the promise, but that I calculated a new possibility before reincarnation. The Emperor said with a smile. What new possibilities? Lin Xiangdong asked. Wait a moment, invite Changxing to talk together. The Jade Emperor waved his sleeves, and the space behind Lin Shen and others cracked open, and one person flew out of it, as if he was grabbed by an invisible big hand and placed next to them. Sister? Lin Shen and the others were all shocked. Previously, Vice President Lin said that their elder sister was just an ordinary person, and she was not the reincarnation of the Emperor. Unexpectedly, he still misread it. The Jade Emperor's move undoubtedly shows that the elder sister was the reincarnation of the Emperor Changsheng. Just when I was in amazement, I saw the Jade Emperor reach out and grab it. Something flew out of my elder sister, turning into a golden phoenix with 6 wings in the sky and swimming in the air. When Lin Shen saw the thing, he immediately recognized it. It was the 6 phoenixes transformed by the sorrow of all thoughts. Eternal life. I haven't returned to my position. The Jade Emperor said lightly, and thousands of rays of light gathered towards the 6 phoenixes. In the glow of the rays, the 6 phoenix life foundations gradually transformed into a handsome man. My thought of sadness. Lin Miao was surprised and happy, tears flowed out of his eyes unconsciously, covering his palms with his mouth, looking disbelief. The man came to Lin Miao and gently embraced Lin Miao in his arms, not taking the people around him or even the whole world seriously. It's all over, and no one can separate us from now on. The Jade Emperor was not in a hurry at all. Waiting for Lin Miao's situation to recover, everyone had met Wan Ni and I, and then he spoke again. At that time, we worked together to calculate all the various universes and thought that the universe was like this and there was no possibility of a breakthrough. But I felt something was wrong. Even if the universe had an end, what was outside the universe? This question has not been calculated at that time. If there is anything outside the universe, it cannot be calculated by the energy of our universe. Lin Zongjing said. In a world inside an egg, even if the creatures inside know that there is still a world outside the egg, it is not enough to calculate the world outside by relying on the energy, theoretical basis, and computing power inside the egg. So what Jade Emperor and the others said was that they had already calculated the end of the universe within the conditions of the universe itself, rather than saying that the universe is so big. Yes, it's true in theory. After that,
although I have been calculating alone, I can't calculate any useful information until the day we were reincarnated. I finally got it." The Jade Emperor showed a look of pride.
"What must have happened? Otherwise it's impossible to calculate it. Unless the conditions change, even if you count for billions of years, you can't suddenly calculate it."
Lin Shen said to the Jade Emperor.
"Yes, something really happened.
It was precisely because of these things that I did not reincarnate as agreed, and I only divided one clone to reincarnate," said the Jade Emperor.
"What exactly happened?" Lin Shen couldn't help but feel curious.
A door was opened in the sky. The Jade Emperor said with a strange expression, "That door is the exit from our universe."
Just the opening of that door allowed me to obtain unimaginable information and data. Relying on that information and data, I calculated many things that I could not even imagine before. Why didn't we find that there is such a gate? Lin Shen frowned.
Because the time when that door appears is when we are reincarnated, you have not discovered its existence. I have been calculating, even the moment before entering the 6 realms of reincarnation. Just before entering the 6 realms of reincarnation, I have calculated the appearance of that door. The Jade Emperor's eyes were a little hot. Although the door opened for a short time, what I got from it is unimaginable.
When I want to stop you from reincarnation, it is too late.
I have to reincarnate with you, and I stayed and constantly calculated the unimaginable world.
What kind of world is that? Lin Shen asked.
There are too few sources of information obtained, and the data that can be calculated is limited, but it is shocking enough. That world is the center of the universe, or the subject of the world. Our universe is just an insignificant part of the subject, just like a fruit born on a tree. The Jade Emperor said calmly, "No matter how good the fruit is, it cannot be truly eternal. Time will always fall, and new fruits will be born on the tree next year."
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Dai said, "It means that the lifespan of our universe is limited, right?" "Yes, there are countless universes like ours, which can only be regarded as small universes.
The world behind that gate is the main body of the world, that is, the big universe or the main universe.
The big universe will never die, but the small universe will eventually fall one day. Only by entering the big universe can one achieve true eternal immortality and be considered to be exploring the complete universe."
In the time after your reincarnation, most of me are calculating how to enter the universe, but no matter how I calculate, there is only one final result. I have to go through that door of the universe.
If you want to open the door of the universe, you must have a coin, and that coin is the key to opening the door of the universe.
The Jade Emperor sighed. "I used the information source that poured in when the door opened to calculate the method of making cosmic coins, but it is almost impossible to create tools for making cosmic coins in our universe."
"It's almost impossible that it can be made?" Lin Shen asked.
"Yes, although it is almost impossible to create such a tool in the resources in this universe, when the door is opened, something is sent in, and that thing is the key to making coin," said the Jade Emperor.
"What?"
Lin Shen was full of curiosity.
"One person,"
the Jade Emperor said slowly.
Chapter 1270 The Only Wish. "People?"
Lin Shen suddenly felt bad in his heart. "Yes, it's just a person, a newborn baby," said the Jade Emperor.
"There are people in the world outside, and they are still a baby. This is so strange. If a creature like a human can survive outside, it means that the so-called universe is just an area at the same level as our universe.
A carbon-based creature like a human should not be able to survive in a physical way in a higher dimension." Lin Shen was relieved after hearing what the Jade Emperor said. The Jade Emperor saw the door and baby when the Emperor was reincarnated.
"It was unknown how long ago. The people around me are not that old, and that baby should have nothing to do with them. Who said that the universe must have a higher dimension? In fact, the so-called dimension is just a human definition and guess." The Jade Emperor said lightly. "Where is that person now?"
Lin Shen asked, staring at the Jade Emperor.
"It's here." The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shen. "Me? What a joke. I'm a serious Lin family. I grew up in the Lin family. How old is I? How could I be that baby?"
Lin Shen's face turned a little ugly. You don't want to tell me that I am the reincarnation of that baby, right?
No, you are not reincarnation, you are that baby.
Since you came here, I have been sleeping in the sea of stars until I cracked your cradle and took you out.
The Jade Emperor gave an incredible news. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be very familiar with Emperor Tian Shu. How could he be so kind to him for no reason, and never even doubted him? This seems to be a problem in itself. If Xiao Wu was that baby, why was he in the Lin family, and why were we all reincarnated in the Lin family?
Lin Zongjing seemed to have thought of something, staring at Emperor Tianshu like a knife. That's right, you are reincarnated again and again, and I arranged for the last reincarnation to the Lin family, and I also took Lin Shen to the Lin family.
The Jade Emperor told the even more explosive secret.
Why do you do this? Everyone stared at the Jade Emperor, and they had a bad premonition in their hearts.
Because if you want to create a cosmic coin, you need an energy body that is equivalent to the universe.
This energy body is just a raw material and requires special tools to be cast. It is difficult to get the energy body, but I already have a solution and it has been completed now. However, the tools for minting coin cannot be done no matter what, and it can only be completed with the help of that baby. After I cracked the information outside the door and unlocked the cradle, I calculated more information, and at the same time I also calculated a way to create coins without tools. This is to use a person outside the universe to use the information he carries as a carrier to nurture tokens that can replace coins. Although it is still a little different from the real coin, I am sure that this token can also open the door to the coin, even if it is just a moment. If you want to complete this plan, you must have cosmic energy himself, but for some reason, the baby from the universe is actually inferior to the gods and humans we created.
He is similar to the most primitive humans and cannot use him to create tokens. This is nothing. I am already omniscient and omnipotent.
With the information and knowledge I have obtained in the universe, it can be said that I have broken through the limit of this universe. Even if the computing power of the 6 emperors' intelligence brain was combined, it was far less than me. It would not be difficult to help a person achieve the cosmic level.
But unexpected things happened again.
This baby is not only poor in physical fitness, but also an amazingly poor in talent and understanding. The most important thing is that he cannot practice various skills normally, and he cannot even practice the worst skills.
Even if I pour my energy into his body, it will not work.
At that time, I was very suspicious. Based on my calculations about the universe, ordinary people there should also have cosmic strength.
How could there be such a weak child? This is simply impossible. I even suspected that you did not come from the universe.
But after I analyzed the cradle, I could calculate more information about the universe, and I understand why you are so weak. The Jade Emperor said with a smile, there is a very special mechanism in the universe, which I call it the prisoner mechanism. Because the people in the universe are immortal bodies and are almost impossible to die normally, so once people in the universe commit crimes or are defeated in battle, they will be imprisoned and become prisoners.
Among them, the most severely punished part of the prisoners will be exiled into the small universe. This is the greatest punishment for the prisoners. Lin Shen, you are a prisoner from the universe. You don't know what kind of sin you have committed, so you are exiled here. I guess that your own crime is unlikely. The biggest possibility is that your elders have committed unforgivable crimes. You who were born were also exiled to the small universe after being exiled, so you are so weak. I originally thought that this road would not work, but who knew that a study by Guji gave me hope. The Jade Emperor looked at Lao Tai. The second brother is Guji, but he is not your clone reincarnation?
Lin Shen thought to understand.
You are only half right. Your second brother is not my clone reincarnation, and Tianji is my clone. And your second brother is not Guji.
The part about Guji in his brain belongs to the king of the ancient realm, not his.
Before Lin Shen asked, the Jade Emperor continued, Guji is indeed a genius.
He is obviously just an ordinary human body, but he can cultivate to that level and does so many things.
Yi Jingren used him, and he also used Yi Jingren.
Yi Jingren didn't know that Guji had no intention of using the power of ghosts and gods to become a god. He had discovered Yi Jingren's conspiracy,
but he remains silent. The ghosts and gods trapped by his design were prepared for Yi Jingren.
He himself wanted to completely throw away his flesh and blood body and become the body of the mechanical emperor. In the end, he failed and died when his body was mechanized.
The sphere in the underground space of the human mother planet is the place of the ancient evolutionary machinery emperor?
Lin Shen thought of something and asked, frowned.
Not bad. The Jade Emperor nodded. No, a person like Gu Ji has made complete preparations, so how could he fail?
Lin Shen said to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor laughed. Yes, he would not have failed originally, but I sought his research and wanted to use his research and layout, so he could only fail.
Everyone looked different, but they didn't expect that a person like ancient times would die like this.
When it comes to that research, I thought we were already omniscient and omnipotent, but I found that everything in this universe is not all under my control.
How to say it, it is like the system order that can control everything, except for one thing, that is a bug. There are also bugs in this universe, although there are very few, but there are still some. I have never paid attention to these bugs before, because it is not within my ability.
But Gu Ji discovered a bug and studied and used that bug to practice 3 methods that were originally impossible to practice, reorganize the magical skills of the 3 realms, and use it to become a mechanical emperor.
I was just curious and studied it. I didn't expect to find that you were able to practice the bug technique created by Gu Ji. This discovery made me overjoyed, but I soon discovered that if this bug technique is successful, I must lay a solid foundation in the origin of human beings, otherwise the foundation will not be achieved. If you practice today, you will return to the same tomorrow, which means you have not practiced.
Lin Zongjing said coldly, so you sent Xiaowu to the Lin family of her mother star, but the time is wrong.
It's not that fast. He is too weak and too easy to die, so I have to make some plans for him first. And in this case, I have to wait until he reaches the cosmic level before I can use him to make tokens. Before that, I have to prepare the materials for making cosmic coins so that both worlds can be beautiful and to create tokens as fast as possible. So I put him back into the cradle. The cradle from the universe can keep him asleep, but the time in it is still. He will not grow up, die, or feel the existence of time. It has always been in that state, even billions of years, it will be like a moment. The Jade Emperor played with the Tai Chi bead in his hand and said, and I started a double-line layout. Use Yi's amazing situation to achieve token materials, use ancient times to cultivate Lin Shen, and let Lin Shen take away everything from ancient times. In addition to being unable to become a mechanical emperor, it can be said that Lin Shen replaced everything from ancient times. For insurance, I can only interfere with your reincarnation and let you all reincarnate and go to the Lin family to protect him. In order not to arouse Yi's amazing suspicion, I merged the body of the mechanical emperor with half of Gu Ji and merged with Lin Yin, making Yi shocked thinking that Lin Yin is Gu Ji's reincarnation, and Gu Ji is my reincarnation. After Lin Yin was born, he no longer had any scruples and completely let himself go and took that step. That step will become your material.
Lin Xiangdong snorted coldly.
Yes, now I still need some time to refine these materials. After that, I will borrow your body to mint the token. If the token is successful, you will die, so before that, you can enjoy life as much as you want. Before that day, I promise you everything you want, you can have whatever you want. You can have whatever you want. This universe is for you to take, and it is a compensation for you. Even if you want to be the only true God in this universe, you will be allowed to do it before that day. The Jade Emperor said, you like beauties, fairy courts and ancient realms, you can choose as long as you like it. After all, I watched you grow up, and if it was not necessary, I wouldn't want you to die. So, do I have to die?
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
Lao Wei did not say a word, jumped up and punched the Jade Emperor directly. The same was true for Ouyang and Dais.
Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zongjing had already taken action without any breath.
Lao Tai also walked in front of him in one step, and Wu Yuan took action directly. Go all. Instead of wasting time here, I wouldn't think about how to make Lin Shen's remaining time more meaningful. The Jade Emperor just waved his hand. Including the reincarnation of the emperors, everyone except Lin Shen seemed to be folded by space, and everyone didn't know where they were exiled. How much time do I have?
Lin Shen asked, looking at the Jade Emperor.
It depends on when the materials can be refined.
Because it needs to be cradles, it is difficult to calculate the time accurately for the time being. Maybe 1 or 2 months, or 1 or 2 years, or 100 years, or 1,000 years, or even more likely just tomorrow.
The Jade Emperor said with some sadness.
Lin Shen was not angry either.
He looked at the Jade Emperor and said, "You just said that you promised that all my wishes will come true, and you can be a god. I can ask for the beauties in the world, right?
You have done so many things for me and paid so much, so you deserve the reward."
The Jade Emperor said, "You don't have to waste your time thinking about anything else, let alone commit suicide. In this universe, I am the master of everything. Your life and death are all in my thoughts. If I don't let you die, you can't die even if you want to die. Who would want to die? It's better to die than to live. I really haven't lived enough yet. One day is the better. The more you live, the better you are."
Lin Shen took out something and threw it to the Jade Emperor and said, "Since you can do what you want, I don't want anything else.
I want the beautiful woman in this video to meet me.
If you can sleep with her quilt for one night, you will have no regrets even if you die."
Chapter 1271 Correction. Do you know what the 4 words omniscience and almighty mean?
The Jade Emperor did not look at the things that Lin Shen threw, but the thing was floating beside him.
If you can't even do this, you shouldn't be considered omniscient and omnipotent.
Lin Shen said indifferently.
That's right. The Jade Emperor laughed. Since that's the case, then it's your wish.
As he said that, the Jade Emperor stretched out his hand and bounced back into Lin Shen without looking at the content inside.
What does this mean?
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
You don't want to sleep with the women inside here, do you?
Of course,
if you want to perform live, I don't mind.
The Jade Emperor smiled.
No need, how can I let her come out?
Lin Shen said hurriedly. If you go back to play, she will come out naturally.
I will give you the right you wish to get. Do whatever you want.
The Jade Emperor waved his hand, and Lin Shen suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into a demon abyss. When Lin Shen's vision recovered, he saw that he had returned to Giant Ring Star and sat on the rocking chair he usually sat on, with the sunlight a little dazzling.
"Yeah!"
Lin Shen heard the familiar baby's voice, turned around and saw Tianquan standing next to him with Xiaoju in his arms, with 4 white tigers lying beside him basking in the sun.
Lao Tai, Wei Wufu, and Lao Wei were also standing aside. Then the old man didn't do anything to you, right? Lin Xiangdong asked cursingly when he came up.
Before he has refined the materials, he shouldn't do anything to me. He also let me enjoy life well, which is a perfect end to the end. Lin Shen stood up from the chair and said. This is not a friendship. It is obvious that he already has absolute confidence to control everything and doesn't care what you will do. Look at him, even resurrected Nai, and then he knows that there is nothing in this universe worth his attention.
The enemy doesn't matter to him.
He is looking at this universe from the perspective of this universe.
Just like the owner of the zoo is looking at the animals raised in it.
Even if you bite him, he will not kill you because you are part of his property. Lin Xiangdong snorted coldly.
Lin Shen naturally understood this truth and smiled bitterly. So what can we do?
Now he is indeed a supreme existence. Even if we join forces, it will be vulnerable to him, or there is no qualification to fight him at all.
Lao Tai said, he has indeed transcended the universe.
As long as we are still in this universe, we will not have the capital to fight him, unless it is the power that is not in this universe. As he said that, the few people looked at Lin Shen.
What do you think I'm doing?
Lin Shen said hurriedly.
He is omniscient and omnipotent. No matter how much you hide it, you can't hide it from him. It's better to be generous.
Lin Zongjing said, Xiao Wu, as he said, Guji discovered the bug in this universe, which is a field that the Emperor could not involve.
You can also use the bug.
Now you can verify whether those bugs can still be used.
If I expected it, it should not be used.
Only then did Lin Shen realize that he thought the secret fire ability was known to these people for a long time. Although they didn't know that it was the fire ability, they also knew that those abilities were unusual.
They could guess that the Jade Emperor would not ignore it. Lin Shen thought about it and used the ability to climb the ladder. He wanted to go to the sky with his left foot on his right foot. However, this time, he couldn't fly up, and his body fell directly to the ground, causing pain in his foot. Lin Shen didn't believe in evil, so he took out his pet gun and trembled his hands to shoot the gun. However, the pet capsule did not fly in the arc, but flew straight out. Lin Shen used all his fire abilities, but all of those abilities that exceeded common sense were invalid. As expected, the Jade Emperor has fixed all the bugs. Lin Zhongzheng had expected it, so he was not surprised. Lin Shen suddenly realized what the Jade Emperor said to him meant, and murmured to himself, "It turns out that what he said is omniscient and omnipotent." He knew what the woman I was going to record wanted to do, but he gave it to me. He was really confident. It's not just confidence, I think he also hopes that you can find more cosmic bugs. He wants to repair this universe more perfectly. Lin Zhongzheng said. Everyone felt a little discouraged when they heard this. Even though they had the ability to be in the world, it was useless to deal with the Jade Emperor. They are in this universe, like characters from games or two-dimensional circles. No matter how strong they are in the game, even if they have the ability to destroy the world, they can't withstand the people who created this game can modify it at will, or even directly unplug the power supply. Even if there are thousands of amazing skills, there is no way to go. This is the real dimensionality reduction strike. The Jade Emperor would not kill anyone, but Lin Shen was the only exception. Xiao Wu, the fourth brother, is really helpless this time and cannot save your life. If you have any ideas, tell me that the fourth brother will help you achieve everything now. Even Lin Xiangdong, who has always been optimistic, was completely lost at this time. You don't have to do this. He wants to refine the materials of the tokens. I don't know how much time it takes. Maybe it's tens of millions of years. Then I can't wait for him to successfully refine it and will live a happy life. On the contrary, he has to do everything possible to prolong my life, and the more you live, he will earn. Lin Shen smiled and said, "The more you care, the more awkward I am. Do whatever you should do. I still want to live freely for the rest of the time." Okay. Lin Xiangdong arrived simply, responded and left, and instantly turned into petals all over the sky and flew away, and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. I'm leaving too. Lin Zhongzheng patted Lin Shen on the shoulder. Xiao Wu, give birth to a few more before leaving. Okay, I'll do my best. Lin Shen glanced at Tianxuan, and Tianxuan's pretty face turned red. Everyone left one by one, and even Lao Tai left. He left without saying a word. Lin Shen asked him that he didn't say what he was going to do. Dais was going to go back to the Supreme Clan to meet his clan members, and Ouyang Yu also wanted to go back to Ouyang's house to see his young follower. Lao Wei also wanted to go back to Tiancheng, the mother star. Lin Shen thought for a while, took Tianxuan, Xiaojiu, eldest sister and Wanianj together, and returned to the mother star to take a look and stay for a while. It was where he grew up, carrying too many beautiful memories of him. If he really couldn't escape death, he hoped to spend this last period of time with the person he liked. Of course, Lin Shen is not negative. Even if the Jade Emperor knows that he has the ability to fire and knows that he can obtain the bug ability of this universe by sleeping with that woman, he will not give up until death comes. Chapter 1272 The Man in the Shadow. The fire ability that Lin Shen possesses, the so-called cosmic bug, has been repaired by the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was able to fix those bugs because Lin Shen used those bugs and was discovered. The Bone Against Heaven is a bug that Lin Shen has never used before, and has not even been fully obtained. This bug should have not been fixed in theory. If Lin Shen still has any chance to turn defeat into victory, then the last chance is to go against the will of heaven. From discovering the bug to fixing the bug, there should be a time difference in theory. If you can use this time difference, or even use this bug for the first time, you will directly defeat the Jade Emperor, which is Lin Shen's only chance. But since the Jade Emperor indulged Lin Shen so much, it means that he is absolutely sure that he can directly fix the bug when Lin Shen uses the bug, or even just discovered it. The chances are very slim, but in the face of life and death, Lin Shen has to give it a try no matter what. On a beautiful evening, the afterglow of the sunset fell on the surface of the moat,
and the shimmering waves shone like dragon scales. The clouds in the sky, like terraced fields, were reflected in gold and red by the sunlight, as gorgeous as the feathers of an immortal bird. Lin Shen, lying alone on the embankment of the moat, looking at this rare beauty, for the first time, he discovered that the world was already so moving. When he pursued the beauty he wanted, he seemed to ignore the beauty that had always been around.
If I hadn't missed the past, how could it be so amazing?
Lin Shen took out the device with the image of the woman and read it out with a watch. The strange image was projected immediately, and the holographic images projected were still in those rooms, and the woman with mosaics.
The woman lay on the ground in one of the rooms, watching TV to pass the time.
Suddenly, the woman's body trembled, as if she had discovered something amazing, and it seemed like the woman saw a mouse running towards her. Her body suddenly bounced up from the ground, turned around, and looked at the position of the camera. Lin Shen couldn't see what the woman's expression was now, so he could only see her walking towards the camera step by step. Strangely, her face and figure did not grow larger from the perspective of the image, but gradually exceeded the scope of the image and actually walked out of the movie like that. As her body walked out of the holographic projection, the body that originally looked flat gradually became plump. When she completely walked out of the holographic projection, she had become a flesh and blood real person. Lin Shen felt as if he was watching Sadako crawling out of the TV.
It's out, I'm actually out.
The woman's voice came into Lin Shen's ears. Although it was very strange, she could feel that extreme surprise.
Oh my God. I actually came out.
The woman couldn't help pinching herself, and then jumped into the lake like crazy. When she came out of the water, she screamed in her voice in front of the sky, and at the same time, her hands were slapped hard on the water surface, causing the water to splash constantly. It took a long time later that the woman who had finished venting her attention to Lin Shen. It's not that she didn't notice Lin Shen, but because she was too excited just now, she automatically ignored Lin Shen.
Who are you? The woman looked at Lin Shen, as if she was very alert. My name is Lin Shen, what's your name?
Lin Shen sat up and looked at her with a smile and asked.
Don't you know who I am? The woman was a little surprised and looked at Lin Shen up and down again. I don't know.
Lin Shen shook his head. The woman looked at Lin Shen, then at the room projected by the holographic projection.
She seemed to think of something, and laughed a little crazy again. Ha! God's will. God's will.
The band set by that bastard in ancient times was actually opened by accident.
Heaven is forbidden to me. Who are you? Why are you in the video?
Lin Shen held his chin and asked after the woman finished venting.
After being trapped for so long, no one in this universe knows who I am?
It's good that this queen is back in the universe again, so that they can know how powerful this king is. The woman raised her chest and looked down at Lin Shen sitting there like a queen and said, Mortal, listen well, I am the queen of the Moon Rabbit clan. I miss you who have helped me accidentally, and I allow you to become the first servant of my king since his comeback. At this time, she was completely different from her temperament when she was watching TV while recording.
Are you the queen of the Moon Rabbit clan?
Lin Shen said in surprise.
Are you surprised? Don't be too surprised, this is what you deserve. Seeing Lin Shen's reaction, the queen of Moon Rabbit felt a little happy. The Moon Rabbit clan now should be a super clan, right?
Even the mortals on such an unknown remote small planet were so shocked when they heard the name of the Moon Rabbit clan.
Are you really the queen of the Moon Rabbit clan?
Lin Shen still couldn't believe that the woman trapped in the video would be the queen of the Moon Rabbit clan.
Young man, don't doubt yourself. What you are in front of you is the noble queen of the Moon Rabbit clan. I know that it is difficult for people like you to believe that they will be so lucky and can climb up to a super clan like the Moon Rabbit clan. But who will make you lucky? Follow me to return to the Moon Rabbit clan in the future. I will reward you with a planet so that you and your family can live a good life.
The Queen of Moon Rabbit said with a smile. That, Mr. Queen, don't you know that the Moon Rabbit clan has disappeared for a long time?
Lin Shen sighed and said.
The Queen Moon Rabbit's smile froze on her face, her pupils contracted, and she grabbed Lin Shen's collar in disbelief, and asked angrily, What did you say? The Moon Rabbit clan has disappeared for a long time. Lin Shen ordered the communication intelligent brain to project information about the Moon Rabbit clan. The Queen of Moon Rabbit looked at the message above blankly, and her hand holding Lin Shen's collar slowly released.
Impossible, impossible. Guji lied to me. He lied to me. He actually dared to lie to me. He said that as long as I stay here to help him, I will protect me from the Moon Rabbit clan for generations.
The power on the Moon Rabbit Queen was like a volcano that was nurturing and erupting, as if it would explode at any time.
Why did Guji imprison you in the video? Lin Shen asked.
Auntie, where is that bastard of ancient times? I want to kill him. Queen Yuetu reacted and reached out to grab Lin Shen's collar again. But this time, she grabbed a hurried person. Lin Shen was sitting there without moving, but his body seemed to have moved a distance, causing her hand to fall into a hurried person.
The Queen of Moon Rabbit suddenly changed her face. Space displacement. Are you also a practitioner, or a space system?
She didn't sense the fluctuations of power on Lin Shen, and thought Lin Shen was just an ordinary person, but that moment just now, it seemed like space was moving.
No, I'm not a space system, I just moved the planet a little bit.
Lin Shen said lightly.
Chapter 1273 What I Know About Accidents.
The Queen of Moon Rabbit looked at Lin Shen suspiciously. No matter how she looked at Lin Shen, she was not as powerful as a person. She sensed that this planet was not very big, and she could do it if she wanted to move this planet, and even push the planet out of its original orbit, which was not difficult for her. But it is not that easy to move the planet without any awareness.
Moreover, this kind of movement is meaningless. It only requires moving the body. Why move the planet as a whole?
You should know that even if you just move a distance of a few centimeters, it is already a very terrifying thing. What is terrifying is not that the power is too strong, but that there is such a strong ability to control strength.
Take it to me again.
Queen Moon Rabbit snorted coldly, and once again came out and grabbed Lin Shen's face. No matter how she looked at the ordinary human in front of her, she had no power fluctuations on her body, and she didn't look like a person with great power. This time, the Queen of Moon Rabbit stared at Lin Shen. Her palm fell, but Lin Shen's figure sitting there seemed to be blurry, causing her palm to fall into vain. The Moon Rabbit Queen's face changed slightly, and she continued to exert her palms, but she failed to hit Lin Shen every time she exerted her palms. Lin Shen sat there, his movements had not changed, and there was no sign of exerting force, but no matter how the Moon Rabbit Queen took action, she could not touch him. The Queen of Moon Rabbit was shocked. She had already seen that Lin Shen was indeed not moving, but she was moving. To be precise, it was the planet that moved with her body. Lin Shen seemed to be sitting on the ground, but his body was slightly different from the ground.
The planet that was carrying him, but he did not move.
The Moon Rabbit Queen moving with the planet naturally could not hit Lin Shen. If you can play a planet in your palms without silence, this kind of power and control is probably not something that ordinary Dharma Kings can do.
Who is this person? Queen Moon Rabbit looked at Lin Shen in surprise and asked, Who is yours? Who am I important to you? Lin Shenran said calmly, I ask you, why did Guji trap you in the image? The Queen of Moon Rabbit dared not be as arrogant as before. She thought for a while and said, Do you have anything to do with Guji? It's a bit related, but Guji is dead, and I'm not a friend or an enemy, so I won't do anything to you. Just say it, and you don't need to worry about it.
Lin Shen said casually.
Auntie is dead? Impossible, he can't die.
He has jumped out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements.
No one can kill him.
Queen Moon Rabbit didn't believe what Lin Shen said. Whether you believe it or not, it's all your own business and it has nothing to do with me.
Just answer my questions.
Lin Shen was a little impatient.
Why do I tell you that you helped me today? I will thank you in the future, but you are not qualified to ask me to do anything.
The Queen of Moon Rabbit said as she was about to break through the sky and leave the planet.
Have I ever said that you are allowed to leave?
Lin Shen stretched out his hand and sucked, and the Queen of Moon Rabbit, who was flying up, seemed to be sucked by the suction from Lin Shen's palm. She let her do her best, but her figure could not move at all.
Lin Shen's current power attributes have far exceeded the calculation limit of the watch and cannot be displayed on the watch.
Not to mention other things, there are not many people in the world who can defeat him as a single power item. The Queen of Moonrabbit is also the body of the Dharma King, but under Lin Shen's method of catching loaches, it is no different from a small loach. The Queen of Moonrabbit was very surprised. She originally thought Lin Shen was just thinking, but she didn't expect that she was so strong.
Bang!
Lin Shen flipped his palm and the Moonrabbit Queen fell directly to the ground.
If I ask you, I will answer whatever I want.
If there is a word of false words, ancient times can trap you in the image and make you unable to live or die.
Do you think I can't?
Lin Shen said coldly. The Queen of Moonrabbit looked gloomy and she realized that it was not a surprise that Lin Shen could let her out. How could there be any accident that the prohibition set by Gu Ji would be? However, the Queen of Moonrabbit was hesitant and was still a little reluctant to speak, or she might have an addiction. The protection of Valkyrie may be extremely precious to others, but it is useless to me. If you are afraid of it and dare not say it clearly, there is no need. Lin Shen saw the thoughts of the Moonrabbit Queen and said lightly. Having said this, the Queen of Moonrabbit could only say, the old thief of the ancient times found me, originally to let me use the protection of Valkyrie to help him practice 3 kinds of exercises.
Those 3 kinds of exercises are impossible learning in the world.
Even if I have the protection of Valkyrie, I can't practice it, but he took me to a place and said that as long as I practice there, I can turn the impossible into possibility, and then pass on the 3 kinds of exercises I have learned to him.
Where is he talking about?
Lin Shen thought for a while, but he didn't think of what it was. The protection of Valkyrie is magical, but it is still a skill within the rules. No matter how magical it is impossible to practice the theory of evolution, the scriptures of the agelessness, and the practice of stepping on the immortal court that itself violates the rules. I don't know where, I just know that there is a strange little planet, a very small planet, like a world in a fairy tale.
Queen Moonrabbit described it for a moment.
Lin Shen suddenly knew where the Moonrabbit Queen was talking about. That was the small planet in the underground space of the Mother Star, and the little star was always guarding there. But the Jade Emperor clearly said that the small planet was where the ancients achieved the Mechanical Emperor, and it was transformed by his transformation. Why did it sound like the small planet already existed before the ancients chose to become the Mechanical Emperor? Queen Moonrabbit continued, he brought me to the inside of that small planet. As he said, I practiced those 3 impossible skills there, and it really made me get started. Then I passed all the 3 magical skills to Gu Ji as agreed. Speaking of this, the Queen of Moonrabbit's face was full of resentment. The ancient thief obtained 3 magical skills, but locked me up in the video recording, making me worse than death, and threatened me that I could not continue to practice those 3 magical skills, otherwise I would destroy my Moonrabbit clan.
I was trapped until now. I didn't expect that the ancient thief was so inhumane. It would be fine to trap me. I actually destroyed my entire clan.
You have learned those 3 skills.
Even if you don't go, those 3 skills will continue to become stronger, right? Lin Shen said. How do you know?
Queen Moonrabbit frowned and looked at Lin Shen.
You just need to answer my question.
Lin Shen said lightly.
Yes, that's why ancient times trapped me in the video recording. The time and space in the video recording are special and will be repeated constantly.
So even if I practice those 3 impossible techniques, I will only be in the first stage of entry and will never be able to truly practice to the extreme. Queen Moonrabbit said angrily, I have tried various methods and wanted to break through the limitations of the recording, but I can't do it.
But there is one thing I know very well.
Even if he has practiced these 3 impossible techniques, it is useless to kill me.
Even if he just started, these 3 magical skills can make me immortal.
Even if I die, I can reincarnate and reborn with my memory, so he did not kill me, but trapped me here. Only then did Lin Shen understand why the Moonrabbit Queen said that the king of the ancient realm could not die. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized something, looked up at the sky and asked, he said that Gu Ji would not die, and even if he died, he would be reincarnated with memories of his previous life.
What do you think? The Queen of Moonrabbit was very confused and didn't know who Lin Shen was talking to.
With her sensing ability, she could sense that there were no living creatures in the space outside the planet. But a voice that came from nowhere sounded, she didn't lie, your second brother is gone.
Chapter 1274, playing yourself in costume. Aren't you omniscient and omnipotent? How could you not know that Guji's half-dead body has a problem?
Lin Shen frowned. According to the Jade Emperor himself, there is nothing in this universe that he doesn't know how to do.
If the second brother was really taken over by Guji, how could he not know? You are wrong. Your second brother was not taken over by half of the mechanical emperor.
He was the reincarnation of ancient times, said the Jade Emperor.
Didn't you tell me before that my second brother is not Guji's reincarnation, but your plan, so people think he is right?
Lin Shen said. It should have been like this, but when I planned to let Guji die, the cosmic bug at that time had not yet begun to be repaired. He took this opportunity to make me wrongly calculate, thinking that he had completely disappeared and could not be reborn. I just heard the Moon Rabbit Queen say the effect of the integration of 3 martial arts and recalculate it. It is certain that he had already understood my existence and plan at that time, and reincarnated the Lin family with the trick, becoming the person I chose, and let me send his mechanical emperor's body to merge with him. He used his real self to play a pretend self.
In this matter, I really lost a move.
The Jade Emperor explained.
So, what's going on now?
Lin Shen asked. He should be the body of the great emperor, and he is lawless.
Even the emperor before his reincarnation is probably not as good as him.
The Jade Emperor was not at all taboo.
So, you are not as good as him. In this way, what you call omniscience and omnipotence is not really omniscience and omnipotence.
Lin Shen said. No, those bugs have been fixed long ago. Even though he is already the body of the mechanical emperor, there is still no secret to me.
There is no secret, so why can't you find him?
I am omniscient and omnipotent in this universe, but when it comes to things outside the universe, it is not completely controlled by my current abilities.
The Jade Emperor said calmly. Do you mean he has abilities outside the universe? Or does he have something outside the universe?
In this universe, there is only one thing related to the universe that is not within my control, so he avoids my perception.
What?
Lin Shen vaguely felt that it was not very good. Your daughter, she has your bloodline, which is the real bloodline of the universe, not the castration situation like you. Although the other half of her bloodline makes her bloodline very unstable, it still makes me unable to perceive many things about her. Before Lin Shen finished listening, he had already flashed back to his home at the Suanio base. Sure enough, he found that Xiaojiu was gone, and there was also Baihu Xiaojiu.
No need to look for it. If you could find it, I would have sent her back long ago.
The Jade Emperor's voice sounded in Lin Shen's ears. Lin Shen's face turned into a shady and unstable state. It was hard for him to tell whether Lao Tai was so good to Xiaojiu before, was it because of blood affection, or whether he had known his identity for a long time, and had known that Xiaojiu had the ability to stay by Xiaojiu just to escape the surveillance of the Jade Emperor.
So, we can't find it, right? Lin Shen knew that Lao Tai needed to use Xiaojiu.
No matter whether he would take into account his blood and family affection, Xiaojiu should not be in danger for the time being.
I have calculated the changes in the entire universe and can't find their traces.
Unless they are separated, no one can find them. The Jade Emperor replied. Lin Shen turned around and left when he heard this, and returned to the river again. He saw the Queen of Moon Rabbit standing there motionless, as if she was being calmed down. He did not use acupoints on the Queen of Moon Rabbit, and even if it was clicked, it would be useless. The bugs were fixed. Now Lin Shen's acupoints are at most to break the flow of her qi and blood, making her paralyzed. It is impossible to be immobilized directly like before. After Lin Shen came back, Queen Moonrabbit suddenly recovered, as if she had no idea what had happened just now.
Who are you talking to?
Queen Moonrabbit looked at the sky and found nothing.
Lin Shen knew that Queen Moonrabbit probably did not have the time when he talked to the Jade Emperor, nor did he know that he had just left.
In the feeling of the Queen of Moonrabbit, she just saw Lin Shen talking to Tian.
I'll save you, do me a favor. Even if I pay back this favor, you and I will not owe each other in the future.
Lin Shen Wuxin said anything more to the Queen of Moonrabbit. Now he wants to get the spark on the Queen of Moonrabbit as fast as possible, to get the fire on the Queen of Moonrabbit as possible, to get all the rebellious bones. Whether it is against the Jade Emperor or Guji, his current strength is not enough.
Do you want me to pass on your 3 skills?
Queen Moonrabbit's face changed, thinking that Lin Shen was like Guji. Lin Shen didn't talk nonsense to her, and directly reached out to suck Queen Moonrabbit into her palm. Queen Moonrabbit could not resist his power at all.
What are you going to do?
The Queen of Moonrabbit only felt that her whole body seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and her body was completely unable to move. Even if she possesses the magical powers of the 3 realms, she cannot compete with Lin Shen's power. Lin Shen directly sealed her mouth with his strength, and hugged the Queen of Moonrabbit in her arms and lay on the grass. The Queen of Moonrabbit was shocked and angry, thinking that Lin Shen was going to make a mistake in her, but after waiting for a long time, she saw that Lin Shen seemed to be asleep. The Queen of Moonrabbit is engaged in evolution theory and wants to use the strengthening effect of evolution theory to adapt to Lin Shen's power constraints. However, no matter how the theory of evolution works, it never works. The theory of evolution seems to be completely ineffective for Lin Shen's power. How could she know that she was too far behind when she played with evolution?
What is this person like?
I don't know how many years I have been trapped.
Such a terrible human has appeared in the universe. What exactly does he want to do?
Various thoughts flashed through Queen Moonrabbit's mind, and the chaos never stopped for a moment. Lin Shen had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Lin Shen woke up, the Moonrabbit Queen was still thinking about it. Lin Shen didn't have the heart to pay attention to the Queen of Moonrabbit. The first time he woke up was to check whether his fire had increased and whether he had gathered all his anger. As a result, half and half, the Queen of Moonrabbit does have a spark, but the spark is not against the will of heaven. Imperfect super-based evolutionary fire, time is controllable, and can travel through the past and the future. Although this is not against the will of heaven, Lin Shen was overjoyed by this ability of fire. If he can travel through time, he can go back to the past to save Xiaojiu, or go back to the farther past and destroy all the layout of the ancient and Jade Emperor. However, when Lin Shen activated the time fire, he found that the time fire had no reaction at all.
This made Lin Shen change his face instantly, and he looked at the sky and said, "Have you fixed this bug? This universe is perfect, and there will be no bugs anymore. Even if I am gone in the future, the universe itself can fix any bugs." The voice of the Jade Emperor came from nothingness.
Chapter 1275 Join Forces. But if the bug just now is not fixed, I will be able to find Xiaojiu, so that Lao Tai can't take her away.
You missed an opportunity to find Lao Tai,
Lin Shen said with hatred.
It doesn't matter.
He can only use your daughter to hide his traces and not be found by me. But it is impossible for him to leave this universe.
After all, he can only be trapped here, and there is no meaning.
The Jade Emperor paused and continued, "The power of the universe is indeed strange. Although your physique has been castrated, when the bug is transferred to you, there were some strange changes that I could not calculate, which made the bug produce some strange changes, which was completely different from before. This was something I had never seen before when I wanted to eliminate other bugs." The Jade Emperor's words made Lin Shen's heart move. Can't it be that the fire on the Moon Rabbit Queen was originally against the will of heaven and the bones?
After it came to me, it changed.
It turned out to be not against heaven and the bones.
Is it possible?
The fire seed on Yu Hongyan's body before was also against the will of heaven.
After it arrived at me, it became another kind of fire seed.
Otherwise, it would not make sense why one sleeping before was against the will of heaven and the other sleeping before was against the will of heaven and the other sleeping again. But in the end, these two were not against the will of heaven and the will of heaven. Lin Shen seemed to have grasped some inspiration, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
You are right, there is indeed such a possibility.
The Jade Emperor's voice sounded inappropriately.
Can you know what I'm thinking?
Lin Shen was shocked.
Didn't I tell you, am I omniscient and omnipotent?
The Jade Emperor's voice was a bit humorous. Lin Shen sighed. In fact, he thought of it, but he just didn't look at it.
This should be what you need to pay to become a prisoner.
Your qualifications are cut off, your talent is cut off, your brain is too poor, and your body cannot practice normal skills.
You can only practice with the bugs of the universe. Even your upper limit is blocked. No matter how hard you try, you cannot be promoted to immortality.
Such a method is really powerful. The Jade Emperor helped Lin Shen analyze his situation. In fact, without the Jade Emperor's analysis, Lin Shen himself had long been aware of these problems. He could even feel that after the Gate of Fate, his talent and qualifications were cut off, etc. But for some reason, Lin Shen felt a bad feeling. If he opened the door to destiny, he would encounter very bad things and would lose very important things.
What he lost may even be more important than the talent and qualifications he got back. This feeling is very strong.
Whenever Lin Shen wants to get close to the Gate of Destiny, this feeling from his subconscious will become stronger and stronger, preventing him from opening the Gate of Destiny. There must be a cause for the incident, so Lin Shen thought about various methods, but did not think about how to open the door of destiny.
Even I can't detect this kind of weakening your power, but if I guess correctly, the reason why your fire against the will of heaven and the bones cannot be gathered is because of this power. It allows you to not get perfect power no matter what, and cannot reach the peak. This is the execution of the universe on you. The Jade Emperor said again. In other words, I can't get all the troubles of the sky?
Lin Shen also realized the problem. He had a mysterious force that prevented him from getting all this.
You cannot be promoted to immortality, and you cannot obtain complete anti-natured bones.
Even if you have found the fragments that anti-natured bones, they will become other fire when you obtain them.
Lin Shen felt a little bitter. He didn't know what kind of crime he had committed, so he was exiled as an infancy and even put such a ruthless ban on him.
Lin Shen knew that as long as he opened the door of destiny, all this would disappear and he would know everything.
But he didn't know what he would lose.
He was afraid that what he lost might be something he could not bear. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized something, that the Jade Emperor could read what his brain was thinking, but when he was thinking about the Gate of Destiny, the Jade Emperor did not react at all.
Can you say that whenever I think of the Gate of Destiny, the Jade Emperor cannot read my brain information?
Lin Shen looked at the sky and said, what does the gate I was sent in look like? It is a black door, ordinary, only a groove in the middle of the double door panels for cosmic coins. I don't know its length, but it is difficult to measure its width and narrowness. You see, it is 10 meters, it is 10 meters, you see, it is huge across the galaxy, it is huge across the galaxy.
The Jade Emperor described it too abstract and could not understand what it looked like.
However, the previous few sentences were used to match the Gate of Destiny.
However, after hearing the Jade Emperor's description, Lin Shen did not hear the description of the chain and destiny lock. There is nothing else on that door?
Lin Shen asked tentatively.
What? The Jade Emperor asked Lin Shen the first question.
Lin Shen can be sure now that as long as what he is thinking is related to the Gate of Destiny, even the omniscient and omnipotent Jade Emperor cannot understand what he is thinking.
Lin Shen's heart moved.
Before he thought about anything, he thought about the Gate of Destiny and tried it several times.
Sure enough, the Jade Emperor did not even react at all.
Lin Shen even cursed the ancestors of Emperor Tianshu in his heart for 18 generations, and the Jade Emperor was just talking to himself without any reaction.
It's true.
Lin Shen was ecstatic. In this way, he could avoid his thoughts being known to the Jade Emperor. However, Lin Shen did not completely block his thoughts, but instead tried not to think about the Gate of Destiny, so as not to let the Jade Emperor learn this secret. This is the only thing that the Jade Emperor doesn't know about him now, and it may become the key to his destiny against the will of heaven.
It's useless if you can't get together. Is there really no way to make the destiny perfect? Lin Shen pondered. It's not completely impossible to reach it.
Since there is a fire of fire that defies the heavens, it means that this bug exists, but it's just that it can't be found. The Jade Emperor said with a smile, the universe has sealed your upper limit, so you can't get to know the perfect deficit against the heavens, but I am omniscient and omnipotent.
I can naturally know the bug in this universe.
You don't know how to go against the will of heaven, otherwise you would have been repaired long ago.
Lin Shen said. Your statement is not completely correct.
I know the bug of the heaven reverse bone, but this bug has changed because of the power of your body. Just like you get the last part of the bone of the moon rabbit queen, but after the last part of the bone of the heaven reverse bone comes to you, it is affected by the power of execution, which has turned it into another bug that does not exist. The 9/10 of the bone of the heaven reverse bone in your body has become a bug itself. Unless I eliminate you, it will be impossible to fix this bug, so even if I know it, I cannot fix it, and there is no need for this. After you die, this bug will not exist. The Jade Emperor's voice was a bit fanatical. You and I can join forces, and you may fight with the power of the universe and break the blockade of this power on you. Lin Shen knew that the reason why the Jade Emperor helped him was because he wanted to fight against the power of the universe and repair all bugs in the universe, rather than simply wanting to help him. But so what, no matter what the Jade Emperor's purpose is, this is what he wants. Okay, you and I will fight against the power of the universe to see who is more powerful. Lin Shen smiled. Chapter 1276 Confrontation with the Universe. Lin Shen has no better choice now. The Jade Emperor is willing to help him because the process of confronting the power of the universe can allow him to obtain more information about the universe and prepare for himself to enter the universe. Since the Jade Emperor knows the existence of this bug and is willing to help Lin Shen obtain the ability of this bug, this means he is confident that he can fix it quickly. Lin Shen must find a way to make it impossible for the Jade Emperor to correct the fire of the anti-bone against the will of heaven before cooperating with the Jade Emperor to obtain the anti-bone against the will of heaven. The first step in all this is to cooperate with the Jade Emperor to obtain a complete rebellious bone. What do we need to do? Lin Shen controlled his thoughts. If he didn't want the Jade Emperor to know, he had to first think of the Gate of Destiny. The Jade Emperor said, bug does not exist independently of the universe. In fact, the bug itself is also a part of the universe. In our opinion, this is a bug because its operation violates the rules and frameworks that are beneficial to us, or does not conform to our understanding of the world, or it may cause adverse factors to us. According to your theory, I think these things on me are not bugs and do not need to be corrected. Lin Shen said. The Jade Emperor laughed. Of course, for you, those are not bugs, but more like superpowers, but they are only suitable for you and do not comply with the public rules, so they must be corrected. Let's get back to the point. The bug does not exist independently. It will also have a certain connection with the universe. This ability is also reflected in the universe. Just like your acupuncture fire, it can directly put the creature in an absolute state of static. Under normal circumstances, if a person is clicked by you, the inertia of his body will still have an effect, and he will complete the original movement until the strength of the body reaches equilibrium. Pointing acupuncture violates this natural law, so although it is useful, it ignores the influence of other laws, so it is a bug. All bugs are the same, they each have their own functions, and the same goes for your antinatured bones. Because it is not complete yet, you can only see partial damage caused by the bug to the rules of the universe. So if you want to correct it, you must first see the complete bug impact. The Jade Emperor did not hide his intention at all, and said it directly. Can you say it simply? What exactly can I do to get a complete rebellious and unrestrained person? Lin Shen said. I don't know either. The Jade Emperor's words made Lin Shen a little depressed. But he explained, just like a program, even if you know all of its codes, you know what those codes represent, but before the bug appears, you won't know what impact this bug will have. Saying it means not saying it. Lin Shen sighed. The Jade Emperor was simply wasting his time. This is not a waste of time. What I mean by this is that if the universe is regarded as a program and the fire is a bug, I can already figure out which codes are wrong, but I don't know what the impact this error will have on the universe, nor do I know where it is wrong. The easiest way to deal with it is to delete this part of the code, but this will make the universe lose some of the normal functions it should have. This is not my way of dealing with it. The Jade Emperor said lightly. So, how do you want to solve it? Lin Shen asked. It's very simple. You can't get the complete error code yourself, and I know that these codes, as long as I force these codes into your body, you can get the complete error code. After a pause, the Jade Emperor said again, but because these codes are not completely wrong, there is also a part of the content you obtain that does not belong to the antinatured and anti-bone, which requires you to identify it yourself. Perhaps it is possible that these correct codes play the role of the wrong code in the functions formed by the wrong code, making the antinatured and anti-bone unable to operate normally. You said too much, but I still understand, so let's decide like this. Lin Shen felt that he could give it a try, even if he failed, it would not have any impact.
You haven't understood the seriousness of things yet. You are also part of the universe. You can also be regarded as composed of code. I put the code into your body.
If you can tell the correct and useful part and complete the devilish and unrestrained bones, I can help you take out the useless part for you. But if these codes are integrated with the code on your body, and you can't tell which ones are useful and which ones are useless, all mixed together, no one knows what kind of result will be, and I can't save you.
Can't you erase all the codes that have been penetrated into my body?
Lin Shen frowned.
It's okay if someone else is, but you can't.
After all, your body does not belong to this universe, and I can't fully control it. The Jade Emperor said seriously, so whether to try or not, the decision is still up to you.
If you don't want to try, I won't force you. After all, after you die, the bug will be erased. I just lacked the opportunity to understand the power of the universe, or in other words, I just lacked the chance to confront the universe.
Come on, give me that damn thing before I regret it.
Lin Shen said calmly.
As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, he saw the Jade Emperor, who looked like a heavenly craft, but had no wings behind him, coming from nothingness, and there was a mosaic of constant changing colors in his hand.
This is true in Lin Shen's eyes.
As for what it is, Lin Shen really can't tell.
My dear, you have to hold on.
The Jade Emperor walked to Lin Shen like a dream, pressed the mosaic in his hand on Lin Shen's forehead, and then pressed it directly in, with the familiar smile of Emperor Tianshu on his face, and his tone was exactly the same as Emperor Tianshu at that time.
Boom!
Lin Shen only felt that his brain was being stirred wildly with a blender, and his body had an uncontrollable opportunity to do his own.
Our battle has begun.
Emperor Tianshu punched the mosaic into Lin Shen's body without taking his hand away.
Instead, the light on his body became even more crazy.
The power of the entire universe was gathering towards Emperor Tianshu, and along the palm of his hand pressed on Lin Shen's forehead, rushing into Lin Shen's body.
He didn't say the completeness just now.
Lin Shen himself distinguished the code, which was just his battle, but Emperor Tianshu needed to stop the restriction power given to Lin Shen by the universe and change those codes again, so that Lin Shen could not obtain complete power.
He wants to use the power of the entire universe to complete this confrontation with the great universe. Chapter 1277 Dreaming Method.
Lin Shen's body changed strangely. At a moment, small red umbrella-like mushrooms grew above his head, and at a moment, the flesh and blood behind him protruded and turned into a pair of steel wings. Sometimes his body was covered with eyes, as if he was a monster. People with dense phobia might be convulsed on the spot when they saw it. Sometimes a white jade face grew behind him, as if a white jade face was carved on the back of his head. Lin Shen's body was constantly twisting and changing. This was because his body was affected by the information of the universe and various chaos began to appear. The strange power rushed around Lin Shen's body, and wherever he hit the body there would be incredible changes. This power is so mysterious that it cannot be described in words.
If you can feel it, you will naturally feel it. You cannot feel it. No matter how you describe it, it is too unfeelable. If it is placed on a normal person, even the superior gods may not feel the power of this universe information. Because this piece of cosmic information itself is wrong and should not appear in Lin Shen's body. But Lin Shen can only practice what is wrong, but he can't practice what is right. If normal people cannot sense it, he can sense it very clearly.
The Jade Emperor was willing to join forces with Lin Shen, so he naturally took a fancy to Lin Shen's characteristics.
How could he make an unsure attempt with a super-intelligent brain like him?
Lin Shen tried to tell which ones matched the 9/10 of the heaven-defying bones from the power entering his body, but he could not tell them at all. And this information could not trigger a rebellious reaction, leaving Lin Shen unable to start. Lin Shen sensed the force that was rushing around in his body, but it was still difficult to restrain it and could not be used by him. At this time, Lin Shen's body had changed to a terrifying change, and he was almost unable to see his personal appearance. His left arm turned into a machine, his fingers turned into wheels, and his right hand turned into plants, which were full of green vines and leaves, and even small flowers bloomed. The lower half became like a tank car's track, and another leg of a creature on the other side was grown.
Lightning rods emerged behind it, making Lin Shen look even more like Cebu.
Lin Shen could sense his body changes and knew that if he didn't function, he would separate the information that was useful for the heavens and the bones and turn it into his own use. His state would probably never be able to recover. But he really had no clue at all. Not to mention distinguishing which information is useful for rebelliousness. In fact, he couldn't even understand what that information was. It's better to die than to become such a monster. Lin Shen was depressed. I can't tell the difference between this dizzy information. How can I pick out useful ones from it? I know that my brain is not easy to use, and I'm not going to kill these complicated things? Ha! Yes. My brain is not good at all. Why should I compare this with others? Lin Shen's heart moved. This thing can't be distinguished even if the super-intelligent brain of Emperor Tianshu. It would be strange if I can tell it clearly. What I practice is wrong. If there are any errors in this information, it's useless for those who are against the will of heaven and the bones. Isn't it just my wish? As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shen directly ignored it and insisted on integrating this messy universe information with the heaven-defying bones. Before, Lin Shen wanted to separate out the correct information, but there was no movement at all. At this time, these random rushes upwards, but the ignorant bones reacted, and it was very strong, as if they could not wait to swallow all the information that Emperor Tianshu was sent in. Even Emperor Tianshu did not calculate that Lin Shen's physique was so evil, and he could practice even if he had mistakes. The situation in Lin Shen's body was on track. As the information merged with the heaven-defying bones, various changes in his body gradually began to recover. However, Emperor Tianshu reacted strongly because Lin Shen got on the right track. Emperor Tianshu pressed his palm on Lin Shen's head. The fairy light hangs down like a ray of clouds, protecting Lin Shen's body in it. Beyond the fairy light, there is an invisible power spreading, like an invisible devil, rushing against the fairy light. With just one impact, cracks appeared on the fairy light shield, spreading around. With the cracking of the fairy light shield, terrifying catastrophes occurred everywhere in the universe, galaxies were turbulent, and cosmic storms were everywhere, as if the world was about to be destroyed. A glimmer of light flashed in Emperor Tianshu's eyes. Interesting. The stream of light in his eyes flashed rapidly, and the body connected to all things in the universe frantically used the energy of the universe to enhance the defense of the fairy light shield. The power of the law of the entire universe is condensed outside Lin Shen's body. Such a shield can be resurrected from the dead even if the dead are inside. No force can kill it, and even if the physical body is completely destroyed, it can reshape Lin Shen's body. However, this protective net woven with the power of the law of the universe was torn apart little by little under the indescribable force, and there were more and more cracks on it, as if the invisible demon was about to rush into it and swallow Lin Shen in it. The simple power of the small universe really cannot stop the power of the big universe. Emperor Tianshu was not panicked, but the expression on his face changed a little serious. At the same time, a mysterious light shone on him. The brilliance is like a dream, and it is hard to describe its color, because its color is not within known colors at all, and it is different from any color in the small universe. Emperor Tianshu called this color a dream color, a color that only appears in dreams. This power is obtained by Emperor Tianshu's analysis of the information and cradle of the universe. By analyzing and understanding the information of the universe, and combining with the power of the shaking blue, he created this dream method that is beyond the small universe. The power of dream art is theoretically no longer at the level of the small universe. People in the small universe should not be able to practice it. But Emperor Tianshu is not a real creature, but a super-intelligent brain. It is difficult to classify unknown things with a simple super-intelligent brain, but the clone of the Emperor of Heavenly Art has arrived and has been reincarnated as the Emperor of Heavenly Art ascends to the immortal court and merged with the original Jade Emperor. At this time, he is no longer just an intelligent brain, but like other emperors, he actually has humans. Only under these many conditions can he use the information obtained from the universe and the cradle to create his own fantasy magic. Half of the fantasy magic is obtained by rigorous reasoning, and half of it is used to express imagination out of thin air. Even Emperor Tianshu himself did not know whether the power of the fantasy magic could block the power from the universe. The dreamy light penetrated into the fairy light, and a dream light shield suddenly formed, covering the forest. The invisible power touched the dream light shield and wanted to tear it apart, but there was a tinging sound. The dream light shield was intact and was not torn apart.
Chapter 1278 A Glimmer of Hope. Bang! 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 Bang!
The invisible force slapped on the dreamlight shield, leaving sunken palm prints on the dreamlight shield. The palm prints were relatively small, and they looked a little like the baby's palms. One by one, the palm prints appeared quickly on the dreamlight shield. It was still shallow at the beginning, but it was getting deeper and deeper later, and it was almost about to penetrate the dream cover. Emperor Tianshu had a solemn expression. The fantasy magic on his body was running wildly, and the power of the universe law behind him also rushed into his body. Backed by the small universe, Emperor Tianshu uses the fantasy magic to distinguish it from this invisible existence. The dreamy light became stronger and stronger, and the small handprints became faster and faster. One by one, the handprints were trapped in the light, making the dreamlight cover outside Lin Shen's body covered with small handprints. The galaxy exploded, the heavens split, and countless creatures died in an instant. Even the immortal court exploded.
Emperor Tianshu knew that if he continued like this, even if he blocked the power from the big universe, the small universe would be over.
But now let go. Emperor Tianshu didn't know if Lin Shen inside would be slapped to death by this little handprint. If Lin Shen dies, his token plan will be completed, and I am afraid he will never take that step again.
Damn, I don't believe in this evil. I am a living person and can't fight you with such a desperate force.
Emperor Tianshu really had human nature. At this time, when he was angry, he spoke completely like the Emperor Tianshu of the Heavenly Man tribe. Since the laws of the small universe cannot stop you, I will do the opposite. Emperor Tianshu's dream magic reversed and actually transferred the indescribable power of the large universe to himself.
Papa! Papa!
Hand seals appeared on the body of Emperor Tianshu, causing his body to sink like small slaps. Unlike Lin Shangdong and the reincarnated emperors, Emperor Tianshu threw away his flesh and blood body and returned to the immortal court with his spiritual body, and merged with his original Jade Emperor into one with his human nature. So he has no physical body, and has transformed from a body of a brain into a body of a spiritual body. It is said that the universe is immortal, and his spirit will not be destroyed, but at this time his spirit is stamped with palm prints, and the cosmic star bodies connected to it are also exploded one after another. The entire universe seems to be holding a grand fireworks conference, with explosive clusters, galaxies and planets everywhere, with unparalleled splendor. The data flow in the eyes of Emperor Tianshu flashed quickly, which was many times faster than the speed of light, but it was still impossible to figure out where the power came from and how it came from. If you can't calculate the root of the small palm print, you can't solve it targetedly. You can only rely on your strength to support it, and the fantasy magic cannot stop it. I am afraid that even the universe will be blown up. At this point, Emperor Tianshu was still calm and allowed the power of the small hand seal to smash it at will. Although the power of the small hand seal is strong, in the eyes of Emperor Tianshu, this is just death power. No matter how high the death power is, there are only dead objects. As long as he can calculate the root of the small handprint, there will be a way to crack it. During the Big Bang of the universe, Emperor Tianshu was still standing there motionless, under the bombardment of the small handprints, and even his eyes slowly closed. Since the moment the super-intelligent brain was created and named Jade Emperor, he had a chaotic self-consciousness and grew up like a baby. After losing human guidance, he awakened his desire to explore the unknown, explore again and again, experiment again and again, and self-correction again and again. I don't know how many billions of years have passed, but I finally evolved into the intellectual brain of the great emperor and controlled the root of the universe. The clone is reincarnated, and others are seeking survival, but he is seeking death. The other emperors worked hard to live the life of human beings, and then continued to reincarnate until they had human nature. However, the Jade Emperor's clone is seeking death but not survival. A lifetime is a disaster. After experiencing 132 million kalpas, the joys and sorrows in the world, it is considered to have human nature. In this life, Emperor Tianshu returns to the immortal court and merges with the main body. The human relationships in the world are very good and bad, and all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. No matter how great the hardships are, even death cannot truly shake his true heart.
It can be said that in terms of the realm of cultivation, the Jade Emperor is the supreme existence in the universe. Although the power is beyond the small universe, with the Jade Emperor's nature and wisdom, coupled with the fact that he had already understood the universe before, and the fantasy magic he created, although this battle was adversity, the Jade Emperor was still as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Shen's body gradually recovered, and he was about to change back to his previous normal appearance. At this time, the power of the small hand seal became more and more terrifying, and the body of the Jade Emperor's god seemed to be about to be broken. At this moment, the Jade Emperor opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "I don't have to go back when I come." While speaking, the Jade Emperor pushed out with one hand, and it seemed to predict that the small handprint that had no origin or no place to go was opposite it. The little hand seal was pressed against the Jade Emperor's palm with a dreamy glory. The power of the little hand seal was actually sucked by the Jade Emperor's big hand, and the energy slowly poured into his body, causing strange changes in the brilliance of his body. The originally unreal brilliance of dreams gradually condensed into reality, as if it had turned into a dreamy body that seemed to exist and was nothing, and existed between reality and illusion. The invisible small handprint sucked into the palm of the Jade Emperor gradually disappeared from its previous divine power, and even gradually disappeared. Until the power of the small handprint completely disappeared, the Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen, who was about to return to normal, and with a word, the fragmented universe returned to normal, the dead were resurrected, and the destroyed planet was condensed back to its original appearance, and everything was able to reunite with a broken mirror. The little handprints on the Jade Emperor's body also disappeared one by one, and he smiled with a smile on his lips. "So that's it, the power of the universe is like this. I'm not fooling myself and I suffer so much." Almost as the Jade Emperor completed all this, the abnormalities on Lin Shen's body had disappeared and he opened his eyes again. The Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen and found that the bug data in Lin Shen's body was disappearing quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were no more bugs. Even the entangled data were restored to normal. "Congratulations on your success," the Jade Emperor said with a smile. "I should congratulate you. In the end, you won. You won the power of the universe and the bug was also fixed," Lin Shen said with a wry smile. "Enjoy every day in the future." The Jade Emperor disappeared in front of Lin Shen. He had sensed that the bug in Lin Shen's body had disappeared, and it should have been repaired by the mechanism of the universe itself. This was just as expected by the Jade Emperor. The universe is now perfect. Even if he is gone, he can repair the bugs generated independently. Seeing the Jade Emperor disappear, Lin Shen still had the depressed look on his face, but his heart was filled with joy. "The Gate of Destiny. Your sister's old maggot. The Gate of Destiny. You have a day I have deceived you. The Gate of Destiny. Finally there is a glimmer of hope." Chapter 1279 The Disappearing World Line. The unknown abnormal superbasic evolutionary fire, the explosion type of the heaven reverse bone. People will rebel if they have reverse bones, and immortals will be in chaos if they have reverse bones. People will have their own species, and heaven will have their own bones. The explosion type of the anti-bone will be difficult to break. Lin Shen could feel that the power of rebelliousness in bones was in his body and was not corrected by the self-repair mechanism of the universe. But Lin Shen didn't dare to use it now. Perhaps this was his only chance. Maybe he could only use it once in front of the Jade Emperor. Although it is not sure if it will be corrected immediately after using it once, Lin Shen cannot take this risk. He must use the anti-natured bones at the most perfect opportunity. If you don't take action, you must do your best to cause a devastating blow to the Jade Emperor. If it fails to succeed, he will probably never have any possibility. When Lin Shen returned home, he found that Tianxuan and the others seemed to know nothing about the Big Bang that just happened. Even Lao Wei, who came back, didn't know that there had been a Big Bang just now. Lin Shen checked the internet and found that no one knew that this happened. It was the power of the Jade Emperor that made everyone know that they had experienced that time. It's really too strong. Lin Shen sighed in his heart that the Jade Emperor can already be regarded as a god of creation. I don't know what kind of world the universe is. Where did I really come from?
Lin Shen was a little suspicious now. If he had been allowed to pass through the Gate of Destiny, he might be able to go to the universe. But he didn't dare to open it. The stronger his strength, the clearer he could sense the Gate of Destiny, the stronger the sense of crisis. There seemed to be something that belonged to him in the door summoning him, but reason told him that he must not open the door of destiny, otherwise he would lose something very important and regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Shen concealed the fact that Xiaojiu was kidnapped by his second brother Lao Tai, and only said that Lao Tai took Xiaojiu out to play so that Tianquan and his elder sister would not be sad. At the same time, he was also trying his best to contact Lao Tai.
But day by day, I can't contact Lao Tai, nor can I find Xiaojiu's whereabouts.
Lin Shen thought Tianquan would be anxious, and his elder sister would be anxious to find her if she couldn't see Xiaojiu for so many days.
But after so many days, these two people have never mentioned Xiaojiu and Lao Tai. Lin Shen was full of doubts and tentatively mentioned Xiaojiu and Lao Tai. Unexpectedly, the eldest sister and Tianquan were both confused. Who is Lao Tai? Who is Xiaojiu? Don't you know who they are?
Lin Shen looked shocked, knowing that things were indeed the same as he thought, and something went wrong.
Are they important? Do we have to know? Tianquan and his elder sister looked at Lin Shen in confusion. It's not important.
After Lin Shen got confused, he sent another message to others, but found that no one remembered Xiaojiu and Lao Tai, and no one remembered Bai Hu Xiaojiu.
When Lin Shen asked them, they only remembered the three little white tigers, sex, wealth and power, and they couldn't remember the strongest white tiger wine. Even Lao Wei and Ouyang Yu are like this, without any memory. Did you do the heavenly technique?
Lin Shen questioned the sky where no one was there. He thought it was the Jade Emperor who used the method, which made them forget Xiaojiu and the others for the time being.
I did nothing. I am also calculating this matter.
The world line related to them has disappeared, so except for you and me, no one in this universe remembers them anymore, as if they have never existed.
The Jade Emperor sounded. You are so omniscient and omnipotent, so why don't you know what's going on?
Lin Shen suddenly became a little anxious when he heard that it was not the work of the Jade Emperor, afraid that something would happen to Xiaojiu and the others.
There is no way. Who made your daughter not belong here?
The Jade Emperor paused and said, if they just made me unable to find it, it would be just hiding. Now that even the world line related to them has disappeared, there are only two possibilities. One possibility is that they erase their connection with the world, and the other is that they have left this world and cut off their own cause and effect.
Does the second possibility mean that they are dead?
Lin Shen asked with a frown.
It's not just death, and it won't completely cut off cause and effect.
After a person dies, what he has done continues to affect the world, and cause and effect will not be cut off. Therefore, death in the traditional sense is not a real death.
Like them, they are almost completely cut off from the world. In my opinion, it may be the influence of entering the universe.
The Jade Emperor said while thinking, if you enter the universe, you will cut off cause and effect, then my plan needs some changes.
I am calculating these days. You don't say that you can enter the universe only by using cosmic coins. Even you need to make tokens, how can they enter the universe?
Lin Shen felt that the Jade Emperor's statement was a bit absurd. It's indeed ridiculous, but apart from entering the universe, I can't calculate any possibility that such consequences will be caused. The Jade Emperor paused and said, the token materials have been almost refined.
I estimate that it will be completed in about 6 days. Cherish your last time. Is it only 6 days?
Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Although I knew this day would come sooner or later, I didn't expect this day to come so quickly.
To be precise, it's 1 hour and 3 minutes and 11 seconds left in 6 days.
The Jade Emperor gave him an accurate time and said, you can choose a burial place by yourself. Although your body will not be left behind, I will set up a tomb for you, and then set up a temple for you to enjoy the incense of generations.
Well, if you need help, I can give you strong fertility, so that you can get pregnant at any time and leave some offspring. Aren't you afraid that my descendants will destroy the order of this universe?
Lin Shen snorted coldly. When you gave birth to Xiaojiu, the mechanism of this universe has not been corrected and perfected. Now it has been corrected and perfected.
The children you gave birth to will no longer have the ability of the universe like Xiaojiu. The Jade Emperor explained. I really thank you.
Lin Shen had the heart to strangle the Jade Emperor to death.
You're welcome. Speaking of which, I watched you grow up. We have been together for more than anyone else.
It's not an exaggeration to say that I am your adoptive father.
If possible, I hope you can be happier than anyone else. The Jade Emperor sighed. It seems that you are really a human being.
You have learned all the hypocritical faces of human beings. Lin Shen said contemptuously.
See you in 6 days. The Jade Emperor left his last sentence and stopped talking. 6 days?
Lin Shen knew that this might be his last time. The Jade Emperor's words were rough and not rough. Lin Shen also felt that he should take advantage of this last time and hoped that Tianquan could have another one. If he had never fought against the Jade Emperor and died, Xiaojiu disappeared again, it would be better to have a relative with Tianquan's side than to spend the rest of her life alone.
Chapter 1280 My Universe I am the protagonist. 6 days passed by. Although Lin Shen said nothing, how could a woman as smart as Tianquan not feel it? But Lin Shen didn't say anything, and she didn't speak either. Wait until I come back.
When leaving home, Lin Shen kissed Tianquan gently on his forehead to strengthen his beliefs. Even if you are against the will of heaven, life and death are still unpredictable.
Come back early. I haven't eaten the porridge you cooked for a long time. I miss you very much. Tianquan said with a smile. Okay, I'll cook it for you to eat in the evening. Lin Shen turned around and left.
Far away from the parent star, Lin Shen came to a star cemetery in the immortal court, where there were countless stars that had lost their vitality and entered death, or stars that were about to die. I don't know why or what kind of power had made them come here at the time of death and formed this death zone that ordinary humans cannot measure even if they are reincarnated for billions of times. In this area, there are many black holes. These black holes wander in the star cemetery, constantly devouring these stars that are no longer alive and constantly expanding themselves. If they meet other black holes, either one side swallows the other side, or they crush each other.
Don't you choose a place with beautiful mountains and rivers?
The Jade Emperor's voice sounded behind Lin Shen.
It's very good here.
Lin Shen turned around and saw the dreamy an illusion, as if it existed in the world, and as if it was just an illusory Jade Emperor.
I know you will definitely not give up, so use everything you have learned.
The Jade Emperor stood there and said with a smile. If I die, please erase my world line so that everyone can forget me.
Lin Shen said. Why? Don't you want your relatives to remember you? The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shen in surprise.
This was not the case with Lin Shen, he knew.
It's better to leave cleaner, so as not to mention people when I sleep below.
Lin Shen said lightly.
Okay. The Jade Emperor nodded and responded. Lin Shen didn't say anything else.
If a person dies, he will be extra people. If he does not die, he will have time to speak in the future. With a swing, the inheritance fan appeared in Lin Shen's hand, and then he threw it directly towards the Jade Emperor.
The folding fan flew towards the Jade Emperor like a butterfly soaring between the universe.
Lin Shen's butterfly fan method is combined with 100% sure to win the formula. It can be said that he has exhausted the changes in this world. Even he himself cannot avoid this kind of attack, and it is impossible for normal people to calculate the trajectory of the folding fan. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's opponent is not a human, but a real god, and the strongest god in this universe. The Jade Emperor just reached out and held the folding fan in his hand, and shook it gently on his chest twice, as if the folding fan was originally his.
Your inherited fan is helped by the creatures in the universe. In the future, you can become a magic weapon of the Great Emperor.
You may even hope to transcend the magic weapon of the Great Emperor and become a magic weapon like a world-creating artifact. The Jade Emperor paused and continued, the changes in the fan method are extremely infinite.
If I had not been omniscient and omnipotent, no one could have judged its trajectory.
With a brain like yours, it could be called a miracle. I originally thought that the techniques that can be practiced by a brain like you should have taken the path of breaking all things with force.
I didn't expect that the human brain would have its own uniqueness. It was obvious that I could not calculate it and understand nothing, but my behavior could be in line with the ultimate principles of the universe. Lin Shen didn't say anything. It would be impossible for the Jade Emperor to catch the butterfly fan in this way. It would be impossible for him to shake his mind with his technique changes. The strength on his body rose, and the invisible aura also rose from Lin Shen's body. His strongest thing now is his strength attribute. Since his skills are not good, he can only fight with strength. Lin Shen's power condensed, and the force field formed directly shakes away the dead stars within billions of light-years nearby, forming a force field that looks like a vacuum. Any matter that enters this force field of billions of light-years will be directly crushed into nothingness by the force field that is extremely terrifying. Even the slag will not be left, and even the neutrinos will be annihilated. The contract of power is ineffective. The growth of dead fans will no longer add power attributes to Lin Shen. However, the power attributes that were added before are still there. It can be said that Lin Shen is the strongest existence in this universe, and even the power of an ordinary emperor cannot be compared with him. As this peerless power burst out, Lin Shen slowly raised his right hand, his palm was pistol-shaped, and pointed his finger at the head of the Jade Emperor opposite. Boom! The sand between the fingers shattered the void, time seemed to have been shattered, and the numerous spaces were shattered like glass. The Jade Emperor did not dodge or reached out to block it, allowing the sand between his fingers with unparalleled strength to fall on his eyebrows. The sand between his fingers stopped in front of his eyebrows, as if a transparent bullet was fixed there. The Jade Emperor stretched out his finger and took it off and held it in his palm. The energy slowly blooms like a lotus, and the energy of the sand between the fingers returns to the universe bit by bit, as if it has decomposed itself. You are indeed omniscient and omnipotent. Lin Shen sighed lightly. In this universe, I am indeed omniscient and omnipotent, but you are not in existence in this universe, so don't you have the final blow? Let me see what kind of power it is, said the Jade Emperor. Do you know? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Maybe this is the benefit of having human nature. Although I can't calculate it, I can feel that you still have a method I don't know. The Jade Emperor said lightly. Since you know, you'll give me a chance? Lin Shen could only say that the Jade Emperor was indeed too confident. If I can't even defeat a prisoner, then even if I enter the universe, it's just the lowest level. What's the point? The Jade Emperor smiled and said, and through the last confrontation with the power of the universe, I have calculated and mastered the power of the universe. That power is specifically used to punish you, so even if you have the ability of the universe, you can't do anything to me. So, are you just waiting for me to use that power? Are you not afraid of the villain dying because of talking too much? Lin Shen felt a little ridiculous. If it were him, he would not have given his enemies such a chance. Am I a villain? The Jade Emperor smiled, laughing happily. It should be considered to me, Lin Shen said. In my universe, I am the protagonist. The Jade Emperor restrained his smile and said word by word. Chapter 1281 The Power of Reverse. Lin Shen stared at the Jade Emperor in a daze, and suddenly felt that what he said was really reasonable. The Jade Emperor is the guardian of this universe, while the Lin Shen is an outside invader, an invader who comes here to use cosmic bugs. Indeed, he is more like a villain. Whether it is a villain or a decent person, it is not good to talk too much. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. So, then stop talking nonsense. Let me take a look at the power of the universe you are hiding, said the Jade Emperor. At this point, there is nothing to say. Faced with the existence of the Jade Emperor, Lin Shen had no chance to use any conspiracy and tricks, so he could only defeat him head-on. Can the power of defiance against the will of heaven and bone be able to do it? Lin Shen meditated on the gate of destiny in his heart. Lin Shen used the power of the heaven-defying bones for the first time, and his despairing bones were still imperfect, because even with the help of the Jade Emperor, he still could not obtain a complete inheritance of power. Therefore, the ultimate anti-natured bone reversed is an agnostic abnormal super-based evolutionary fire, rather than a perfect super-based evolutionary fire. With the launch of the anti-natured bones, Lin Shen's body also undergoes strange changes.
The desperate person who was originally attached to him was peeled off from his body, and cracks appeared on the carapace, and then peeled off one by one. The same is true for the flesh and blood body. His skin fell one by one, and his muscles and fat fell off the bones as if they were boiled until they were removed from the bones. In the end, even the bones seemed to have been weathered and turned into ashes and scattered. Lin Shen's body has only one thing that has not been destroyed, it is the brain that has lost its protection from the skull. At this time, Lin Shen's brain was crystal clear, like a carved jade.
Countless neurons inside emitted light and electricity, as if countless information was transmitted.
As the energy flows like light and electricity, a series of body tissues such as skulls, blood vessels, flesh and other bodies are gradually reconstructed on the periphery of the brain. Lin Shen's body was rebuilt, and strange energy formed new cells and tissues. The Jade Emperor watched all this happen quietly, without any intention of stopping it, but the stream of light in his eyes was turning wildly, calculating what was happening to Lin Shen. The new body and the universe are completely cut off, the power is still rising, the attributes of the power are unknown, not unknown, there is still connection, but this connection is completely opposite to the normal cosmic order chain, this is the power of the anti-world, the universe really has antimatter.
The data flow in the eyes of the Jade Emperor was as dazzling as the sun.
Lin Shen's body was reshaped, although it still looked the same, with milky white skin and black hair, which looked no different from before. But this was not the case in Lin Shen's eyes. His eyes saw chains of order, and those chains of order like light were everywhere. The chain of order is not the line of nothingness of ghosts and gods.
The line of nothingness of ghosts and gods is the network used by the Emperor to control the universe. The true basic order of the universe is completed by these chains of order. The crown of the immortal Dharma King is actually composed of these chains of order, which is the basis of the entire universe. Lin Shen can see that the lines of nothingness are entangled above these order chains, and the lines of nothingness are everywhere like twins. Where there is order chains, there will inevitably be lines of nothingness entangled on them. The line of nothingness is like a parasite, parasitizing on the chain of order, pulling and controlling all chains of order. And the endless thread of nothingness was eventually connected to the Jade Emperor, but it was not tied to his body, but in his palm. The entire universe seemed to be just a puppet in the hands of the Jade Emperor, who could control all order. But those lines of nothingness, in Lin Shen's eyes, were as creepy as blood-sucking leeches. These are not the key points, because in addition to the original order chains, Lin Shen also saw another order chain. If the original chain of order was a bright thing like light, then the other chain of order that Lin Shen saw was a shadow-like existence. He is in harmony with the light chain of order, but people can often see only the light chain of order, but they cannot see the dark order chain like a shadow. Those lines of nothingness are chains of light order, and all chains of dark order are clean and have not been influenced by any force. When Lin Shen saw the dark order chain, the Jade Emperor seemed to have calculated the existence of the dark order chain. His eyes flashed, and the infinite lines of nothingness in the universe tangled towards the shadowy chain of dark order, wanting to include the chain of dark order into control. But soon the Jade Emperor discovered that this was not feasible, and the chain of dark order was like a phantom that did not exist at all. The lines of nothingness entangled, but passed through the body of the chain of dark order, as if there was a pounce of air. No matter how crazy the line of nothingness is, it cannot reach the chain of dark order. Lin Shen stretched out his finger, and his body was disconnected from all the chains of light order. The moment his finger touched the chain of dark order in the universe swept towards him as if he had come alive. In an instant, Lin Shen's body was wrapped in the chain of dark order and gradually turned into a shell, covering Lin Shen's entire body. The original flesh and blood body, wrapped in the carapace transformed by the chain of dark order, made Lin Shen look like a ghost hidden in the shadow, and everything is so unreal. Lin Shen felt the power in his body, and an indescribable joy surged in his heart. At this moment, he really felt that he had escaped from the control of the Jade Emperor. The universe that the Jade Emperor can control is just the universe. After launching the antinatal and rebellious bones, he has completely broken off contact with the positive universe and has the power to reverse the universe. The Jade Emperor could no longer control him as much as before, nor could he get any information from him. Lin Shen is now in a chain of order against the universe, which is more direct than the chain of order in which the Jade Emperor uses the width of nothing to control the universe.
At this time, Lin Shen, like the Jade Emperor, was an omniscient and omnipotent existence, but the Jade Emperor was the right universe controlled, while the anti-universe was controlled.
It takes a try to know who is stronger and weaker in the power of the anti-universe and the positive universe. Don't you want to see my hidden power? Then come.
Lin Shen flashed, came to the front of the Jade Emperor, and grabbed his head with one hand.
Bang!
A burst of light rose like the sun, and the Jade Emperor's head exploded directly.
There is something happening today, so I can only update 2 chapters. I am on the train and I really can't write it. I will add it to it. Chapter 1282 Battle with Jade Emperor.
The body of the Jade Emperor was lifted in the air by Lin Shen, swaying left and right in the vibration of the space, like a willow branch swaying in the wind.
It's very strong, but unfortunately your consciousness is still at the stage of ordinary people.
I thought that fighting is simply fighting and killing, or using a knife and a gun. Such ignorant thoughts are rooted in your soul, making you look like a nouveau riche. Even though you already have wealth that is as rich as a country, you think it's a luxury to eat yogurt without licking the cover.
But it's no wonder that you are.
Your brain has been sentenced to the universe and has never been truly rich.
It is normal not to realize this problem.
The Jade Emperor's voice came into Lin Shen's ears, without any sarcasm, but when Lin Shen heard it, he felt that this was very harsh. Lin Shen didn't say nonsense, but threw the Jade Emperor's body up, then jumped up, punched the waves one after another, and slammed the Jade Emperor's body madly, punching the Jade Emperor's body into fog in a moment.
Do you like to fight? Then just fight enough.
The Jade Emperor's voice sounded in the universe again, and the body that was blown into fog, and the particles were twisted and deformed in the space, turning into Jade Emperors. For a moment, the 8 desolates and 6 gods in the sky and the ground were all the figures of the Jade Emperor, and they walked towards Lin Shen at the same time. Those were real bodies, not phantoms. Lin Shen snorted coldly, punched out again, and directly beat the Jade Emperors into nothingness.
Matter itself can be infinitely divided. What you think is the ultimate is just the extreme you think, and what you think is the disappearance is just the invisible.
The Jade Emperor's voice was still so indifferent, without any change. The Jade Emperor, who had been beaten into nothingness, turned into more bodies. Lin Shen fought more and more, as if the entire star cemetery was filled with the figure of the Jade Emperor. Above the red giant, above the neutron star, and even in the black hole, there are the figures of the Jade Emperor everywhere, everywhere. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He didn't know whether the universe had a limit, but he knew that the Jade Emperor could not have no limit. He could not kill the Jade Emperor because he was not broken enough. Your efficiency is too low, so I'll help you. The Jade Emperor's voice spoke from the infinite Jade Emperor's mouth at the same time. In Lin Shen's stunned eyes, they saw that all the Jade Emperors waved their fists, but their target was not Lin Shen, but each other. An unparalleled light burst out from each Jade Emperor's fist, as if one punch could destroy the world. They blasted their fists at each other without hesitation. For a moment, the whole world was flooded with light, and all the Jade Emperor's bodies were burned to ashes in a furnace.
The flying ashes fell in the universe, like a heavy snow covering the entire universe.
Such scenes may have never appeared since the beginning of the universe. The figure of the Jade Emperor came from the falling snow dust, stood in front of Lin Shen again and said, I know everything, everywhere, the galaxy universe is me, and a grain of dust is also me. My body can transform into the universe, and there is also a universe in a grain of dust.
The me among me is indestructible.
Lin Shen did not continue to punch because he understood that if he wanted to kill the Jade Emperor, no one could kill him unless the righteous universe was destroyed.
Even if Lin Shen has the power to destroy the world, he cannot really destroy this universe.
I said it a long time ago that your consciousness is still at the low level of fighting and killing.
Such a battle is meaningless to you and me.
The Jade Emperor said with a smile.
What makes sense? Lin Shen said. Creation. Creation is the embodiment of divine power.
The Jade Emperor knew that Lin Shen's mind must not be able to figure it out, so he stretched out a hand and his palm was upward. On his palm, there was something that looked like a peach, but not a peach. It is said that it looks like a peach because it looks like a peach, but how can a peach have eyes, mouth, and nose? What you fear is what you don't understand and cannot control.
People fear death because they don't know what kind of experience death is and what happens after death. People fear terminal illness because they cannot control terminal illness. Unknown is the most terrible force in the world, and creation is to control unknown. Just like the peach in my hand, you have never seen such a creature, and you don't know what kind of ability it has. You will consider whether it is poisonous, aggressive, or even whether it can walk, whether it can eat, or even whether it can eat. It's unknown to you, so if it has something beyond your imagination, for example, if its scent can kill people and you don't know, then you're dead now. Melee fighting is just the lowest level killing method. The real advanced killing method is an unknown force, and creation is to use an unknown method. The Jade Emperor's fingers were slightly pressed, and the peach was directly crushed into pieces by him. The powder drifted towards the deep forest like snowflakes. Lin Shen sucked it casually, and all the snowflake-like powder was sucked by him in front of his palm. A lot of dust condensed into a ball, and then threw it into the black hole. It seems that you have finally gotten a little enlightened, but it's a little late. When the dust and snow are all over the universe, you have already lost. That peach is not threatening. The Jade Emperor said lightly. Why didn't I know I had lost? Lin Shen frowned slightly and looked at the dust falling in the universe like snowflakes. If you know, then it can't be called unknown. The Jade Emperor stretched out his hand to hold a piece of dust and said with a smile, the snow of the universe I created has a power called subsidence. This power is something you have never touched, and you can't imagine it, and has never even appeared before, because it was something I just created, unprecedented, but you can experience its power immediately. Lin Shen remained silent. He had already understood the meaning of the Jade Emperor, but he did not think that the unknown was the strongest power. According to your words, there are countless species of birds in the world, and each type of bird lays different eggs. I don't know most of them, but can they kill me? Whether they recognize them or not does not prevent me from making them fried eggs. Lin Shen said. You are right. This involves the issue of unknown degree and usage method. In the examples you mentioned, you can recognize the major category of bird eggs, only the subdivision is unknown. But this does not mean that you will not be killed by it. What if there is one egg that has a huge poison that can kill you? The Jade Emperor was not in a hurry at all and said to Lin Shen. No matter what, as long as I am strong enough, no unknown will do anything to me. Lin Shen said, and suddenly felt something strange. Chapter 1283 The Same Level. Lin Shen felt that his mind had become a little confused, and even thinking became extremely difficult. He looked at the Jade Emperor in front of him and felt as if the other party had become very strange. He tried hard to remember what the other person was called, but he couldn't even remember his name. Lin Shen was slightly shocked and quickly tried to calculate how much 1 plus 1 equals, and then he found that he didn't know what 1 plus 1 equals. Squeak! Lin Shen wanted to say something, but he found that he had forgotten his language and even didn't know how to control his body to pronounce it. This is not what kind of decline is it? It is clearly a decline of wisdom. Lin Shen had this idea in his mind, but he didn't know how to express it. Even his thoughts became hazy, and this situation continued to become serious. The Jade Emperor stood there leisurely, showing a look of pity on his face. Ignorance is sometimes a kind of happiness. If you don't know, you won't feel fear. When you face death, you will not feel so uncomfortable if you don't have fear. After all, I watched you grow up, and this is what I can do for you in the end. When your cognition drops to the point where you don't even have the ability to think, I will use your body to complete the last step of the token, and leave the small universe and go to the big universe. The Jade Emperor sighed and continued, if someone like you asks you what your last wish is, it is probably a bit unnecessary. As long as you have a breath, you will not give up the hope of life. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything, and he even forgot what he wanted to say in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen only felt that everything had become so strange. He didn't know who the Jade Emperor was in front of him, and he was almost unaware of what he was. Lin Shen's man is still the same person, but his perception was beaten back to his infancy. All human abilities come from cognition, and there is no cognition left. No matter how strong the body has, it is useless. Even if you have the power of the world, you are no less than the Jade Emperor in terms of pure power.
However, there is still a huge gap in cognition, which has led to Lin Shen not even resisting the Jade Emperor's blow. The Jade Emperor looked at Lin Shen, whose eyes gradually became clear and stupid, and couldn't help but sigh again. Who made you the only one in this world? It's not necessarily a good thing to be too special. The Jade Emperor found that he was becoming more and more sighing recently. This was something that had never happened before, which made him slightly stunned, and then shook his head and said to himself, having human nature can indeed have more possibilities, but having human nature also allows me to have human shortcomings. Is this good or bad? The omniscient and omnipotent Jade Emperor had no way to make a correct judgment on himself, which was also a typical sign of his human nature. The most difficult thing for humans to see clearly is not the unknown, but themselves.
The Jade Emperor took out a black and white coin.
The size of the coin itself corresponds to the groove on the gate of destiny. Strangely, the front and back sides of the coin are like plates without any patterns, words, or numbers.
Ah Tian, it's time for us to leave.
At this moment, the Jade Emperor seemed to have completely become the Emperor of Heaven's art, and reached out to bounce the black and white wordless coin towards Lin Shen. The coin flipped in the air and flew towards Lin Shen, just as it was about to stick to Lin Shen's forehead. At this time, Lin Shen's face was crooked and his mouth was slanted, his eyes were like cross-eyed eyes, his body was twisted and he didn't know where to put it, and saliva was flowing from the corners of his mouth. His cognition has almost been zero, and he is not even as good as a baby, and he can no longer control his body. But the moment the coin fell on Lin Shen's forehead, he saw a hand grabbing the coin. A strange look appeared on the Jade Emperor's face, and the coin was actually grabbed by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's hand seemed out of place with his out-of-control body. It was not only free to control it, but also the kind of firmness that ordinary people had never had. The hand caught the coin and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. Lin Shen's idiot-like facial features gradually recovered, and his eyes began to become firm again.
The power of the descending power has not been invalid. Is it not affected? Is the theory of evolution working?
The light flowed in the Jade Emperor's eyes, calculating the current situation, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't figure it out, and was shocked. I've been talking nonsense there for a long time. What unknowns and what creations are, it turns out that it's just to reduce my cognition. Lin Shen forced himself to control his body, and the muscles in his body were twisting, but the effect was not that good.
He has not completely gotten rid of the influence of reduction.
However, his eyes have become very tough, more firm than usual. He stared at the Jade Emperor and said, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. Your understanding of this world is far beyond my ability, and your ability to control power is far beyond my reach.
But you have forgotten one thing. You have forgotten that I have the power of reversing the world. Right and reversing are one.
What you do to me can also influence the reversing the world through reversing the world. The positive and negative worlds are balanced with each other.
What I bear will be equal to you. Our cognition will be at the same level. If you want me to become an idiot, then you will become an idiot.
Lin Shen gradually recovered his control of his body, stiffened his body, and walked towards the Jade Emperor step by step. While walking, I wiped off the saliva from the corner of my mouth, and my body movements became smoother and smoother, just like a child who had just learned to walk.
You have finally learned to grow.
The Jade Emperor looked at the changes in his body and shook his head and smiled bitterly, but why bother?
The more you are, the more painful you will be when you die, not to mention that I want to use your body to refine tokens. This process will cause inhuman pain, and it is better to leave peacefully. It's not your turn to decide why I die. You should think about yourself.
Now your cognition will soon drop to the same level, and then our cognition will drop together. It doesn't matter, because my original cognition is very low, and I have long been used to it. You, who are omniscient and omnipotent, have no God's perspective, but you can no longer calculate everything as you do just now. Lin Shen's eyes became hotter and hotter, and his steps became faster and faster. He soon ran up like a tiger and rushed towards Emperor Tianshu.
Old man Tianshu, I am invincible in this brainless segment.
Lin Shen pulled his arm open, like a full moon bow, and endless light burst out from his body. The light on his fist was as dazzling as the sun, and it blasted towards the Jade Emperor.
Chapter 1284. You want the barbaric.
I have told you how many times, don't think about using brute force in everything. Barbarism is the most useless method in front of higher civilizations.
The Jade Emperor glanced at Lin Shen.
Lin Shen's gorgeous figure as bright as the sun became a portrait in the air before it even came to him. The Jade Emperor reached out and grabbed the scroll of the portrait. Looking at Lin Shen, who was swaying his sword in fist like a tiger in the painting, he was about to roll up the scroll. But when he rolled it twice, the scroll was about to press Lin Shen's portrait. He couldn't roll it any longer.
Boom!
The scroll suddenly started to burn, as if it was splashed with gasoline, burning very violently. A fist made of flesh and blood broke out and punched the Jade Emperor's chest, knocking his body backwards, slid hundreds of light years in the air, crashing through the planets, and finally stopped. Lin Shen painted it out, his eyes burning like the sun, and his whole body burst out with power that was even more intense than flames, as if burning life. He immediately followed the Jade Emperor and his fist rushed towards the Jade Emperor frantically. The Jade Emperor looked at him, and Lin Shen's body kept changing as he punched him.
Tigers, lions, motorcycles, mops, brooms, chickens, elevators, toilets, tablets, and ants.
In just a moment, Lin Shen's body had no idea how many shapes had changed. Finally, Lin Shen came to the body in front of the Jade Emperor, and his body had turned into an ant made of paper.
Boom!
The paper ant's fist still hit the Jade Emperor's face, and forced the Jade Emperor's body to fly to one side at the speed of light.
Lin Shen followed his still-changing figure.
When he turned into a flat plate, he slapped the Jade Emperor. When he turned into a toilet, the toilet lid directly clamped his head. When he turned into a chicken, he pecked his eyes with his mouth. There were thousands of changes in an instant, but no matter what kind of changes, they could not stop Lin Shen's attack. Lin Shen didn't care what he was, and no matter what the attack he launched, he produced terrifying destructive power. The Jade Emperor's body swayed in the air, twisting into various shapes. He was obviously not very comfortable with this state of not being omniscient and omnipotent, and could not predict Lin Shen's behavior pattern at all. This surprised the Jade Emperor. The power of the anti-world was stronger than that of his previous calculations. It could actually reduce his cognition, and it was very serious. I am afraid that it would not take long to become an idiot like Lin Shen. It has been a long time since he fought with others. His recent memory of fighting with others belongs to the clone of the Heavenly Art Emperor, so when Lin Shen attacked, he subconsciously did not resist, thinking that he could handle it with his will. This is obviously an adverse effect after decreasing wisdom. The Jade Emperor under normal conditions will never have such a reaction. The Jade Emperor reached out to block, but he was always half a beat slower and could not block or dodge Lin Shen's attack. Didn't anyone tell you that civilization is built under the shadow of barbarism? Lin Shen crazily ravaged the Jade Emperor until he became his true body. All his power exploded and bombarded the Jade Emperor's chest, directly damaging the Jade Emperor's body, like shattering the void, crashing through the glass-like space and into a black hole. Boom! The black hole was directly knocked out, and countless particles and star bodies were gushing out. The Jade Emperor's body was twisted and suspended in the air, spraying out with the stars, drifting with the waves in the universe. Seeing the Jade Emperor floating motionlessly in the starry sky like a dead person, without any movement, letting the particles hit him. When Lin Shen was about to step forward, he saw the Jade Emperor standing up with the standard expression of Emperor Tianshu on his face. This is really a novel experience. After the self is created by humans, even when the clone is reincarnated, he has never had such an experience. The Jade Emperor reached out and touched his face. It turns out that being beaten is like this. It turns out that being unwilling to be like this. This feeling is so interesting. As the Jade Emperor said, he suddenly moved, his body coming to Lin Shen like a phantom, as if it was a crazy attack like Lin Shen. Lin Shen swung his fist to resist, but found that the Jade Emperor's offensive was endless, and he could not stop it, as if he would never stop. Boom boom. The sound of intersecting fists is endless. Although the power of both of them is extremely restrained, the energy generated by the collision is still almost destroying the star cemetery. You are right. Civilization is based on barbarism. Since you don't want civilization, then try my barbarism. The Jade Emperor was obviously influenced by the surrender of wisdom and no longer paid much attention to Lin Shen, which was even more crazy than Lin Shen just now. Lin Shen found that his power against the world could not resist the power of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor's skills were getting less and less, but Lin Shen felt that the pressure was getting greater and greater, and the power of the world was almost impossible to withstand. Lin Shen suddenly felt that it was like a dispute between countries in ancient times. You started to reason carefully and you didn't listen to it and insisted on fighting with others. As a result, they threw out the atomic bomb and found that it was better to reason.
Of course, Lin Shen is not completely unable to fight back.
The power of the world can indeed hedge against the Jade Emperor's positive world power. But Lin Shen could feel that the Jade Emperor's power became stronger and stronger as he fought, while his power became weaker and weaker.
How could this happen? It is also the power of the world.
Why can the power of the right world become stronger and stronger, while the power of the opposite world becomes weaker and weaker?
Lin Shen didn't understand what this is. Want to know why you are getting weaker and weaker?
Because your world is false, there is no life, it's just an empty shell. The Jade Emperor said while attacking wildly, there is no way to compete with my world in an empty shell world, so you can only lose and have no chance to win. After hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Lin Shen also realized the problem. His connection with the anti-world is indeed only the anti-world chain of order, and except for the order chain, he does not sense the existence of the anti-world.
You have never been to the anti-world, how can you know there is no vitality there? It's just that you can't feel it.
Lin Shen tried his best to stimulate the power of the destiny and the bones to resist the Jade Emperor's attack. I don't need to go, but I know the same way, because there is no anti-world in this universe at all.
I am the only master and the only protagonist.
The Jade Emperor's cognition has declined so much that he is like a madman. He punches and fights with Lin Shen's fist. The shell condensed from the anti-world order chain on Lin Shen's fist was broken, and his whole person flew backwards like a meteor.
Chapter 1285 The Counter-World Arrival.
Seeing the Jade Emperor stepping out, he had already arrived in front of Lin Shen again. He reached out and grabbed Lin Shen's head, and directly pressed the black and white wordless coin on Lin Shen's forehead. After the black and white wordless coins touched Lin Shen's forehead, the black and white colors suddenly radiated light, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram in the void. As the Tai Chi diagram was running, it seemed that some substance in Lin Shen's body was sucked into the black and white wordless coins on his forehead. Some traces gradually appeared on the black and white wordless coins. Lin Shen waved his fist to attack, but the Jade Emperor grabbed his head with one hand and blocked the attacks from his fists and legs with the other. It is also the power of the world, and the power of the counter-world is much worse than that of the positive world. Although I don't know what the black and white wordless coins were sucked from Lin Shen's body, it can be seen from the naked eye that Lin Shen's body is becoming weaker and it is becoming increasingly difficult to compete with the Jade Emperor.
The sky is censored.
A voice suddenly sounded, and a majestic figure crossed the void, with purple light burning on his body, and walked towards Lin Shen without hesitation, making a shout that resonated throughout the world.
The wilderness is vast.
Another figure came, and under the white jade-like jade umbrella, there was a young man in black clothes, like a jade man.
I've been in my life.
Lin Xiangdong, who was like a god, also walked out of nothingness.
The most crazy.
Wan Nianshou came with a smile. With this sound, figures came one by one through the void. Lin Zhongzheng, Dais, Lin Wan, and even the Master of the Salvation and Christine, who was full of pink, all came.
What are you here to do?
The battle song is useless anymore, you can't help me. Lin Shen was shocked.
Who said the battle song is useless?
Lin Zhongzheng looked at the Jade Emperor who was still fighting wildly with Lin Shen, saying, the real battle song is not how much power he can add to you, but how much courage he can add to you.
Xiaowu, the third brother, lends his courage and gives it a try. There is nothing to worry about, I am here for everything. As Lin Zhongzheng's voice fell, a brilliant divine light burst out from his body.
It was the power of Lin Zhongzheng and the power of Emperor Gochen. The power surged to Lin Shen's body, which brought Lin Shen not only the power of the Emperor, but also all of Lin Zhongzheng's insights, experiences, and computing power. It seems that he only has you, the third brother.
Is the third brother a brother, and the fourth brother is not the brother?
The petals surged in Lin Xiangdong's body, pouring down like a galaxy, pouring into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shangdong's life experience, insights and talents are all condensed on Lin Shen.
Living.
Lao Wei only had one word, and the evil power in his body turned into a purple phoenix swimming in the sky, rushing towards Lin Shen's body, and blending with him.
I am the same emperor, why are you so awesome? With me in one day, there will be no one in this universe who is even more awesome than me.
Lin Wan's body turned into thousands of lines of nothingness, connected to Lin Shen's body. All kinds of divine lights rose from everyone's body, turning into various strange phenomena and pouring on Lin Shen. This is not a simple power, but also includes their lifelong practice and spirit. If they are the skin of their body, they will hand over everything to Lin Shen. Among the 6 emperors, besides the Jade Emperor, there are 5 emperors who have reincarnated their energy and spirit in Lin Shen alone.
It is equivalent to Lin Shen and the other one gathering the computing power of the 5 emperors.
Although their computing power has not yet returned to the peak, the computing power of the 5 emperors combined is definitely stronger than that of any previous emperor.
What's more, there are Lao Wei, Ouyang, Yi Jingren, Christine, Master of Shasteria and others.
Countless spirits gathered on Lin Shen, making Lin Shen's strength stronger and stronger, and his mind became a little clearer. Even with such powerful computing power, it does not show well in this situation of reducing intelligence, but it just makes him not as reckless as before. But because of the balance between the positive and negative, the situation on the Jade Emperor is also better.
You stupid guys are really hopeless. Don't you know yet? I am the only master and the only savior in this world. He is the one you should hate.
The Jade Emperor waved his hand to get rid of these people, but it was too late. The energy of these people together must occupy at least 3 or 4 out of 10 in the entire universe, and all of them will be passed to Lin Shen, allowing Lin Shen to use these energy to strengthen the anti-world. The righteous world has lost so much energy, and the anti-world has obtained so much energy. As soon as it goes in and out, the situation immediately reversed. The intensity of the anti-world has faintly surpassed that of the righteous world. Lin Shen grabbed the Jade Emperor's hand with one hand and resolved his attack on Lao Wei and others.
Absolute power is absolute corruption. If you want to risk opening the door to the universe, it may be a devastating disaster for our universe. Let's give up, said Master Shudu. It's so stupid. The Jade Emperor was lazy to talk nonsense with them.
The forces of the 2 worlds were madly swallowing each other.
He and Lin Shen were fighting with all their might. Since you want to die, then let's do it for you.
The power of the righteous world has been suppressed by the anti-world. The Jade Emperor could not get rid of Lin Shen's shackles, and suddenly a dreamy brilliance burst out from his body.
That is a fantasy magic created by the Jade Emperor from the power of the universe. The power from the universe is indeed extremely mysterious.
Under the illumination of the dreamy light, the power of the righteous world suddenly increased greatly, which in turn caused the chain of order in the opposite world to shatter one by one.
Rebellious against the will of heaven, explosion.
Lin Shen knew that this was his last chance. If he could not defeat the Jade Emperor like this, he would have to die. The ultimate power of the heaven-defying bones was stimulated, and Lin Shen exuded an abyss-like temperament. His eyes were as dark as a bottomless deep pool, and his body seemed to be burning with black flames, but the flames seemed to be countless black holes, swallowing everything around him.
Boom!
Under the blessing of the fantasy Dharma, the righteous world still cannot resist the rebellious bones of the explosive state. The energy was actually sucked into Lin Shen's body and then replenished into the anti-world through Lin Shen's body. Various strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the void around him. The chain of order of the righteous way broke, the world collapsed, the galaxy disappeared, and a world with many strange phenomena emerged, beginning to devour the original world. A dark world, like a monster across the universe, began to devour the starry sky of the universe, and everywhere you pass, everything was crushed into nothingness.
Countless planets and humans were devoured and died, and the universe became fragmented in an instant, as if it was a cake ruthlessly torn and stuffed into the mouth by Tao Tai.
Looking at the broken starry sky and the devastating creatures, everyone looked like Earth.
Lin Shen, what are you doing? Ouyang, you couldn't help but shout at Lin Shen.
The anti-world on Lin Shen was devouring the original righteous world.
He did not wait for Lin Shen's answer, but heard the voice of the Jade Emperor, don't you understand? There is no anti-world at all. It's just the illusion of his inverted beings. He is a prisoner, a vicious criminal from the universe.
You actually believe in such a person, giving him the power that originally belonged to this universe, so that he can bring the false universe to the reality. When the false universe comes, that is, when the real universe is destroyed, everything in the universe will be destroyed, including all living beings. It is you who push your only universe to destruction.
Everyone looked at Lin Shen in disbelief, but Lin Shen didn't say anything. He was just a ruthless devouring and crushing everything behind him. Chapter 1286 End. Lin, wake up.
Lao Wei's voice was like a thunderous thunder, trying to awaken Lin Shen. No matter what Lin Shen's background is, he doesn't believe that Lin Shen will destroy this world.
Most of the others have the same ideas as Wei Wufu.
Their origins can be fake, and the thoughts and ideas formed by a person from birth to now will not be fake.
And at this point, they have given Lin Shen all their energy and energy. Even if they are themselves, they will not be able to take it back. Lin Shen seemed to be awakened by Wei Wufu's voice, slowly raised his head, and his abyss-like eyes looked at Wei Wufu and others. Do you believe me? Lin Shen asked. Xiao Wu, if we don't believe you, you won't be here. What's going on now?
Lin Xiangdong said directly.
I have remembered some things. It is indeed as the Jade Emperor said.
I am not the biological child of the Lin family, but from the universe. He sent to the Lin family and became the fifth brother of the Lin family. Lin Shen said slowly, because I was still a baby when I came, my memory of the universe was very limited, almost zero.
I should have no memory at all.
It was not until the power reached this level that I could view the memories of the infant and know some things. Lin Shen looked at the Jade Emperor and said, if you believe me, please lend me your beliefs. With the blessing of your beliefs, I can truly come to the anti-world. It is not to swallow the righteous world, but to merge with the righteous world.
Otherwise, my power is no longer enough to push the anti-world back to its original position. Do you understand?
Only faith can truly come to the world of opposition.
Do you still understand what this means? What does it require belief? False ghosts and gods, unrealistic fantasy things need the support of belief. The real universe is cruel and bloody. No one conquers nature. No belief can overcome everything. The universe is not transferred by human hearts. Death is dead, and what should live is alive.
Flowers are flowers, and mountains are mountains.
That is the reality. With me now, he cannot let the world of opposition really come. Although the world of opposition will suffer serious damage, at least some people can survive in the broken corner of the universe. If you help him again, then the universe will be completely destroyed and no matter can exist. The Jade Emperor also said. For a moment, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing who should listen to. Although Lin Shen is credible, the Jade Emperor has no motivation to destroy this universe. I believe you. Wei Wufu offered his belief to Lin Shen without hesitation.
The black flames on Lin Shen's body became deeper and deeper, and the reversal world behind him became clearer.
Do you really want to push this universe to destruction with your own hands? Are you sure you really want to believe in an outsider? The Jade Emperor was surprised and happy. Because of the influence of his wisdom and human nature, he was no longer the supreme Jade Emperor. The part of the human nature of the Heavenly Art Emperor had already dominated. Please believe me, I'm almost out of time. If my cognition continues to decline, I will be unable to control the world.
Lin Shen said with some difficulty.
I have always believed in you and never doubted it. Ouyang Yudu's belief is as pure as crystal. Xiao Wu, no matter who you were before, I only know that you were Xiao Wu of the Lin family.
Lin Xiangdong said and expressed his belief.
I said that I am here in everything.
Lin Zongjing also expressed his belief. Seeing everyone lending their beliefs to Lin Shen one by one, even the reincarnation of the Emperor was no exception. The Jade Emperor laughed in anger. Human nature is indeed stupid, and even the reincarnation of the intellectual brain is no exception. You are pushing yourself and the universe into the abyss of destruction with your own hands, and no one is blamed. This is your own choice. Lin Shen got the belief of everyone, and the black flames on his body covered the sky. The anti-world behind him was so real that it was no different from the real world, and the speed of devouring accelerated again. The dreamy brilliance blessed by the Jade Emperor in the real world can no longer withstand the power of the anti-world. The real world collapsed rapidly, and most of the real world has been swallowed, and it will take less time to completely swallow the real world.
You won. The Jade Emperor shook his head. Humans will never learn from their lessons.
This was the case before, but now it is like this. Even if they are saved this time, they will still choose to self-destruct the next time.
This is an unchangeable nature. Everyone also saw something was wrong.
Lin Shen said that he could control the integration of the anti-world and the righteous world, but there was no sign of semi-fusion now. The anti-world was about to completely crush and swallow the righteous world, and there was no fusion at all.
The Jade Emperor no longer wanted to pay attention to these stupid guys who had self-destruction. He looked at Lin Shen and said, "You won, but I didn't lose either. You got this universe, and I got what I wanted. In the future, I will enter the universe and continue my evolution there, and you can only stay here forever. After all, you are still just an exiled prisoner. The upper limit is solid and there is no future, but I have infinite possibilities. When I become the master of the universe, I will come to see you again. If you beg me at that time, maybe I will forgive you and let me continue to follow me."
While speaking, the Jade Emperor reached out and grabbed it.
The force of gripping had some kind of power that did not belong to this universe.
It grabbed the coins on Lin Shen's forehead like a small handprint. Because Lin Shen's energy is too strong and has the power of a positive and negative world, the coin only absorbs part of the energy and the information of the universe carried by Lin Shen himself. The front and back patterns have been completed, and the tokens have been refined without absorbing all Lin Shen's energy and information. The black is the reverse side, with a baby pattern on it, and the white is the front side, with a one character on it. The Jade Emperor held the token and looked down at everyone with a complicated expression. God can't save stupid humans, maybe we shouldn't have resurrected humans at all, and the complete disappearance of humans is the best result. As the Jade Emperor said, he took back the dreamy light, condensed on the tokens between his fingers, and bounced out into the void. Buzz! The tokens with dreamy brilliance penetrated the void in an instant, and a huge black gate slowly emerged in the void. The black gate has no place to come, it is as grand as the universe, as small as dust, connecting the world, and seemingly independent of the world. There was no pattern on the door, only a groove in the middle of the two door panels.
The token fell into the groove and immediately merged with the door panel. The entire door turned from black to white, emitting an invisible light. Boom!
The door slowly opened a line, and the black light shone inside, and any place where the black light shone immediately turned into nothing. The door was just opened, and cracks appeared on the tokens, and the door opened slowly and seemed to have no motivation. The Jade Emperor did not hesitate at all and rushed into the gate directly with the black light, leaving only one voice: "You can't live if you commit sins." The moment the Jade Emperor rushed into the door, the tokens completely shattered, and the door that opened the line closed with a bang and disappeared quickly.
"Lin Shen, is over, separate the anti-world," Dai shouted to Lin Shen.
As the Jade Emperor left, the world was out of control, and the power of decline disappeared. Lin Shen's own IQ was restored, and the spirit of everyone. Lin Shen was already like the Jade Emperor, an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Lin Shen looked at everyone, but did not stop the devouring of the world against the right world as everyone thought. "I'm sorry, I came here just to destroy everything." Lin Shen slowly raised his palm. Looking at the last remaining space in the world, a light of the world burst out in everyone's horrified eyes. Boom! The last pure land in the world has also disappeared, and the bodies of Lin Wan, Lin Zhongzheng, Lin Shangdong and others have also been decomposed and destroyed by the power of the world.
Everyone's expressions were different, including fear, regret, disappointment, unwillingness, anger, and all kinds of negative emotions could no longer be described in words.
Although Lin Shangdong and Lin Zhongzheng did not have so many negative emotions and accepted this result calmly, they still felt disappointed. Only Wei Wufu died in nothingness, but just smiled at Lin Shen, opened his mouth, and failed to make any sound. Judging from his lips, he seemed to say 2 words: goodbye.
Boom!
The world is completely destroyed and returns to absolute darkness, as if the performance has come to an end, and all grudges and hatreds return to the dusty history.
Chapter 1287 Return, Finale. As it really doesn't work?
Lin Shen stood in the anti-universe, watching the complete disappearance of the righteous world, while the anti-universe was still dead and had no vitality. As the Jade Emperor said, the anti-world is simply false and does not exist, so there is no life here, it is just an illusory world like the underworld. Even if it devours all the energy of the universe, it is still not enough to turn illusion into reality.
Is this still the case after all? It's really disappointing.
Lin Shen withdrew his gaze and looked straight ahead. Wherever his eyes passed, nothingness cracked open, and a gate appeared in front of him out of thin air.
This gate looks exactly the same as the gate where the Jade Emperor walked through, but there were chains like a bunch of tied chains on it, and there were 10 locks engraved with destiny on it.
Lin Shen looked at the fate lock on the door, smiled bitterly, walked slowly to the door, and reached out to pinch a fate lock.
When his finger touched the fate lock, the obviously locked fate lock opened with a click and fell off from it.
Lin Shen took off all the 10 fate locks with one lock and threw them aside. As all 10 destiny locks were opened, the chain locks fell down.
Unlike the Jade Emperor, they needed tokens. Without anything, the door opened itself.
The light inside shone on Lin Shen's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in the long river of countless resentful spirits, and the resentment filled the world. In the endless resentment, some strange things flowed into Lin Shen's body, making Lin Shen's aura become deeper and deeper. Lin Shen stood in the glory and reached out his hand. The inheritance fan appeared in his hand and was thrown out by him.
The fan of inheritance falls into the anti-world and turns into a seed. The seed takes root, sprouts and grows rapidly, and grows a big black tree.
As the black tree grows, particles from the positive world also float out and become one with the false anti-world.
The anti-world is undergoing earth-shaking changes, particles combine, and planets emerge.
All the destruction of the righteous world are reborn in the anti-world and merge with the anti-world.
With the reshaping of the universe, figures emerged in the new world.
The righteous world and the anti-world are constantly merging, and the tree of inheritance has grown to its extreme and has begun to decline. Lin Wan looked at his body, his face full of surprise.
Many people have her expressions, watching the stars in the universe constantly changing.
This world seems to be a familiar world, but it seems a little strange.
Tianxuan, Wei Wufu, Ouyang Yudu and others woke up in the new world.
Lin Shen used his supreme power to turn the false anti-world into reality, blending with the righteous world, causing the original small universe to rise to a higher level, and combining countless magical and reality, resulting in many incredible creatures.
When the tree of inheritance completely withered, a beam of inheritance rushed into the new world and turned into a butterfly flying in the universe.
Where the butterflies flew, all the planets in the universe bloomed with colorful flowers of life, and their trajectory was that flowers penetrated the universe and spread towards the giant ring star for a flower bridge. Lin Shen walked along the flower bridge, and in a few steps, he had already arrived on the giant ring star. The butterfly fell on the shoulders of a graceful woman, and the end of the flower bridge was also there. Lin Shen came to Tianxuan, knelt in front of her on one knee, reached out to hold her finger, and raised her other hand. The butterfly flew down from Tianxuan's shoulders, landed between Lin Shen's fingers, and turned into a ring.
Tianxuan, are you willing to marry me and go back to another home with me? Lin Shen asked at Tianxuan. Where you are in me, I'm there.
Tianxuan stretched out his finger and said with a smile, I do. Lin Shen was happy in his heart and put the butterfly ring on Tianxuan's fingers, then he stood up and hugged Tianxuan into his arms.
Until he kissed Tianxuan until he couldn't breathe, Lin Shen let her go, held her hand and looked at his elder sister, Wei Wuwei, Ouyang and others and said, would you like to go back with me?
Can you come back?
Lin Xiangdong asked with a haha.
It's a bit difficult.
Lin Shen said. That's fine. I'll go find you when I've lived enough in the future. Lin Xiangdong said. Lin Shen looked at Lin Miao, sister. I don't want to leave my hometown, you can come back to see me by yourself.
Lin Miao snuggled in his heart and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and had to respond, then looked at the others, and everyone shook their heads slightly and chose to stay.
Finally, Lin Shen's eyes fell on Wei Wufu.
He said nothing, but he hoped that Lao Wei could leave him with him.
I look for you.
Wei Wufu's answer made Lin Shen shake his head and smile bitterly.
Since that's the case, then see you again.
After Lin Shen said goodbye to everyone, he led Tianquan to the flower bridge and walked towards the gate.
Wait for me.
I'll go with you.
A voice sounded, and Tu Xiaodao actually broke through the air.
Judging from his flying speed, he should have reached the level of a superior god. Lin Shen looked back at him, slightly surprised. This kid has actually reached the upper level. The promotion speed is fast enough.
Is soft rice so delicious?
Lin Shen, don't walk so fast, take me.
Tu Xiaodao wanted to step onto the flower bridge, but found that the flower bridge was like a flower in the realm, and the moon in the water could not step on it.
This small universe has become one with positive and negative one.
The upper gods are no longer the limit.
If you can achieve the universe level, it is not too late to enter the universe again.
After Lin Shen said that, he stopped stopping and led Tianquan into the door.
Everyone watched the figures of the two disappeared into the gate, and the gate closed with a bang and disappeared into nothingness. Under the protection of Lin Shen's light, Tianqin didn't feel anything. He only felt a strange force coming from Lin Shen's hand. The force made her feel her body was changing rapidly, but this transformation was extremely gentle and did not make her feel any discomfort. The scene in front of me changed. When my vision was fully restored, I found that there was an extremely glorious palace in front of me. On both sides of the palace, there were many people wearing strange costumes. The aura emitted by those people made her feel incredible.
Even if it was like the Jade Emperor, the aura seemed to be far inferior to them. With Tianquan's transformation, she could sense more.
These people were obviously human appearances, but their auras were as terrifying as demons, as if the demons of the heavens and all worlds were gathered here. Seeing Lin Shen walking out of the gate with Tianquan, everyone knelt on one knee, put his right hand in his heart, lowered his head and said in unison, "Welcome the Lord Prison King back."
Chapter 1288 Postscript.
Emperor Tianshu stepped out of the gate and saw a huge tomb in front of him. He was already deeply human and was no longer the Jade Emperor who had no emotions but could do anything. On the huge tomb that is like an endless mountain, there are all kinds of things, most of which are mainly weapons. At the top of the giant tomb, there was a rag banner inserted, and the banner had 4 words to do everything written on it.
Welcome to the world without gods. This will be where you start and where you end.
Please leave a thing that represents your identity on the tomb of heaven.
If you die there, then this thing will be your last tombstone. People are in the world, and things are in the world, and people are in the end.
Whether you were a god or a demon, an immortal or a saint before, from now on, you will only struggle to survive as a person in that terrifying world. There are no gods, demons, immortals and holy in that world, because in that world, even the most ordinary person was once the master of a world, and in that world, they are just ordinary people who may die at any time.
And all you have to do is to live and walk to the end. There is no engraving in front of the grave.
The tombstone, like a wordless sky monument, suddenly shines brightly, and a sound also sounds. Emperor Tianshu had already made plans and had already calculated some situations in the universe, so he was not surprised by this. After thinking about it, Emperor Tianshu took out something and placed it on the giant tomb. It was a chess piece used by Emperor Tianshu to set up the endgame, and there were pawns engraved on it. The pawn crossed the river, advancing but not retreating. From the moment he decided to enter the universe, he had never thought of retreating. As the chess piece landed on the grave mountain, light suddenly shone brightly on the grave, forming a whirlpool of time and space. Emperor Tianshu suddenly felt an irresistible huge force coming, and he was about to pull him into the vortex. The Emperor of Heavenly Art flashed in his eyes, but he did not resist after calculation. He probably knew that he was going to teleport him to that world without gods. Seeing that Emperor Tianshu was about to be pulled into the vortex, the tombstone suddenly exclaimed. Emperor Tianshu suddenly felt that the suction power was gone, and the vortex of energy disappeared. I didn't expect you to have such a relationship. The great prison king personally sent someone to send someone a message to ask for someone. You are blessed, and you can avoid the pain of reincarnation. The voice of the tombstone was a bit strange. Emperor Tianshu couldn't help but frown slightly, with a flash of light in his eyes, but he couldn't calculate the result, so he could only ask, "Who is the prison king?"
In a world without God, there are only three types of people.
One is the winner, and the winner can enjoy everything. The other is the loser. The loser will become a prisoner, and ordinary prisoners will be imprisoned, and the third type of people is the administrator of the prison. The prison king is the person who manages all prisons. He is one of the three strong people standing at the top of the top. When the voice of the tombstone mentioned the prison king, he was full of respect.
To be honest, are you a prisoner reincarnated and returned to a world without God after hardships? Have you had anything to do with that adult before? Tombstone asked in a low voice.
I am not a prisoner, nor do I know the prison king.
Emperor Tianshu said.
Maybe your prisoner's consciousness has not been restored. You must have known that Lord.
Otherwise, how could he personally ask someone who has just arrived in the universe? In short, you are lucky.
The tombstone opened the passage again and said to the Emperor of Heavenly Art, Go quickly, Lord Prison King is waiting for you.
If you become prosperous in the future, don't forget me.
It's best to have a few good words for me in front of Lord Prison King.
Okay, I can't forget each other. Emperor Tianshu said in his heart, Am I really a prisoner reincarnated without knowing it?
Human nature gave him ideas beyond calculation, so he is now just the Emperor of Heavenly Art.
After stepping into the passage, Emperor Tianshu felt that his body had been transformed in strange energy, and at the same time, there were also prompt sounds constantly, and information poured into his brain. But before he could carefully analyze the information, he had already arrived in an extremely glorious palace. Emperor Tianshu didn't have time to look carefully, and felt that the unparalleled power was suppressing his body. With his ability, he couldn't even maintain his standing posture and sat on the ground. Under that terrifying pressure, he tried his best to ensure that his body was not crushed. His eyes swept away and saw a person standing next to him. The pressure emitted by the man was something that Emperor Tianshu had never seen before. With his strength, he couldn't even withstand the pressure emitted by the opponent, let alone the enemy. Emperor Tianshu couldn't even see what kind of strength the opponent had.
In his eyes, the man was as unfathomable as a ghost, but he was just a human being now. Emperor Tianshu's eyes turned to the man and saw that the two sides of the hall were full of people. The existence that seemed to him like a ghost and God was just standing at the end of the hall. The closer the person to the throne of the hall, the more it was impossible to measure his strength, and he could not even see his face clearly.
The great universe is indeed not comparable to the small universe.
Although the humans here are also humans, their strength is as strong as real ghosts and gods.
I start over here. One day in the future, I will definitely be able to reach that highest point and become the master of the great universe.
However, before that, I still need to endure it. Emperor Tianshu even learned the endurance of humiliation in human nature, and looked at a figure sitting upright on the supreme throne. However, with his ability, even the people standing next to him could not see clearly.
How could he see the supreme existence? Tianshu pay homage to Lord Prison King. Tianshu forced himself to stand up and salute, but he couldn't stand up at all. He just sat there and bent down slightly to express his respect. If he is really a prisoner reincarnation, such existence will obviously have a close relationship with him, and it will be much easier to gain a foothold here in the future. Thank you for your hard work.
A voice came from the supreme throne. When Tianshu heard the sound, his pupils suddenly contracted. He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the supreme existence.
You can't.
Emperor Tianshu tried hard to see if the person on the throne was the person he was thinking about. His eyes became clearer and clearer. Soon after, he finally saw the figure on the throne clearly. It was only then that he realized that on the throne, there were not one person sitting, but two people, and he was too familiar with these two people. For a moment, Emperor Tianshu stayed there and completely lost his speech ability.
The tall and superior person was Lin Shen and Tian's son.
The main article ends, and there will be an extra chapter afterwards.
Friends can continue to watch tomorrow. Chapter 1289 Extra Chapter I Am the Warden.
I am a glorious prison administrator, my father is a prison administrator, my grandfather is a prison administrator, and my grandfather's grandfather is a prison administrator. My ancestors who have a record at home are all prison administrators, so I have also become prison administrators, commonly known as warden. The warden has only one job, that is, to manage the prison.
There are only two types of people in prison, one is a prisoner and the other is a prisoner. Coincidentally, there are only two types of people in the universe, one is the winner and the other is the loser. The winner is the king, and the loser is the prison, so the prison includes two types of people, the winner and the loser. If the winner chooses to enter the prison and become a prisoner, he can get rid of endless battles. The loser will be sent to prison, through some strict divisions, and then sent to prisons of different levels to serve his sentence. The worst is exile to the small universe. Because I grew up in prison, I have seen many prisoners and prisoners. When I was a child, I liked those prisoners very much because they had many stories, and those stories were very different. Some were wonderful and bizarre, some were touching, and the stories of each prisoner were different, as if there were always new stories, and I couldn't finish them no matter how hard I heard them. But later when I got older, I found that after telling the stories of prisoners, there was only one word: defeat. The beginning or end of all stories was a failure, so these stories were very sad. Maybe it's because I have listened for a long time and I have heard too much, so I gradually don't like listening to those sad stories. I want to listen to those happy stories. So I fell in love with listening to those jailers tell stories again. They are all winners and those who have victory. Their stories are indeed much happier than those prisoners, including passionate battles, passionate carnivals, collisions of friendships, youthful arrogance, and invincible loneliness. I blame myself for not listening to the jailer telling stories earlier. This is a real good story. Maybe I am a person who was born with a strong curiosity, or I am not sensible. As the saying goes, I am not patient and not passionate for 3 minutes. After listening for a long time, the stories of these winners became a little boring, so I asked the prison guards if there were any sad stories of these winners besides these stories of victory. So many prisoners told the same sad story. There is no eternal winner in the world, but the battle between victory and defeat is endless. That day I realized why they chose to be a jailer, because under the protection of the prison, they no longer need to participate in endless wars. It was also after that day that I no longer liked to listen to stories, because I suddenly discovered something, that whether it was a prison guard or a prisoner, whether their stories were sad or happy, they were actually just the same story. This made me feel a little bored, and I even started to be confused, not understanding what the meaning of such a war was. I think it was because I was too young and could not understand such a question, so I found my grandfather and asked this question. Grandpa burst into laughter when he heard this, and reached out to rub my head. He didn't tell me the answer, but just said that he would understand when I grew up. I grew up day by day, but I never understood. Even if I became the warden, I still didn't understand why this was, but I had my own responsibility to manage the prison. Grandpa often said that things outside the prison are not cared for in prison, but things inside the prison cannot be interfered with by people outside the prison. I think this makes sense and is natural. But there is a troublesome thing about it. There is a guy outside the prison. He is not a loser and does not want to become a prison guard, but he likes to run into the prison. There is also a strange guy in the prison, who always wants to run outside the prison. As a warden, I naturally cannot let them break the rules of prison, so I can only turn away the winner who likes to run into prison and focus on the prisoner who likes to escape. I fought a lot of fights for this, but I didn't win, but I didn't lose. Because I am the warden and cannot participate in endless wars, otherwise the prison will be dragged into the war, so I cannot win and cannot lose. I am an impatient person. Over time, this kind of life makes me feel boring. I doubt how my ancestors lived such a repetitive life every day without feeling boring during such long years. Anyway, I don't like it very much. Maybe it's because I'm too young. In the boring life day after day, something interesting suddenly happened. There was a winner in prison, but this winner actually asked to become a prisoner himself. This kind of thing has not happened since I became the warden. So I decided to meet this interesting winner, but when I saw him, I was a little disappointed. Because he is neither a handsome guy nor a beautiful girl, but a bad old man. Well, I am a good-looking person and usually have no patience for people who are not good-looking. I wanted to send him casually, but who knew that this old man had a bullshit theory to me. I am a good person to say, otherwise I would not have the achievements and status that I am today. If I were born in the small universe, it might be a bullshit, and I would not have any achievements at all. I am afraid I will not even have the chance to leave the small universe and become a loser. When I met such a brave person in the past, I would give them a prison top 10 torture package to see how hard their bones are. If they don't work once, they will do it 10 times and hundreds of times. Maybe it's because I've been too bored and boring recently. I actually said a few words to that old man on a whim. Although the old man is not very good, he still wants to play tricks with me and use the provocation method. He said he wants to bet with me, so that I can use the art of returning to my infancy and return to my infancy. He will also strip away my level, talent and insight, enter the small universe and start over, and see if I can open the door to the universe and return to the big universe. Well, the old man is very bad, but this proposal is very interesting. The warden's life is really boring. I have not been to the little universe yet. It is very interesting to be a transfer. But it was just stripping away the level, talent and insight, and it seemed to be a bit too bullying those people in the small universe, without any fun. No matter what bets it does not bet, I am going to play. I will definitely win the bet, but I have to have fun and have a lot of fun. If I go to the small universe as the old man said, how difficult is it to come back? So I decided to cut myself for 3 days, including talent, Tiangu and Tianwu, plus limit caps and imperfect restriction, memory seal. Alas, being too outstanding is also a kind of distress. Let's leave a way out for the people of the small universe. The old man looked very good at that time, and he was afraid that I wouldn't come back. I am the king of prison, how could I not be able to go back? When you bet, you naturally have to have bets. The bet raised by the old man was to ask me to help him do something within his ability. It doesn't matter, I can't lose anyway. As for what I want after winning, it seems that I don't have anything to want, so I will remember it for now. Maybe I would think of some fun punishment on that day. We have chosen a small universe. That small universe is very interesting. It is actually a cosmic ecosystem developed by the 6 intelligent brains as the masters. However, the main body of the ecosystem is actually humans, not silicon-based life. Interestingly, these intelligent brains actually want to convert themselves into humans with carbon-based life. The more interesting person actually has a human being who is secretly playing against the intelligent brain. Those intelligent brains think that they have calculated the human being clearly, but they don't expect that the human beings to also calculate them clearly. This small universe is very interesting, so I will start over with him. Take a prison king, Jingji is here to wait for your successful return. Before leaving, the old man said something on the spot. But he said it nicely, but he put 10 fate locks on the door of the universe, obviously just to prevent me from using my current power secretly. Who do you think of me as? Will I need to use that method? Well, in the end, I used it and lost the bet. The real arrival of the illusory anti-world must be integrated with the real world. It has exceeded the limit that the small universe can bear. There is not enough energy, so I can only use some energy. There is no way for anyone to come. Unless the real universe completely disappears and the anti-world is replaced, it is just that, Tianxuan, Lao Wei and others will not be able to survive and will die forever. The prison king is merciful. The old man didn't say anything teasing. If you lose, you lose. What you want me to do can only be within my ability. Our family has always been the same. Otherwise, how can we manage the prison? We will naturally not make any excuses. But if this old man made me do something beyond my bottom line, I would make him unable to do it. Unexpectedly, the old man bowed to the end and made a request that made me embarrassed. Please be merciful to the prison king. Only you can break the rules of victory or defeat, change your destiny against the will of heaven and then start a war of ending, giving the people of the world a chance to end this endless war. The extra chapter will continue tomorrow. Chapter 1290 Extra Chapter Lost. On the Wutong star of the Phoenix clan,
a beautiful little girl is practicing swords on an open space in the mountains and forests. Although she was only 11 or 12 years old, her swordsmanship was well trained and she had the aura of entering the hall to produce the sword intent.
The little girl's nickname is Xiao Huanger. She is a member of the Phoenix clan. She lives in seclusion with her parents in Wutongxing. She grew up here since she was born. The Phoenix clan who can live in Wutong Star is definitely not an ordinary tribe. This is a royal planet, and only the royal family within the Phoenix clan are qualified to live in such a place. However, ordinary royal families will not come to live here, because although Wutong Star is good, it can only be regarded as a place suitable for retirement. Only those royal families who have lost their power will choose to live in seclusion here. Xiao Huanger's father is the brother of the Phoenix Emperor. He had the opportunity to compete for the throne, but because of his failure, he had to live in seclusion here. Xiao Huanger has been sad for a long time when she heard her parents' sorrows. She has made a wish since she was a child and should work hard to practice, compete for the throne of the Phoenix clan in the future and fulfill her father's wish. Her talent is already extraordinary, and she has worked hard enough, so she has achieved great success in recent years, but she is far from fighting for the throne. What's more, although the Wutong Star has a good environment, it lacks resources, so it is afraid that it will be difficult to support her to reach the peak. After practicing a set of swords, Xiao Huanger suddenly heard a howling wind coming from above her head. When she looked up, she saw a white figure falling from the sky and falling heavily in front of her. Suddenly, the entire mountain and forest shook a few times like an earthquake. Xiao Huanger stared at the big pit that was smashed in front of her and saw a white tiger lying in the big pit. The white tiger was majestic and looked very imposing, but at this time it was bloody, and many of its white hair were stained with blood, and its body was covered with wounds. After struggling for a few times, it was unable to stand up. "Don't you have to be afraid, please let me help you?" Seeing the white tiger's appearance, I don't know which heartstring touched Xiao Huanger, and felt compassion. Although Baihu was seriously injured, he was still arrogant and let out a low roar at Xiao Huanger, looking like he was keeping others from thousands of miles away. Xiao Huanger didn't care, and still gently tried to get close to the white tiger, and even took the pill to feed it. The white tiger did not eat, so Xiao Huanger used her own ability to produce a faint phoenix light to heal the white tiger. At first, the white tiger was still very resistant and wanted to stop Xiao Huanger from treating it, but it was too severe to move at all, and she couldn't refuse it even if she wanted to. As time passed, Xiao Huanger used her meager phoenix light to heal the white tiger every day. Over time, the white tiger gradually became much gentler and no longer wary of Xiao Huanger. After taking the pill she fed, she even became closer. Xiao Huanger also specially built a wooden house for Baihu and brought bed sheets, quilts and other items to make Baihu feel more comfortable. The white tiger's eyes became more and more gentle when he saw Xiao Huanger's eyes, and even let Xiao Huanger rest on it, without any annoyance. When the white tiger was moving without any obstacles, when Xiao Huanger came to search for it happily the next day, the white tiger disappeared. This made Xiao Huanger feel sad. She thought that her sincerity would bring her a playmate, but who knew that she would leave her without a sound? 7 or 8 months later, Xiao Huanger still came to the forest to practice swords every day, but she didn't know that there was a white tiger who watched her practice swords every day in the forest. Every time, after Xiao Huanger practiced the sword, the white tiger lying in the grass stood up and left silently. This time after Xiao Huanger left, Baihu stood up and was about to leave, but turned around and saw a figure standing there. His body suddenly stiffened, as if he was caught on the spot. It was said that it was a figure, but in fact it was 2 people. One was wearing a sweatshirt and a hat. He had an extremely majestic figure, half of his face was human, and the other half was a steel weirdo. The other one is a little girl who rides on the weird man's neck and looks only about 1 year old. The little girl was curiously looking at the direction where Xiao Huanger left, tilting her head as if she was a little confused. These 2 people are Lao Tai and Xiaojiu, and the white tiger is naturally the white tiger little. Lao Tai stared at Baihu Xiaojiu for a while, and Baihu Xiaojiu showed a shy expression. He squatted there and looked around, as if he was looking for something, but he didn't know what he was looking for. "Do you like that little girl?" Lao Tai asked at Baihu Xiaojiu. The white tiger little whine suddenly jumped up like a hair blown, letting out a tiger roar, and its big head swayed repeatedly. Xiao Bai. Its roar immediately attracted Xiao Huanger.
Xiao Huanger, who had already left, heard the tiger roar and thought it was Baihu who came back to find her. She showed surprise on her face and hurriedly ran back, but after searching for a long time, she could not see Baihu.
Xiao Bai. Are you back? Could it be that I had hallucinations? Xiao Huanger patted her head and looked at it again. She really didn't notice anything. Then she murmured and left.
The white tiger wine shrank on the branch, holding the trunk, watching Xiao Huanger leave, but her eyes were reluctant to take it away.
You really like her? Lao Tai, who was standing on the branch on the other side, said with a smile.
The white tiger wine jumped down from the tree branch, regaining the arrogant appearance of the king of all beasts.
However, this time it did not dare to roar again, but just shook its head like a wave drum. Don't you like it? I thought you liked it and wanted you to stay. Lao Tai said with his eyes narrowed. Baihu Xiaojiu suddenly widened her eyes and couldn't even hold back the corners of her mouth.
But soon, Baihu Xiaojiu calmed down her expression and shook her head quickly.
Lao Tai smiled, and suddenly one hand pressed on Baihu Xiaojiu's head, and a strange force penetrated into its body. Baihu Xiaojiu suddenly widened her eyes and her body couldn't help but retreat. As its body retreated, strange brilliances shone out in his body, allowing its body to transform continuously.
The fur has receded and the bones have evolved. When the white tiger little wine fell to the ground, it has become a young man in white.
You.
The young man transformed by the white tiger started to scream, but made a human voice, which scared him. The young man quickly looked at his body and found that his body had turned into a human form, with a more surprising face.
Xiaojiu, we are trapped in the past time and space, and we can never go to the right timeline. We must try to travel through time and space again and again.
Your physique is not suitable to travel through time and space continuously.
Your body will be injured like this time, and the injuries will become more and more serious, and even be separated like this time. This time it will be separated at the same time point, and the next time it may be separated in different time and space. Since you like this, stay here, and you will naturally meet again when the time comes. Lao Tai said to Baihu Xiaojiu. Baihu Xiaojiu looked at Xiaojiu on Lao Tai's shoulder, still a little hesitant. Xiaojiu, are you willing to let Baihu Xiaojiu stay? Lao Tai took Xiaojiu down and sat in front of Baihu Xiaojiu.
Xiaojiu looked at Baihu Xiaojiu, who had become a human youth, and then looked at the direction where Xiao Huanger left, nodding as if she understood something.
Xiaojiu.
Baihu Xiaojiu picked up Xiaojiu, tears gushed out of her eyes, and she felt very reluctant.
Xiaojiu patted Baihu Xiaojiu's head with her little hands and said vaguely, laugh, old, cloth, bitter. After Lao Tai said goodbye to Baihu Xiaojiu with Xiaojiu, he embarked on the road of time and space again. I didn't expect that Baihu Xiaojiu would be the future little wine emperor. This is a bit strange. Can time and space really change? Lao Tai thought to himself.
He originally wanted to use the wine to go to the big universe, just like Emperor Tianshu used Lin Shen's body to create tokens. But he did not make Xiaojiu into a token, but instead used his own abilities and Xiaojiu's abilities to directly shuttle through the space and smuggle into the universe. However, the original calculation did not succeed, but instead brought them back to the past time and space. This made Lao Tai very puzzled, because theoretically, there is no past time and space at all. What is past is the past, and it is impossible to look back, and it is even more impossible to shuttle to the past. But they were really back, and just now, after he used his own strength to help Baihu Xiaojiu transform into a human, he found that the human form of Baihu Xiaojiu was clearly the appearance of a young version of Little Wine Emperor, and he felt even more strange in his heart. Lao Tai took Xiaojiu and Baihu by Xiaojiu several times, but he had no way to smuggle into the universe, nor could he return to the previous timeline, so he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Since we can really go back to the past, let's try to change the future. Lao Tai patted Xiaojiu on his shoulder, raised his head to the sky and said, Xiaojiu, let's go. The power of distorted space bloomed from Lao Tai and Xiaojiu, and disappeared from time and space as soon as they stepped out. When the space was stable, Lao Tai and Xiaojiu, who was sitting on his shoulder, saw the scene in front of him clearly and immediately widened their eyes. I saw a spaceship breaking through the air, and they happened to appear at the front of the spaceship.
Bang!
The spacecraft directly hit Lao Tai and immediately disintegrated and fell to the nearby planet, like millions of meteors coming to the world.
Chapter 1291 Extra Chapter Heaven and God-Man. It's numb, and its legs are numb.
Lin Wan wanted to stand up, but the numbness from her legs made her legs unable to use force, and her face was a little crooked. She had been sitting here motionless for more than 10 days, staring at the windows and doors of the house opposite without blinking, and her eyelids had not moved for many days. Lin Wan didn't understand what the guy in the house opposite was doing, and why he didn't come out after staying in the house for so many days. Finally, when Lin Wan was almost out of patience, the door opposite opened with a creaking sound. A woman came out of the house, a woman as beautiful as Lin Wan, but that woman was different from Lin Wan. Lin Wan has a kind of pathological beauty, not physical pathology, but spiritual pathology. And this woman has a kind motherly beauty, which makes people live without any blasphemy.
Her beauty does not belong to the world.
Seeing the woman come out, Lin Wan quickly stood up and followed the woman from afar, like a perverted stalker. A woman is dressed in white and is not stained with dust. Her graceful posture is walking on the street, and she can't help but take a look at her. Even in the Tianren clan, where there are many beautiful women, her beauty is still as bright as the moon that cannot be ignored. As I walked, I suddenly saw a child falling down on the side of the road, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. The child's family was so scared that they were speechless. The child's mother hugged the child and cried for help.
Let me see.
The woman squatted down, reached out to put her hand on the child's wrist, and said after a moment of silence, "There is no other way to imagine a congenital heart insufficiency except changing the heart. It will only take half an hour at most. If he does not change the heart, he will definitely die."
The child's mother felt like she was struck by lightning and cried even harder.
She grabbed the woman's hand and begged, "Please save my child. We had an artificial heart transplant before, but the hospital said that the child's cardiovascular system was a bit special, and the artificial heart could not match, so it must be customized.
It takes time.
There is no way to operate it yet, and it is too late to be sent to the hospital now.
Then you can only change the heart of a living person."
The woman's eyes swept across the people around her, and finally her eyes fell on a big man in a fancy dress and said to him, "Your heart can match this child.
Please lend it to this child."
The big man with flowery skin suddenly widened his eyes when he heard this, looking at the woman as if he was looking at a madman, and shouted, "Are you crazy?
I am not his father. Why should I give it to him with my heart? And I only have one heart, how can I live without a heart?"
The woman smiled and said, "Living in this world with such an ugly life is also a waste of energy. This child is so beautiful that your heart can continue to survive on him, which can be regarded as making some contributions to the world.
This is your honor and the greatest value in your life. Who are you calling ugly? Why don't you lend him your heart to him if you want to save him? Why do you ask me to lend it? You crazy man."
The big man in the flower skin turned around and was about to leave. But after he took a step, he suddenly saw a blood-colored flower blooming in front of him, and then he felt a little cold in his chest. When I looked down, I saw a big hole penetrated my chest and the heart inside was gone. Seeing the woman who fell to the ground with her heart in her heart, she showed a faint smile. "Everyone should make due contributions to the beauty of this world." As he said that, the woman reached out to tear open the child's chest, took out his heart, and replaced it with the heart of the big man in the flower skin. After she finished all this, she just stretched out her hand to caress the wound on the child's chest had recovered as before, and there was no trace of injury. The woman threw the replaced heart to the ground and stood up and left, as if she had done something insignificant. Everyone else was stunned, even the child's mother, who had been sitting there before, with the complex look at the woman, and there were both gratitude and fear. The woman walked by herself regardless of the eyes of others, and soon she came to a remote and deserted factory. "What do you want to do after you have been with me for so long?" The woman didn't look back, but just said lightly. Lin Wan looked at the woman's back and said with a smile, "I want to confirm whether you are the reincarnation of the emperor. If so, I want to ask you for help in something."
"So, are you sure now?" the woman asked.
"No." Lin Wan shook her head.
"If nothing else, you can leave," the woman said. Who said I'm leaving?
Lin Wan asked with his eyes narrowed.
You want to find the reincarnation of the great emperor, but you can't be sure if I am the reincarnation of the great emperor, so what are you still here to do?
The woman still did not look back.
I originally wanted to find the emperor to reincarnate, but now I have changed my mind. Lin Shen said. Why change your mind? The woman finally turned around and asked at Lin Wan. Because I don't like you, I want your life. Lin Wan said. I'm afraid you will be disappointed.
The woman said, with light flashing in her eyes, and countless lines of nothingness extended from the space around her body, all connected to her body.
Are you really the reincarnation of the great emperor?
Lin Wan was a little surprised.
Do you still want my life now? The woman laughed. I thought about it even more.
Lin Wan's answer made the woman slightly stunned.
Aren't you asking for my help? The woman looked at Lin Wan with some confusion and asked. Yes, I just want to ask you to help me with my life. Lin Wan nodded seriously and said. Are you sure you know what you are talking about?
The woman's face darkened, and there was no smile at all.
Of course. Lin Wan answered with certainty. I originally saw you as beautiful as you were, and I didn't want to care about you. Since you wanted to die, even I couldn't keep your life.
The woman looked at Lin Wan coldly, and the countless lines of nothingness connected to her body twisted and danced like a snake, wrapping her around Lin Wan's body. Lin Wan stood there without moving, but just watched calmly as the thread of nothingness wrapped around her body.
Go.
The woman's fingers moved slightly, and the thread of nothingness was pulled and contracted, trying to tear Lin Wan's body into pieces. But the woman found that the lines of nothingness wrapped around Lin Wan's body were still moving. The woman changed her face and pulled the lines of nothingness with her whole hand and exerted force.
The result is still the same, and the lines of nothingness seem to be pulled by infinite power and cannot move at all.
Don't say that you are the reincarnation of the great emperor. Even before you are reincarnated, you are just a great emperor. Lin Wan said lightly, raising one hand, bent his fingers, and clasped the lines of nothingness. Lin Wan used his fingers to force, and the woman's body was immediately pulled up by the thread of nothingness, like a big word floating in the air.
You, who are you? The woman looked at Lin Wan in disbelief.
She had never seen anyone who could control her in turn through the thread of nothingness. This was almost impossible.
Lin Wan, a little prisoner.
Lin Wan said, and his fingers continued to force, and the energy in the woman's body was sucked out by the thread of nothingness connected to her body, constantly sucking into her body.
The woman wanted to explode her own strength to fight against Lin Wan, but found it difficult to do it. Impossible. I am the emperor, has the highest authority of the ghost and god system. How can your authority be higher than mine?
The woman's horror gradually turned into despair. Amid her howl, her body was sucked into a human fuck, and finally she was spread into Lin Wan's body. Let me calculate, the reincarnation of Emperor Hutu has been killed 19 times, and the reincarnation of Emperor Dongji has been killed 21. Lin Wan leaned over the sky, and the catastrophe clouds that were gathering in the sky seemed to be slowly dissipating.
It's not a solution to continue like this. This small universe is repelling me more and more. The energy of the reincarnation of the Emperor can only allow me to temporarily avoid the disaster of the universe. I must find a way to complete the experiment as soon as possible. Lin Wan calculated his fingers and murmured to himself as he walked, the next reincarnation of the Emperor Huta should be in the Heavenly Man race. It should be almost the same in her situation. After reincarnation so many times, the Emperor's data has been almost washed away. Let her become an experimental product and start practicing the Heavenly Man art. If she can use the Heavenly Man art to get rid of the constraints of this world, then maybe I will have the opportunity to make the Heavenly Man art step further, jump out of the rules, restart the ending battle, and fight with the people in the Heavenly Man. Thinking of this, Lin Wan sighed lightly. The first battle of termination was defeated. In theory, the battle of termination has ended and it is impossible to start again. If you want to reopen the battle of termination, unless you can grasp the loopholes in the universe, it needs to create something out of nothing and turn it into possible power. If the heaven and the gods and man fail to achieve it, it will be a mirror and a water moon after all. Chapter 1292 Extra Chapter I.
I, the noble son of heaven and earth, the greatest space magician in the universe, the master of the universe trading system, the unique 10 directions, 8 destinies, 7 degrees, 6 symbols, 4 dimensions, 3-dimensional and 2 realms in the world, can be reached instantly anywhere in the universe. How can it be slower than others?
No, I didn't lose. I just managed the huge universe trading system. I was a little tired of endless tools every day, so if I wanted to rest, it was not losing at all, but deliberately letting him. Look how comfortable this gourd is. The east is warm and the summer is cool, and the 4 seasons are not distinguished. The chaotic aura is as soft as the best cotton, and as comfortable as clouds. I, the great king of the day, just a little tired and want a good night's sleep. Ha! I'm so sleepy. I'm going to rest. I felt like I had been sleeping for a long time. My first thought after waking up was that I had to get up quickly to manage the business star and trading system. Where is my hands, my feet, my hair, my body? My ding-ding is majestic and strong as the Himalayas, and as vibrant as the real dragon running through the heaven and earth. I felt like my body had become a chaotic mass. Suddenly I thought, it seemed that I was no longer in Shanshan, but now I was in the chaos gourd. Chaos, that guy deceived me. No. No one can deceive me. I am omniscient and omnipotent. The reason why I pretended to lose to him, and pretended to be fooled by him, that's because I want to use my tricks, to figure out what that bitch wants to do. Yes, this is it. I am now no longer the original I am. Please call me the infernal affairs lurking and infiltrating Mission Impossible King. Why didn't that guy let me out yet? What the hell is he doing? When I go out undercover and learn all his secrets, I must hang him on Shanshan and divide it into 100 million shares for sale. Don't you know how I am? The universe and all worlds travel around for a day, the price of things in the world is cut off at a glance, and the world is sold to the heavens. Do you know how much money I can make in 1 second? You are wasting my money. Do you know how much money you have lost? I will give you another chance. Let me go out now, and then kneel at my feet and lick my toes. I can consider giving you another chance, moving my toes, and helping you make a little money. Of course, a little money for me is an unimaginable astronomical figure for you. I dare to ignore me. No, I know that you are inferior. I can understand your mood. In front of such a rich and charming king, it is understandable that you are inferior and dare not come to see me. I will give you another day. If I don't come, I will never think I will help you earn a penny. Everything is within my expectations. How can you escape my magical gaze like this little trick of playing hard to get? I will avoid it from being able to cooperate with you. When you feel that you can make me regret it, and when you come out to ask me for it, I will cooperate with you to agree to you. With such a great mind, I can be compatible with your little tricks. As expected, you little bitch just want to compete with me for patience. I am a famous mentality king in heaven and earth. I compare my mentality with me. The person who explodes in mentality must be you. Bitch, you have chosen the wrong person, and you have lost from the moment you choose me. Oomph, I'll sleep for a while first, let you endure it yourself. If you have a mentality, I'm the king. It's so sleepy, I'm asleep. I don't know how long it has passed, but I woke up from my sleep again, and it should be said that I was awakened by the shock. Ha, little bitch, you can't do it anymore. I said that no one in the universe can compare with me to be patient. If you want to make me mentality, you are still 18 generations away. I opened my eyes and looked around and found that the chaos was gone. It was blue and white. Although I didn't know where it was, it should have come out of the chaos gourd. Ha! How can there be a place in the universe that I don't know? From the immortal court to the mysterious god star, how can there be a planet in the heavens and all realms that I don't know? This is absolutely impossible. After looking around, I immediately found clues. Sure enough, this is an artificial planet. No wonder I don't know that nothing can escape my eyes. I used my hands to sort out my handsome hairstyle, but I was stunned the next second. My hand, not my hand. Looking at what looked like a dove wing, it was hard to imagine for a moment what this thing was. My feet, my head, my hair, my ding-ding,
who is as strong as the Himalayas and as vibrant as a true dragon running through the universe and galaxy.
How did I become a bird?
I could not believe that the bird, which was so fat that it was like a ball, could not believe it. The wings wrapped around my head, looked frightened, and was as fat as a ball. It turned out to be me.
No.
Everything is within my expectations. I just pretended to be myself, so that the little bitch could relax his vigilance, to better find out the bitch's secret. Who would doubt a bird as handsome and charming as me? When I looked at me again, I felt that it turned into a bird, so handsome, so damn charmed that it was hard to hide.
Who are these two stupid idiots, who dare to stare at the great 10 directions? One day king, all turned into goods for me. Where is my power? There was nothing at all.
After a while, Jiju's smile appeared on my face. Sure enough, everything is within my expectations.
The power is indeed sealed.
If it is not sealed, this small planet would probably not even be able to bear it in one breath. In order to find out the secret of that bitch, I can only sacrifice a little.
Isn't it just that the power is sealed? I have little meaning. When I want it, I can recover at any time.
The energy in the eggshell seems to be able to remove a little seal.
Let's have a mouthful first. Of course, it's not to remove the seal. Since I want to be an undercover agent. Of course, I have to do my best, whatever I play must be like.
No one can see through my disguise.
Look at the stupid look of those two idiots. I really don't see my true identity. I really treat me like a bird. Idiot.
Seeing these two idiots who are not very smart, I will lurk beside them first, and then find that bitch. The thinner one on the left, looking at the dazed one, who is stupid and stupid, should be a little bit more deceiving. If I can't find my true body at all, I will follow him first.
It's time to show off my acting skills at the level of the movie emperor. Look at my little bird's support. Silly, who do you think is fat? Who should lose weight?
You are fat, your whole family is fat, your whole family should lose weight.
I want to give me a code name?
Tell me carefully, take a look at my heroic posture, don't be too arrogant. I am now in the disc, so I must be Loki.
Just have an ordinary code name like an invincible handsome king in the sky and under the earth. You are just a fat guy.
Your whole family is a fat guy.
Trunk. It's really trash.
I can't handle such a small mushroom.
Look at my positioning technique of the heavens and all realms. I can easily handle it with 1 foot. Don't worship me too much.
This kind of little Karami is not qualified to die in my hands.
The waist can't handle it again. I have to do it. Damn.
When will I get rid of the seal and this waist? No.
When will my undercover mission be over?
Chapter 1293 Extra Chapter, Greedy Insects. Eat, only eating constantly can satisfy my body and mind, not from the desire for hunger, but the infinite pleasure brought by the transformation of my body.
I am a bug. In addition to all kinds of bugs, I also have all kinds of bugs in this universe. In fact, what's wrong is no longer important, because in a minute, the universe will disappear.
I, the source of chaos, the ancestor of the Zerg, and the ultimate insect, will devour the universe today and complete the final transformation. The Zerg is naturally bloody and cannot be said to be bloody. It is just that it has to devour other creatures to obtain energy in order to evolve and transform. So from the beginning of the birth of the Zerg, it began to swallow energy continuously until the rest of the energy in the universe was eaten up, and then the Zergs were swallowed by each other. I was able to become the ultimate worm because I have swallowed all my similar species and become the unique insect king in this universe.
Well, it is indeed unique. Now I am the only one left in the universe. Not to mention insects, there are not even fungi.
However, my body's desire for evolution did not stop because of this.
The body is so difficult that it is even more painful than death.
I have eaten all the food I can eat, and with my current body, the general energy is not enough for me to even plug the teeth.
There is no way. Although this is the universe that nurtured me, I can only swallow it.
Maybe I can complete another transformation and truly reach the ultimate state and become an existence that is with the world and with the universe.
What if you ask me if the result is not what I thought? How do I know what to do? I'll eat it after eating, can I still pull it out? If you destroy it, destroy it. Anyway, there is no other life in this universe except me. If I die, there is no need for this universe to exist. No, my body is so uncomfortable that it is about to explode, and I must replenish my energy and continue to evolve. The world, be with me. I couldn't wait to open my mouth and suck countless celestial bodies into my body. The indescribable feeling felt a little hot, as if I was just born. I was swallowing highly poisonous tadpoles in the poisonous pool in the poisonous pond. It seemed like countless poisonous tadpoles flowed into my stomach, with burning heat, and felt a little comfortable. Not enough, it's just that's not enough, I need more, my body needs more energy, and that pleasant transformation. The universe began to turn dark, all the energy bodies were taken into my body, and countless celestial bodies poured into my stomach like a drop of water in a torrent. Until the entire universe became dark and there was no more glory, my body still could not be satisfied. My body is like a huge ruby statue spanning the entire universe, but the shining red light cannot illuminate this absolutely dark universe. All the energy in the universe has been swallowed by me, and the entire universe is in a state of nothingness. Under this state, even the ultimate insect light on my body cannot spread, and after leaving my body, it disappears into absolute darkness. I have devoured all the energy in the universe, why can't I transform again? It's still a little bit, but there's no energy in this universe, it's gone. No. If the universe has no energy anymore, then what is this darkness? What is beyond darkness? My body is in a state of unchanging. That uncomfortable feeling makes me almost crazy. It was like urinating halfway through, and it was so crazy that it felt like it was crazy. No matter what it is, as long as it is energy, I want it, come to my stomach and become the cornerstone of my transformation. The energy in the body burst out wildly, opening its huge red mouth, like a red abyss, desperately swallowing all possible energy. But nothing was sucked, and there was no dust in the universe, even a photon, neutrino, and other things. No, there must be, darkness itself is an energy, come in, come in. I burst out wildly, the suction in my mouth was enough to swallow the universe, but I couldn't absorb even a trace of energy. Feeling uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. I need energy. I need transformation. Hey! What is this? This is? The heart that desires energy is satisfied, but no new energy is produced in this universe. Darkness is just darkness, and I am the only one who can swallow me. Under my crazy outbreak, my tail was sucked into my mouth and swallowed and digested by myself. The energy I got made me feel comfortable and almost moaned. I know this is of no use and will only lead me to self-destruction. But I couldn't stop at all because this feeling was so good. If I stopped, my body would return to the uncomfortable state I just now. No, it would be billions of times more uncomfortable than before. So I don't want to stop, nor can I stop. I'm eating myself. The ends and ends are connected, and my body becomes a ring. As I swallow it, the ring becomes smaller and smaller. I knew I was about to end, but I still didn't stop and was unwilling to stop. I would rather be so happy than endure such pain. My body is getting smaller and smaller, my mind is getting clearer, and the feeling of comfort is getting stronger and stronger. I think I am the first creature in the world to eat myself, right? But can I finish myself? Anyway, there's something left? Boom! When various thoughts flashed through my mind, I found that the energy inside me had turned into a vortex uncontrollably, swallowing my only remaining body, turning it into a little extreme red, and then the extreme red exploded violently. I can't feel my body anymore, but there seem to be many strange scenes flashing through my consciousness, and the feeling is indescribable. Is this death? I don't know, but my consciousness gradually became blurred and eventually turned into a blank. I thought I was dead, but I opened my eyes again and my consciousness gradually became clearer. Soon I realized that I was not dead, and I had come to a novel world, a world I had never seen before. Because everything here is something I have never seen on the Zerg.
I don't know where this place is, but I found myself turning into a bug, a weak and pitiful little bug, many times weaker than when I was born. Fortunately, my evolutionary ability is still there. The bad thing is that the rules of this world are a little different from those of my world, and it is a bit troublesome to evolve.
Damn it! I just ate a little more. Why did the hellish lightning strike? Just the power of lightning wants to kill me. You underestimate me too much.
I am the ultimate worm that has transformed to the extreme. Well, I admit that I was a little careless, and changed from a bug to a plant trash bug.
The days when you can't eat are so boring, and the days when you can't move are so boring, and you feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Hey! What is this? It seems that I had an impression before. It should be a creature called human in this world, right?
This thing is also on my recipe, but unfortunately I can't move and can't start the meal now.
What are you doing? Let me down. Who will allow you to move my body? When I recover my ability to move, I will eat you the first one. Well, it's good to be able to walk around.
For this reason, when I eat you in the future, I will try my best to digest all your energy without leaving any drops, and never waste a single bit.
Hello, what are you going to do? You dare to put me in the box? Believe it or not, I will eat your whole family?
The boring dark life began again, and when there was light in front of me again, a human face appeared.
This face is very annoying. For some reason, I subconsciously don't like the owner of this face. If possible, I want to eat him in one bite. Bastard, what are you doing? What are you going to do to me? Ah! That kind of imprisonment power is gone, it is gone. I can move. I'm back to freedom. Boy! Be my food. Ah! What's going on? Why can't I move again?
You, what do you want to do to me? What are you doing? Stop me, I am the great ultimate insect.
What's this TM's thing?
This damn contract, a damn world. The extras are updated from time to time, and the new book is thinking about it, and you can start writing whatever you want. Chapter 1294 Extra Chapter, Masked Man. Have you heard that recently a masked man with a hat appeared in our realm area, challenging the strong men in the world and fighting all the races invincible? Even the masters of the Heavenly Man, the Emperor Barbarian, and the Phoenix clan were defeated by him one by one, and no one could even let him take the second move.
Your news is out of date.
Even the number one master of the Supreme Clan has been defeated by the Masked Man. Now the Masked Man is known as the number one master in our realm.
Isn't even the Supreme Clan able to stop him? I don't know what the Masked Man is from. He is so powerful. I have never heard of it before. Could it be from other realms or from the Immortal Court? What can he do if he is so powerful?
No matter where he comes from or how powerful he is not as powerful as our God of War.
That's for sure. Our God of War is a truly invincible existence in the world. Not to mention in our realm area, looking at the entire universe, we say that our Tianchang Wei family's God of War ranks second, who dares to say that he ranks first? That's of course.
If the Masked Man doesn't come to challenge our God of War, he is smart and tactful. In the evening, in front of the city gate of Tianchang, the soldiers guarding the city were chatting in a mess. The sky is getting darker, and the sunset is only the last ray of light left. All those who should return to the city have returned, and those who should go out have left.
It is about to be closed door time. Generally, no one will come in and out again at this time.
The two guards were waiting for the time to come when they closed their doors, but they saw a figure walking in the afterglow of dusk, like a black silhouette under the setting sun. The soldier narrowed his eyes until the figure walked closer, and then he could see clearly that it was a guy wearing a gray robe, a hat on his head and a long sword hanging around his waist, with a swordsman temperament and description.
Who is here?
Please take off your hat and show your pass. The two soldiers looked at each other, and one of them said to the swordsman who had already walked nearby.
No pass, I'll come to find Wei Wufu. A low and hoarse voice came from under the hat. You want to meet the God of War in our Tianchang Wei family? Do you have an invitation letter? The soldier asked. I'm just an invitation letter.
The man in the hat slowly raised his head, and the black veil was hanging under the hat. The black veil was like fog in clouds, covering his face, and he couldn't see what he looked like. The two soldiers guarding the gate suddenly felt a sudden slap in their hearts, thinking, "You can come whenever you don't think, right? Could this person be the masked man, right?" The two looked at each other and just didn't know what to do. They saw a man walking out of Tianchang. He was majestic and square. Even if he just walked casually, his whole body would exude a convincing momentum. This man was Wei Wufu, the war god of the Tianchang Wei family. The two soldiers hurriedly saluted to Wei Wufu, their eyes full of admiration. "Are you a masked man?" Wei Wufu looked at the masked man in front of him and asked. With his current cultivation and level, he could not see through the depth of this masked man. "No," the masked man's hoarse voice rang. "Come here to challenge me?" Wei Wufu asked again. "No," the masked man gave a positive answer again. "Then let's go." Wei Wufu stepped out and had already stepped into the sky and entered the void. The masked man's speed was not slow. When Wei Wufu stopped, the masked man had already arrived opposite him, and the two of them looked at each other in the vast starry sky. Wei Wufu was slightly surprised. He was able to keep up with his speed. The speed of this masked man had reached the level of the emperor. No wonder the number one master of the Supreme Clan could not even block him with a single move. But Wei Wufu couldn't think of how there were such terrifying masters in the universe besides those few. How do you want to compare? Wei Wufu had no extra thoughts in his mind. Although the world is high, the universe is vast, and the world is full of wonders, it is difficult for terror to imagine, but as long as the mind is not wrong, he will be fearless. The masked man did not answer, but stretched out his palm with his hands and took off the hat from his head. "It's you?" Wei Wufu saw clearly the masked man's appearance and was stunned for a moment. The masked man did not look like a human. He took off his hat and was no different from when he didn't, because he also had a black mushroom cap on his head that looked like a straw hat, and under the mushroom cap was a face similar to a dinosaur. Wei Wufu still remembers this guy. It is clearly the black-covered Mushroom King. He and Lin Shen suffered a lot of hardships on the black-covered Mushroom King. But at that time, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen could only be regarded as having just embarked on the path of cultivation. For them, the black-covered Mushroom King was already a memory of a long time ago. It was a bit like the novice village boss I met while playing games. After so many years, if we hadn't seen it again, Wei Wufu would have been almost unable to remember it. I really didn't expect that the black-cover Mushroom King would have grown to this extent. Why can't it be me? The black-covered Mushroom King curled his lips and looked at Wei Wufu with a very special look. That's right, you have no problem. Wei Wufu didn't argue. It's okay if you say it's me, so do you know who I am? Asked the black-covered Mushroom King unexpectedly. If you are you, who else can you be? Wei Wufu said lightly. He was not interested in what the origin of the black-covered Mushroom King was. He was not as curious as Lin Shen. You can say I am me, or you can say I am not me. The black guy Mushroom King said a bit strange. If you weren't you, who else could you be? Wei Wufu asked, staring at the black-covered Mushroom King. I can be the me now, or I should have been, said Wang Jingse, the black Mushroom King. What kind of you should have been? Wei Wufu continued to ask slowly with patience. I should have become the pet of the first person in the universe, become the strongest existence in this universe, follow the first person in the universe to break the barriers of the universe, and enter the wider universe. The black-covered Mushroom King became more and more excited as he spoke. So what? Wei Wufu's face had no expression on his face, and he just asked lightly. So I'm here to find you. The black guy Mushroom King stared at Wei Wufu and said, let's get to know each other again. My name is Jue Tian Martial Saint. What's the matter? Wei Wufu still kept silent. Zhu Tian Wuxing frowned and said, didn't you understand? I said I am the pet of the first person in the universe? When I come to you, it naturally means that you are the first person in the universe. I won't accept pets. Wei Wufu refused calmly. Zhu Tian Wuxing suddenly said depressedly,
it seems that you really don't understand. Then I will put it in a more detailed way in popular language. Each universe will have a destined son, who is the existence that carries the entire universe's fortune and represents the supreme evolution of this universe. And you are the destined son in this universe. Originally, you should represent the supreme existence of this universe, and I am the destined pet you are destined. You and I will go to the supreme point of this universe together, and finally break through the limits of this universe and enter the universe. After a pause, Zhu Tian Marshal Saint continued, but because of the changes caused by outsiders, you and me missed it. The fate trajectory deviated. You, who should have become the son of destiny, have been taken away by someone for most of your luck and opportunities. In this way, you should understand and know who that person is. How do you know? Wei Wufu remains silent. Zhu Tian Wuxing said proudly, I didn't know before. It was not until I was promoted to the emperor level and could sense the fate of this universe that I finally calculated your fate in bonds. In the past, everything was messed up because of the intervention of outsiders. Now that outsiders have left, their fate has returned to the right track. You and I can also get back on the right track, join forces to break through the limits of this universe, and go to a bigger stage. When we find the guy who took away the luck that originally belonged to you, I will help you kill him and take back the luck that originally belonged to you, then you can go to the next level. Not interested. Wei Wufu turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Zhu Tian's Wuxing's face turned cold. He stared at Wei Wufu's back and said viciously, I don't care whether you are interested or not, I must go out. You have no choice, you must go out with me. If you want to go out, that's your business, you can leave by yourself. Wei Wufu was about to leave without looking back. You can't leave without my permission. The mushroom cover above Zhu Tian Wuxing's head emitted a white halo. Wherever the halo came, all the laws in the world seemed to have been sealed, and even the most basic law of force could not be operated. Wei Wufu stood there as if he was frozen. That person took away everything that originally belonged to you. Don't you hate him? Even if you don't hate him, don't you want to know who your biological father is? Zhu Tian Wuxing walked away Wufu and said like a devil's whisper, your mother is Wei Jiayuan, and her best friend is Yifei. Do you know who Yifei is? Wei Wufu didn't move or speak. Only then did Zhu Tian Wuxing remember that he was limited by his own abilities and could not even speak, making it even more impossible for him to speak. After coughing lightly, Zhu Tian Wuxing continued, you may not be familiar with the name Yifei, but you should be familiar with the name Mrs. Yi, right? She is Yi Jingxiu's daughter, and you are the best friends with your mother. Do you know how they became best friends? Because they all know the same person. Yi's amazing. Zhu Tian Wuxing deliberately elongated his voice, and while saying that, he observed Wei Wufu's expression. Seeing that Wei Wufu's expression and eyes had not changed at all, he couldn't help but frown secretly and continued, you must be thinking that way? Unfortunately, you were wrong. The person I was talking about was not Yi's amazing, but your good brother Lin, the second brother of yours, who was the reincarnated king of the ancient realm. Originally, everything in the Lin family should be enjoyed by you, and all the opportunities are yours. However, Lin Shen's arrival deprived everything that should belong to you, and also made your mother die unexpectedly because of his search for Lin. Lin himself had problems because of his appearance. Even you and your mother forgot that you had no idea that you had existed, and even forgot that you were his son in your previous life, and forgot that you died because of him in your previous life. All of this were caused by Lin Shen's appearance. If you want to regain all this, you must regain the luck that Lin Shen snatched from you. You and I will join forces to get back on track, and Lin Shen will do a good job, so that the universe will be united with positive and negative forces. The original power of the universe is more than twice as strong as before. As the son of luck in this universe, you and I will work together to go further. At that time, you and I will go back to the big universe and kill Lin Shen and regain your luck, and become stronger. At that time, it is not difficult to change your fate and let your mother come back to life and let your father remember you again. Are you finished speaking? After Zhu Tian Wuxing finished speaking, he suddenly heard Wei Wufu speak and was stunned. Wei Wufu not only can speak, but also can move freely and leave as he steps forward. You can actually ignore my Zhu Tian forbidden.
Zhu Tian Wuxing was a little surprised and stared at Wei Wufu, as if he had figured out something.
He said to Wei Wufu's back with a gloomy face, "You have known what I said long ago?"
No, Wei Wufu did not look back, but just responded lightly.
Then you should know that I didn't lie to you.
Lin Shen took away everything that belonged to you, and made you, who should have become the son of destiny and the protagonist, become dull.
So you just let it go? Zhu Tian Wuxing said hatefully.
Wei Wufu did not look back or answer again, but went away step by step.
Stop it, don't want to, my luck. I must get it back.
The light on Zhu Tian Wuxing's body was shining like a round of light shining on the starry sky, making the entire starry sky solidify.
A billion-foot light shone towards Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu still did not look back.
The purple air on his body rose like an erupting volcano, rushing the billions of feet of light into pieces, and no light could fall on him at all. If the power of a powerful and domineering force is gentle like water, except for the power of Juetian Martial Saint, it does not affect any external objects, and even a particle does not move.
Juetian Martial Saint waved his fist unwillingly, and his whole body was like a martial arts machine. All kinds of mysterious martial arts techniques poured out to Wei Wufu like a flood. Every strike of it carries the power to destroy the world, and every strike can cut off the laws of the universe. However, all the attacks hit Wei Wufu, but even the purple aura outside him could not break through. Wei Wufu just stood there, silently enduring all its attacks, without any intention of fighting back. Impossible. You have been sucked away so much luck. How could you still have such power? You have broken through the limit of the universe. Zhu Tian Wuxu stared at Wei Wufu's back. Incredible.
Man not only has fate, but also has a force that can violate fate.
Wei Wufu said as he walked. What power? Zhu Tian Wuxing asked in a daze. I do.
Wei Wufu's figure had disappeared into the starry sky, and only these three words were left echoing in the space.
New book. The God of Pampering is here. There are a lot of words, and the stable update is underway. If you are interested, you can take a look.